To the Tao friends on the Tao YouTube, good afternoon. It is 2 p.m. on the dot, Eastern War Time here in Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am with you again for a further day of coverage. As you can see, looking out over the city of Boston, I'm with you for another day of coverage. It is a pleasure to welcome you. If you left us last night at 2 in the morning, Eastern War Time, you would have seen a hellacious, a hellscape, I think, is the only way to describe it, ladies and gentlemen. As you tune in this morning, here is what I can tell you. The pattern of attacks continues at a rate perhaps surpassing last night. It is currently 2 p.m. Eastern Time in Boston on Tuesday, March 3rd. Night is falling in Beirut, Tehran, Israel, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Oman, all of which Israel has attacked. Iran has attacked consistently over the past 24 hours. Currently, the most important fronts in the war are in Lebanon, South Lebanon to be particular, where Israel over the past 3 hours has announced basically that they are engaged in like a war of destruction against Hezbollah. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy group armed with about 200,000 missiles that mostly operates militarily in the south of Lebanon on Israel's northern border. Our wonderful friend Tal Standing Stones got me this great map. This is the active situation right now, as about 35 minutes ago. Now, this is Lebanon, okay? A lot of what we're looking at today is going to be the area between the capital, the Lebanese capital of Beirut, and then the southern city of Tyre, and then in particular these like few counties, like up to Sudan, but really you're looking at like these counties, okay? There's a very strong hot war occurring because Israel is attempting to end Hezbollah's existence in Lebanon. Now, as you probably may know about this region, Israel has effectively prevented most of the countries around it from being a threat. Jordan is basically an an Israeli vassal state and has been for a while. Syria, after the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad with its capital Damascus, is also not as much of a threat. Lebanon, however, the government of Lebanon is not per se a threat. It is the Lebanese government, in fact, yesterday announced that Hezbollah has to demilitarize. However, what you must understand is that going back to the 1980s, Lebanon has been in a civil war. Well, it was in a civil war. It never really ended. It just kind of was like, there was like a peace enforced by the United Nations International Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, under UN Resolution 1407, I believe. The point, though, is that after the civil war in the 1980s in Lebanon, Lebanon became a failed state. Hezbollah was like the people running the state. They ran the banks, they ran the grocery stores, they ran the army, basically. And then so Hezbollah has a lot of loyalty among the polity, but Hezbollah was primarily funded and supplied by Iran, in particular the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is like this hyper-militant version of the Iranian leadership. All right, now, very important to understand that in the past year, a new Lebanese government came into power, okay? In the past 6 months, it has a new president, a new prime minister, but they are still weak. Like, the Lebanese parliament is like the Yemen parliament. Like, it exists, but it doesn't effectively rule Lebanon. It's nominal. It's a nominal government. So Lebanon's army is not, it's not like the U.S. army. They're not just going to go attack Hezbollah. So what's happening is Israel is bombing the ever-loving hell out of Beirut and Sidon and Tyre, all of the three big cities in southern Lebanon, from Beirut to the border with Israel. And then Israel is also using tanks to conduct a ground invasion of Lebanon. And the point of the operation is to just, not just like attack Hezbollah, which Israel has been doing off and on since like 10 or 20 years ago, really, but we can focus specifically on like the 2023 October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel. Like, Israel's been fighting a war with Hezbollah of attrition for like 2 years. 3 years, really, if you want to say like the active nature of the conflict. But what's going on right now, like tonight, is starting last night, Hezbollah and Israel got into this tit for tat because Iran effectively is in a state of total war following the assassination of Ayatollah al-Khamenei. So what happened was, when you go into total war, it's like a decentralized form of war where you don't like have one dude issuing commands like our president. You just tell all your proxies to fire at will. Okay, Hezbollah is kind of dumb, and they like to show, like, Hezbollah is like the Houthis. Like, sometimes Hezbollah is just, like, it doesn't think politically. It just launches weapons because it doesn't give a damn. And it, like, wants to show its, like, allegiance to the Ayatollah. It's a very strange, like, cult, kind of. I don't mean to be mean to Hezbollah, but, like, they're a little cultish with the Ayatollah, bro. Like, let's just be straight with it. So, anyway, Hezbollah, stupidly, because this war has been raging and escalating in intensity. Lebanon could have stayed out of this war. They don't really have anything to do with it. It would have been a miracle, but they literally could just not have got involved. No one really was mad at Lebanon. Hezbollah, stupidly, while like Iran is bombing all of the Gulf countries, Israel and America are bombing Iran. While this is happening, Hezbollah to itself about 24 hours ago thinks it's a really good idea, we should attack Israel. So they do that. They literally launch missile attacks for no reason. Iran has hypersonic missiles that are more than capable of doing the job. For some reason, Hezbollah launches missiles into Israel like 36 hours ago, maybe 24 hours ago. At that point, Israel's kind of dealing with other stuff. So they're like, we're not going to deal with this right away. About 6 hours later, they start shelling, like, lightly, comparatively, like southern Lebanon and Beirut. Hezbollah, in its infinite wisdom, I saw this on camera about 12 to 16 hours ago, launches ballistic missiles from civilian-occupied Beirut, like hundreds of them on camera, at Israel. So then this morning, Israel had to deal with a lot of things overnight. If you missed the news overnight, like, Iran started like successfully penetrating Tel Aviv with a third generation hypersonic missile. To get you quickly caught up, a hypersonic missile, it travels at a speed between, when it leaves the atmosphere, between Mach 13 and Mach like 16. For our purposes, this is between 16,000 kilometers an hour and 18,500 kilometers an hour. In miles per hour, that's 9,994.1 to like 11,500 or so, okay? They travel so fast that it's almost impossible to like think about or conceptualize, because humans, an F-22 Raptor, for comparison, goes Mach 2.5, like 1,500 miles an hour, okay? Maybe. I'm telling you right now that, like, Iran last night deployed this next generation. Their hypersonic missiles are called the Fatah. They deployed this next generation. I still don't know its name. It has a very weird name, of hypersonic missiles. This missile, what it does is cruise missiles, which are the more conventional weapons, it travels slow, okay? Iran is launching like waves of slow cruise missiles to confuse or like cause the Iron Dome and the David Sling and the Arrow system in Israel, the interceptors, to be expended. So they send these cruise missiles in like waves, and then Iran last night started sending its third generation hypersonic missile. This in turn caused strikes on Jerusalem that, like, by the time I was watching them live, I was like apoplectic. It was like watching the apocalypse happen in real time last night. Like, the news is, for those of you wondering, like, but Grant, like, this would be all over the news. Like, well, kinda. There's a military censor in Israel, and like they black out every news channel, so you can't on U.S. news, on Israeli news, like unless you have military permission from the IDF, you can't show anything. And the only way that the world knows about this is Al Jazeera Arabic has cameras like in the Golan Heights, like in the occupied territories, wherever. And they use like $1 million lenses and like film the sky above Tel Aviv. And then we can, like in Arabic, I can translate what's going on. We see the hits, and then like an hour later, we can cross-reference like where the missiles were falling over the skyline with the hits. And last night, some of the supersonic missiles, the hypersonic missiles that were falling on Tel Aviv, I mean, I will show you the clip again if you really want to see it. It is quite possibly one of the most harrowing things you will ever see. The impact of it, like, it was the first time during the war that I saw an impact from a weapon that I said, like, we are in a new age of war, okay? This was overnight. Now, this morning, as I mentioned, while Israel is shelling Tel Aviv overnight, while Iran's shelling Tel Aviv and Israel maybe like 24, 36 hours ago, Hezbollah launches missiles. Israel attacks Beirut in response. Hezbollah launches more missiles from civilian-occupied Beirut. In the past 6 hours, Israel started like... To say they're carpet bombing Beirut is probably the understatement of the century. They're just launching massive waves of bombs and they're leveling Beirut. They're putting drones over Beirut. Like, they just have decided to raise Beirut to the ground to just eradicate Hezbollah, the Iranian proxy, with 200,000 missiles in Lebanon. So that's what we got going on, like, today. That's catching you up. There are a number of other things going on in the past 6 hours. For example, there are attacks on U.S. air bases in Bahrain. There's attacks on Dubai in the UAE, etc. I'm going to catch you all up to that. Night is falling. I expect there to be heavy bombardment. Now, I haven't even touched on the bombing of Tehran that happened this morning, where when the Iranian leadership was meeting to elect their new mullah, you know what we did? Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. We took out the conclave of Iranian mullahs, or whatever the hell they're called. They were meeting to elect the new Iranian leader, and we took them all out at once. One fell swoop, ladies and gentlemen. The entire Iranian religious leadership eradicated from planet Earth this morning in one fell swoop. All right, so I'm going to show you like the updates from this morning. I'm going to get us caught up live. Let's go to Zena Kador on the ground. Nope, that's not Zena. That is the White House reporter. When we go live, anything that happens in Beirut, like night is falling, it's about 9 p.m. in Beirut and Israel, like it's a little later in Tehran. I expect this to be like probably the most intense night of shelling of the war. I expect it to ramp up progressively. All signs are pointing towards a progressive escalation. What happens is like the missiles can hit better at night or something. I don't really know the technical details, and I don't want to know. But for whatever reason, like everyone has been, all sides have been of this conflict, all like 12 of them, have been bombing during the day. The other important thing, but they're more effective at night. The other thing is people were hearing rumors that Qatar attacked Iran. They did not do that. I have a statement from the Qatari foreign minister on X, and I can tell you that Qatar did not attack Iran. They have disclaimed, they have denied that they attacked Iran. Hello, Lisa and Cannoli. How are you doing? So I just want everyone to get on the same page there. Qatar did not attack Iran yet. I'm not saying that they won't. They put out some pretty stern statements like about Iran. But the rumors going around on social media that Qatar attacked Iran are not true. Okay? So I have confirmed by going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Qatar, and I read the statement. I'll show it to you on Twitter. And I can confirm for you that the rumors on the internet that Qatar attacked Iran today are not true. The other thing I can tell you is that X in the last hour, formerly Twitter, has implemented a new policy. Anyone who posts a war video, like that is not on purpose, not by accident, but anyone who actually uploads a fake war video and does not declare it to be AI loses all revenue sharing for 90 days. If they do it more than once, they're banned from the platform. X announced this in the last hour. Now, as you know on this channel, we do a pretty good job, like crowdsourcing verification. But a lot of fake stuff was getting out there. Like, really bad propaganda. And so X took action overnight, which I think is a very positive sign. President Trump did deliver remarks at the White House earlier. They're kind of playing them on screen. Let's get the latest from Tehran, actually. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Let's get the latest from Tehran. And they have Al Jazeera English has an English language reporter in Tehran. So let's get that update, and then I'll show you some videos from overnight or this morning.
Very unhappy with Spain, so much so. President used Iran having and perhaps.
We'll come back to you shortly, but I do want to go to the Iranian capital, Tehran. Mohammed Val is standing by there. Mohammed, what are Iranian authorities signaling today? We started discussing this a little earlier. I mean, are they messaging what they intend to do and how they intend to prosecute this war going forward?
Yes, Cyril, let me start with the latest that we have from the Fars News Agency just right now, talking about the process of choosing a new leader, saying that the authorities are in the final stages of that selection, which is going to be an election by the Assembly of Experts anytime soon. But the announcement of the new Supreme Leader will be after the burial ceremony of the late Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And that also has been in the news here, the sources talking about it happening in the next few days, but no specific timing. They said he will be buried in Mashhad, in the city of Mashhad. That's a holy city here in Iran. And that's likely to be next week. And also immediately after the burial, there will be an announcement of the new leader. This is basically a part of the answer to your question. Iran is trying to send a message that continuity is guaranteed, that the country is keeping its unity and integrity as a nation, politically, security, so on. And that's a condition, of course, sine qua non, for the continuation of this war, which is, for the Iranians, is a war of necessity, not a war of choice. They are talking about stepping up the campaign, talking about targets. They are very proud to announce that they are targeting American troops. They're talking about devastating blows to American facilities in the Gulf region. Although, as I said, they're not really talking clearly about the facilities that belong to oil and gas in the last few days. So, I mean, everything here seems to be going smoothly, as the authorities say, for cessation, and that's a condition for the success in this war against Americans and Israelis.
Yeah, Mohammed, it's very important what you just reported, that we're expecting now the burial of the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated by Israel and the U.S. 4 days ago. We're expecting his burial in Mashhad in the next few days, and after that, a new Supreme Leader, his successor, will be announced. Thank you. Let's cross to Axel Zaimovich, who's live here in Doha.
I'm not even sure the Western press knows that yet. So the reports out of Tehran, and that's one of the few English-speaking reporters in Tehran. The reports out of Tehran is that Iran is going to bury their leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, sometime in the next few days. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that in public. And then their intent is to name a new leader. So that just broke out of Iran. Now, first of all, you should know, it's not like there are no English-speaking people in Tehran. It is that only Al Jazeera is allowed to have reporters in Tehran. It's a war zone. Iran wants Al Jazeera. Iran knows they can't control Al Jazeera. No one can control Al Jazeera. So Iran just wants Al Jazeera to play it like somewhat friendly to them. And so what Iran wants is Al Jazeera to have a person there giving the party line. you know? So that guy, he's lying because he's like under military blackout from the Iranians, but he's actually telling you like firsthand information from the remaining government of Iran, like what they're doing. That's why that guy, I call him our man in Tehran. That guy is like a very valuable source of information. I'm sure the U.S. government watches that because of him. Like he has sources that are in the IRCG. They tell him what to say, basically. All right, so let me show you. All right, so here's the Qatari foreign minister statement about. I'm going to guess this is about rumors about attacks on
reserves
Iran.
the right to retaliate. Listen to this.
The red lines have already been crossed. The attack on our sovereignty, the blatant attack on our people, on the security and safety of our nation, it has already crossed every possible red line. And therefore, we have taken all possible measures, and we reserve the right to retaliate. And as I said, our leaders are considering right now all the options on the ground. Our main focus right now is in protecting our sovereignty, protecting our people, protecting the residents who live here in Qatar of 140 nationalities. And we, as mentioned before, our armed forces, our great armed forces, are doing a wonderful job in protecting our country very bravely and have shown their capability in defending our country against any threat. So our focus right now is on that. Regarding communicating with Iran, at the moment there are no ongoing communications. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
So, Axel, this is...
So just so you understand, that was the Qatari spokesman for the foreign ministry. He has already said on Twitter they did not attack Iran. They're mad. They might attack Iran, but they have not, as far as, like, just so people know, Qatar is very firm about this. They did not attack Iran. They might, but they have not done it yet. They might do it like today, but they haven't done it yet. Now, if you're just waking up, I want to show you this just absolutely wild video from our friend Lebanon Jet Spotter. I don't know him. I just call him our friend because he's this nice man who had this really small page yesterday, and I kept retweeting him, and now he's all famous. This man, while Lebanon was under attack this morning, while Beirut was under attack, this man got footage of a jet, a commercial jet, flying out of the airport.
Jet 265 expects after departure direct.
That's the ATC audio. I don't know how he got this. It is pretty impressive. Like he's just an impressive like reporter.
Direct after departure, direct cockpit confirm.
AFM 265.
Roger.
265 ready.
AFM, Jet 265.
Jet 265.
This was a commercial jet just flying out of Beirut about 12 hours ago in the morning. Just under, like the city's getting shelled and the airline was just like, well, we can do it. What's the worst that can happen? And they got out. I don't know how they got out. But that's the Lebanese commercial air carrier. You're listening to the air traffic as they're like, yeah, we're just going to fly out. So, I mean, they got stones. All right. How are we thinking? Should we mod our new friend? All right, you can have a wrench towel friend. I mean, you can't really do anything with it because I monitor the list all the time. But you can have a wrench. Have fun, towel friend. You know, enjoy your wrench. So, all right. Let me give you the update from the UNIFIL in Lebanon. So this is the UN's interim force in Lebanon. This morning, peacekeepers observed the Israel Defense Forces soldiers crossing into the Lebanese areas near Markaba, Al-Adisi, Kafar, Kella, and Ramaya before returning south of the Blue Line. Since the last conflict and the cessation of hostilities understanding, the IDF has maintained 5 positions in 2 buffer zones inside Lebanon in violation of Resolution 1701. Over the past 2 days, as well as dozens of rockets and missiles fired into Israel by Hezbollah. Notice, by the way, someone, I think it was LS the other day, asked me why I spell Hezbollah that way. That's like what the UN formal term is. When the UNIFIL spells Hezbollah, it's Hezbollah. Claimed by Hezbollah, UNIFIL has recorded several airstrikes and hundreds of incidents of firing across the Blue Line, which is in southern Lebanon, and 84 air violations. Each of these incidents constitutes a serious breach of Resolution 1701. UNIFIL remains in constant contact with both the Lebanese and Israeli parties, as well as the mechanism to call for de-escalation. Despite extremely challenging conditions, peacekeepers continue to carry out their mandated tasks under Resolution 1701 and will keep reporting developments to the Security Council. Through our continued presence and patrols, operational activities, and community engagements undertaken by our peacekeepers, we proudly demonstrate our enduring commitment to peace and security in the region. UNIFIL remains steadfast in its mission to support stability, de-escalation, and the extension of Lebanese state authority while maintaining close engagement with local communities and partners on the ground, all while continuing to take all necessary measures to ensure the safety and security of our peacekeepers. So that's like the UNIFIL can't really do anything. They just try to report what's going on, but it's bad. Now, this is the breaking news out of Tehran this morning. This is what you want to see. This is the meeting of the Iranian conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, in the middle of the meeting to elect a new Iranian leader, the American and Israeli forces just took out the entire building. I repeat, this morning, during a meeting of 82 senior clerics in Iran, I don't know why you would gather all 82 of them, they were meeting there to vote on the new Ayatollah of Iran. And hello, Scott, how are you doing? Hello, Tao friends. I can tell you right now, my Tao friends, I can tell you all watching that this is the news of the day. I mean, it's quickly going to get surpassed by what's going to happen tonight. But this morning, that building, a meeting of 82 senior clerics in the Iranian leadership, meeting to vote on the next Ayatollah. Think of it like a papal conclave. All of them are gone. Yes, this is the big news of the day. Now, the reason I bring it up again now is in the past half an hour, the IDF has confirmed through Trey Yingst, I'll show you the video in a second, that this strike did take out like the meeting of the group who were, for some reason, in a giant skyscraper. It's like a formal building they would go into to like run the religious institutions in Iran. I could not believe they actually did this. I'm telling you, they put oopsie indeed. They put 82 of them in the same building as they were taking the vote. You're looking at the result of the Israeli and American joint strike. As they were taking the vote on the next Ayatollah, they were no longer Ayatollah-ing. I think that's probably the most apropos way to put what Israel and America did to that building. Again, please take my tone as one of just bafflement that Iran put 82 of its religious leaders during an active war in a building, like unprotected in the middle of Tehran. I don't understand, but you are looking at the result of them doing that, and it did not work out well for the Ayatollah selection committee, all right? Let's just say they're not going to the BCS next year. And I don't mean to be glib, but listen. I guess I am a war analyst. I do not mean to be glib, but I think it's just kind of basic common sense at this point that like these cities are being bombed like relentlessly. There is like complete just carpet bombardment. And I have said over the past few days, obviously the videos of people in the streets of Iran like celebrating are not real because like they're just getting bombed. So why I'm kind of sardonic right now is that the Iranian government, in its infinite wisdom, like thought that they could just put people in a high rise to vote on the next Ayatollah. Oh, Mad P, God bless you. I'll have to check my email. But my point is, I will never understand this. I will never understand why they did it. I will never understand it. All right. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am absolutely baffled. I am just, again, absolutely baffled. I have to get an update. I'm absolutely baffled. I just can't even believe what I'm seeing. And by the way, if you want to know the coordinates, in case you're thinking, I know I saw this footage earlier, but Grant, have you confirmed it? Yes. Latitude 34.62534, longitude 50.87639. It was actually called the Building of the Assembly of Religious Experts, which, I mean, like, I know a lot of you understand a conclave at the Vatican, so basically think of it as like the Curia. Like, they're the people who vote on the next, like, Islamic leader of the Republic of Iran. They're not going to be voting on any, and like, by the way, it's exactly like a Curia because the person who gets selected comes from the group that is voting. So all the candidates are gone. That is why this was so impressive. I mean, not impressive, astounding. Like, first of all, do they not have bunkers? Like, it's a war. Wouldn't you go underground? They didn't. I don't know. Like, I'm just telling you, you're going to see the report. By the way, there was like a 5-hour lag between when this building got hit and when we actually got confirmation of what happened in the building. A lot of people knew right away what the building was because it has significance. It's kind of like it's like before it was destroyed, it like looked like a very big, important, like religious building. It does not anymore. But let me show you how the day played out. So right after that, Trey Yingst from Fox News, who's embedded with the IDF, reports, the Israelis just struck the meeting of the Iranian Supreme Council, where officials were gathering to choose a new supreme leader. A senior Israeli official told Fox News. Quote, Israel struck while they were counting the votes for the appointment of the supreme leader. Quote, now remember, Trey is embedded with the IDF, so he has these like special military sources, kind of like Zina Kador in Lebanon, Trey and the guy in Iran, in Tehran with the IRGC. Trey is like your man in English for the IDF. If the IDF wants to tell you something special, they're going to do it through Trey Yingst. All right, now, as the day progressed, we started to see warnings issued to people in, I believe this is Iran. So the Israeli army started doing something they hadn't done before, which was issuing warnings to the civilian population of Iran. Like, they were like, this is the actual warning they got. I don't know if they leafleted or just did it on social media in Farsi. If you actually look at the original, the post is in Farsi. But they literally told them, like, we are coming for you. Like, this was about 5 hours ago. We are coming for you. You should leave this area of, like, the, whatever the hell this is, the Ufka Taban Training Center and the Paman Al Borz Hotel. Like, leave this area. Like, this is why it's getting a little different. Like, Israel only does this when they have air superiority and they're, like, turning some place into Gaza. What they do is they say, like, listen, we control the area. You should leave, civilians. We're going to strike you. Like, that's when the war, like, it's a sign that you're winning the war. No one's declaring they're winning or losing. But when you're doing this, you're saying, like, we're coming. We're in charge of when we're going to do it. We're telling you that we're coming. Like, you can't stop us. Your army can't stop us. You should leave, civilians. It's what they do to, like, Gaza. It's what they do to Lebanon. It's like places that don't have a military get this treatment. So that's a sign that, like, Tehran, like, Iran might, even though I said they were kind of still going, which they are bombarding heavily throughout the region. This is a sign that their air defenses are failing, okay? Their air defenses are failing, their military and their air force are unable to intercept ballistic missiles like that are being fired, okay? That's what this is saying. It's not saying it outright. All right, now let me give you the update from Trey Yingst. By the way, Trey's trying to deal with, as he's doing this, he's trying to deal with the attacks on Tel Aviv, and then at the same time he's reporting live about the strikes on Tehran. Like, he's a great reporter. This is Trey Yingst from Fox about 4 hours ago. We're getting caught up before we go live. The night's about to start.
On the ground just outside of Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey. Yeah, Bill, Dana, good morning. I do want to just start with some breaking news here before I show you the scene of one of these cluster munition impacts just outside of Tel Aviv. But I'm told by a senior Israeli official that the Israelis just struck the Supreme Council gathering where the Iranians were meeting to choose a new supreme leader. This is a significant development and again speaks to the Israeli intelligence about this war. They just targeted the meeting in Tehran where what's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new supreme leader. The Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel. Right now we are in the community of Bnei Brak. It's a religious community outside of Tel Aviv. And you can see where the police and first responders say part of a cluster munition that was attached to the warhead of a ballistic missile slammed into this apartment block. 7 people were wounded, 1 woman moderately. And I want to just show you the scene here in Bnei Brak. You can see the amount of destruction behind me. There is debris and rubble all over this community. And again, police and first responders say it's a miracle that no one was killed. People were home at the time, and this entire area is filled with children because the Israelis are celebrating the holiday of Purim. And so just a remarkable scene here. You can see that all of these kids are dressed up for Purim. This is considered one of the most joyful holidays in Judaism. It commemorates the events of the Book of Esther. And it is when the Jews of ancient Persia were saved by a plot to destroy them. And so this is a holiday here where people dress up in costumes and they celebrate. And this whole neighborhood is filled with families and children. And thankfully, none of them were seriously injured or killed by this missile attack. But this came, as you saw live on Fox, in a large barrage launched from the Iranian regime. And one of those cluster munitions exploded, and there is damage not just to this building, but this entire area because it rained down on the civilian population below. Bill, Dana?
Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is from 4 hours ago. Over the past few days, they had Trey, the IDF. Remember, Trey is a reporter for Fox, but he is embedded with the Israeli Defense Forces. Like, you might as well, like, think of him as, he's a reporter, okay? He's a real reporter. He's a journalist. He, like, cares. Dude, I have seen Trey literally, like, go on Twitter and get in trouble with the IDF because he, like, ran his mouth about journalists dying, and they were like, you can't do that. He put up another post that was like, try to tell me, regardless of who you are, like whether you're in the army, whether you're the IDF, whatever, that I can't report on journalists dying. Like, this man, he may seem like he's embedded and like very pro-Israeli. He is, but like, trust me, he's the first person to actually like say we have a problem if there is a problem. He's not like a puppet. He's more like a partisan who's willing to call out his own side. That's like the best kind of reporter in a war zone. You can't go into a war zone and just be like, I'm going to help the Iranians. You cannot do that. You have to be like sympathetic to the side you're like near, but you still can have your own opinion. That's Trey Yingst. What Trey Yingst has been doing for 2 days is sitting on a balcony in Tel Aviv and like under military censorship, like prevented from actually going on the ground. It was so because they don't want to show. Israel has a strict military blackout on any impacts of strikes or the follow-up to them. So Trey here is live, okay? He is getting permission from the IDF to show this. He was sent to a strike where there were no deaths, okay, which is good. But they want to show their civilians are being attacked. So this is what the IDF military censor approved to go out in America and in Israel based on last night. This is like the most sanitized, whitewashed, like sugar-coated version that they could give the public. And that is not what actually happened. This is what they allowed Trey to say. Now notice how Trey has to like first couch it in the language of, hey, we just struck Iran. Like, it's very war propaganda, like rah rah, which is It's fine. I'm analyzing it. I'm not saying it's actually a good thing he's doing that. Like, you don't want the civilian population of Israel to think that, like, they're just being decimated. You want to give them the good news when you're reporting on a war. Give your side the good news. Like, journalists don't understand this. Like, war reporting, you are supposed to take your side. Like, you report on the war, but you still, like, take the side of our boys and girls. They're younger than me, okay? I keep calling them our boys, and I got to remember to say our girls, because there's girls out there fighting in the field. You know, God bless all of our troops and our allied troops. But my point is, it's a very serious situation, and I don't think people understand. Like, as journalists, your job is, like, during a war, you're supposed to report, but in favor of your side. So Trey is couching this in the language of, we struck Tehran, we got their military council. By the way, like, the civilians are being shelled, and here's a very sanitized view of it. So it's a tough job. You literally become, like, a spokesperson for your side, like the military. And I don't think a lot of American journalists are ready. I think they think this is just going to end. But, like, it's not going to end. Now, someone yesterday asked me to take a look at shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, so I grabbed this, which is a great graphic that was put together by the account you just saw. And you can see this does a really good job of laying out, in pretty, like, rapid terms, like, the slowdown in shipping in the Strait of Hormuz between Iran and the Saudi Arabian peninsula. So what you're seeing is, like, shipping just backing up. You see all those red dots just, like, backing up, like, kilometers long. They're just, like, Iran shut the thing down. They were, like, attacking people going into the Strait of Hormuz. So you are watching the real-time shipping map as the Strait of Hormuz. Like, some people tried to wing it, but, bro, like, most of them stopped trying to go in there. Like, very clearly, like, most of them were just like, no, I'm good. I'm not trying to go in there. I don't think that's a good idea. Some military ships are going in there, but on the whole, like, look at all the commercial vessels. They're just like, we're going to hang out. We're going to build a little, like, city of ships. So they're all just living right now. Like, all the ships are just living here. Now, this, like, I'd say by tomorrow, like, the international economy is going to be really decimated. I mean, we're heading into, like, a state of international war. Like, last night, this was I was getting really tired. I forgot to mention that Iran threatened to, like, close the Strait of Hormuz. Like, what that means is they'll militarily attack, like, commercial vessels. Now, this is a very important, like, strait, because it, like, connects, like, a major oil and liquid natural gas producing area of the world to, like, the Indian Ocean and the rest of the oceans. You, like, have to, like, go up there, like, off the map. You have to, like, go up here and get your oil. Then you got to come out here and, like, bring it to the rest of the world. You know what I'm saying? So when you shut that down, like, you really, like, screw up the international energy trade. Now, Qatar, of course, within the past 24 hours, the Qatari National Energy Company, Qatar Energy, I believe it's called, announced that they're suspending production of liquid natural gas throughout the country, which is a problem. And then the Saudis got mad because an unnamed actor, which Iran claims wasn't Iran, although it was pretty obviously Iran, started bombing Aramco facilities, which is the Saudi state oil company. And, like, if you look at oil futures, first of all, the price of oil was up 17 cents in the United States, regular per gallon overnight average, one night, 17 cents. That was a problem. And then if you looked at, like, LNG prices, they spiked 45%, up to, it actually was 50% this morning. I was looking at the markets. They spiked 50% in 24 hours. That's liquid natural gas, which is, like, a majority of the heating oil that's used in, like, Europe and a lot of parts of the world. Now we're coming out of the winter, which is, like, which will make the shock from the LNG disruption a little bit, like, less intense. If that had happened, like, in the middle of the European winter, dude, Germany might not have had enough, like, LNG supplies because they were shifting away from their dependence on Russian LNG as part of our, like, pressure campaign against the Russians during the Ukraine war. But the point is, Like, it's not the winter. So the LNG is just going to impact, like, LNG prices. It's not going to impact, like, people freezing, I don't think. What is going to be a problem is that the oil markets are a little shook. And I was looking at the S&P. When I looked at it this morning, it was off, like, 1.8. What you really don't want to see is it, like, trending anywhere towards, like, 8. So let me just check what it's at now. No, the S&P's rebounding a little bit. It was off like 1.8 to open, and it's only off like 0.75 now. So, like, the shock from the change in oil prices is not impacting the domestic U.S. markets. We really have our own supply. We're actually a net exporter, the United States, of oil because of the implementation of fracking over recent years. So I'm not really worried about, like, a 1970s style, like, shock to the domestic oil prices. I'm just worried about, like, the knock-on effect of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz on overall commercial activity. Now, yeah, I don't think a lot of people realize how much of the world's economy depends on ships. I mean, if you think about it, most of the world is ocean. So, like, that, like, reduction in traffic over the past, I don't know, 12 hours, it's a serious problem. It represents, like, probably a harbinger of a kind of economic, like, shock wave that I don't think a lot of people are ready for. I'd say by the end of the week, we're probably looking at, like, a universal disruption in the flow of goods, like, especially in that part of the world. You can reroute a lot of the traffic, like, but it's not going to change the fact that, like, there's 8 gallons of oil that go into producing every fucking tire. Sorry for cussing. There, you know, it just changes, like, production modalities. Parts get more expensive. Raw materials get more expensive. Like, it's going to be bad. Really, our best option is to go into a total war economy. I mean, I was pushing it last night. Like, we really, like, have to shift, like, as the United States. Like, we have to get ready for Iran to actually be able to outlast this somehow. And if that happens, our best option, frankly, is a total war economy. Because you don't want to be stuck like running a commercial economy during a war. Like, the commercial economies don't function really during war. All right. Yeah, so you can see further aftermath of oh, this is actually a really cool one. So someone hit the IRCG, one of, like, their headquarters, right? Like a secret police in Iran. Look at the document the dude finds on the street. So, like, that's the strike from Israel. The dude, like, somebody, like, Iranians are actually kind of pissed off at their government because they just go out in the streets, like, right after the strike. And look, they're not, like, celebrating, like, the government or protesting the strike. Watch what they do. They go get a secret document. This is on the ground in Tehran a few hours ago. We hit their, like, secret police headquarters. Now, look what the guy does. Look it! He grabs, like, a piece of paper that flew out the window after the bombing, and it's a guy from the secret police, the IRCG, getting approved for a day off because he did a good job on an assignment. You know, like, I don't know if you understand, like, that is a top secret Iranian intelligence document. Like, that guy, like, he's definitely dead now, but, like, that is paperwork from the IRCG's internal system that got blown into the street, and some Iranian was mad, so he just went out there in a war zone and picked up the document. It's wild. Like, the CIA was probably like, that's cool, like, we'll take that, thanks bruh, thanks for the footage bruh. I'm good. How are you all doing? So we're not live yet. The first part of the stream, I need to take some time to catch you up on everything that's happened in the past, I don't know, like 7 hours. So this is what we're doing. I'd say this was 7 hours ago or less. After the U.S. and Israel, like, did an epic strike across Tehran, I mean, they're literally carpet bombing Tehran. One of the buildings was a secret, like, Stasi police HQ. And the Iranian people are so liberated that they were just like, screw it. And they went out into the road during the bombing after the secret police got hit, and they just grabbed the top secret documents and filmed them for the world. It's great. I mean, now I don't know what this guy did. And those of you who can read Arabic will know that what this says is like, he did like, this guy for the IRCG up here did like some kind of like really good job while he was doing some mission. And so they gave him an extra day off of paid leave. Which I absolutely love for the Iranians. Hello, 3 Clerk Monty. It's so good to see you, dear friend. I absolutely love that for them. You know what I'm saying? And then the guy's like, oh, okay, I should probably go back to my business now. I don't think I should be here for very long. Yeah, Mr. Iranian man. I mean, I'm grateful that you're being liberated from your evil god. Oh, wait a minute. We got more secret documents. Oh, yes. Look at the secret Iranian documents. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at secret Iranian documents. The damn Iranians. Iranians, we have all your documents. Your own people are giving us your documents because they hate you, you damn Iranians. Not the Iranian people. The Iranian people hate the Iranian government, and when we bomb them, the people go out in the streets and they collect the documents for us, and then they post pictures of them. That's a pretty clear shot, too. I mean, listen. You want to learn what the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps is all about, bro. There's a top secret document. It's Bunny. The reason why the civilians go out in the street, this is what I'm hearing from some reports. They don't really think America or Israel is going to hit them. They think, like, they really believe that America and Israel are only interested in hitting the IRCG, the police, and the government. So they, like, the civilians are like, we're fine. We can go out. They'll know it's us. They won't hit us. They got advanced radar. They'll leave us alone. Personally, I don't think it's like the smartest life decision. But like, I think their logic is like, well, we hate the government. The Israelis and the Americans hate the government. We're all on the same team. We'll just go out there. They'll know we're trying to help, hopefully. You know, we'll put up a sign that says like SOS, like trying to help, you know. Yes, all your documents belong to us. We have your documents, Iran. We have your secret documents. I don't know what this one says. It's a little harder to read. The other one I could kind of understand. This one, I don't know, maybe someone on the screen. Bunny's like, I'll be hiding. I'd be hiding. Bunny's like, I would not go out into the streets and get the top secret documents. Well, listen, buddy, Kofi probably is pleased with that decision. Kofi would probably not want you to go out into the streets during, like, a bombing raid and get the top secret documents from the Iranians. I think Kofi would be like, please don't do that. So, you know, that's a good decision. Anyway, my point is I want to celebrate because last night was really hard. We have their damn documents. Their own people are giving us their documents. I am aware that this conflict is going to like come down to the next day. I am aware. It's like who's going to run out of missiles first. However, in this moment, we got their top secret documents. So give me like 20 seconds of celebration. I would just like to say, Iran, thank you for your top secret documents. Okay? We have your top secret documents. I told you we took their top secret documents. Thank you, Iran. I really appreciate your top secret documents. All right. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have an update on the U.S. support for the war. As of today, do you support the U.S. war in Iran? With the early 500 vote total, 49% yes, 43% no, 8% undecided. Ladies and gentlemen, after last night, the percentage of undecided voters has gone down another 2%. It hovered at 12% for the first 24 hours. It was at 10% undecided yesterday. It is at 2% today, 8% today. That means that consistently every day the undecided voters are going towards yes, they support the war. The no vote has never wavered from 43 to 44%. It's never gone above that. Maybe one day it got 45. The yes vote every single day, it started at like 44, 45. Then it went up to 46. Then it went up to 47, then 48, then 49. Every single person who changes from undecided basically is going to yes. That's my opinion. As the war goes on, more Americans are supporting it. That's my opinion. Russia probably made a deal where they're going to get the Donbass. So I don't think they're laughing. I think they're just fine with it as long as they get the Donbass. They really want access to the Baltic Sea. It's a shipping channel. Lynn, how are you, my dear friend? God bless you. Thank you for tuning in. We are about to get live. Let me give you the early morning update from
into
Zina
southern
in
Lebanon. These Israeli troops may go. What are you hearing about what's happening on the ground from where you are?
Well, the UN peacekeeping force that's deployed along the border in southern Lebanon said that they observed Israeli troops advanced into Lebanese territory in some locations. But the Israeli forces have already set up hilltop positions within Lebanese territory, occupying 10 square kilometers. And occasionally, they have carried out ground incursions. They've abducted civilians. They've detonated the homes that remain standing along that border. Villages are destroyed, leveled to the ground. People have not been able to return. So there's concern here following the statement of Israel's defense minister that the military has been authorized to take control of more positions along the border, that Israel wants to expand the territory it controls along the border. So yes, there is a lot of concern, and Hezbollah, has been using this really as justification for keeping its arms, saying that the Lebanese government has done nothing to end Israel's occupation of Lebanese territory. But about that time frame, it seems that this time around, Israeli pressure is going to continue until Hezbollah agrees to surrender its weapons. But there's no sign that the group is willing to do so, at least not yet.
All right, so that was Zena Kador's early morning update. Now, I was not awake, so Zena was posting her own. You can see she screen recorded this from her phone, which I think is epic. She's awesome. And did some updates about Massachusetts. I don't have time to do that right now. Zena was not live for this, but she contacted Zena Kador from Al Jazeera, got 2 strikes live on her cell phone. She's just standing there, like, driving around, getting news about the war, and she caught bombardments on her phone. That's a cell phone video from Zena Kador of Al Jazeera. Zena is the senior regional correspondent. I suggest you give her a follow. She is in region, so I'm going to go ahead and give you this address. If you want to give Zena Kador a follow, please do. Okay, Zena is Al Jazeera's chief. Let me give you her exact title. She's their senior correspondent for Al Jazeera English. She's literally like the best journalist outside of Ali, Hashim, and Trey. Like, it's really hard to rank those 3, so don't take this as me degrading Ali or Trey. Zena is probably the best journalist I've ever actually seen, like, doing the profession of journalism. I've heard of, like, the Walter Murrows, the Ida Tarbells, like, the Walt Whitmans, the Walter Cronkites. Like, I've heard of the legends, who were also, like, in state actors in their own way. But I've never actually, like, seen a living legend do journalism. That's Zena Kador. Now, this is what I thought was really interesting. It was a development indicating that Iraqi militants, Balak militants in Zadin attacked an Iranian security patrol. So we're starting to see some militant attacks within Iran against the Iranian government by, like, Iranian militias. Now, this is what I thought was a pretty good 4D modeling of the scope of rocket attacks. Hold on a second. This is a pretty good review of the scope of rocket attacks out and into Iran over the past, like, 24 hours. And it also shows satellite tracking, planes, various, like, satellite imagery. So you're seeing, like, all the movement of different projectiles around the region in the past, like, 12 hours. Satellites, planes, missile strikes. So a lot of Russian monitoring, a lot of Russian satellite monitoring of positions in Iran. Like, all that stuff you're seeing is the satellite monitoring and then the strikes. Those are classified military satellites from, like, 25 countries flying over Iran, and you're watching a 4D model of the radar traffic. So it's like satellites being tracked by other satellites, basically. It's stuff you shouldn't know exists. Like, yes, you can look them up because they have to, like, publish stuff about them when they, like, research them in journals. However, like, you're seeing, like, classified military technology from our enemies, like Russia, China, whatever, flying over Iran to see what we're doing. and you're looking at their secret satellites flying around, and it's like a render of their secret satellites flying around. It's like a artistic rendering of data, which is pretty cool. Like, that is not something you get to see. Like, the Persona is a class of Russian high-resolution electro-optical reconnaissance satellites designed for military surveillance. I don't think you get to see the Persona, which is labeled as 14F-137 or Kvarts, very often. I don't think the Russian military would be very happy that you got to watch that. But you know what? I don't care. And I don't care that the damn commies are mad if we know about their satellites, whatever the hell they're called. Damn commies. What are they called? They're called... No. Yep, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you about the commies' secret satellite, because it will make the commies all mad. The Gaofen 12, or the GF-12 series, are Chinese high-resolution microwave remote sensing satellites developed by the Shanghai Academy of Spaceflight Technology for the China High Definition Earth Observation System, CHEOS. They're equipped with synthetic aperture radar, SAR. They provide sub-meter resolution imagery for land surveying, urban planning, crop estimation, and disaster relief. Yeah, right. They're a military satellite. National defense purposes. So, you want to see China's satellite flying around? I bet China get all mad if I showed you their satellite flying around. Alright, you want to see the Gaofen 12 flying around? It's not this one, it's going to be the one after it. Alright, so they're going to show you the Russian one. Hold on. So that's the Russian one. Now the next one they're going to show, that's the Chinese one. Look at the Chinese satellite. It's flying around. We're spying on the commie satellites. Damn commie satellites. Bob Dylan was right. The commies are even in the toilet bowls. The John Birch Society Paranoid Blues was not so paranoid after all. All right, this is the latest in coming up to serious updates now on Taos Public Information Service, where we strive to educate, inform, and entertain you, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide via cogent public discourse. This is the latest footage from the U.S. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Okay, you're going to see a missile. You're going to see a bunch of active interceptions and missiles. I'm going to narrate it for you. Those things that you're seeing fly up are missile interceptors over our base in Qatar. This is Qatar, just outside of Doha, in Doha actually, just about 2 to 3 hours ago. The U.S. military base is in this area. There is a strike that is going to occur, so I'm going to be able to confirm for you from this footage that there was in the past hour a strike on the U.S. air base in Qatar, right outside of Doha. I believe this is the CENTCOM forward base, in fact, in Doha, so U.S. Central Command's forward base of operations outside of Doha, Qatar. Now, what you're going to see is, so we just saw some interceptors go up. I believe one of them got through, so that's the end of the footage. But it did say one of them got through. I didn't see a strike. All right, it might not have been on this camera, but that's what the report said. So there's one of the interceptors going up. There's another interceptor going up. I'm looking for any impacts. So one interceptor, two interceptors. Not seeing any. Oh, that was a good intercept. I saw that happen. Not sure any Iranian missiles actually made it through. So that was an interceptor. I don't see anything hit the ground. I'm looking. You want to be looking here. I don't see anything hit the ground in this footage. I mean, I hear the explosion from the initial intercept, but I'm not really seeing anything hit the ground. I would see like a smoke trail or something. Nothing, I don't think. So at least not in this footage. I cannot confirm there is an actual strike on the airbase because nothing hits the ground. It says in the footage or in the report that one made it through the intercepts, but I didn't actually see it hit the ground, so I'm not confirming this reporting, having taken the time to review it. Now you can actually see something pretty cool. This is an Israeli or an American fighter jet, it's tough to tell, actually releasing its payload over Tehran earlier today, which is a pretty rare sight. Like, you don't get to see this very often. That's a fighter jet releasing its payload over Tehran. So those are some American presents for the Iranian IRCG. I can't tell from that footage if it's an Israeli jet or an American fighter jet, but that is an American or Israeli jet dropping its payload, 2 precision payloads over Tehran, the Iranian capital, earlier today on March 3rd, 2026. Quite astonishing footage. Don't see that every day. Now, in more distressing footage, this is an impact on Kaf Yuval, which is outside of, which is in northern Israel. This was this morning. This is an Iranian impact in broad daylight in Kaf Yuval, Israel, just 2 or 3 hours ago. On a civilian home. Come on. That's not debris either. That is a direct hit on a civilian home. These Iranians are monsters, the IRCG. Who does that? It's not even like a residential building. They just bomb somebody's home for sport. That is a residential home in a neighborhood, and they just bombed it with a military munition. That's not debris of a munition because it wouldn't fall that fast. That's a direct strike on a civilian home with a military munition. Not even like an artillery shell. That's a missile. That's a cruise missile hitting a civilian home. It's not one of their supersonics. I don't know how this got through in broad daylight earlier today. That's a really bad sign. It might mean Israel's missile defense systems are depleted because like a hypersonic missile would have rendered that whole neighborhood non-existent. That is a cruise missile striking a civilian home in northern Israel. Looks like it might be attacked from Hezbollah, but it means Israel's Iron Dome is failing. Like, there's no way that a conventional speed missile should do that. And yeah, I agree. The Iranians have definitely slaughtered a lot of civilians. Last night, I think I probably saw them slaughter no less than 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. I mean, the Iranian regime under the mullahs was hands down sort of the greatest state sponsor of terror almost in the last 50 years. I mean, their work with MBZ after the Saudi Arabian takeover in 79, if you really want to talk about the Wahhabist influence in Kandahar, Brian Guzman, we can talk about how the Crown Prince Designate for 50 years in Saudi Arabia had to go meet the bin Ladens up in Kandahar to get permission. Okay, you want to talk about what King Faisal or King Fayyad did back in 79 when the armed mullahs took over the Black Cube in Mecca? Then you want to tell me about who's more of a threat to civilian life? The militant Iranian mullahs subservient to the Wahhabists. By the way, Adnan Khashoggi stole my damn paintings. How about that, Brian Guzman? You go tell Adnan Khashoggi's people that there's this really mad guy in Boston that knows a lot of information and he wants the fucking paintings back from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum that they fucking stole in 1990 after Adnan Khashoggi and Isabella Stewart Marcos stole $160 million worth of other paintings and thought they were going to get hung up on federal charges, so they stole my fucking paintings. They belong to the people of Massachusetts. Give them back. And don't tell me what I know about the Iranian mullahs and the Wahhabists up in Kandahar hurting civilians. They did 9/11. I know what they did. I know what MBZ did. Don't even get me started. You want to talk about the Saudi Arabian civil war between 2017 and 2019? Culminating in MBS imprisoning MBZ and the rest of them in the Four Seasons and Riota? Don't test me. I'm not mad. Wait a minute. I think we should show Brian Guzman some images of Tehran, Iran. You want to see Tehran this morning? Let's take a look at Tehran. Give me some updates from Tehran. I want to show Brian Guzman the latest images from Tehran. You know, normally I try to play it right down the middle, but Brian Guzman wants to see the rolling carpet bombing of Tehran. He's begging for it. Before we get to our live stream, he doesn't want to watch Al Jazeera Arabic and see the static cam and be told that everything is rose and honey in the land of the former Islamic revolution. No. Brian Guzman wants to see bombs raining down on Tehran. Now, Brian Guzman, would you mind telling me a little bit what this video says? Can you translate this for us? Can you tell me what these documents say, these secret documents? Oh, Brian, here's the video. Can you tell me what these secret documents from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard say? Now, listen. I don't think the Iranian government is going to be happy that that happened to their secret police Stasi headquarters. But what they're really not going to be happy about, Brian Guzman, is after we struck their secret police headquarters, your citizens, if you are in fact Iranian, which, I mean, I kind of feel bad for you if you are, went outside. I mean, this was really very nice of them. And they proceeded to give us your secret documents. So thank you for the secret documents, Brian Guzman. I'm not a Republican. I am, well, I would guess I'm sympathetic to President Trump. He was nice to my grampy, you know. They talked about being firemen and how my grampy liked being a family man. That was before President Trump was president. It was 2009. But my point is, Brian Guzman, I just want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to show you this footage from Tehran, Iran over the past 5 hours. And again, I think it was very kind of the citizens of your country to, if you are from Iran, I think it was really nice of them, after we destroyed your secret Stasi police headquarters, for them to go out in the roads, because they were so pleased with us, and then take your secret documents. Again, I'm going to show you privileged Iranian confidential IRCG documents. It was actually about an IRCG agent whose identity is compromised, but he's probably dead anyway. It's about that man getting a day off because he did exceptional service for the IRCG. So, again, Brian Guzman, I just want to let you know your citizens are taking your confidential documents and sharing them with all of the world because they're pleased that we took out your secret Stasi police headquarters. God bless the United States of America, God bless Israel, and God bless our troops. What a glorious morning in Tehran. Oh, truly, I could go for a stroll down the boulevard like Rousseau going to visit Diderot in a mental hospital and penning the second discourse. You want to talk about the first and second discourse? What other areas of history would you like me to decimate you on? Can you get me my fucking paintings or not, Brian Guzman? You know what? I'm telling you, you go talk to Adnan Khashoggi's people, I'll talk to my people, I don't have any fucking people, and then you get me the paintings, all right? There really isn't much discussion to be had here. You either get me the fucking paintings or you don't. Stealing my fucking paintings. Let's just look at more footage of Tehran. Then we'll go live. I think Brian Guzman just really wants to see footage of Tehran. You know, I normally wouldn't do this. I wouldn't. I'm not this kind of person, but I just think it would be really nice if I show you some footage of... how about, let me actually show you Ilam in Ilam province. This was the provincial intelligence headquarters in Ilan Imam, Iran. Okay, this was last night. Let's watch it together. I don't think it's around anymore. I think that's a rolling carpet bomb of the wonderful city of Tehran. Now, maybe you like Tehran. I don't know, bro. Listen, Brian Guzman, maybe you're Iranian. I don't know. Maybe you're some type of commie. It doesn't really matter to me. The point is, that's Tehran. Watch it burn. Watch it burn. I think Brian Guzman, if your response to the bombing of Tehran is that, I think you're just a troll. Should we get rid of Brian Guzman? Bye, Brian Guzman. I'm thrilled you got to let me show you so many videos of Tehran, but I can only pull my Monty Python accent off for so long. I'm a Southern man. And now, Brian Guzman, we say goodbye to you. I will bid you adieu. I hope you have a good time. Au revoir, adios, etc., etc., bonvenidos, etc., etc. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. All right, let us go back to live. We are live, and we are ready. I don't know what Brian was saying. He was something about how he loved the mullahs and how he was a communist. I don't really know. Like, he can have his opinions in, like, he can go, like, live in China. They like communists there. I'm not a communist, all right? I'm a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen. I am not a communist. Let's take it live. All right, let's get the latest update from Tehran, Iran, now that we got rid of our pro-Iranian sympathizer friend. All right, let's take it over to the man in
People, I
Tehran.
would say, frantically are looking at airlines, airspaces. Are they open? Are they shut? What are their options? Manuel Rapallo, thank you very much for your reporting. Let's go straight to the Iranian capital, Mohammed Val. Mohammed, I'm hoping that you and I can brief our viewers on what we're learning out of Iran and what's it been like for Iran and its population of 90 million at the close of day 4 of this conflict. It is almost midnight or coming up on midnight where you are. Let us start with what you're learning today on the leadership transition after the assassination of Ali Khamenei.
Right, Cyril, Fars news agencies, which is very close to the Iranian government, if it is not the official one, has reported that a new leadership, the process of electing or selecting a new leadership is in its final stages. That in a matter of days, there will be a new supreme leader of the Iranian revolution. It will be voted on by the Assembly of Experts, which is made up of 88 members. But that's not going to happen until the burial ceremony of the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is done, and that's going to be conducted in the holy city of the holy city of Mashhad. So this is a quick succession of events that are going to take place in the next few days amid the most precarious conditions, considering that the Israelis and Americans are adamant, very clearly adamant, to take out any new people who come out as leaders of Iran.
Yeah, Mohammed, about that. Sorry to jump in, but I think we're going in the same direction. Donald Trump said a little earlier from the White House that there have been new strikes on Iran's, quote, new leadership. Are you finding out anything about that?
Cyril, no, there are no reports from the authorities confirming or denying this news, but we know that there was a meeting today. There was a meeting today of the 3 leaders constituting the assembly of the interim leadership. There was a meeting that was announced in a secure location, and there was a picture that has been circulated. We also know that there was a strike on the headquarters of the Assembly of Experts in Qom. So 2 incidents there, or 2 pieces of news that can be put together, but we don't know whether Trump was talking about the building that was hit in Qom, or was he talking about the tripartite leadership that has met today. Because if he's talking about the meeting, if he's talking about the headquarters in Qom, that's not the leadership. That's a number of experts or a number of dignitaries from the Iranian revolution, members, 88, who are not leading the country, but they are providing some kind of advisory role, including the election of the new supreme leader. That's in their jurisdiction. So if he's talking about those people, those are not the leadership of Iran. Those are not the new leadership of Iran. If he's talking about the 3 members of the Provisional Council ruling the country now, then that's something we should brace for some news about, because we know that the Iranians, it is in their nature not to announce, even if there is a big incident such as the assassination of the Supreme Leader. They didn't talk about that for 2 days, and now we don't know. We don't know because the President of the United States shouldn't announce something like this if there is nothing. But we also know that President Trump...
Those are fighting words, Mr. Man in Tehran.
Yeah, and he's not always super strong on detail. So I appreciate that you've laid out for our viewers what are the possible scenarios of what might be the case, what might not be the case, and what you know to have happened today in Tehran, which is what our viewers need. Mohammed Vala in Tehran, thank you very much. Capitol Hill. Patty, what are you...
All right, let's listen to the Washington, D.C. update.
Well, expecting that a lot of what's said behind closed doors will leak out into the public, as these things tend to do. Basically, all of the top administration officials, when it comes to national security and foreign affairs, they're going to be briefing the Senate. That starts in about 10 minutes, lasts around an hour and a half. Then they'll move over to the House side and open up the brief to all 435 members of the House. We've already seen these politicians really telegraph what they think, and predictably, Democrats, majority of them, incredibly upset by this. Republicans are backing the president. There have been a few exceptions on both sides. This all has to do with the move here on Congress, a bipartisan move, to pass an act which would essentially say to the president, that's it, no more. You can no longer strike Iran, its government, its military. And
Patty, I'm going to have to take our viewers to Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State, who's speaking live.
Breaking news from the Secretary of State.
Americans have been able to leave the region since the start of this war. We have about 1,500 Americans that are requesting assistance with departure. We have identified and continue to identify charter flights, military flight options, and expanded commercial flight options, meaning working with the airlines to send bigger airplanes with more seats, and the combination of those three things. The impediment we're facing now, in many cases, we've had a couple instances in which we have planes in the air and on the way, and unfortunately the airspace gets closed and they have to turn back around, so we're working through those challenges. Here's the message I want to deliver Americans who are in the Middle East and in need of assistance. It is very important, and I ask this of the networks as well, it is important for you to please put both the website and the phone numbers on your screens, because we need people, we need to know where you are. We need to have contact information.
Wait, what does he want? Hold on. What? So what does he want us to do?
And the combination of those three things.
I need to listen to this. Hold on.
I have to take our viewers to Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State.
Everyone listen to it.
9,000 Americans have been able to leave the region since the start of this war. We have about 1,500 Americans that are requesting assistance with departure. We have identified and continue to identify charter flights, military flight options, and expanded commercial flight options, meaning working with the airlines to send bigger airplanes with more seats, and the combination of those three things. The impediment we're facing now, in many cases, we've had a couple instances in which we have planes in the air and on the way, and unfortunately the airspace gets closed and they have to turn back around, so we're working through those challenges. Here's the message I want to deliver Americans who are in the Middle East and in need of assistance. It is very important, and I ask this of the networks as well, it is important for you to please put both the website and the phone numbers on your screens, because we need people, we need to know where you are. We need to have contact information for Americans that need assistance. They have to register with us, because as these options begin to open up, and as they open up, we have to be able to call you, we have to be able to reach you, we have to be able to know where you're staying, so we can get this information to you and coordinate appropriately. And it'll be a variety of methods: charter flights, military flights and transports, expanded commercial opportunities, and in some cases land routes that will allow them to go to neighboring countries who might have open airports at that point. So it's a lot of different things here that need to happen in order to move people, but it all starts by knowing that you're there. It all starts knowing that where you are and how we can get a hold of you. So I'm asking the networks and all of the media outlets, please publicize the two phone numbers that we've put out, as well as the website, so people can contact us and register.
Say them.
Thousands of people call already. As I said, we've identified almost 1,600 that are requesting assistance with departure, but we need you to please be able to identify that. As I came in, I also saw the media reports about Dubai's consulate. The last update I had with seconds before getting before these cameras was that a drone unfortunately struck a parking lot adjacent to the Chancellery building and set off a fire in that place. All personnel are accounted for. As you're aware, we began drawing down personnel from our diplomatic facilities in advance of this. In the cases, for example, of Beirut, we basically drew down to bare bones, as well as in Baghdad and in Erbil and in a couple other posts as well. So we've been very fortunate, obviously, but our embassies and our diplomatic facilities are under direct attack from a terroristic regime. With an update, I will obviously refer you to the Department of War. Suffice it to say that our objectives remain as they've been identified from the beginning and by the President laid out clearly yesterday. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and we will now not allow Iran to hide behind the immunity of a massive short-term ballistic missile inventory or the ability to make them or launch them. And so CENTCOM, in a joint operations, is carrying out a systematic destruction of their missile belt, destruction of their launchers, and destruction of their ability to make these, as well as the destruction of their Navy. From what I've been told by the Department of War, everything is on or ahead of schedule and proceeding on these objectives. We have every confidence in the world that these objectives will be achieved. The last point I would make is, and I said this yesterday and I repeat, what's about to, you're about to see, we're going to unleash Cheng on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, cleric-led regime cannot be ever allowed to have nuclear weapons. We saw what they were willing to do to their own people. They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us. Imagine what they would do to others. Under President Trump, that will never, ever happen. All right?
Yesterday you said, we're talking about Israel. Mr. Secretary.
Please, guys, I can't hear them all. Yes.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked you a question.
No, were you the one that? Because somebody asked me a question yesterday. Did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you asked me that follow. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. And if you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach the narrative that you want to do, all right?
What do you make of the war powers resolution that's being considered here?
I mean, Congress votes on those. They can if they want. There's mechanisms for it. We've complied with the War Powers Act, even though we believe it's unconstitutional, as has every other administration. Every other president has found the War Powers Act to be unconstitutional. Nonetheless, we notified Gang of Eight, which is an appropriate mechanism by which to notify Congress. We sent the notification within 48 hours, the way the law requires. I'm here today to have, I don't know, my 6th or 7th briefing before the entirety of the House and Senate, which is far more than I ever got from any administration in the time that I was here, certainly when I was a member of the Gang of Eight. And so we've over-complied with the law and what it requires. This is an action by the president to address a real threat, This is hostilities designed to eliminate a threat to the safety and the security of the United States and to our allies.
Was there a plan in place to evacuate Americans before the attack?
Well, that's the plan we're trying to carry out. The problem is, or the challenge we are facing, is airspace closures. If a country closes their airport, for example, in some cases the airports have been hit. So the airport in Kuwait was hit. So if an airport's been attacked or the airspace is closed, then we can have the planes lined up to go, but we can't get them to land because we don't have the permissions to land there. So that's the challenge. But rest assured, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist every American. As I told you right now, we have about a little over 1,500, maybe closer to 1,600 Americans requesting assistance. And we know that we're going to be able to help them. It's going to take a little time because we don't control the airspace closures. That said, there may be more people out there that need help. We need to know who you are. So please, I'm asking the media, publicize the phone numbers and the website because we need people to call in so we have their name, we have their contact information, we have their location and their request. So as these opportunities begin to open up, we can act very quickly to reach them and get them out of harm's way.
Mr. Secretary, I want to just clarify what you said. Because you said...
There's nothing to clarify.
Well, but you said I would give them...
No, but you have to read, if you're going to read the whole statement.
But your quote is about, we knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that would precipitate an attack.
Yeah, I know, I understand. But listen, all right, let me understand.
And that's what...
Yeah, but I had a very specific question from that gentleman, right?
The president said...
I've never seen anything like this.
Okay, but let me answer, because this is my press conference. Okay. You asked me, I was asked a very specific question. So you guys can misrepresent, but I was asked a very specific question yesterday. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put Americans' troops in harm's way. If you tell the president of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the president's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the president will always do. He will always put the safety and security of our men and women in uniform and of all Americans before anything else. He's always going to do that, and that's what he did here. In addition to that, I would argue that this threat from Iran, they're hiding behind these missiles and hiding behind these drones. They wanted to reach a point where you couldn't touch them, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted with their nuclear program. And there was no way in the world that this terroristic regime was going to get nuclear weapons, not under Donald Trump's watch.
So the U.S. attacked...
End this. What are you doing?
there's a general question of why the president gave the green light, and then there's a question of why did it have to happen this weekend? Are you saying it had to happen this weekend because of that Israeli action?
No, this weekend presented a unique opportunity to take joint action against this threat. And I'm just saying, we wanted this to have maximum success. We want this operation to be successful at achieving its objectives. I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program. What are those things? Number one, we are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers. And we are going to destroy their Navy. Those are the objectives. And this weekend, acting at this time, gave us the highest probability of success in achieving those objectives. And as the Department of War will brief you, we are on or ahead of schedule to do that.
So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what? So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what Israel's planning to do? Speaker of the House, if Israel was going to act with or without...
The president had already made a decision to act on the timing. The president acted on the timing that gave us the highest chance of success. And that's what you're seeing play out right now. You're seeing it play out right now, and you'll see it in the days to come. We will systematically take apart their missile program. We will destroy their ability to sponsor terrorism, by the way. We will destroy their factories. We will destroy their Navy. Those objectives are going to be met. We're well on our way to meeting them. It will not be easy. There will be a price to pay for it, but that is a much lower price to pay than having a nuclear-armed Iran. I got to go brief these guys. Hold on. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
How heavily is the administration leaning into the 2001 AUMF justification of the strikes?
What now?
How heavily is the administration...
Well, that's not our notification to Congress. Our notification, listen, let me explain to you this in simple English. Okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their Navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision, and the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. You see how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these. All right, I got time for one more. Yeah, go ahead.
Yesterday, several Democrats criticized what you said.
Yeah, of course they could have. The question is, several Democrats criticize. They're going to always criticize. We've been doing this for years, guys. They come out. I'll tell you right now, they're going to come out after the briefing and say, we didn't hear anything. We have more questions than answers. You mark my words. But we still do these briefings. Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, their criticism was on the timeline. They said Israel is dictating the timeline for the United States.
No, the president.
As you know, several people on the right have also agreed with that. How would you respond?
Well, the United States made a decision. Under the President of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. The president said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. And he made a decision to go in a joint operation because it gave us the highest chance of success. And he made a decision to go first because he concluded that we were not going to get hit first. We were not going to absorb a blow from them. We were going to go first. He was not going to run the risk they could attack us before we could hit them, because in addition to costing lives, it would undermine the effectiveness of our operation. All right, guys, I got to go. Thank you.
Great answers from Secretary Rubio, but I'm just disgusted in our press. Like, what he clearly has gotten very little sleep for a few days. Like, he needs to be focused on his job. Why are you trying to, like, catch him on semantics? Like, I'm getting more and more convinced that these reporters aren't just, like, ideologues. They actually don't love America. It's a wartime. Your questions should not be designed to trip the Secretary of State up on his words. I think we just have to have a big meeting as a country. I think really the only way to do it is to declare war. We might not get there until there is an actual, I don't know how to explain this. I think the word might be declaration of war, which means Iran's going to have to do something that will get the Democrats to stop being commies. I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but the Democrats are pretty much commies. They just don't care. They don't care about the troops. They don't care about the civilians. They just don't care. They really don't. They're just more how can we score political points at home? They're not very good war leaders. They're not really good leaders. They're not really good politicians. They're just kind of selfish. They don't really make good policy. They don't really understand how to make policy. They're not really like anything but like bloated like suits. All right, that's the Democratic Party right now. It's unfortunate. I don't mean to be a partisan. It's just like I can't have that while we're trying to deal with a war. Like I can't deal with those people. They can't be involved in war making. And the press is a very bad animal right now. It's doing a terrible job of like representing. The question should be about like, are our soldiers in harm's way? Like, what can we do to let the American public know about how they can support the war effort? Like, this whole press corps, like, they just don't get it. So if it's going to take declaring war, like, formally putting us on a war footing before these, like, moronic people in the press get it, then that's what we got to do. All right, because like they are acting like not only are they acting disrespectfully towards the U.S. Secretary of State, like they're acting disrespectfully towards the civilians who are in harm's way, towards our soldiers who are in harm's way. Like they just don't get it. It's more than not getting it. Like they're actually servicing like the interests of our enemy, and that's really upsetting me. Like, you're right, it's just the rhetoric. The press should not engage in anti-U.S. rhetoric during a war. Like, it's the stupidest thing. It's not a party. You don't score points against the Secretary of State, like cheap political points at a press conference about a war. These reporters are actually incapable of representing the interests of Americans. They're just kind of moronic ideologues. It's really frustrating. It really is. Let's get back to like doing their job for them. Which, like, really every network out there should have all of their people on the ground looking at the reporting like we're doing. There is shelling across the Middle East. The only reason the American public is learning about it is because there are people either on social media or through channels like this who are willing to tell them about it. The press has just abdicated. It's like a ship captain. Like Captain Nunya just abandoning the Penguins. Imagine what Emily C. would say. Oh my goodness, we can't have that. They are, Antonio. They don't care about our American soldiers. They don't. Tao loves our troops, and Tao loves America. My name is Tao. You might not understand the reference. You can just ask Bunny. Her and Kofi understand. All right. My point is there's heavy shelling on our bases, on our consulates. Dude, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, up there on like 1 hour of sleep in 3 days, speaking cogently. I don't even know if I could do it. He's like way more, he's like in better shape than me. He's not physically disabled, so he can do it. This man, he's up there like our consulate was just attacked. The area's burning. There are bombs falling. People are dying. We really need to tell Americans how to evacuate. And the press is like, sir, didn't you like say this word instead of this word the other day? Listen. As a polity, we all just have to just step in and just do what the news is not doing. Like, the news is not responsible. They have abdicated. Now, Al Jazeera is fine. They're doing good. They're a little biased in their own way. As you know, you have to amalgamate perspectives on the same event, situation, person, or development in order to parse narratives from narratives and see facts for what they are, the shared kernel of truth that reflects the overlapping circles of influence and sort of ideological framing, which alienate and decontextualize the truth of a given event through rhetorical framing. Adorno and Horkheimer in Degrees of Enlightenment called this degrees of separation. I believe it is from chapter 8 of the book Dialectic of the Enlightenment, Theodore Adorno's excellent chapter on the culture industry. I don't have time to give you a lecture right now. Just understand that your parsing of modern news should be an active hermeneutical exercise in reconstructing the contextual alienation that occurs when ideological narratives are inserted in the reporting of kernels of truth. Everyone understand? Everyone on the same page? Was that a lot of very big words very quickly? I'm sorry about that. I feel a little sad that was a lot of big words. So I just say things sometimes. You just have to understand the entire history of Western philosophy and you'll get it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me bring you back after my explication of how to understand the various biases in news presentation and my anger about the American press corps. Where is the Prime Minister? Yesterday he was in Beit Sharon, in Beit Shaman, looking at the impacts of a pretty serious strike. Today, I don't imagine I don't think I saw him out in public. I don't imagine he will be out in public. There's very serious military activity in the south of Lebanon. By the way, let us check in on Lebanese TV. This is Hezbollah's main station. Let's take a look at the press conference. I think this is most likely a representative of Hezbollah in Lebanon.
بعد مهلة الأسبوعين اللي كان عطيها ترامب من أجل الوصول إلى نتيجة بالمفاوضات.
يعني إذا طرحت عليك هذا السؤال من باب الاستنتاج، يعني ماهية المشهد اللي نحن رايحين عليه اليوم، جرى من خلال البيانات الصادرة عن حزب الله بأنه هناك نوع من الاشتباك الصاروخي ما بين مقاومي حزب الله أو المقاومة والذين استهدفوا عدد من الآليات والمركبات، وشفنا على وسائل الإعلام عدد من الآليات مشتعلة. تمام. والآن بحسب إعلام العدو بأن هناك اشتباكات على الحدود اللبنانية بين مقاتلي حزب الله وجنود الاحتلال. نحن نتحدث عن الحدود دكتور، وهذه المنطقة التي كان يفترض العدو الإسرائيلي بأنها مش موجود فيها مقاومين. كيف يمكن قراءة هذا المستجد؟ عم بحكي إسرائيليا بخبرتك بمعرفتك فيه.
يعني أولا كان هناك نوع من السطوة إذا بدك على المستوى الإسرائيلي ومحاولة فرض سردية عميقة جدا، ولدرجة أنه يعني بتفوت بالعقل بشكل
صح.
هيك فيها بلطجة إذا بدك، يعني أنه كل المعركة اللي صارت أنه حتى قيل على المستوى الكيان الصهيوني أنه دخل حزب الله معركة الإسناد والدعم قبل بيوم.
Sorry, I'm muted. I fixed it. Mute fixed. Gotcha. Gotcha. 2 jobs you want. Venezuelan boat driver and a Ram Supreme leader. I love it. Also, my dear friend Mad P asked me, because I need some help this month, have you ever woken up on the first day of the month and your bank account is still at zero? Well, it went up and then it went down because you owe so much money from the month before. Well, I'm an independent journalist. This 1 million operation here. God bless you. I don't think there's even going to be enough. Oh, there's enough. All right. So my dear friend asked me if I would pin this, and I'm going to do that for you right now. So thank you very much for your patience. We are taking a look at MTV Lebanon. They're not actually showing news right now. They're showing ads for other shows. I'm also keeping an eye on the Hezbollah station in Lebanon because Hezbollah is at war with Israel right now. And there are bombs raining on Beirut, but neither of the stations are showing it. There are other Lebanese stations I can use to keep an eye on things, but this is how I monitor. They're Arabic language stations that I have to listen to in Arabic to see what's happening in real time, because the Western news has just abandoned its duty. Someone said, I thought you were lagging. I might be lagging. Because I am indeed bringing up, I'd say, I don't know, 7 different feeds. So if you ever get a lag, it's because I'm loading loading an Arabic feed, an English language feed. I'm switching between feeds. So it's just trying to bring in I don't know, probably 12 different video sources. So it just will come right back if it ever lags. It mostly has to do with just the pure amount of video that's being pulled in at any one time, because as much as I would love to say it functions like TV, it doesn't function like TV. It's like web TV, so you're pulling in, depending on what's happening, if there's a really big event happening where there's all these feeds on the screen, you're pulling in such a large amount of data simultaneously that if you add another channel, your computer is oh my god. So I have to keep a very close eye on how many channels I'm watching at once, what I'm showing on the screen, how much data is coming in. It's I do it by myself. It's not a news operation. It's just me on a computer. but I do pretty well with all things considered. So needless to say, what I'm doing for you right now is I have 6 cameras on the screen. You're looking at a live image of Tehran on the left, but that's a manipulated image. The station we're watching doesn't love to show live attacks on Tehran, but I will. You're looking to the top right at the Tel Aviv skyline. They do show attacks on Tel Aviv because they're anti-Israel. In the bottom, from the best of my understanding, there was an attack on a U.S. embassy. The Secretary of State just spoke about it. I think it's in Bahrain. Let me double check. In the bottom right, it's tough to tell what that is because I was not watching when they put that one up. I'll update you as soon as I can. In the bottom left, it's a street attack on Tel Aviv earlier in the day. So in short, what we're doing is the night is about to start. Secretary Rubio just told us all that this is going to be in the next few hours, we're going to rain hell down on Tehran. I don't know what that means because we were already doing that. So it's going to get worse. I'm here for you. I'm here to tell you what's going on. Just be aware, as I'm pulling 4 different video feeds, if one of them's in Arabic, if I lower the quality of the stream, it's all just to make sure you can see real-time events around the world in 7 different languages. God bless the person who just sent a towel donation. I have a coffee ready for me downstairs. I put it in the fridge so that I don't have to order Uber Eats today. I was a preemptive intelligent towel. And we're going to probably do 12 hours again inevitably. So we'll start. We'll take it through the night in the Middle East. We are live. You're looking at live pictures over Haifa, Israel on the left, and Tel Aviv. Let me check right now for sirens. Pause. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm monitoring for rocket activity right now over Haifa and Tel Aviv. Okay, I expected this. I expected that the attacks would start about now. So if you're just tuning in, you're looking at live pictures over Haifa on the left, Tel Aviv on the right. It is 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Eastern War Time in Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're just starting our rolling coverage for the day as night falls on the Middle East. You're hearing the Arabic language broadcast of Al Jazeera in the background. The only 2 live feeds that people really are pulling up, although I will get you the edited Associated Press Tel Aviv feed. This is the only feed that will actually show the strikes if they hit the ground because Al Jazeera is a little hostile to both Iran and Israel. I'm going to do my best to translate for you, but you're going to hear a substantial amount of Arabic during this stream because it's expected to be the most intensive night of the conflict so far. I have a duty for you in that regard to kind of do my best to keep an eye on the developments that are not being shown on the Western news. Although Secretary Rubio was just informing members of the press that a very intense wave of strikes against Tehran and its allies, in particular Hezbollah in Lebanon, are about to start. I expect that because the Iranian hypersonic missiles are more likely to be fired at night, that we're going to start seeing a rapid barrage of attacks heading into the Tel Aviv area, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and as soon as the air raid sirens start, I'll identify for you where the missile activity is. There seems to be so they pulled back. They thought there was going to be an air raid. The general pattern is Al Jazeera will go to a straight cam of the skyline of Israel only when the air raids are starting. They'll actually play the air raid siren and then we'll watch missiles fall on Tel Aviv. That is the sign that the night is starting. Israel was subject to some daytime bombing, but what starts the nighttime coverage is always you'll start seeing rocket attacks playing out over the skies of Tel Aviv. Now, the problem with the channel that we're watching is that Al Jazeera, although it's great, it does not show live real-time bombing of Tehran. They as much as Qatar is mad at Iran for bombing them, they're more mad at Israel because Israel banned Qatar from reporting on the war in Gaza. And so they have this oh goodness, I think the best way to describe it is this chip on their shoulder towards the Israeli government. and they have a bigger chip on their shoulder towards the Israeli government than they do towards the Iranian government. So they don't show live bombing of Tehran. I, however, have an update for you right now. This is the latest update from the U.S. consulate in Dubai, ladies and gentlemen. So I know a lot of people have been trying to say that Dubai is safe right now, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, this was there's a very loud, shrill voice apparently. So this is the attack on the American consulate in Dubai that Secretary Rubio mentioned. This is the hit. The voice is annoying, but this is the strike on the U.S. consulate in Dubai about 30 minutes ago. So the U.S. consulate in Dubai, ladies and gentlemen, was struck 30 minutes ago. That is the bomb hitting the consulate. God bless you, Antonio. You are a good man. Whatever the vets of the United States need, I know that the people of this country will be ready to support them. Now, that was a very annoying voice, but I just want to tell you, this is primary source footage. This is the strike in the last 30 to 45 minutes on the this was referenced by the U.S. Secretary of State right before he did his press conference. That is the moment of impact of that when an Iranian, it seems to be a drone, I don't know if it's a missile, made direct contact with the U.S. Embassy in this is in Dubai. So Dubai is under active attack. The American territory in Dubai has been shelled. Not shelled, probably hit with a drone, although I cannot confirm because I don't have enough footage before the moment of impact. But I'm telling you, what you are looking at is primary source footage on the ground in Dubai of an Iranian strike on American territory, which is the consulate. It may have hit the parking lot, as Secretary Rubio said, but I'm telling you, that was a direct strike. It wasn't impact, it wasn't debris falling. That was an attack on the American consulate in Dubai. So I'll let it play one more time without commentary.
I know. I know.
All right, so I also have a very unique piece of footage. A Farsi language numbers station started broadcasting. Miss Missy, yes and no. They were reduced to essential personnel. Like, if, for example, in Pakistan, when the embassy got attacked, the consulate, it was empty, but the Marines were there and they were defending it. So there are people there, but it's essential personnel only. Secretary Rubio said all personnel in the Dubai consulate are accounted for, but I do not have damage estimates or, all I know is there's a fire burning. Basketball Jones, yes. So I'm able to translate. Like, when you hear me talking over the Arabic, I can't. The problem is there's dialects of Arabic. So in Tehran, they speak Persian, which is like kind of like Arabic, but it's almost a different language. And it's like Farsi almost, which is a different language too. And then in like Lebanon, they speak a dialect of Arabic. My expertise is in Qatari dialect of Arabic, because I listen to a lot of Al Jazeera. So yes, I can do a little. I can't do verbatim translation, but I can hear them say oh, I'm doing this. This is that city, but it's a very limited range of interpretation. We have some people in the chat who do speak Arabic. They will translate when big moments happen from time to time. But yeah, that's why I'm listening to it and helping translate, because I know a lot of people don't have a fluency in Arabic. The next update for you I have is a numbers station. This is a numbers station is like an encoded radio broadcast that's meant to give instructions to military assets. Now, this is an amateur, maybe more than amateur. It's a monitoring station. They're tuned in to the frequency, which is on 7910 kilohertz, okay? It's going to be a Farsi language numbers station. Now, a lot of you in the military or vets will know what a numbers station is. and you kind of monitor it for instructions, like the U.S. military has number stations, it's going to creep you out a little bit because it's like a wartime thing. Like during peacetime, number stations just broadcast innocuous messages, but like they're public, so it's all encoded. Think of it like this, when you send your credit card to Amazon over the public internet, there's like a number station that like does a large prime equation. It multiplies two really big prime numbers, and then there's a paradox in mathematics where you can't factorize, you can't take the square root of a really big prime. It's one of the millennial prizes in mathematics. I don't have time to explain to you the way 256-bit AES encryption works, but the point is, like, every time you send your credit card to Amazon, you send it through what's like effectively a digital number station. This is an analog number station that the military, for highly classified operational purposes of around the world, every military uses them. The Russian military, the Iranian military, the Chinese military, the American military. They send out instructions that you need what's called a one-time pad to decode. Think of encryption as just like knowing a really big secret number. So if you know the right number, like you can like figure out what this message is in like actual words, but you're going to hear it as the raw broadcast. This was picked up on a Milan monitoring station at 1800 UTC. So probably like, I don't know, 2 hours ago, I would say. Yeah, 2 hours ago in Milan today. So you can hear a Farsi language numbers station actually activating, which is pretty rare. All right, so it's yes, exactly. Big Roo speaks Farsi. Good to see you, dear friend. God bless you. I hope you're well today. A number station is designed to repeat a code. Like, you're supposed to know the first number and the last number. You only need like one of the sequences. It repeats, but you only need one. This was what it was saying, apparently. 132527181933 465353542 45611688317397889489189489274. So at some point in the sequence, it will repeat like an actual sequence. Like you'll be able to, like our decoders could probably pull it out, and then that's the message. The message is only one string, and then like you have to like kind of pull out like the one-time pad. You have to know the number, the other, like the corresponding other number, and then you can like figure out what it says. That's the idea. I'm speaking very broadly. I don't want to explain like how base 2 works compared to base 10, but I have explained it before. One time I even explained how hexadecimal encoding works. You don't understand. That was quite a day. All right, so the point is that's just a lot of people say like, oh, I bet war, like seeing like what war communication looks like is so interesting. It's so secret. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, going live to Tel Aviv. Ladies and gentlemen, air raid. Ladies and gentlemen, air raid over Tel Aviv. Ladies and gentlemen, air raid over Tel Aviv. You are watching live pictures over Tel Aviv. All right, hold on. Yep, so there's definitely an air raid over Tel Aviv. Let me bring that back. This was 2 minutes ago. I want to watch the whole thing. This was over Tel Aviv about 2 minutes ago. I'm going back 7 minutes. You're watching live footage of rockets firing over Tel Aviv. Ladies and gentlemen, this was about 7... Oh my goodness, that was an intercept. Oh my goodness, this is about 7 minutes ago. You are watching a live intercept over Tel Aviv. Watch the explosion in the bottom. Boom! That was an intercept over Tel Aviv. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the most recent pictures I can get for you. I gave a little bit of an operational lag by about like 5 minutes. I did my best. I had to pretend like nothing was happening. You don't understand. I'm trying to protect the Israeli state. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an active moment. Missiles are raining down on Tel Aviv. The explosions that you are hearing are 5 minutes lagged. I did this intentionally on purpose so that I wouldn't show you. Like the Arabic stations are somewhat anti-Israel. I'm trying to find a middle ground. God bless you, 12 sons of Israel. God bless the people of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, these pictures are about 6 minutes outdated. This is the skies over Tel Aviv. I'm going to let you listen in once the air raid siren starts. I know what's going to happen because I already watched a little bit of the footage. We are going to see and hear some intense activity. This is just the beginning, though. They're going to come in waves. This is 5 minutes delayed, live over Tel Aviv. Nanya, probably 500,000 to a million, maybe more. 10 million.
وسط إسرائيل تسمع أيضا بوضوح من هذه المنطقة وعلى ما يبدو بأنها محاولات للمنظومة الدفاعية الجوية للتصدي لهذه الصواريخ.
Again, 5 minute delay on these pictures right now. I will eventually take it live when it gets bad. But I'm going to try to give a... Oh my God! Oh no! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have terrible news. I'm going to watch it back. Hold, 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 hold. Hold. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that was a huge strike on Tel Aviv. Oh, those poor people. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Iron Dome is failing again. It's so early in the night. Oh no. Oh, God bless those people. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to report that as of 5 minutes ago, there was a direct hit, at least one on Tel Aviv. I don't need to report on it secondhand. I'm telling you, I just watched a direct strike on Tel Aviv. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's right in the middle of downtown. Oh, those poor people. I need to confirm it. I need to confirm where it is. Hold on. Oh, that's horrifying. It hits right in the middle of downtown. It's a little hard to geolocate. I have a duty to geolocate it. It seems to be about 3 to 500 feet behind that building. Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. On the fourth day of the U.S.-Iran war, it is coming. This footage is coming in with a 5-minute delay. So around 3:55 p.m. Eastern time in Boston, in Tel Aviv, where this footage is from, was roughly 10:55 Eastern on Tuesday, March 3rd, local time. You are about to see from the Al Jazeera Arabic feed, the camera stationed over Tel Aviv, a direct strike, an intense wave of Israeli shelling affecting Tel Aviv for the third night in a row. The heaviest shelling the world thought was last night, but I can report to you, Grant Smith Ellis, a reporter covering the war here in Boston, I can tell you, stationed here in Boston, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that there, in the past 5 minutes, have been at least one direct strike hit on Tel Aviv early in the night by the Iranians, and I will show you that footage now from the Arabic language, Al Jazeera broadcast, and you're going to watch right behind this building.
كان لافتا تقديرات المؤسسة الأمنية الإسرائيلية التي تناقلتها وسائل الإعلام بخصوص كميات وأعداد الصواريخ التي تطلق من إيران باتجاه إسرائيل في إطار هذه الحرب محمد، بحيث أطلقت إيران أكثر من 90 صاروخا في اليوم الأول منذ بدء هذه الحرب ليتم تسجيل وتيرة منخفضة في الأيام التالية. هذه الصواريخ وصلت اليوم إلى نحو 20 صاروخا، ولكن على ما يبدو بأن إيران تستأنف هذه الدفعات الصاروخية وتقوم بضرب إسرائيل بالمزيد من الصواريخ. طبعا هذه الدفعة الصاروخية كما ذكرنا موجهة نحو مناطق تل أبيب الكبرى ونحو مناطق وسط إسرائيل.
And I will run that back one more time.
لهذه الصواريخ وسط الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية
حشد بعد ذلك يتم القضاء عليها، ولكنني خارجية أن تهندس عملية تغيير النظام.
That was the initial capture of there was one successful intercept. Then I'm going to show you the pan.
إجراءات الإيرانية من خلال الهجمات الإيرانية تعين علينا أن ننتظر.
You're going to see the camera pan, and then it's this building.
هذه الضربات الإيرانية.
You're going to watch this building in the next few seconds.
نعم، شكرا لك الأدميرال ويليام فالون. الآن نتابع ما يجري في سماء تل أبيب. صفارات الإنذار الكل يستمع إليها الآن تدوي في تل أبيب الكبرى ومناطق واسعة في وسط إسرائيل. فاطمة إليك.
نعم محمد، مئات المواقع الآن في وسط إسرائيل تشهد تفعيل صفارات الإنذار بشكل متواصل بعد أن وصلت الدفعة الصاروخية الإيرانية التي كانت قد حذرت بشأنها الجبهة الداخلية الإسرائيلية مسبقا. نسمع هنا من رام الله تفعيل صفارات الإنذار بمستوطنات الضفة الغربية المحيطة. أيضا هنالك أصوات لانفجارات عنيفة في هذه الأثناء في منطقة وسط إسرائيل تسمع أيضا بوضوح من هذه المنطقة، وعلى ما يبدو بأنها محاولات للمنظومة الدفاعية الجوية للتصدي لهذه الصواريخ. اليوم كان لافتا تقديرات المؤسسة الأمنية الإسرائيلية التي تناقلتها وسائل الإعلام بخصوص كميات وأعداد الصواريخ التي تطلق من إيران باتجاه إسرائيل في إطار هذه الحرب محمد، بحيث أطلقت إيران أكثر من 90 صاروخا في اليوم الأول منذ بدء هذه الحرب ليتم تسجيل وتيرة منخفضة.
That was the strike. 10:52 local time, 3:52 Eastern War time in Boston. That was a strike on Tel Aviv. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can watch this live coverage where I translate some of the Arabic feeds and keep you up to date on the footage that the Western news, for some reason, is blacking out. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis, X.com/Grant Smith Ellis. God bless the people of Israel. May God protect them and the soldiers of Israel and of America, of course, and our allies. Oh, wow. Wow. God, I'm so sorry to see
الأيام
this. You can watch. We'll see if there's more strike. I can't believe they're just showing the strikes on
صاروخا ولكن على ما يبدو بأن إيران تستأنف هذه الدفعات الصاروخية وتقوم بضرب إسرائيل بالمزيد من الصواريخ. طبعا هذه الدفعة الصاروخية كما ذكرنا موجهة نحو مناطق تل أبيب الكبرى ونحو مناطق وسط إسرائيل ومستوطنات الضفة الغربية التي تقع في هذه المناطق. يتم تفعيل صفارات الإنذار، وكما ذكرنا هنالك سماع لدوي انفجارات في مناطق وسط إسرائيل، وهذا الأمر ناجم عن عمليات التصدي للدفاعات الجوية الإسرائيلية. أيضا تم استهداف وسط إسرائيل ومنطقة تل أبيب الكبرى تحديدا من قبل حزب الله مساء هذا اليوم، حيث تم إطلاق 3 صواريخ من لبنان باتجاه هذه المنطقة. الدفاعات الجوية تصدت لصاروخين فيما سقط الصاروخ الثالث في منطقة مفتوحة تحديدا في البحر. هذه الأجواء حتى هذه اللحظة. محمد، صفارات الإنذار لا تزال متواصلة في مناطق وسط إسرائيل، ما يعني بأن المنظومة الدفاعية الإسرائيلية تحاول مواصلة التصدي لهذه الصواريخ. طبعا عمليات الاعتراض ليست مطلقة محمد، ودوما ما يكون هنالك أيضا قضايا تتساقط وتتناثر بسبب عمليات الاعتراض الصواريخ البالستية.
شكرا لك فاطمة خميسي. الآن لمزيد من التفاصيل حول الوضع العسكري.
Jumping live.
فاطمة، كيف هو الوضع وأيضا ما ينقله
That
الإسرائيلي
is probably in the past few minutes heading to Tel Aviv. That's an Iranian rocket. That looks hypersonic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is footage in the past few minutes over Tel Aviv, I believe. That looks like an Iranian rocket heading over Tel Aviv, ladies and gentlemen.
الدفاعات الإسرائيلية والتي كانت
doesn't look supersonic. I don't know. It's moving very fast. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. This is the latest footage. I believe this is over Tel Aviv. Could be over Beirut. I will work to confirm for you in the next few minutes. Rockets just flying, ladies and gentlemen. The night has started. The rockets are flying. This is becoming a nightly occurrence.
الساعة الأخيرة تم تفعيل صفارات الإنذار في مناطق واسعة في وسط إسرائيل من بينها منطقة
attempting to identify the location of the current clip you're seeing on your screen. This is live. These are the latest pictures. I don't know if this is Tel Aviv or if this is Beirut. It could be. It looks like Tel Aviv. Those are the latest pictures. Multiple Iranian attacks right now, ladies and gentlemen, are landing on Tel Aviv. I can tell you that because I saw them happen live. I am monitoring the situation for you to the best of my abilities. I have cameras looking over Beirut. I have cameras looking over Tel Aviv. I have cameras looking over Tehran. I have cameras looking over Haifa. I have cameras basically looking. I have cameras in Lebanon. I'm doing my best to keep you abreast, no rhyming couplet intended, of the various developments. I believe there might have been a strike in the capital of Jerusalem, in Israel. I cannot confirm that. It looks like the Dome of the Rock. Please bear with me. I cannot confirm for you whether that strike is actually in Jerusalem on the Dome of the Rock. It does look like something is burning on a hill in the middle picture here. Before I can confirm for you that is Jerusalem, I want to see it. I have not confirmed those pictures are of the Dome of the Rock. It really looks like that is a strike on the Dome of the Rock. I'm hoping I am not seeing a strike on the Dome of the Rock. That would be really fucking sad. It could be something else, okay, but I'm really worried that that is a strike on the Dome of the Rock, ladies and gentlemen, because see that little blue thing? That's kind of the Dome of the Rock, I'm pretty sure. Oh my goodness, there are bombs falling on Tehran, there are bombs falling on Beirut, there are bombs falling on Tel Aviv, there are bombs falling on so many cities that at this point, it's like 1 hour into the night, and I don't even know what's going on, and I'm the person who's supposed to be responsible for all of these feeds and knowing what's happening. I really could use some help. I think I'm like very upset at the prospect of this being the Dome of the Rock. I would really prefer if that is not the Dome of the Rock. I really would prefer that. The problem is it kind of looked like the Dome of the Rock, but now they've switched to different footage, so we can't even analyze it. We'll get back to it in a second. There's the extent of things going on. At least right now, the skyline over Tel Aviv is calm. But in the past 10 minutes, the first wave started. Now, if you know anything about the pattern here, we see like a wave of cruise missiles, then like a break, and then an hour later, Iran launches another wave of cruise missiles. And then they launch the Fatahs. It's always the same pattern. It always is between like 11:30 and 3 a.m. local time in Tel Aviv, which is like 5 to like 8 p.m. here. All right, I will go look at the social media. If I see the word Dome of the Rock, I'm going to be really mad. Trey Yinks confirming the explosions in Tel Aviv that we saw live. It's an impact. It is. It's an impact. The sources in Tel Aviv on the ground are wondering if it's an impact. I'm going to share the video I have so she can know. Confirmed impact. Oh my goodness. I have footage on the ground from underneath the missile strike that we just saw land, that we saw on the Al Jazeera cameras. I have footage from underneath it. You want to see it? You want to see that, what that strike looked like from underneath the strike? Because I have footage of it. Why? I don't know. I guess I have pretty good sources. I kind of monitor these things. Here's what it looked like under that missile that you just saw impact Tel Aviv. Give me 1 second, please. I must reload a lot of posts. I had a lot of things to say today. I had to update a lot of people. So if you just saw the missile hit Tel Aviv just about 17 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. I have, I don't know if she posted this from on the ground or if she got a source, but here you go. This is under the missile that you just saw. So you saw one of the impacts. This is under it. This is on the ground from 15 minutes ago. There's the strike. That was the strike. Ready? That was the strike on Tel Aviv. That is an Iranian missile striking Tel Aviv 15 minutes ago. We saw it in the air on the cameras. Now I'm showing you what it looked like from the ground. It's almost incredible, huh? I mean, I know at a certain point you're like, yes, that's why we watch you. But I just want to point out, it took me like 15 minutes to see. It took me, first of all, I basically saw it live. Then I found footage of it, like I caught it live. I saw the strike. Then now this is the footage underneath it from 15 minutes ago. Yeah, that's a cruise missile. And the Iron Dome couldn't even intercept it, and it struck. It hit. I saw the hit. That means the Iron Dome's depleted, which is very bad. If the Iron Dome can't stop a cruise missile, Israel's in a lot of trouble. It means the Iron Dome and David's arrow or David's sling and arrow are depleted. It's a worst case scenario. Dude, that they like take, sorry, I don't mean to say dude, they test the Iron Dome. They do waves of attacks. That is a very clear sign that Israel's Iron Dome is down. It could be technologically incapacitated, but if this is how the night is starting, Iran is going to do it again. They're going to fire at will on Tel Aviv. Which is exactly what they did last night, but not till the end of the night. We didn't see it till, I don't know, probably 11 Eastern. No, maybe more like 8 Eastern. It was late at night. So I'm monitoring. I'll bring up a Tel Aviv live cam. And that's probably the best way to do it. All right, let's get the latest from Tehran. We got the man in Tehran. What's he got to say?
Yes, strikes are continuing. Just a few minutes ago, we have reports of explosions being heard in Bandar Abbas, the port city of Bandar Abbas, and also the city of Shiraz in the south of the country. So that situation is continuing almost every hour. If not in Tehran, it is in other cities. Today, only several cities have been targeted, and including Isfahan, including Shiraz, all you name it, any other place in Iran, across the country. The authorities here are talking about resistance also and about reaction. they have announced the 16th wave of the so-called True Promise 4 operation. That's the Iranian name of this operation. And they have talked about launching drones and missiles against targets across the Middle East, particularly in the Gulf region. And they talked about heavy hypersonic ballistic missiles being used since yesterday against those bases, talking about strong results, talking about attacks on the THAAD the rocket system by the Americans, and the destruction of that base in Bahrain. So here there is that message of defiance across the country from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, saying that they are in control of the situation and that they are capable of continuing this fight as long as it takes.
Axel Zaimovich, that is not something that will come as good news to people in the Gulf states. There is a collective anger that is growing in Iran, and with the brunt of this military operation that they are dealing with in the Gulf states.
Well, Riley, 6 countries in the region are now speaking with one voice. They are trying to say that Iran is violating flagrantly what they call.
Okay, so this is becoming very serious. The man in Tehran. All right, let's get a report from Beirut. It is Heidi Pett. She is my friend Zina's nighttime person, so Zina can sleep. And you can't make Zina Kadar work 24 hours a day. That should be illegal. Let's get the latest update from Heidi Pett. I'll record her clip and then I'll share it, and then I'll get her bosses to. If Zina likes her and says she can report from Lebanon, then by God, I say we support her. Any friend of Zina's is a friend of mine.
And energy, and that's why they're trying to say this is not just a regional story.
Heidi, in Beirut, Israel has given orders to expand its ground presence in southern Lebanon. Do we have any more information about how that's going?
Yeah, so what we know for sure is that information from UNIFIL says that Israel advanced to several villages in southern Lebanon earlier this morning. They have since withdrawn back past the blue line, but the question is whether tonight or in the early hours of this morning we'll see Israel once again coming in and operating inside Lebanese territory. We understand from the Lebanese army that they have actually relocated some of their forces in the south of Lebanon. They are keen to counter a little bit of misinformation that's been going around here in Lebanon, saying that they're withdrawing from the south. That is not true, which they've stressed to us here at Al Jazeera and told us it's merely a relocation of forces. But in terms of what's going on down in the south, we know that many of these villages, which were extensively damaged in the 2024 war between Israel and Hezbollah, have been, damaged. People have had trouble returning to their homes, even during the so-called ceasefire, which of course saw daily strikes by Israel across Lebanon, but particularly concentrated in the south. And so what we know is that those villages now, the civilians have been subject to these forced evacuation orders. Many of them have left. Some of them are still on their road trying to find a safe place to stay for the evening here in Lebanon.
Yeah, and moving around that area is very slow going for them. Heidi, thank you. Now back to Patty on Capitol Hill and in Washington. Patty,
all right, so just so you know, I was waving my hands because do you understand, that reporter is live on the streets of Beirut, and bombs are falling on Beirut. So, every time a bomb falls on the left and she's on the street, I'm like, oh, God, are they bombing her? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing movement on the Tel Aviv cam. I am seeing movement on the Tel Aviv cam. I am bringing you over to Tel Aviv. I expect waves of attacks on Tel Aviv in the next 30 minutes. So I'm going to do something I don't love doing because the camera that they use, constantly pulls itself away. But I'm going to take a look at the AP's Tel Aviv cam. Okay. And I will bring that up for you now. This is the hard cam. They censor it. Al Jazeera does not censor their Tel Aviv cam. The Associated Press does. So I'm going to see if I can get you the Associated Press Tel Aviv cam. Actually, let me get you the Holy City cam. I'm really actually scared to bring this one up. Please don't have any fires. I forgot about that. I got distracted. I'm not seeing any fires in the Holy City right now. I'm going to bring you up the Holy City cam. 1 second. We're going to call this the Holy City cam. Give me 1 second. All right, so I'm not. I can't tell if that strike did hit the Holy City earlier, because I'm not. Oh, hold on. I'm seeing something. That might be earlier over Tel Aviv.
المضادات الأرضية أيضا ما نشاهد في هذه
I'm going to give you a live look on the Holy City now.
ما طبعا ما ترصده من
No, that's actually a look over Tel Aviv. This is the Holy City. That's a live look over Jerusalem.
قبل قليل من منطقة الجليل الأعلى.
That is a live look over Jerusalem, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So I have a Tel Aviv cam on the other screen if there's any movement, and then you are looking live at a hard cam over the Holy City. I do not see any current attacks. There was an indicia on another stream that there might have been some movement earlier, but I don't see any attacks having happened, at least in the pan of this camera. Let's see if there was any air raids. No. They have a camera on it, so they're worried about it. But I'm not seeing any attacks in the past, I don't know, hour. I'm not seeing any smoke. Not seeing anything that looks like the Holy City has been hit. Let's take a look at the Tel Aviv skyline. Oh, this is not always a good sign. When they turn that camera to the right, that is not a good sign. Or to the left, that is an air raid normally. So let's take a listen to the raw feed of the air raid that happened probably 40 minutes ago. Let's take a listen right here. So the air raid should start about now. This was about 3:45 Eastern, 10:45 local. I'll know it's happening because I'll hear the sirens. This is the actual raw feed of the attack. Oh, here it is. This is the attack from 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago in Tel Aviv. You can watch the raw feed. It's eerie. It's very daunting. And then they return to the skyline. There must have been another attack if they point down. Hold on. Hold on. So this was 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago in Tel Aviv. Let's see if an air raid sounds. There's just a person in this apartment. This is 8 minutes ago live over Tel Aviv. They don't normally just point the camera down unless like an air raid sounds, so I'm listening for that. It's an eerie quiet over Tel Aviv. It's so quiet. Oh, I told you. All right, more air raids, ladies and gentlemen. More air raids, ladies and gentlemen. Air raids, Tel Aviv, 8 minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, a new round. Air raids, Tel Aviv, 8 minutes ago. This is a new round. This is as of 12:21 a.m. local time on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026 in Tel Aviv. This is not the round I showed you on Al Jazeera. This is a new round striking Tel Aviv. I don't know if there was a hit. This is too new to even tell you if there's a hit. I'm telling you this, there was an air raid at least within the last 7 minutes over Tel Aviv. You are listening to it live. I'm going to follow through on this air raid siren to see if there's any strikes in the field of vision of the camera. This is the most recent footage over the Israeli city of Tel Aviv. You are listening to the haunting sounds of air raid sirens. The waves of Iranian attacks are projected to be extremely heavy tonight. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm here to take you through it. You're watching the raw feed. It is censored on the AP. It is censored. They don't show the skyline during the raids, but you are listening to an active air raid probably within the last 7 minutes over the Israeli city of Tel Aviv. God bless you, Chinatown 9, K9. It is tough times, but you stay the course, my dear friend. Just stay strong in your faith. All right, so the air raid 9 minutes ago has ended. They should bring the camera back up. I didn't hear any intercepts, at least over the camera. They're keeping the hard cam pointed down, though. All right, so the air raid siren sounded most recently 9 minutes ago in Tel Aviv. I'm going to keep that audio on. So if an air raid sounds live, you will actually hear it. You're going to hear some like cars driving around from time to time. Just go with it. You're listening to the soothing sounds of Tel Aviv traffic between air raid sirens.
Breaking news to our viewers here. We're getting reports of some more strikes here in the Qatari capital of Doha. Qatar's defense ministry says Iran launched two missiles towards the territory. One missile targeted the U.S.-run Al Udeid Air Base, but no casualties have been reported. Now, thank you for bearing with us while we brought our guests that breaking news. Sorry, please continue the point that you were making about.
So the U.S. base in Qatar has been hit.
Coming up to the midterm elections and why
the U.S. base in Qatar. According to the Qatari Defense Ministry, the U.S. base in Qatar, the Al Ayud base, the CENTCOM base, has been hit. Ladies and gentlemen, the CENTCOM base, U.S. base in Qatar, Al Ayud base, has been hit. Per the Qatari minister, the Minister of Defense, the American base in Qatar, in Doha, was hit. That video we viewed was a confirmed strike on the American base in Doha. Okay, so we have a number of various developments going on right now. One of the most paramount for our purposes is the ongoing Iranian wave of strikes targeting everywhere from Lebanon, from Qatar to Bahrain to Israel. And most importantly, that I am monitoring right now are the active air raids over Tel Aviv. in the past 40 minutes, we have heard 2 air raids. Normally, this is air raid sirens. Normally, that is a sign that there are going to be rolling airwaves, air raids. Tehran tends to attack in waves, okay? They try to test whether or not Israel's defenses are up. And then once they get confirmation regarding whether the defenses are up, they will go in for the strike with the hypersonic missiles about an hour later. That is probably of paramount concern right now. That is what I'm keeping an eye on. But as you just heard, the Qatari Foreign Ministry has itself confirmed, or the Defense Ministry has itself confirmed, the strike by the Iranians on the American Al Ayud base in Doha in the past 30 minutes. We already knew that because I showed you the primary source footage, but I'm telling you that that is now confirmation from the Qatari Minister of Defense that the American base has been struck in Doha. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is going to be another night. It's going to be a long night. The Iranians, through one of the only English language speaking reporters in Tehran, has just announced that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is launching another round of attacks across the region. They have announced that they're going to use what they call their doomsday weapon, or that's what I call it actually. They call it the 3rd generation hypersonic or supersonic missiles. We saw them last night. We saw a level of missile attack on Tel Aviv that literally looked like the apocalypse. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. And so tonight, I'm prepping you for the fact that in the last 30 minutes, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said they're going to do this again. This happened last night. They telegraph through their spokesman, who's in the English world is this man in Tehran who talks to the IRGC. They telegraph that they're going to do that, and then they just light him up. Literally, they light him up. So, they already tested Israel's defense once tonight. There is a confirmed strike on Tel Aviv, the center of Tel Aviv, with a slow Iranian missile. And now what you're listening to in the background is the sounds of traffic in Tel Aviv to see if this happens again. And frankly, it's becoming concerning, because Iran has not stopped. They just keep every night, they have this plan and they effectuate it. It's not this haphazard response. They have a plan, they're executing it every night in waves, and it's working. That's the problem. Nighttime is very bad. They've been doing daytime strikes too, but it's getting to the point where nighttime is bad for the Israelis and the Americans. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm hesitant to even refresh my Twitter right now because I already know what the Twitter is going to show, but I should do it anyway, which I will do. God bless the United States of America. What do we got? What's the most recent update? Per sources, Iran hit a CIA station in Saudi Arabia. They hit the USA's CIA base in Riyadh, confirms John Hudson of the Washington Post. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iranians hit the American CIA base in Riyadh. I have some new footage from Tehran late this afternoon that I will show you. Israel is striking South Lebanon. That live cam we were just watching did catch the explosion. I'll play it for you. Iran's Assembly of Experts has elected Ali Khamenei's son Mojtaba as the next supreme leader under pressure from the Revolutionary Guard, informed sources told Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, per Iran International English, Iran's Assembly of Experts has elected Ali Khamenei's son Mojtaba as the next leader of Iran under pressure from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, informed sources told Iran International. So, ladies and gentlemen, according to initial reports coming out of Iran, the Iranians have openly declared that they have returned Khomeinis to power. The Khomeini family has returned to power in Iran. I don't know how this has happened, but the Khomeini family, the current leader of Iran, is now Ayatollah Mojtaba Khomeini. The Ayatollah Khomeini has risen from the dead. He has not actually risen from the dead, but the Ayatollah lives. I don't know how I am reporting this, but ladies and gentlemen, Iran has an Ayatollah. His name is Ayatollah Khomeini. He is the son of Khomeini. He is Mojtaba Khomeini. So you heard it here first, before Al Jazeera, before the New York Times, before the Washington Post. The initial reports are that Iran's Assembly of Experts in the last hour has elected Ali Khamenei's son Mojtaba as the next leader under pressure from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Yes, Sir No Man's Girl, I did see that, but in the last hour, Iran International is reporting that Iran's Assembly of Experts has elected Ali Khamenei's son Mojtaba as the next leader of Iran. He is now Ayatollah Mojtaba Khomeini. The Iranians have an Ayatollah. In a shocking development that is not really surprising, as he really was the only Khomeini to survive. And it's just kind of surprising they managed to actually make him the Ayatollah. I don't know how long he's going to live for, but they have an Ayatollah. Yes, indeed. The Iranians have an Ayatollah. His name is Khomeini, but his first name is Mojtaba. That's probably not how you pronounce it. I'm just going with Mojtaba. Yeah, I think Mojtaba is a little mad that his mom and his dad and his family was killed. I think he's a little mad. But the point is, yeah, I don't know if he's going to live for very long, but the Iranians have a leader. At least in name, like they have a leader. And his name is Ayatollah Mojtaba Khomeini. I don't know if he's going to speak. I don't know if he has, if he's alive. I figure he's alive. But, I didn't expect them to have a leader. But they have somehow retained a new leader. So there you go. I don't think he's long for this world, but that's the latest out of Iran. And you're hearing that before you even see it on Al Jazeera. That's wild. All right, I'm keeping an eye. I don't know what's going to happen now. I really don't. Well, let's keep an eye on all of this. I was not expecting Iran to get a new leader. I really wasn't. Hello, Texas Jane. How are you? Good to see you, 12th Son of Israel, and Miss Missy, and Island Girl, and Mad Pete, and Jewel of Aquarius, and Nunya, and How's Long, and Miss May. Let's take a listen to what is going on, because I want to see if they confirm this.
Conflict in the Middle East has reached Cyprus in the eastern Mediterranean. The UK and France are sending warships to the region after an Iranian-made drone caused minor damage at its base on the island on Sunday, while France and Greece also plan to deploy anti-drone systems. John Soropoulos reports from Limassol in southern Cyprus.
Operations resumed at Britain's military base in Akrotiri on Tuesday, An Iranian-made Shahed drone struck a hangar on Sunday, and 2 more drones were shot down into the sea on Monday. The incidents prompted authorities to move about 1,000 people out of a nearby village, but the local mayor told us there are no contingency plans.
We need to increase the number of shelters in the area. We need to have an early warning system, and we have to have in place a number of plans to evacuate, because as it stands, we don't have something in place right now.
Savas Loizidis was one of 24 who decided to stay. He showed me his pool, which he plans to convert into a bomb shelter.
My wife and I were in our bedroom shortly after midnight on Sunday when we...
Follow up. Iran's Fars news agency, which is the official state agency, reports social media reports by Iran English of potential leadership candidates by the Assembly of Experts are false. So the Iran's national network, which is Fars, F-A-R-S, has denied, it's not really a social media report, it was by Iran English, which is a network. Fars, the official Iranian state TV, has denied social media reports of potential leadership candidates by the Assembly of Experts. They are saying they are not true. The Washington Post, though, is confirming the strike on the CIA base in Riyadh 15 minutes ago. Furthermore, the fire is out. This is a good news. You will appreciate this. The consulate in Dubai is no longer burning. No one was injured. It was damaged, but they put the fire out. As far as I'm aware, we are like in the moment where like it's one of those things where there are a number of things that are going to happen in rapid succession right now. Like the sirens in Tel Aviv, the way that it works is there's rolling attacks. So I just have to monitor this until the next series of attacks, and then I will tell you what's going on. I have footage of the impact in Tel Aviv. Give me 1 second. I don't think it actually captures the impact. No, it just captures the last part of it. To say that the Iranians are still going is an understatement. I don't understand really how, but okay, we can listen to the analysis from Washington. The U.S. claimed earlier in the day that Iran doesn't have defensive capabilities anymore, which I kind of believe because we're bombing them at will, but they clearly have offensive capabilities because they're bombing at will. So it's this weird thing where like they can't stop attacks, but they can attack.
Targets in that deck that I believe the Americans will prosecute. One thing that hasn't been attacked is the nuclear facilities for a second time, but also it doesn't appear to me that any of the ground force elements have been attacked either their headquarters, their training areas, or their troops. So it is still what we would call a target-rich environment inside of Iran.
And when you talk about the Navy, the president obviously said that the Navy had been destroyed. He's also said that he's willing to use the U.S. Navy to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an extraordinary measure to you?
We called it the tanker wars in the mid-1990s. There was a problem going on. There was tension in the Gulf. So yes, the U.S. Navy has had a mission before to escort tankers through the Persian Gulf. However, it still depends on the insurance companies, as they call them, the names that insure those tankers before they go into the Persian Gulf. And right now, it does not seem as if the insurance companies are willing to take that risk.
General Kimmett, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, so that actually is a very important point. I am monitoring the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, which is now shut. I can confirm that the shipping traffic, I literally watched the map of the shipping traffic shut down. There's like a 3-kilometer long line of ships because Iran started bombing in the Strait of Hormuz. I have the most recent pictures for you from Tehran. It's a little hard right now to get footage because of the internet blackout, but this is what I was able to locate for you. This is Tehran, Pars, Tehran. It is a factory. I'm not sure if it's like a munitions factory. This is a good Iranian source, though. So this is roughly, I want to say 4 hours ago, right before night fell in Tehran. These are the most recent pictures. This is Tehran, Pars, Iran. Okay, this is in Tehran. This was the actual strike. It was hit 5 times. These are the best pictures I could get for you from Tehran this morning. Right before nightfall. By the time the actual picture from the last one was taken, this was at the golden hour. The smoke was depleted by the dark, by night falling. But that's the most recent pictures from Tehran, Pars, Tehran, which, I mean, it's not really like a question anymore. We are pounding them constantly. There was an attack at the old UN building in the last hour in Suleimana, Iraqi Kurdistan. I will show you that. Let me see. I'm going as far as I can. It's really hard to get the Tehran footage. It really is. But that's what I'm interested in the most. But the Arabic networks won't show it. So to get the Tehran footage, you have to have Iranians in Tehran who don't like Iran, which is what I'm working on finding for you. We can also check back in with Al Jazeera English as I'm doing that for you, though. I'm a little bit nervous right now because I'm well aware what's about to happen. Because the same thing happens every night. They announce they're going to do a wave of attacks. They do a wave of attacks, and then the rockets just start appearing in the sky every 30 minutes. So bear with me as I keep an eye on this for you.
And where they were before trying to stay out of the conflict, by being attacked, they feel they have no other option but to respond. What does that mean? That means the United States and its allies will have hundreds more aircraft, hundreds, perhaps thousands of more precision weapons to attack against the Iranians. I think the Iranians will rethink that decision they made and realize it was the wrong thing to do.
General Kimmett, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russia and China have criticized the U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran and called for an immediate halt to military operations. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow has seen no evidence to support claims that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, the main justification given by Washington for the attacks.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
The United States and Israel's military strikes against Iran without authorization from the UN Security Council violate international law. China is deeply concerned about the spread of war into neighboring countries. We urge all parties to stop military operations and prevent further spread of the war.
One of the reasons the U.S. president has mentioned that he may use the Navy to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz is because Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through it. Oil and gas prices have spiked and global markets have tumbled as the conflict in the Middle East continues. Energy facilities across the big producers like Qatar and Saudi Arabia have halted production after their infrastructures were hit. Kasum Sharif explains the impact.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Now, this is an important waterway with about 20% of the world's oil consumption passing through this narrow curve. It's used by most of the major oil and gas producers in the Middle East. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is rather narrow, but holds a lot of traffic. If we look at just this narrow point, it's about 33 kilometers, but an estimated 20 million barrels of oil have flowed through it every single day last year. Now, much of it is headed to Asia through the Arabian Sea, but some of it is also headed to Europe, right through the Arabian Sea and up through the Suez Canal. Its closure would mean 19 billion barrels of oil will be wiped off the global market. Now, Iran has been targeting energy infrastructure right across the region. It sent global oil and gas prices soaring. In its latest attack, it has hit an oil tank in a port in Oman. A drone struck it, but no casualties have been reported. Iran is also targeting Israel, and the Israeli military has reported interceptions in Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and El Beit. Israel, for its part, is targeting Tehran and Beirut. And overnight, the Israeli military has deployed additional forces to southern Lebanon.
Iraq is also slowing or shutting down oil drilling at two key sites. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, storage capacity is running out for the oil that's already been produced. Pumping at Iraq's Rumaila oil field is drawing down, as well as wells at Maysan near the border with Iran. Bloomberg reports that the closures could reduce production by 66% in the coming weeks. Joe Mitchell is a professor of economics at the University of West England. He says a prolonged conflict will have a major impact on the global economy.
It is the case that the US is less dependent on Middle Eastern oil than it used to be. It has substantial domestic production now, both of oil and gas. It's also the case that the US has a large strategic reserve, as does China, which will be brought into play. And there has been at least an assumption, I think, that OPEC states, including Saudi Arabia, would increase production to try and smooth market prices and prevent oil price spikes. Having said all that, really the question is, how long does this conflict?
Okay, so that was all very good analysis. Everything they were saying, obviously, spot on. Like the U.S. isn't necessarily like going to face an issue with its reserves because it has a lot. The issue is global energy prices and the downstream effect on commerce. I have a new video for you right now from the last 15 minutes of Herzliya, okay, Herzliya, which I believe is another city in Israel. So I'm going to show you this raw footage. This was not on our camera because Herzliya is not covered by the sky cams, but this is the most recent footage I have for you from Herzliya, Herzliya. I wish I knew how to say the name of that city. I do not. So I'll show you that footage. That is not from Herzliya. That is from Tehran earlier on Tuesday. It's actually Wednesday now in Tehran, March 4th. It gets a little bit hard when you get to the end of the day Eastern time because then the Middle East and Iran are in the next day. So I have to for 6 hours or whatever it is, 7 hours, 8 hours, I have to report 7 hours exactly, actually in 5 minutes. I have to report times like in Tuesday time on the East Coast and then Wednesday time in Iran and Israel. And then there's certain points in time where Israel is on the same day as us and Iran is on the next day. It's very hard. You have to really understand what time it is in each place you're reporting on. Unrelated to that, I'm going to show you from 35 minutes ago. The bombs are raining down on Israel right now, but it's hard because not everything has a live cam. This is the most recent footage from Herzliya. Sorry for the
Oh my god.
It's static.
كده زي ورق الأيام. بوم. كده زي ورق الأيام.
So again, you don't hear the impact, and that person's cell phone has like a terrible interference. That was actually in the recording. You see one missile intercepted, two missile intercepted, and then the third one eventually reaches its target. This is in the Israeli city of Herzliya 38 minutes ago. Herzliya. This is raw footage from the Israeli city of Herzliya. All right, let's see what other raw footage I have for you. Let's see, this is the Tel Aviv strike. Yeah, so I do have raw footage of the strike on Tel Aviv. But I do not have the actual impact from 30 minutes ago. This is another Israeli city. Sorry for that horrible interference. It's actually on the person's cell phone. I'll show you the Tel Aviv strike from about 30 minutes ago. So it's gonna get a little intense here. This was about 30 minutes ago in Tel Aviv. And someone asked about the fighting in southern Lebanon. I have some footage for you of ground fighting in southern Lebanon a little bit earlier today. So this report has been denied by the Iranian state TV. But I'll show you the footage from Hezbollah and IDF in Kafar Kela, South Lebanon, about 1 to 2 hours ago. This is the active fighting there. This is active fighting. Thought I saw this yesterday. Give me a second. Might be new fighting. Looks like new fighting.
اشتباكات عنيفة داخل كفر كلا. اشتباكات عنيفة داخل كفر كلا.
That's small arms fire in southern Lebanon in the last 2 hours. Very intense ground conflict between Israeli forces and Hezbollah. So what you're seeing right now is it's hard to get footage from South Lebanon because it's like hillsides, but you're seeing a village in South Lebanon. You're hearing Israeli troops and Hezbollah fighters, who are actually a military, exchanging small arms fire. Those red bullets are tracer rounds. They're not missiles, they're bullets that trace their path with like a trail. So you're seeing Israel firing from an elevated position into a valley, like a village in South Lebanon that is occupied by Hezbollah. Now that guy filming, I mean, frankly, he's out of his mind. Now you can argue about the other people we've seen filming, but this man, he is actually in the middle of like bullets. He's not like near missiles. They are firing bullets like across that zone. He's in no man's land. He's just standing there filming. I'm shocked he lived. I do not see any tanks deployed in this video. I did see one last time. I saw an Israeli tank shelling Hezbollah positions. This seems to be only small arms fire, but it's a crazy amount of bullets. I mean, in this video alone, you probably hear 1,000 or more like exchanges of bullets. They're firing a substantial amount of rounds, like constantly, and it's layered. You're only hearing the loudest pops. It's layered over each other. Just incredible. The kind of videos that, like, maybe back in the day the army photographer would get, and you might see, like, months after, years after. Like, this is just a civilian standing in a home being like, well, there's people in a war outside. I guess I'll just go out my front door on my porch and record it. I'm in the middle of the shooting, but, you know. God bless you, Antonio. But yes, I will say, like, I played this a little bit, like, a few times because we have to move on eventually to other live things, but you're not just going to just see every day in your life, like, small arms fire between Hezbollah and Lebanon recorded by a civilian on a porch. It's not exactly the most common thing. It really isn't.
اشتباكات عنيفة داخل كفر كلا. اشتباكات عنيفة داخل كفر كلا.
Wild. Alright, I have an IRCG update for you. So I'll translate this for you. It's in Farsi. I think we have one person. Oh, here's webcam footage of simultaneous missile launches by Hezbollah at Israel earlier today. So you're going to see simultaneous launches out of Beirut going towards Haifa. Maybe towards northern Israel. Yep. I heard something. Yep. So you should see waves of attacks. I'm waiting for them. Oh yeah, there you go. Wow. Oh, they hit a lot. That was like 4 hits. So it's Hezbollah. Wow. Wow, it was Hezbollah. That was a serious amount of attacks. Here's what the Israeli Air Force was up to today, by the way. This was the past 8 hours. Wild. So, a lot of shelling in southern Lebanon. Just wild. And then I'll play you the IRCG press conference. Some people speak Farsi. Then I will translate it for you into English. I'll just read you the post that's translated into English. Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong button. I meant to click post, not hashtags. Where's that? I just reshared it. Yeah, here you go. So we have some people in the chat that speak Farsi. This is the IRCG's update tonight.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در ادامه عملیات وعده صادق 4 و در پاسخ به تجاوز جنایتکارانه آمریکایی صهیونی امروز سه‌شنبه 12 اسفند ماه ضربات سنگین و کوبنده‌ای به پایگاه‌ها و مراکز حساس و راهبردی دشمن در منطقه وارد ساختند. سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در موج‌های 13ام، 14ام و 15ام عملیات وعده صادق 4 توسط یگانهای موشکی و پهپادی نیروهای دریایی و هوافضا حملات گسترده‌ای علیه ائتلاف دشمن وارد ساخت. هدف قرار دادن پایگاه تفنگداران تروریست نیروی دریایی آمریکا در پایگاه عریفجان با 10 فروند پهپاد انهدامی. این پایگاه محل تجمع تروریست‌های آمریکایی در شهر دبی امارات است که بیش از 160 تفنگدار تروریست در آن حضور داشتند. طبق اخبار میدانی تلفات آمریکا در این حمله ترکیبی پهپادی موشکی بیش از 100 نفر برآورد شده است. انهدام پهپاد هرمس رژیم غاصب صهیونیستی توسط پدافند هوایی سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی در خرم‌آباد. هدف قرار دادن پایگاه هوایی آمریکا در منطقه شیخ عیسی بهرام.
All right, it's in Farsi. I think you get the point. Here's the translation. The IRGC claims, this is their claims, by the way, so it's no different than any military. They're probably lying. They claim they targeted the U.S. Marine Corps base at Camp Arif Jan with 10 drones. More than 160. Now again, please take this with a grain of salt. I do not trust the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, but I'm just telling you, it's like when I report what other militaries say, and I tell you, I think they're lying. I have no idea if anything the enemy is saying is true. Okay, this is what the enemy is reporting. They are literally the enemy of the United States. Who's fighting? Standing Stones, you just tell me, I'll come right in there and tell people to behave, everybody be friendly and nice. There's a war going on. we just need to relax. I think I'm talking more to the Iranians. All right, so that said, I'm going to read you this, but I'm prefacing it by saying that as a journalist, as a war journalist who is covering this from the American perspective, I am telling you, you should not take anything that the enemy says as face value. It's kind of like, I'm telling you this because you should know what they're claiming, but do not take it at face value. They are the enemy. As this war progresses, I will continue to tell you what the enemy is saying. You should still understand that does not mean you should just take it at face value. It does not mean it's like news. It is the enemy. All right, so Iraq Armed Forces operations today. Targeting the U.S. Marine Corps base at Camp Arif Jan with 10 drones. More than 160 U.S. Marines were present, and estimations put over 100 casualties in the combined drone missile attack. Are they seriously standing up there and saying they hit 100 casualties? In this case, doesn't mean deaths. Are they saying they hurt 100 American Marines at Camp Arif Jan? Are they saying that? Does anyone have family stationed there? Wouldn't it be nice to know if they're lying about that? Are they really just bragging about hurting 100 Marines? Are they lying? Does that mean the U.S. is not being forthright with our own people? Seriously, I'm very concerned about this. A downing of an Israeli Hermes drone by IRGC Air Defense over Khorramabad. That is not as serious. Targeting the U.S. Air Base in Sheikh Asa, Bahrain, in a large drone and missile operation with 10 strategic command and equipment sites struck, and the residence of senior U.S. commanders struck. Downing of a Hermes 9000 drone with EW systems. Destruction of positions of separatist groups in Iraqi Kurdistan using 30 drones. Targeting a second THAAD anti-missile system radar in West Asia with missiles, marking the system out of operation. The IRGC adds that a THAAD radar at Al Ruwals in the UAE has also been destroyed the previous day. The Iranian army, the Artesh, also carried out multiple attacks on enemy forces. The army's air defense units shot down 7 Israeli drones, bringing the total down drones of the American-Israeli enemies to 35. The Israeli military areas in Israel, as well as U.S. ships and bases, including Al Udeid base in Qatar, were targeted early this morning by the Iranian Navy using drones and surface-to-air missiles. Surface-to-surface missiles, I'm sorry. Sonium, I take everything the enemy says with a grain of salt, but I have an obligation to know their position. I'm going to give you the latest update from Tehran. I don't believe this live cam is of Tehran, but there is one English-speaking reporter in Tehran. I'm going to let you listen to him now.
At least.
Let's go to Tauhid Assadi, who is live for us in Tehran. And Tauhid, while we were talking to Alan, our viewers were seeing some pictures on the side of their screen that showed continued strikes happening across Tehran. What is the situation there this evening as you head into the fourth night in Tehran?
This is, the first night since the initiation of the American and Israeli strikes to Iran. And the scene here in the capital was dominated by actually echoing sound of massive explosions lingering across the city, and also the smell of the smoke drifting into the air. This is very massive, and this is heavier bombardment compared to the first days of the initiation of these strikes, leaving growing concerns about the fatalities, specifically when it comes to civilians. And I was downtown earlier in the evening, where one of the police stations near Enqilab Square, which is one of the most important places in the capital, politically speaking, was targeted in a very massive way. And of course, this is not it. We have been receiving different reports from different cities, small and big across the country, including Isfahan, Urumia, and elsewhere, that these wave of strikes continue. And right now, I can say escalation is the name of the game that we see here, as on the other hand, we receive reports from the army and the actually Revolutionary Guards, IRGC, about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes. On the latest line, I can say that we've got first the ground forces of IRGC announcing that they have also entered the battlefield, which is meaning basically that we're basically dealing with a more escalated situation. And of course, we've got another statement from the IRGC, from the one of the officials, saying that Strait of Hormuz is now closed and it is impossible for ships or oil tankers to pass through this passage. And of course, they announced that more than 10 oil tankers didn't pay attention to this closure announcement, and they were hit, according to the statement, and the statement that comes from the Iran's IRGC. The situation looks to be very delicate as we witness the continuation of these strikes, targeting not just the military centers, but also impacting the civilian infrastructures. Yesterday, we've got one of the most tragic, I would say, scenes when we saw the funeral of more than 160 schoolgirls who were targeted when they were at a school, at an elementary school in Minab. And of course, that doesn't stop there when it comes to civilian casualties.
Thank you, Tauhid. Meanwhile, here, Qatari authorities say they've busted 2 sleeper cells operating for Iran's Islamic...
So this is actually a new development where you're about to hear the Qataris in the last 30 minutes indicated they found like Iranian sleeper cells in Qatar. Why I'm worried about this is obvious, but let's listen to the report before I analyze it.
Revolutionary Guard. 10 suspects have been arrested. Let's bring in Axel Zaimovich now, who is in Doha. So, Axel, let me ask you, the strikes are continuing in Iran, but there are also continued strikes and attacks against members of the Gulf countries. What can you tell us about these latest strikes?
Well, Riley, we're actually getting a lot of developments this hour coming directly from the Qatar's Ministry of Defense. So what we understand that 2 explosions happened earlier today. There were 2 ballistic missiles that were taken down, that were fired at Qatar from the direction of Iran, and air defenses intercepted one of them. But also, there is one missile that managed to penetrate the defense systems, and it struck Al Udeid Air Base, at the largest American military installation here in the Middle East, home to tens of thousands of U.S. personnel, but also forward headquarters of U.S. Central Command. And the Qatari's defense ministry is saying there were no casualties, but we also don't understand what if there's been any assessment of damage and what kind of damage that facilities suffered in the latest attack. But also, Qatar's defense ministry is saying that they have a full capability to defend its territory, and it will, in their own words, respond firmly to any existential threats. So this is the latest updates when it comes about those explosions, what we heard in Qatar, but we're hearing a U.S. a consulate in Dubai that was under attack, but that fire is now contained. There are no casualties, and we also got the confirmation from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio regarding that attack.
All right, Axel, and this also just adds to the collective anger that is happening in the Gulf as these countries deal with these attacks as a result of this military conflict by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. Thank you to you. Let's move now to Lebanon, where Heidi Pett is live for us in Beirut, because Heidi, this is now the second front of this war, not just Iran, but also in Lebanon. There are 3 towns in southern Lebanon that are now facing Israeli military mandatory evacuation orders. What can you tell us about what's happening there right now?
Oh my word! Did you hear that? Those were weapons firing as Heidi did her report. Oh my word! Did you hear that? Did you hear the small arms fire as she did her report? I have to go quiet. I'm going to record this whole thing. All right, I'm going quiet. This is live from southern Lebanon right now. That's Heidi Pratt. She's Zena Kador's colleague.
The second front of this, where Heidi Pratt is live from Israel against Iran. Thank you. These attacks as a result of this military conflict by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. Thank you to you. Let's move now to Lebanon, where Heidi Pratt is live for us in Beirut, because Heidi, this is now the second front of this war, not just Iran, but also in Lebanon. There are 3 towns in southern Lebanon that are now facing Israeli military mandatory evacuation orders. Can you tell us about what's happening there right now?
So those 3 towns are just 3 of many. There are actually more than 100 locations across Lebanon that are subject to these forced evacuation orders, including specific parts of Dahia in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which you can see behind me. And we've actually just in the last few moments heard in the distance some gunfire coming from that area, which usually indicates people inside the area warning others to leave. It's not entirely clear what the cause of it is right now, but of course we'll do our best to find that out. But this all comes in the context of these continued Israeli strikes, not just on the southern suburbs of Beirut behind me, but also in southern Lebanon. There's been more than 3 confirmed attacks in the last hour in southern Lebanon. And of course, there are people in Baalbek and the Bekaa Valley in the east of the country who are also subject to these forced evacuation orders. So across the country, there are many, many people in Lebanon who are not sleeping in their own beds tonight. And in the streets of the capital, you see people wandering around kind of wrapped up on the streets, sleeping in their cars. Every single hotel in the city is full, and people are just desperate to find somebody that they can stay with.
Now, and Heidi, as these orders are given, Israel is also ordering an expansion of its ground presence in southern Lebanon. What can you tell us about how that's moving forward?
So what we have confirmed, and this comes via UNIFIL, which is the UN peacekeeping force, which has been deployed in the south of Lebanon for a number of years, they confirmed that this morning the Israeli military did enter Lebanese territory, and then they retreated back behind the blue line, which is the kind of internationally recognized border there. But what we don't know is whether there will be further incursions tonight and an expansion of this Israeli ground campaign as they do enter southern Lebanon. We know also that Hezbollah has been claiming multiple attacks in the last 24 hours. So it's rocket launches. And they're also claiming that they have been able to target Israeli tanks just on the other side of the border there, as well as firing projectiles at various Israeli bases just across the border. So it's a very active zone in the south of Lebanon and northern Israel right now.
We also have our correspondent, Nida Ibrahim, who is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, I'm wondering, now that we've been talking to Heidi about...
All right, okay, so this is serious because Heidi knows this, but what that means, ladies and gentlemen, the gunfire you hear, it's not fighting in Beirut. That is a warning shot from Hezbollah. When Hezbollah gets a message from Israel that they're going to strike, Hezbollah shoots guns in the neighborhood where the bombs are coming. You are in the next 10 minutes, probably 20, going to watch Heidi report as bombs fall behind her. I mean, it is just incredible scenes. It's horrifying. The bravery of some of these reporters, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. No. Heidi, I have to tag her because people deserve, like, she has probably, like, I don't know, she doesn't have that many followers, maybe like 2,000 or so. Heidi Pratt reports live from Beirut, Lebanon in the last few minutes as Hezbollah fires warning shots across multiple sections of the city, indicating incoming missile fire from Israel. Heidi is putting her life on the line to show the world these images. I'm telling you, like, that is a special level of skill. And you got to tag AJ English, right? No, I will tag AJ English. You got to tag who she works for because they pay for it. And I think Qatar likes me. I was nice to the guy from Qatar on Twitter today. I would go on AJ English if they asked me. Oh yeah, they're about to strike. I'm watching the AJ Arabic feed. They're about to strike. Oh, it's about to happen. Hold tight. Hold tight. I'm switching to our Arabic coverage because they're going to show it first on AJ Arabic. This woman is in Beirut right next to Heidi. The woman in the blue is in Beirut. Beirut is behind her. Expect to see shelling occur like now. And then they're going to cut to Heidi on Al Jazeera English. Get ready. We always see it on Al Jazeera Arabic first because AJ English isn't ready. They're trying to cover too much. What they should be is they should be on the hard cam having Heidi do what this woman is doing. This woman is speaking Arabic, so I'm going to do my best to tell you she's in Beirut and telling you that the gunfire and the active shelling, she's explaining what Heidi just was talking about. She has a little bit more information about Hezbollah. She's speaking too fast for me to formally translate because she speaks Arabic fluently and I don't. But my point is I can speak English faster than she can speak Arabic, so I don't know, we're both kind of competing with each other. You're going to watch bombs fall. I'm waiting for the explosion. I know it's coming. I know this very well. I know exactly what's about to happen. Then Al Jazeera English is going to cut over to Heidi, who's going to be there talking about how the bombs just fell, and then we're going to see more bombs fall while Heidi is live. I do this all the time. I know exactly what's happening. I knew this was coming. I'm worried about Heidi and my colleagues. I have studied this. I just know the pattern. I know how this happens. It's very depressing to watch. You don't understand.
ولم يرمموا بعد خسائرهم سواء في منازلهم أو أولئك المصابين من الحرب الأخيرة، وهم يجدون نفسهم هذه المرة أيضا في موجة وفي وسط حرب جديدة لا يعرفون كيف ستكون مآلاتها وإلى متى ستمتد هذه الحرب.
شكرا لك ميساء الفتناصي من محيط الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت.
Right, she was in Beirut. They didn't strike. They were waiting. So I'm going to just monitor. They were waiting for that strike to happen in Beirut. I am waiting for the strike to happen in Beirut. It's incoming probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. There are 2 reporters standing on the hillside overlooking Beirut, waiting for the strike to come in. And that is what I'm going to show you. I'm very concerned, in fact, for Heidi Pett with Al Jazeera English, who is standing maybe 1,000 yards from where these bombs are going to start falling, and they're going to have her talking in 10 minutes as they fall, and that's what the news reporters do. But yes, no clips to go. Like, you just can't derail the chat. You can't be hostile. No sea lioning, no trolling, no being derogatory, no being discriminatory, and no Kate Peters. Don't take the bait. All of you just make clips to go, be quiet. If they don't know how, if they only know how to sea lion and troll, they're probably a Kate Peter person. We throw them right out. You know what I'm saying? I'll de-wrench you. I'll do it. Let's see if they can make it through the next 30 seconds. Let's go. Come on, take the bait. Come on now. Come on, fishy. Come on, I'm fishing. Listen, you got to know how to fish. I taught Esty how to fish. Sometimes you got to teach a woman how to fish. I have a teach a woman how to fish mentality. If you feed a woman or a man, you help them for a day. If you teach a woman or a man how to fish, you feed them for a lifetime. Do you understand? Nope, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Asking how you're trolling is classic trolling. I'm not trolling. You trolling. I'm boxy. You see? Okay? How about this? I've de-wrenched you. I have de-wrenched you. You have been de-wrenched. I've never de-wrenched anyone. You know? So you want to ask how you was trolling? Well, how about this? I'm not trolling. You's trolling. I'm just boxy. You see? So anyway, you lost your... No, you don't. You just have no more towel wrench. That's what you have. So anyway, the point is we have a very serious situation developing on the ground in Beirut, Lebanon. And listen, you can talk about warmongering. That's not what I'm worried about. It's your persistent, egging on of people in chat. That is not acceptable. So you have to disagree without being disagreeable. You're on a final warning. So, you should just be amiable and, get your towel wrench back. It is an honor. See, now you got the spirit, but you still got to, you're on thin ice now. Once you're de-wrenched, that's one step away from being, de-personed in the Soviet Union where we Photoshop you out of the pictures with Stalin. So, tread carefully. I'm fishing. I like going fishing. You know what I'm saying? No, back to my teach a woman how to fish mentality. So if you apply this broadly, I try to teach you all the form of how to think, okay? I do that in my personal life, in my professional life. Like, I don't want to tell you what to think. I don't want to fucking tell you to be ready at 5:30 to go to fucking dinner. I want you to be your own person, have autonomous ideas, and ideally help me reshape global democracy to undermine the influence of subversive groups that are a threat to the cogency of public discourse. And ideally, you want to be the first lady, too. What that has to do with Clips to Go, it doesn't really have to do anything. It's just like, I have a teach a woman to fish mentality. I have a teach a man to fish mentality. And some days you're out there fishing, and you're thinking about, like, what is the art of me dropping this line in the water? Is it to, like, humiliate the self-conceit of trolls that don't know how to deal with someone that's been on the internet for longer than they've been alive? Probably. Anyway, I have to actually monitor Beirut now. I'd love to spend more time with you, but I know that's why you're here, and we can't be doing that. So somebody eventually will just see you out. You can take your leave if you would be so kind. I'm a Southern gentleman. You don't understand. I have a spidey sense. I know. I think what you can hear in my voice right now, though, is just because the rocket attacks tend to come in waves, like, I know what's about to happen, and I'm on edge already. I'm frustrated that this is continuing. I don't understand how we're in a fourth night of shelling on innocent civilians, and I don't really want to spend time dealing with trolls. So, don't be doing that. You're making me all mad. The country is at war. The last thing I want to be dealing with, like, seriously. I dismantled an intelligence community network. I already dealt with, like, the Epstein files and Stoughton and the brothels. Oh, by the way, allow me to say something, because a lot of people build a platform and then they try to, like, do one thing or the other, which is great. But I only really have one request of you all, other than keeping me alive. Please don't buy prostitutes. This is my public service announcement. You know how, like, the guy on The Price is Right used to say, spay and neuter your pets? My public service announcement every few hours is, please don't buy prostitutes. It enables sex trafficking and through 6 degrees of separation, Jeffrey Epstein. So please don't buy prostitutes. Tell your family. Sit them down. Say, uncle, brother, father, whoever you are, please don't buy prostitutes. It's hurting America. I know we're at war, but I just don't want to forget this. Like, please stop buying other people. It really hurts America. Thank you very much for your attention to this important anti-human trafficking public service announcement. You might be saying to yourself, sir, this is war coverage. Why are you telling me not to buy prostitutes? Well, listen, I'm in charge here, and I get to do things like that, okay? All right? If I want to make a public service announcement for 30 seconds about not buying prostitutes because of it leading to sex trafficking, by God, I'm going to do it. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. We were talking, I think you'll probably appreciate this, we were talking about the Stoughton Police Explorers program and Jeffrey Epstein and Learning for Life, and then I gave a public service announcement about prostitution and why it's bad. I just, think I'm a really good, public service announcement towel. I should just be put on national TV to tell people not to buy prostitutes. The country will be very confused. Why is this man telling us not to buy prostitutes? Then they'll just start doing it. You don't understand. Mr. Sweeney, Miss Sweeney, I've caused some problems in Norfolk County. Some of the girls, the working girls, are really mad. I didn't know, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. I didn't know that if you stop sex trafficking, the girls get mad. I did not know this, I promise. I just want to let Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney know that, okay? It's a very important statement. None of you will understand. All right, so I do have something serious to report now that we're coming out of our towel break. I'm going to take on the next segment. It's exactly 5:30. Thank you for bearing with me. It is 5:30 p.m. Eastern in Boston. It is approaching early Wednesday morning in the Middle East through Israel and Iran. The most recent images I have for you from Tehran are almost too shocking to describe. This is an example. I kind of can't believe that this is being reported. This is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard shooting assault weapons into civilian buildings of their own people. And I'm going to show you this now. I'm not sure I buy that. I'm not sure I buy it. I'm gonna watch it one more time, but I'm not sure I buy it. I'm 50-50. I'm gonna say it's potentially fake. That's my initial impression. Like, it was initially reported as real, but I'm gonna say that that's potentially fake. Like, you know, it's from a source that's pretty good normally, but there's just like something off, like the way the footage, like the clip, like the way it pulls away, like the chanting, like there's just a lot of indicia that it's not real, but I'm not in Tehran. So I'm going to give this like a 40% on the plausibility rating. Like, it is plausible, but I think it leans too potentially artificial for me to even repost it. So therefore, I'm ruling that 40%. 40% plausibility. Yeah, clips to go. Like, a lot of us read the Bible, bro, so I think you are on like a very different page, man. I mean, it's cool, bro. Like, you can read whatever the fuck you want, but like, a lot of us like Jesus here, you know, peace be upon him. So, like, you know, you see what I did there? The one thing I will give Iranian Credit TV for is because Jesus is in the Quran. When they say Jesus' name on Iranian state TV, they say Jesus, the Prophet Jesus, or Jesus, peace be upon him, every time. Mad B, oh yeah, the shooting video. I don't know if that is real. I'm going to give it like a 50%. 40% on the real scale. If I see follow-up that says there's actually shooting of Iranian civilians by Iranian forces, okay, that might be real, but doubtful as of now. Let me check in with the live cam, because inevitably I'll have missed something important. Oh, Al Jazeera is showing a video of how the Iranians and Americans struck Khomeini. Let's watch it. This is Al Jazeera Arabic. Now, you all are probably not going to understand this, and neither am I, but let me narrate for you what Al Jazeera imagines was how Khomeini was killed, okay? And then we'll keep an eye on Lebanon, which is really like what's about to happen. Oh, yeah, they've struck Lebanon. I see the strike. It's live. They're resetting their cameras while this happens, I'm sure. But let's take a look. This is the Al Jazeera's dramatization of the strike on Khomeini.
جانبا من تفاصيلها. أشارت الصحيفة نقلا عن مصادر أن كل كاميرات الطرق
They tracked Khomeini by hacking every traffic cam in Tehran.
لسنوات، وأن صورها كانت ترسل مشفرة إلى تل أبيب. إحدى الكاميرات على وجه التحديد أظهرت أشخاصا يركنون سياراتهم في مكان قرب المجمع. وفرت تلك الزاوية نافذة على سير عمل عادي داخل المجمع المحصن. قامت خوارزمية معقدة بمعالجة تلك الصور وربط المعلومات عن هؤلاء الحراس الذين ظهروا في الصور، بما فيها عناوينهم وساعات عملهم ومسارات قيادة مركباتهم إلى العمل، والأهم من هي الشخصيات التي يحمونها. وبهذا بنت الخوارزمية ما يعرف بنمط الحياة. تستخدم إسرائيل مليارات النقاط والبيانات لبناء تصور عن شبكة اجتماعية، ومن ثم تحدد الأشخاص أصحاب مراكز ثقل القرار في تلك الشبكة. علمت كل من إسرائيل ووكالة الاستخبارات المركزية الأمريكية CIA أن خامنئي سيجتمع صباح السبت بكبار قادته في مكتب بالقرب من شارع باستور، وتم تقييم ذلك على أنه فرصة استثنائية تتطلب آلية الاغتيال الإسرائيلية في حال وجود هدف ذي قيمة عالية وجود مسؤولين برتبة عالية يعملان بشكل مستقل عن بعضهما، وأن يقيم كل منهما بدرجة عالية من التحقق وجود الهدف في الموقع وكذلك من يرافقه. تشير مصادر الصحيفة إلى أن إسرائيل حللت البيانات الاستخباراتية من كاميرات مراقبة الطرق وعبر اختراق شبكة الاتصالات. لكن الأمريكيين كان لهم كذلك عميل استطاع تأكيد الهدف، ولم تعلق CIA للصحيفة على هذه المعلومة. في الساعة 3:38 مساء بتوقيت الساحل الشرقي للولايات المتحدة، كان ترامب على طائرة إير فورس 1 وأذن ببدء عملية الغضب الملحمي. بدأت العملية بفتح الطائرات الأمريكية المجال الجوي أمام الطائرات الإسرائيلية عبر إعماء أنظمة الدفاع الجوي الإيرانية والاتصالات والقدرة على الاستجابة. ثم قامت الطائرات الإسرائيلية التي كانت تطير لساعات بالوصول بالوقت المحدد إلى الموقع المطلوب وإطلاق ما يصل إلى 30 ذخيرة دقيقة على مجمع خامنئي بحسب الصحيفة.
دكتور مهند مصطفى، طبعا كما تابعنا قبل قليل في الأخبار العاجلة، صفارات الإنذار تدوي لأول مرة هذه المرة في إيلات، وبالتالي ماذا عن الحسابات الإسرائيلية أيضا يوما بعد يوم؟
الحسابات الإسرائيلية مكونة من 3 عوامل.
It's wild to see there.
هو الزمن. العامل الثاني.
That was the first time I've ever seen that. So I hope you all understand what you just saw. It was Al Jazeera Arabic telling you that, like, in their opinion, based on all their journalistic sources, what happened was, I'm not kidding you, Israel spied on Khomeini, got his location because they hacked the traffic cameras. I got it. I had to get my coffee from the fridge. Hacked his location by getting every traffic cam in Tehran. That's what they were saying, and I was listening as I got my coffee. They got his location, then they waited for him to go, and I'll run it back because the video of him in the room was great. I hope you understand, this is a channel that's friendly with Iran. They're being like, oh, this is great. I missed this part with Mr. President Trump. So they figure out where Khomeini is. Ready? Let's do it again. I'll turn the Arabic off and just commentate this. All right, so they figure out where Mr. Khomeini is, okay? And they're like, okay, we use the traffic cams, we have our jets, all operations go. They got Israeli hackers in a white t-shirt. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Miss Missy, God bless you. He didn't make it. He didn't make it, Miss Missy. So they show you here how they were tracking him, and now this is the one I wanted to show you. This is according to Al Jazeera Arabic's best sources, this is what it looked like when Khomeini was hit. Okay, this is why I'm showing this to you. This was the orientation of the building. He had a security posture at every corner. Okay, they had a guy. Then he's meeting, in a room. That's Khomeini at the head of the table. He's meeting with 4 people on the list, 7, 8 people, around a table. This is out there, and again, they're not making this up. They're saying, according to their best sources in Iran, this is what happened. All right, he was in this building. It's around a courtyard. He's just sitting at a table. All right, I'm helping you understand. The U.S. and Israel are monitoring him. They know he's there. Benjamin Netanyahu personally pushes the button to order the go. They transmit. This is showing the joint communication of the strike force. Again, this is according to the best information Al Jazeera has. This is how the U.S. and Israel struck Khomeini. So, they're monitoring his position. They've isolated him in a room. What happened with Prince Andrew, Mad P? Well, other than obviously. So, Mr. President Trump, it looks like, is on Air Force One. He's getting informed. They have him dramatized as a stone statue. He's just cool as a cucumber. He's flying up on the imaginary Air Force One. He gets a call. They got him. He's a stone figure, ladies and gentlemen. He's cool as a cucumber. Oh yes, it's what Mr. President Trump always wanted. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, the Mount Rushmore statue of President Trump as depicted in AI by Al Jazeera Arabic. It's what Mr. President Trump has always wanted. His own figure carved in stone so he can go up on Mount Rushmore holding a cell phone. He has lived for this day. Wait till Mr. President Trump hears that the Arabic language Al Jazeera has designed a perfect stone bust of Mr. President to put on Mount Rushmore. He is going to be thrilled. Tao loves President Trump. He was nice to Tao Grampy. My point is, he was literally personally nice to my working class fire chief Towel Grampy in 2009. So I've always liked Mr. President Trump before he was a politician. The point is, that is going up on Mount Rushmore. I'm telling you, it's glorious. It's everything that the American people need. This AI. All right. So anyway, they send a squad of jets to go get Mr. Khamenei. I'm taking you through this actually somewhat well done reconstruction. American jets disable Iranian anti-air technology. A squadron of Israeli, looks like Typhoon fighters, then approach Tehran, and it just takes them like a few strikes, and he's done. They just carpet bomb the entire area. So there you go. You saw the death, the reconstruction of the American attack on Mr. Khamenei. So we are monitoring right now the skies over Beirut. I think the shelling has started, and I'm just waiting for Al Jazeera Arabic to take the camera. How do I know? Because I saw Heidi Pratt of Al Jazeera English live while Hezbollah was firing warning shots in the air, telling the residents that Israel is about to carpet bomb Beirut again. So we're going to watch that, but what I'm really monitoring is the skies over Jerusalem, the holy city, the skies over Tel Aviv, and the skies over Tehran. The problem is Tehran has like a blackout, so you can't see what's going on in Tehran. Like, the only way you can see hold on, I have breaking news out of Tehran, potentially. Stay with me, please. Stay with me. This might be a live report, it might be from earlier. Let's see what Mohammed Tehran has to say. He's in Tehran.
Through a community overcome with grief, as they bury a generation too young to understand the conflict that ended their young lives.
Iran has launched retaliatory strikes around the region, targeting U.S. bases and oil facilities, although Tehran denies targeting civilian sites.
As plumes of smoke billow here in Tehran and around the country, it appears there is no end in sight to the escalating conflict.
He's not live, but he's for sure in Tehran. I thought they were faking it, but they played the traffic sounds to prove it. He's literally in downtown Tehran. They really are saying this footage, by the way, is real, okay? But I don't believe it. I'm seeing now multiple reports that that the shooting at Iranians was real, but I'm not confirming it. Second, the American base in Kuwait was targeted by Iranian drones. I'm trying to get you pictures of it. Wow, it might actually be real. So it's unclear, but there is street fighting in Tehran. I told you I couldn't really confirm it. But yeah, I'm telling you, there's something going on in Tehran. There are multiple reports now that in Tehran there were protesters chanting anti-regime slogans out of the window, and then the regime just started shooting at them with automatic weapons. I didn't believe it was true at first. I thought it was an AI video because it almost was too surreal to be real. But yeah, okay, they're going to Lebanon. Hold on. I want to see if they're striking in Lebanon. Please hold.
الضاحية الجنوبية ولكن
The woman you're listening to is in Beirut. Listen for bombs, please.
هذه الغارة باعتبار أننا لم نشاهد دخانا يتصاعد ربما من الموقع الذي نزلت فيه هذه الغارة وحصل فيه هذا القصف، ولكن تباعا بعد صوت القصف وصوت الضربة التي سمعنا صوت صليات الرصاص تتصاعد ربما في شكل تحذيري كالعادة تزامنا مع هذه الغارة، علما أيضا أنه لم يقع صدور تحذير وإنذار من قبل الجانب الإسرائيلي قبل هذه الضربة. وكما هو معلوم فإن أغلب الضربات التي تستهدف الضاحية الجنوبية أو أي موقع هنا ولا تسبقه أو لا يسبقه إنذارا وتحذيرا من الجانب الإسرائيلي دائما ما يكون موجه لاستهداف إحدى الشخصيات التابعة لحزب الله في انتظار تبيان تفاصيل هذه الضربة وهذه الغارة وموقعها تحديدا لتبين تفاصيلها ربما بعد قليل. كما قلنا هذه الغارة قد تنذر ربما بليلة طويلة وليلة تليها غارات أخرى في الضاحية الجنوبية، وذلك قياسا بما كان عليها الأمر في الليلة الماضية التي شهدت عدة غارات استهدفت الضاحية الجنوبية، بينما كان العنوان الرئيسي لهذا اليوم هو تكثف الاستهدافات والغارات والتحذيرات في مواقع عديدة في الجنوب اللبناني، وكان أبرزها الغارات التي استهدفت حارة صيدا وعديد المناطق الأخرى في الجنوب اللبناني التي تم استهدافها بعد التحذير والتنبيه بقصفها من قبل الجانب الإسرائيلي، هذا على المستوى الميداني والمستوى العسكري وأيضا على المستوى السياسي. يبدو من خلال التصريحات ومن خلال ما يتم تداوله سياسيا بأن لبنان دخل رسميا أجواء الحرب، وتؤكد الحكومة اللبنانية على لسان رئيسها وعلى لسان أيضا وزير الخارجية الذي تحدث اليوم تجدد وتؤكد على موقفها الذي يؤكد
I have to stay with this because I know there's about to be a strike on Lebanon.
بيد الدولة اللبنانية.
That's why they're having a talk.
أيضا من الانعكاسات لهذا الوضع الذي تعيشه لبنان هو الوضع الإنساني الصعب الذي يتجلى في عدد الشهداء الذي ارتفع وفق حصيلة وزارة الصحة إلى 50 شهيدا وأكثر من 350 مصابا منذ بدء العدوان الإسرائيلي فجر الاثنين الماضي على لبنان. أيضا حركة النزوح الكبيرة التي تشهدها العاصمة اللبنانية، وقد تبين ذلك من خلال حالة الزحمة وحالة الازدحام المروري الشديد الذي تشهده العاصمة خلال هذين اليومين بسبب حالة وموجة النزوح التي تأتي إلى العاصمة.
شكرا لك ميساء. وأيضا نذهب مرة أخرى إلى أربيل نقل عن مراسلة الجزيرة سقوط مسيرة في
They keep thinking there's going to be a... Oh, hold on.
ستير. ستير هل تسمعينني؟
نعم.
I hear the drone.
يبدو أن هناك
I hear the Israeli drone.
يبدو أن هناك مسيرة أخرى قد سقطت قبل لحظات أو قبل دقائق على منطقة سيبيران في أربيل، إضافة إلى المسيرة التي أشرت إليها في منطقة كسنزان. طبعا هذه المناطق هي تابعة لأربيل. طبعا اليوم يمكن القول أن هناك على ما يبدو استهدافات مكثفة على أربيل وأطرافها. كان هناك طائرتين مسيرتين صباح اليوم على قضاء كويسنجق وتحديدا على معسكر الحزب الديمقراطي الكردستاني الإيراني المعارض أدى إلى إصابة شخص، وهذه الطائرات استهدفت المعسكر. وأيضا قبل قليل كان هناك استهداف بمسيرة أخرى على كويسنجق أيضا على نفس الموقع التابع للحزب الديمقراطي الكردستاني.
I'll show you footage from Qatar in the last few minutes. So there is a wave of attacks going on right now. It started with Iran attacking Tel Aviv about 2 hours ago, and then immediately Israel started shelling Beirut. About 30 minutes ago, the warning shots went up from Hezbollah in the Beirut suburbs telling people that the bombs were coming. So it seems like the active front will be South Lebanon. And then I imagine there's going to be waves of strikes on Tel Aviv. So I'm looking at the holy city right now, Jerusalem. I'm looking at Tel Aviv, and I'm waiting for this Beirut attack because there are two reporters, one Arabic reporter and one English reporter, standing on the hills above Tel Aviv with cameras pointing them as bombs fall, and I'm going to tell you when that happens. That I do not expect, though, to be the primary focus of the attacks. The reason the shelling is happening in Beirut is because Hezbollah and Iran are firing at Israel. So that's what I'm monitoring very closely. It started 2 hours ago, but it never starts. It's always like a gentle wave to test the defenses. And then they just, like, the firing comes at like 3 in the morning Israeli time. Like when they start firing, like supersonic missiles, like I can tell because I can see it, and that's at the same time every night. So I will take you through until that happens. But we'll go, I imagine, till somewhere around 12 a.m. midnight to 2 a.m. It's hard for me to go longer than that, and I will continue to provide coverage for you. China is upset about the Strait of Hormuz, so we can listen to that coverage. But let me show you Doha before I show you China's reaction to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. I think what's going on in Doha is part of a wider wave of Iranian attacks right now. It's going to take me a second to get you footage of it, but this is the view from a rooftop in Doha about 1 hour ago. This is, again, from Doha, Qatar, 53 minutes ago to be exact. Nanya, I don't think any of those are leprechauns. I'm sorry, my friend. If that helps you feel better, like, whatever it takes. But those are missiles. I'm sorry. They're not leprechauns. I'm very sorry. Those are interceptor missiles. This is, like, continuous. By the way, you just watched a minute. There was no repeating of that footage until that last second. This is a minute straight of missiles raining down on Doha, and Doha, Qatar, firing anti-missile interceptor missiles. I'm telling you, I know what I'm looking at. And this was one, and the sound is haunting. It's just a very haunting air raid sound. It like pierces your soul. I mean, you definitely know that the air raid is happening, that's for sure. It does its job. The Standing Stones, this is Doha, Qatar, 53 minutes ago, so roughly 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll give you the time local. This was 1 a.m. local time, Doha, so 53 minutes ago. This is, like, I know that Qatar, the state broadcaster, blocks this out. I'll turn the siren off. But just so you know, like, part of what makes reporting this war so hard is as the attacks hit countries with broadcasters, like, who don't, like, who, like, say Qatar owns Al Jazeera, when Qatar's, like, firing missiles to defend its territory, they tell Al Jazeera not to show it live. Which is why you kind of have to go hunt for some person in Qatar who's, like, standing on their roof being like, oh, that seems like a lot of missiles firing. I should probably, you know, figure out what's going on there. And that's exactly what happened. No, that can't be real. That can't be real. That can't be real. Yeah, it's AI. You got to be careful sometimes because there's a lot of war propaganda out there. But I am watching carefully, ladies and gentlemen. I am watching carefully indeed. Let's take a look. So again, that was what I have to do is simultaneously monitor the live feed to see what's happening in the cities they'll show, and then for where they'll like refuse to show, I have to like manually go get you the footage. All right, let's take a listen to what China had to say about the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't speak Chinese, so I had to have Al Jazeera translate it.
Provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
The United States and Israel's military strikes against Iran without authorization from the UN Security Council violate international law. China is deeply concerned about the spread of war into neighboring countries. We urge all parties to stop military operations and prevent further spread of the war.
President Donald Trump has criticized...
Oh my God, it was real. Oh my word. Oh my word. Okay, remember how I told you that Iran sends... Wait a minute, pause. Pause. Okay, I got a lot going on right now. Pause. Pause. I have footage for you that you are not going to believe of Tel Aviv. You're not even going to believe it. You're going to see it with your eyes and not believe it. But I can't show you it until I monitor. This is the holy city. This might be Haifa. The problem is like Haifa kind of looks like southern Jerusalem. So like West Ramallah, that might actually be Ramallah, which is right outside Jerusalem. And it's like that's when it might be Haifa though. And then if they turn to the right and it's the Dome of the Rock, I get even more concerned. So I have to monitor. Hold, please. That's a bad side. You don't want to hear the beep beep. Anytime you hear the beep beep, just run the other way. You do not want to hear the beep beep. All right, I'll take like 2 seconds to show you what's going on. All right, so remember I told you earlier that Iran likes to test Israel's air defenses at the beginning of the night? Like I've been watching every night, so I know how they do it. Look at what Iran did earlier during the just soft wave in Tel Aviv. I can't believe what I've just witnessed, and I don't think this is manipulated. I believe this is actual. This is Tel Aviv. This is real. Watch the Iranian missile just easily out dogfight the Iron Dome. This was the one from earlier. Watch it strike. Dude, it like turns like, it just tricks these guys. They don't even stand a chance. Look at the interceptors try to get it. Dude, it's just like, whoops. Nope. No chance. Dude, that is an Iranian missile striking Tel Aviv. Why? I'm telling you, that is the strike that happened. That is what you saw on camera earlier. Did you see that missile avoid those interceptors? This was the soft wave to start the night. That is incredible footage. First of all, I'm horrified for the people of Tel Aviv. But I'm telling you, what you just saw was an Iranian missile striking Tel Aviv at will. This was the soft wave an hour ago to start, maybe 2 hours ago. Watch the Iranian missile. Israel tries to send up interceptors. The missile's just like, nope. Why? Dude, the force of that strike is unimaginable. Dude. Oh my God. And that's a limited first run tonight. They're firing at will at Tel Aviv. It's incredible, but also horrifying to watch. Like watching the tech play out, yes, it's incredible what humans have accomplished, but also horrifying. So you're watching an Iranian missile an hour ago or two split the Iron Dome, or probably David Slinger Arrow intercept system, and then just pulverize the center of Tel Aviv. That's what the Israeli military is blacking out. Dude, this is not okay. We're going to have another night of me yelling about how we can't just pretend this is not happening. This is the first wave. I mean, it's really not. This is like a slow missile compared to what I saw last night. And it just easily, it's just not even like a competition.
Why?
If you're just tuning in, this is footage from Tel Aviv, 1 hour and maybe 45 minutes ago. I saw the hit in real time. I can't believe this is how it actually accomplished the hit. I mean, it's almost like unbelievable, like how Iran is doing this. Like Israel is defenseless. Just watch. I mean, you just look in awe. And the Israeli interceptors don't stand a chance, and they look like they don't have a lot of them either.
Why?
I mean, the Israelis are freaked out. I mean, that is very real. I know it's real too because I watched that specific missile hit Tel Aviv. That's an incredible amount of force. I hope you understand. Those missiles are not supposed to hit civilian cities. They're for like military targets, hardened targets. I mean, they had to intercept it. How did they miss? They must be running low. Dude, I can't believe they only fired 2 interceptors. Dude, they are lying to us so bad. Why are they hiding this from us? Who benefits from them not telling us that this is happening? Yeah, no, and the reason why normally I would do a lot of investigation and be like, okay, let's see if it's AI. I just know that this strike happened because I watched it on the webcam. It's not even a webcam, it's a hard cam of the skyline. I didn't see the impact because we were blinded by a building, but I'm telling you, I watched that exact strike happen. I didn't see it because we were blinded by, like, if you ask the people who were watching the stream, our angle on it was blocked, but I saw that exact explosion. Like, I know this is real because it all, like, you can't fake like an impact path that I with my own eyes saw. I saw the 2 interceptors. Like, I didn't see it from that angle. I saw it from the other side of the city, but I saw that exact sequence. I saw the missile split the interceptors, and then I saw it impact behind a building. I'm telling you, that's what I saw live, so I know that's real. That's horrifying. They're just testing them tonight. That's what I'm worried about. This is just them testing Israel, like at 1 in the morning, because they're at 3. They're going to rain hell down on Tel Aviv again. And if Israel can't stop this, if they can't stop the light wave at 1 a.m., then what's coming at 3? I don't know if some of you were awake last night. I know a lot of you saw. Sinan 2.71 says, we saw. I know you did. I know you're having the same reaction I am, which is, oh my God, that's that missile I saw.
Why?
It's just, I can't believe that amount of force is being inflicted by their soft wave to start the night. Like, the amount of energy that is being put into the earth. But I want you to understand it so you can understand what we're going to see later. That is like a cruise missile. It's a huge explosion, but it's not their biggest weapon, and that is the stuff that the Iron Dome should be getting easily. That missile's not traveling that fast. You can measure its speed. We could measure its speed based on how far it travels and how fast. But I know what a hypersonic missile looks like, and that is not a hypersonic missile. That's a cruise missile. That is a small missile. No, there's no cars on the road because there was an air raid siren right before this. I have to double check it, but I'm telling you, I watched the strike live. I know what Tel Aviv looks like. And also, there was only one hit. Like, that's what also is telling me, like, there was only one hit. Like, when I was watching live, it was just that. This isn't like all these missiles raining down or anything like that. There was one hit. That's what it looked like. It's very concerning. All right, let me just show you what we saw last night. Like, I think some of you might have missed, like, what happened last night at 3 a.m. I am not standing here telling you this is going to happen again. I just want to show you what we saw. Like, those of us who were up last night, it was, I mean, traumatizing, I suppose, is a word for it, but it was bad. So let me show you what we saw last night. First of all, we saw Tehran get bombed into the Stone Age. So, yeah, but you probably are going to want to see, like, this specific piece of footage. To this moment, well, first of all, have you ever seen a CRAM intercept a drone? Do you know what a CRAM is? It doesn't have audio, which is so shitty, but look at this American CRAM intercepting a drone yesterday. If you are in the military or a veteran, you know what a CRAM is, but very rarely do you see a CRAM intercept a drone over land. That's an American air defense system yesterday. It was yesterday afternoon, so it's about 20 hours ago now. That was one of our air defense systems firing. It looks like a laser. It's not. It's like a very big string of fast bullets that could, like, really, like, rip through anything in its path. But the point is, that's a CRAM firing. Yeah, you don't see these very often, which is why I'm pausing to show it. Like, our boys and girls out there in the U.S. military, man, like, we don't get to see the footage all the time, but they, like, really ruin lives when they are, like, fighting out there. They have some good weapons. That specific weapon, the CRAM, I've only seen it fired from a ship on a video. I've never seen it fired as an air defense over a base, like from land, but dude, that thing rips into you. I don't care if you're a drone, a missile, a ship, a tank, like, you are not surviving that. Your vehicle will no longer exist. It actually got vaporized. It's an Iranian drone trying to hit our base. Dude, the Iranian drone is like in like fallout, like vapor pieces, like after you vaporize one of those guys with a laser beam. It's not a laser beam. It's a bunch of bullets that are, like, I guess calling them bullets is a bit of an understatement. It's more like a just like vicious like trail of like giant shells. But the point is, and they fire like all together in a big like circular, it's like a centrifuge firing like giant shells. The point is, that's a CRAM, and you don't see that footage every day. Why is the Iron Dome not working? Because Iran has these missiles. Let me show you exactly why the Iron Dome is not working. It's actually kind of freaky. So this footage is kind of like, if we see this again tonight, I may have another, like, if you watched till the end last night, by the end, like, I kept my composure, but I started seeing some stuff that really upset me. Like the Iron Dome, forget about like intercepts. What I saw last night, it was, and they haven't fired these tonight, which is why I'm watching Jerusalem and Tel Aviv so quickly. Like, I don't know if you're even going to believe what I'm about to show you. So I'm going to play it. It is real. I know you're going to say, Grant, this cannot be real. This was Tel Aviv last night. Watch the hypersonic missiles at 3 in the morning. This was last night. Watch that missile. That is what they will fire when they're really mad. They haven't, Iran has not fired those tonight. They only fired cruise missiles tonight. They have these. They're called like Hyderabad or Abada something. They're cruise. These are the supersonic Mach 13 to Mach 15 out of the atmosphere, which is like 9,994.1 miles an hour to 11,500 miles an hour, 16,000 to 18,500 kilometers an hour. I'm going to show you this video again. This was 3 in the morning last night. That is a hypersonic missile. What you saw 45 minutes ago hit Tel Aviv was like a cruise missile. Last night at 3 a.m., I watched the apocalypse break out over Tel Aviv. This was last night. Oh yeah, it's a hypersonic missile, no doubt. So this, just so you understand, this is not now. I know a lot of you are monitoring the situation in Israel closely. That's why I'm talking over this. This was when we stayed up last night at 3 in the morning. This is what Iran started firing. For the first time ever, they used their third generation. It's called like a Hydra something or a Bada something. It's a brand new supersonic missile. The first generation was called the Fatah 1 and 2. Now they have this new generation. They fired it for, this was the first ever time it was fired at like 3 in the morning at Tel Aviv last night. They do not start with this each night. They start with the cruise missiles to test what the Iron Dome. Israel has 3 air defense systems: the Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow 1 and 2. Iran starts their volleys on Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Haifa, normally around like 1 a.m. local time in Israel, and then they start like waves every 30 minutes to an hour testing the air defense. And once they're like convinced that Israel can't like intercept anything else that night, they start firing the hypersonic missiles, which they did last night, and it was an apocalypse. It was literally an apocalypse. And I was so sad. I was losing it because, not losing it, I was losing my composure and getting emotional because I was mad that my country's media and the politicians, other than Mr. President Trump and the Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, were not telling the public like how serious this is, because they were blacking this out. They either weren't paying attention, they didn't know what was going on. So my point is, I'm going to let this play for you one more time, and then I'm going to show you what happened as a result of this in Tel Aviv. The paramedics were crying and uploading illegal footage because of what these weapons can do. Now, you saw the strike on Tel Aviv an hour ago. That it didn't make me gasp because I'm desensitized now after seeing this last night. God bless you, Neo-Mortal Girl. I do the best that I can. But I want to show you, this is not what made me get emotional. Like, I like to think I've processed a decent amount of this information. Like, I'm relatively desensitized so I can report it to you and not just break down. No, you're about to see something that, like, I'm going to be able to hold it together now. But last night when I saw the footage I'm about to show you, which has not been noted, by the way, like when I put stuff up, I am looking if I got it wrong and if it got noted. Trust me. Like 24 hours later, I think on my hit rate is like 99.5% in terms of accurate footage. Like if I post something or repost it, very rarely will it have a note on it the next day because I do my best to screen what I'm sharing. Now, let me show you the video that kind of made me realize this was a new war. I don't know how this got out. I don't know why this got out. I don't know what this paramedic must have been so upset at the end of the night or when he saw this that he uploaded this. Okay, I could not believe this footage was uploaded. Let me see if I can find it for you. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Wasn't that this morning? It was the very last thing that we saw before going to bed. So yeah, it was this. And mind you, this is not noted. Okay, I want to point out this is not noted this morning. Okay, this post was originally in Arabic. Okay, it was made 12:52 a.m. right before I went to bed last night in Tel Aviv. Okay, so it was the morning in Tel Aviv when this was posted. It was 12:32 a.m. our time. It has not been noted. Okay, I can't tell you because I don't live in Tel Aviv 100% certainty, but I can tell you no one would let this footage stay up without a note if it was fake. I'm telling you, they know everything right now. So this footage is what made me realize we were in a new war. It's blacked out in Israel and the Western news. It's blacked out even on Al Jazeera because there's this order about impacts of strikes. Tell me what you think about the impact of these supersonic weapons. That's Tel Aviv. Watch the paramedic's face.
לא עלינו פצועים, רק תפילות. היי! אתם רואים את הקומה השנייה? הכל נשרף, הכל עלה בלהבות.
No, this is not the scene from tonight. What you're seeing is the outer ring. So let me just show you. What you're seeing is last night there was a strike on Tel Aviv, okay? You are not seeing the actual impact crater. What you're seeing is a paramedic who is at the outer rim of the damage. Like, this is where some cars, like, were thrown to. That's not the impact site last night of one of those hypersonic missiles. Dude, I'm worried if he filmed the impact site, there would have been, like, vaporized humans. That is a car upside down. That used to be a tree. That is not a tree anymore. That looks like it was in a nuclear explosion, to be frank. It wasn't. But that is the hollowed corpse of a tree. The tree did not live. That is the outer ring. Again, I just want to be clear. To contextualize, this paramedic is not at the impact site of one of those things in Tel Aviv. He is probably, I can't tell exactly, but he's definitely at the outer rim of the impact. He's nowhere near where it hit. He is like, and all the fires are out. He is at the outer rim of the damage, that where like everything got blown to, and even out there where there are like cars like somewhat alive. If you look at when he pans to the left, like some of the cars lived. Okay, like you're looking at like Teslas, they're like alive. Okay. But one of the cars, that car in particular, was thrown like so violently that, first of all, it doesn't exist. There is just mangled like metal. Like, I don't know if you understand how hot it has to get, like, to melt that kind of metal. But then the car is just upside down, and that tree, which was a tree, is no longer a tree. I mean, it was a tree, but it's gone. I mean, so, yeah, I showed this. So just so you understand, this is not today, but what at like 12 in the morning last night, after we watched, so Eastern time, after we watched the barrage of supersonic missiles hit Tel Aviv, like 6 of them, I found this footage from a damage, like an outer ring of the damage in Tel Aviv, and it looked like, I mean, I can't even describe it to you. It looked like an apocalypse, like the outer ring. It had thrown cars like so far, like the cars that were closer to the explosion, it had like eviscerated them and then like melted them and then flipped them and then threw them, and then even out there the shockwave from the blast, like it damaged the buildings like out at that rim too. But the tree, like that was a tree, and it was so hot in this area that it vaporized the tree. The tree is dead. So that's what I'm trying to point out. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to like scale this down. I'm kind of upset at the more I watch this, the Western media again, because we're not doing anyone any favors by just pretending to the American public that everything is normal. Go about your business, like have your regular day. Like we have to get ready to like for Iran to be able to, if they survive like the next few days and they have these weapons, like that's why Secretary of State Rubio is mad at the media. Do you understand? He's saying to the media, like, why are you trying to like shit on me, the Secretary of State, when like this, you could see the panic in his eyes. Like he was talking 3,000 words a minute. And the reality is, the reason why he's freaking out is because we are seeing this because I happen to like have good sources on X that post stuff from the ground that don't, like they circulate on like underground guerrilla social media stuff like Telegram, WhatsApp, and then these like prescient Arabic reporters will like grab it off Telegram or WhatsApp and then verify it and upload it. They don't always get it right. They're like 8 out of 10, but they're good. Like a lot of these reporters are very worried about Israel in particular. So like they're Arabic speaking Israelis, like trying to monitor what's going like guerrilla on like underground channels, then they'll upload it. It will sometimes leak to the press. And so I got this because it was some Arabic reporter happened to find it and he was concerned. But this isn't like, this has gotten to the point. Every time I see this video, I say the same thing. If you know what you're looking at, if you study a lot of war footage, if you understand the scope of the conflict, that what we saw at 3 a.m. last night was one of the most disturbing scenes you can imagine. The scene that we just saw over Israel was bad. That was worse. Now, our dear friend Standing Stone from the chat has provided me this great service. So I can refresh this map here and actually give you a real-time look, if it works, at some of the maps. Sorry, I refreshed it too quick. Of some of the maps of the active alerts. Now, this is Israel right now. Okay? So if you see red, those are active alerts. If you see yellow or green, there haven't been alerts for progressively less time. So Israel is facing active shelling in the northern part of Tel Aviv, well, all of Tel Aviv. It is also facing shelling in the north from Hezbollah. It is facing shelling around Jerusalem and Ramallah. And then I think it's probably also facing shelling in Haifa. All right, so that is an active look at the alerts right now, thanks to Standing Stones. Very grateful for that. Let us take a look back at I know that because I stayed away for 10 minutes, something is going to go on. So let's take a look at the Al Jazeera English live feed.
The British Prime Minister.
Hold on one second. I got to get us live. All right, nope. I have new footage, though. It looks like this might be from Beirut for Al Jazeera Arabic. Let me check in.
بيانا تحدث فيه عن مجموعة استهدافات لعديد المناطق بقاعدة.
I have to confirm the origination of this footage. We do have some Arabic speakers in the chat too, but some people speak Persian, some people speak Farsi. I happen to understand this dialect, the Qatari dialect, a little better than others. But still, we're kind of flying blind when we're listening to this. I don't mean 100%, but they talk very fast. I'm trying to pinpoint this. Does anyone know what that says in the top right? There are a few people who translate. I don't translate Arabic writing. I only understand it. I just never learn the characters. Does anyone know what that says in the top right? We're looking for an ident on this specific writing on the top right, so I can orientate myself. I'm worried, I don't know what that purple hue is, but it's a strike that's just happened.
نختم بالحديث عن حزب الله وإصداره ل 13 بيانا اليوم تحدث فيها عن استهدافه لعديد المناطق في شمال إسرائيل في القاعدة البحرية لحيفا وبمستوطنة كريات تشمونة إضافة إلى عديد المناطق الأخرى. هذا هو ما اتسم به الوضع الميداني والعسكري اليوم إضافة إلى صدور عديد المواقف السياسية أيضا التي تمسك فيها الجانب الرسمي اللبناني بموقفه حول مسألة حصر حالة السلم والحرب بيد الدولة وأيضا تواصل المظاهر الإنسانية لهذه الحرب ولهذا التصعيد منذ فجر الاثنين الماضي بتزايد وتواصل موجة النزوح التي تأتي من عديد المناطق من الضاحية الجنوبية ومن الجنوب اللبناني إلى العاصمة بيروت، والذي تبيناه وكنا نعاينه اليوم من خلال الناس القادمين ومن خلال حالة الازدحام المروري الشديد. وكانت الحكومة اللبنانية قد تجهزت لهذه الموجة الحركة من النزوح بإصدار عديد القرارات لإيواء هؤلاء النازحين بعديد المراكز وتوفير حاجياتهم ومستلزماتهم خلال فترة نزوحهم.
شكرا جزيلا لك مساء الفطناصي.
Wow, that's horrifying, Totes fan. I'm so sorry to hear. I didn't know it was worse. Oh my God. All right, I'll look at it.
ما يفيدنا مراسلون طبعا في الميدان إن كانت دوت صفارات الإنذار في إسرائيل.
Monitoring active shelling of Beirut. If you are tuning in now, it's about to kick off. This is the last few minutes or last hour or two before it becomes like nighttime, like the bombing window in Tehran and Israel and Beirut. Beirut is being shelled. Beirut it's still standing, but it has been shelled so hard that I don't know if the emergency services are even still responding to the different shelling, because it has been shelled for 24 hours at this point, and it's burning right now. The bottom picture is Beirut. Yes, I did get something to eat earlier. Thank you to those of you who reached out about that. God bless you. I had a nice full meal before we started streaming. One of the important things is, so some people who I really respect and are very smart have been talking to me, and they're like, Grant, you know, you've become like a really important resource for me for learning about the war and seeing primary sources, like multiple people. And I was like, oh, okay, so, you know, this is important, and I have been thinking about the best ways to keep myself cogent and erudite and in the zone. It is important if people who are like movers and shakers need to use this service to understand the real-time developments on the ground, that I live up to kind of that expectation as a public information service. So I've been working on my executive function. I just saw a strike in Beirut happen right now. Please stay with me. So I'm very analytically intelligent. I don't do the best at planning. I'm working on things like getting a coffee ahead of time. So I just go down to the fridge and get it. Filling up my water bottle like multiple times a day. So I'm drinking water so my voice continues to work. Spilling water on myself. Apparently that is the price I pay. And then also eating before the stream starts. And I think a combination of all those things will keep me providing information to you in the most effective and cogent manner possible. But we're also going to limit our streams, like 24 hours the first day was appropriate in light of the severity of the situation. But throughout the war, which I expect to last for at least 2 to 4 weeks, that's my general estimate. It could be longer. I will intend on capping my streams at 12 hours. That's about the limit I can do, and then sleep and still get up the next day and stream for you. This is both a sprint and a marathon for the soldiers, for the civilians in the path of fire, for the journalists in theater, for the journalists at home. And you have to, oh no. I can't tell where that strike was. If that's the Dome of the Rock, we might have some questions. So they keep showing footage over the Holy City, but I don't know if it actually struck in Jerusalem or just flew over it. That's the bottom right. But yes, I am keeping myself fed. I am drinking water and coffee. Yes, lots of water, lots of coffee. Yeah, the night fire is terrifying, and the sounds, the wailing of the sirens, they penetrate. Like we don't feel the sound because we only hear it. But when you're there, it's not just like a sound in your ear. It actually like penetrates your bones. It like rocks you so that you understand it's an air raid. We just pray for the people in the path. They don't know the feeling that we have of not knowing what's coming, of being concerned. Like it's amplified for the people in Beirut, in Doha, in Kuwait, in Dubai, in UAE, in Bahrain, in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, in Haifa. I can't even think about all the Iranian cities. Like they sit there, they're trying to watch like one channel probably to find out, like, are they coming for us next? They're like holding their phone waiting for the alert. Then like if they get an alert, they have to run down to the like shelter and just sleep there all night. If they're even blessed enough to have a shelter. Every place in Israel does. I highly doubt homes in like Western Iran have shelters, nor do I think most homes in Tehran have shelters. Now, I do think the United States is intentionally not bombing the Iranian civilian population. I really do. I really believe that, because I think like we're trying to win their hearts and minds, so we're intentionally avoiding bombing their civilians. I still think their civilians are nervous, though. Whereas, and by the way, when I say, you might say, well, Grant, everybody intentionally avoids civilians. No, not the Iranians. They're just bombing Israeli civilians. I'm telling you, I've seen them strike wantonly, like citizens' houses in Tehran, in Tel Aviv, for no reason. And I know for a fact because I've seen a lot of the U.S. strikes on intel cams that the DoD shares on Twitter. Like the U.S. hits like military targets and they hit them well. The Iranians, it just bomb civilians. Like that's what makes this such a weird war. Like they're fighting this like very offensive like war of attrition against the civilian populations of Israel. And like we are, as like I'm telling you, they keep claiming that America struck a school. I've seen no evidence presented. They just claim that. And then America is saying they have evidence that Iran fired a rocket that misfired and then hit a school. What does it sound more likely that happened? Like America bombed a school in a country where it's trying to win hearts and minds, or Iran misfired a missile? I'm going to go with the latter, okay? But the point is, you have this sort of situation where America is being very targeted with its military strikes on like military infrastructure in Iran. Iran is doing two things in response. Hitting military targets, which I don't like it because I'm an American. I don't want you to attack our soldiers. But the laws of war are like, you hit a military target, you defend your military targets, you expect them to attack it. And that is not what Iran is doing in Israel. They are firing indiscriminately with like very advanced weaponry at civilians, and like the weapons are not meant to hit civilian houses. They're built to like, dude, you could fire them at, I don't even know why you would need these weapons. You could fire it at like, let me try to give you like an example. Like, say there were an aircraft carrier coming at you, and you wanted to, like, vaporize the aircraft carrier. That is why you would use a hypersonic missile like this. Like, it doesn't have a civilian application anywhere in the world for any purpose at any time. And they're just firing them into civilian centers. That's why it's such a weird war. Not a weird war, it's a horrifying war. Like, they're not fighting a war, they're just firing missiles at civilians to kill them. And it's like when Germany got really desperate in World War II, but worse. It's like World War II as if we just skipped the conventional conflict and they went right to just, like, bombing civilians because they were desperate. Which is how the war, like, ended. I hope you know that. What happened was, like, for a while it was conventional warfare, and then Hitler and other terrible leaders said, well, why don't we just bomb civilian populations? And they did, and then America and Britain said, okay, well, they just bombed our civilians, now we have to do that. So then we started bombing Dresden, like firebombing it, and then Berlin, and like we destroyed Germany, and then they gave up. So that that's why you don't bomb civilians. We haven't done it back to them yet because we are trying to win the Iranian people over and have them overthrow the government. But like, you don't do it because like we might not be doing it now. But if you get in a war of attrition for like years, then what the opposition will do if you bomb civilians for long enough is they will just wipe your cities off the face of the earth so that you stop bombing civilians. It gets this vicious cycle. Eventually someone wins. I'm telling you, eventually, like, there are no more missiles. There's no more cities. There's no more people to fire the missiles, and then it ends. But that is a rough process. I'm telling you right now, it's a very rough process. And that's exactly what's happening right now. And yes, Nikki King, I am a big supporter of Israel. Okay? I am half Jewish. I am Roman Catholic myself. Okay? I am from a Jewish family, though. Okay? I celebrated Hanukkah growing up. Okay? I would spend some time with my dad's family and my mom's family. And then we had another part of the family that was Roman Catholic. And we would have Christmas. And then the day after Christmas, the Jewish members of the family would come visit. And then they would kind of like be like, well, we don't give gifts. And I wouldn't. They'd be like, we would prefer you not give us gifts. And then they'd have a meal with us. My aunt made very good potato latkes. So my point is, I don't just love the Jewish people because of potato latkes, but you introduced me to potato latkes, and they're one of my favorite foods, and I have very serious stomach conditions, so I just love my Jewish relatives, so I care about them, and I'm worried about the members of my family who are in Israel. So in short, I have to be a journalist and stay objective for the most part when reporting, so you may hear me be very disimpassioned, or I may remove the emotional tone as I am reporting the location of strikes. Please do not take that as a sign that I am not emotionally impacted. If I broke down on every strike, I wouldn't be able to convey to you all what's happening. So, yes, I'm very passionate about this. But I'm also, let me be clear, I'm an American. So I'm passionate about multiple things. My soldiers that die for my country being in harm's way are my utmost priority. Safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. So, I'm very concerned about our allies, the civilians, but, I have to rank our American soldiers at the top. I hope you will understand. I have a duty to them. They defend my freedoms. Barry's Village Deli in Waben. I will go there, Standing Stones. You send me a message, we'll find a day. I will do it sooner rather than later. So someone made a point, I think it was Antonio. Iran doesn't even nuke and can achieve the same result, so why allow them to continue and see their threats through? I agree. See, Antonio and I are on the same page. By the way, Antonio is a very erudite analyst in the comments. People think that nukes are the be-all, end-all. They kind of are, but you know what's more scary? A weapon that can go at Mach 16 and turn in the air and then hit your cities. President Trump was right. Iran was on the verge of developing the capacity of striking the United States, so President Trump moved on them. Nikki King, where are you seeing this? You're seeing a report of a French base. I believe a French base may have been hit the other day, but I have seen no reports of the country of France being hit. Please let me know. The country of France being hit, that would be a very big deal. I mean, that would be like a suicide mission, an S mission, excuse me, it's a military term, an S mission for the country of Iran. I think I saw something about a French base taking shelling, but maybe it was like a French overseas territory. It might have been a UK, it might have been Cyprus, actually. There was a UK base in Cyprus that was in the news. But nothing about France. I will obviously monitor, but no, Nikki, I have not seen that yet, unless it's breaking news, in which case you just let me know and I'll follow up on it immediately. Yeah, Standing Stones, I think you're right. There was something involving a French territory. Something did happen with the French. Don't get me wrong. Nikki's not off base, but I just don't think it was today. And it wasn't the country of France. I think it was like a French overseas territory or base or possession. Which, I mean, still counts. You can't be attacking French bases. Yeah, the UK and Cyprus seems about right. Which, by the way, even the Labour Party, like Keir Starmer, who was kind of being a little bit of a coward about this all, as soon as that base got attacked in Cyprus, the UK's strategic posture changed almost immediately. So, yeah, Nikki, I think two things happened yesterday, both of which are relevant, but one of which had a way bigger fallout, which was the Iran shelled the UK's Air Force base in Cyprus, which, of all the things to do, the UK was the Prime Minister of the UK 48 hours ago was insulting President Trump for going to war with Iran. As soon as Iran bombed the British base in Cyprus, Keir Starmer got up at PMQs, or just a special statement, and was like, we're going to change our whole strategic posture now. Well, yeah. So Iran has just kind of been biting off their nose to spite their face over and over and over again during this war. Frankly, I'm kind of waiting for a U.S. ally to enter the war. They're kind of being a little cowardly. I hate to be but it's not the first time. Probably won't be the last. Let me see if anything has happened in Tel Aviv. So Tel Aviv, surprisingly, since that last round, has been pretty quiet. It's almost eerily quiet for like 2 hours since the last. It's been 2 hours and 7 minutes since the last siren, the last air raid over Tel Aviv. Let me see if I can get some pictures from Tehran. There's something that's just a little eerie about the fact that there is just silence over Tel Aviv after like a round of rockets 2 hours earlier. Let me check on the Twitter. Every time I open the Twitter, though, I get a little worried. All right, I have a report from Trey Yingst from Tel Aviv, a special report. I'm going to take this. I'm going to play it for you. Why? Because Trey Yingst is a genius. Now, Trey Yingst is one of the bravest reporters out there, along with the Al Jazeera team in Lebanon, Zina Kador, and, of course, Ali Hashim. A lot of great reporters out there right now. But what I'm going to show you is Trey Yingst from Fox News has just delivered a special update from inside Tel Aviv. It's probably delayed by 20 minutes, but let's get the American perspective from Mr. Trey Yingst, which will be very helpful in understanding what is going on the ground. Mr. Yingst, please take it away.
Tonight, Israel is bracing for more incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. Throughout the day, missiles soared through the skies of this country, most of them intercepted by Israel's missile defense systems. Pieces of one missile landed just outside of Tel Aviv. Israeli officials say the Iranian regime launched ballistic missiles at Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv, one of them with a cluster munition on top, causing a significant amount of damage to this community of Bnei Brak. The Israelis are striking back today. The Israeli Air Force targeted a Supreme Council building where officials were tallying votes for Iran's next supreme leader. Israel's prime minister says this offensive action will continue.
We will continue to do what is necessary for our defense. We are on the fourth day of Operation Roaring Lion. We are roaring, and we are operating.
And in Iran, funerals were held today for school children who were reportedly killed during the opening round of U.S. and Israeli strikes. Iran's foreign minister making new remarks about the developing conflict.
We are also dealing with Americans who are attacking us day and night by every means, and with the Israelis, of course.
Iran's foreign minister did not mention Gulf countries in his remarks. Iran continues to attack them. For now, those countries remain on defense. And tonight, Qatar says they have arrested 2 cells of IRGC members in their country.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Mr. Yingst. Trey Yingst is embedded with the IDF. If you didn't believe me, well, I know you believe me, obviously, but that's why I'm on edge. Like, there are going to be rolling attacks in Israel tonight, and I'm going to try to monitor to make sure those of you who would like to know what's going on the ground get to see it. Now, you might be saying, Grant, you probably have some more updates for us. Yes, 2 updates. First, you want to see what's going on in Tehran right now? You want to see this? This is from Al Arabiya. Take a look at what's going on in Tehran. We are just lighting them up. This is Tehran right now. Oh, carpet bombing. Get them. Oh, our boys are getting them. It is 3 a.m. in Tehran, ladies and gentlemen, and we are carpet bombing them. Oh, get them, boys. Look at the bombs fall on Tehran. This is from Al Arabiya, so it's 100%. Al Arabiya is a really good station, but they're biased. But anyway, watch this. This is the carpet bombing, the latest pictures, ladies and gentlemen. Reasonable 6, please let us know what's going on. God bless you, sir. Or ma'am, I didn't ask. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the carpet bombing of Tehran right now. Maybe 30 minutes ago at most. That's Reasonable 6 reports from February 28th and March 6th confirm that Russia and China have shifted from diplomatic allies to technological anchors for Iran following Operation Epic Fury. While there are no confirmed reports of Russian boots on the ground in a combat capacity, recent intelligence and state media updates highlight significant movements of deployments. Now, I will keep an eye on that. I did see Foreign Minister Lavrov speaking today, Reasonable Six, and you are absolutely not wrong. Well, yeah, so nobody really is a mod when everybody is a mod. We are all equal. You just get to like be a mod, and then I turn the moderation action on, and then I kind of just like see what's going on, you know. So you just kind of like hang out with a wrench. It's just kind of a towel wrench, you know. You got one too. My point is, can we please return, if you wouldn't mind? These are the latest pictures from Tehran, Iran, and I will play them for you now. John McCain is pleased, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, John McCain is pleased. He's not alive anymore. He's up in heaven. I mean, that's not regular bombing. That is carpet bombing. Carpet bombing is what you're about to see. Bomb, 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 bomb. Like, they start with strikes. We missed the first two because the recording starts when they start striking. Those are power generators just blowing. You see the blue? And then bomb, ready for the carpet bombing. So they move down like 2 blocks and then they carpet bomb. Oh, wait a minute. So it's actually 3 sets of bombings. So we see the first clip. Hold on, it's going to replay. Now watch the carpet bombing. Ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. They're going to start rolling. Wait for it. Right? Now, very rare to see like that extensive series of bombings, and then we get a third shot of them coming back in like the original bombing set, where you see the power transformers blowing, just popping. So Tehran is getting leveled. Yeah, Reasonable Six, I believe that is a very significant development. I believe that 100%. And then the next thing I have for you is these are missiles firing from Iran towards Israel in the last 45 minutes. Or towards Israel, excuse me. From Iran towards Israel.
Oh my God. Holy shit! Oh my God! Yo! No way! No way!
This was actually yesterday, sorry. I think this was yesterday. Yes. I'm almost positive that was yesterday. Let me double check.
Oh my God!
No, this is new. I don't remember that staircase. This is new.
Oh my God!
So this is like tonight.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Yo! Oh my God! Oh my God! That's
I don't remember that.
It actually hit right here. Oh my God! That actually.
We'll watch it again. Unclear what city this is in Israel. You can see Iran beat the defense again, though.
Holy shit! Oh my God! Yo! No way! No way! No way!
Dude, don't you think you should go inside?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I don't think you should stay outside.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my
Texas
God!
Jane. I think he should go inside.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Why are you out there, man? You should go into your bomb shelter.
Yo!
Like, do you understand? Like, that is the sign to go into your bomb shelter?
Oh my God!
No, I know. He's saying "oh my God" a lot, but
retarded.
Like, sir,
it actually hit right here.
I know.
Oh my God,
sir, go into your bomb shelter. Again, we're gonna watch this again. Like, clearly, sir, you should go. Is that Jerusalem? Hold on. Pause. Isn't that the Dome of the Rock? Am I wrong? Isn't this Jerusalem? Isn't that Jerusalem? Isn't that thing the Dome of the Rock? That blue thing right there? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I haven't geolocated this yet, but I'm pretty sure this is Jerusalem tonight.
Oh my God.
That is a scary proposition, Reasonable Sense. So if you're just tuning in, I haven't confirmed the location, but this is in the last hour in Israel. It looks to be the holy city, but I can't confirm that.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The reason why I can't confirm that is I've never been to Jerusalem.
Holy fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hi, Spacey Water.
Oh my God.
All right, so we're going to watch this again if you're just tuning in. This is footage from in the last hour. I'm trying to confirm its location.
Oh my God.
I think it is Jerusalem, but I cannot confirm that. And it is a very clear example of an Iranian missile striking Israel. So again, I'm going to show you one more time. The missile evades like a bunch of Iron Dome and David Sling and Arrow defenses. It just penetrates. This is different from the Tel Aviv strike. And just hits.
Oh my God! Yo!
Yeah, standing stones, they accelerate into the earth.
No way! No way! No way! Oh my God!
Alright, so again, I think this is Jerusalem. The reason why is if you watch the very beginning, he pauses, sorry for the cough, and I think that's the Dome of the Rock. I'm like 95% sure, because there's this like one blue light in the middle of Jerusalem at the Dome of the Rock that like doesn't really make sense. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, doesn't make sense. It's like stands out against the scenery. So the best I can guess, this is Jerusalem maybe an hour ago.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's a pretty intense strike. Someone asked, Standing Stones asked if I could take a look at the video. Earlier in the day, there was a meeting of 88 clerics from Iran. They were meeting to elect the new ruler of Iran. That did not work out well for them, putting it lightly. They were all taken out in well, not all of them, but it's probably reasonable to assume very few of them are left. Here is the video of the, you can think of this as like the conclave of Iran. Do you see that building right there? It used to be like a really big building with an archway in the middle and like 2 towers. It's gone. That was their like Vatican. I won't call it, it's not actually their Vatican. It's like where their version of cardinals were meeting for the conclave. They were going to elect the next Ayatollah from among their ranks, and there will be no Ayatollah elected from among their ranks because they don't exist anymore. I know that's a little glib, but you know, I'm telling you that that if you missed it, the big news this morning, you heard Trey Yinks mention it in his report. I am showing you on the ground footage from earlier today in Tehran. There were 88 members of Iran's version of the Roman Curia. I'm using that for Western audiences, but they're really like the supreme religious council that elects the next Ayatollah. They were met with a strike by an Israeli and American joint operation. There was probably a series of strikes, and then their meeting ended. I think, you know, they weren't able to finish their vote. Apparently, they were actually casting votes. Prime Minister Netanyahu, I believe, confirmed that they were voting as he authorized the strike. So, as they were casting their ballots for the next leader, like symbolically, the planes came in and ended the vote early. And yes, it is shocking that a lot of Iranians are just walking around. A lot of them apparently don't feel that they're going to be hit by U.S. missiles, so they're willing to kind of just go out into the streets. I think it's a little dangerous, but I also think people standing on rooftops as Jerusalem is getting shelled is a little dangerous. All right, let's take a look at the newest report from Beirut. This is Lebanon. It is going to be in Arabic.
تواريخ نوعية أيضا كل هذه العمليات وكل هذه الأجواء تدخل البلاد في أيضا جانب وشق إنساني.
I have a alert. I won't call it breaking. Al Jazeera is calling it breaking. Okay, two alerts. Number one, Iran has rejected talks. Iran was approached for third-party talks. They have rejected the offer. This is stunning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is from Al Jazeera, so it's legit. It's not like a rumor. I can report to you that the Iranians were approached for talks to end the war, and they have said no. It's me, Bunny. That was reported by Iran News. It is an outlet in the English world. It was denied by Farsi, the Iranian state TV, FRS. So as of now, that is unconfirmed. But I just want to report to you what is just coming in is that, and this is very shocking, that the Iranians were approached for talks to end the war, and they have rejected the offer. They have rejected the Iranians. I can't believe I'm reporting this. Al Jazeera is reporting it. It happened. The Iranians have announced that they were approached for talks to end the war, and they have said no. Iran would like to continue the war. So there's no if the Western powers thought there was going to be bomb and then negotiate, Iran is not weakened. They might not have a lot of capacity to defend themselves, but they are fighting this war to the end, to the bitter end. I cannot believe I'm reporting that Al Jazeera they're announcing it as breaking. I guess I could call it breaking. I said it was more of an alert, but they are calling it breaking. Iran was approached for talks, and they have rejected an offer to end the war. To even start talks to end the war. They've just outright rejected it. They now are fighting a war with us, basically. Yeah. I don't think anyone saw that coming. I really thought they would want to negotiate. So I guess the attempt was to bring them to the table, maybe buy a ceasefire deal, end the shelling. Nope, they're going to shell all night. You're all very kind, supporting my reporting. I know you're all just blown away by this development, as I am. I cannot even believe that I am reporting to you that the Iranians were approached for talks and turned it down. It's not even about bad faith negotiations. It's kind of a test of their tactical posture. If you invite them for negotiations and they say yes, then they're trying to end the conflict. If they say no, they want war. Ryan's plan is for us all to smoke cigars together and negotiate an end to the war. Ryan, I'm all about it. Sit me down with their council, appoint me to some kind of position. I'll sit back, I'll say, Mr. Iranian man, I realize, this is going to be a tough decision, but how can we bring an end to this war? Mr. President, bring our men home from Southeast Asia. we're not really in Southeast Asia. God bless you to the people who've been supporting Tao reporting. I'm very, very grateful. If you get a heart for me, I don't have time to do a comment now. I will try to do them all at a later date. But if you get a heart for me, it means I am grateful for you. So I am paying very close attention. I am paying very, very close attention to the various developments in the region. But I am also able to report in the last 30 minutes, Israel has captured territory in southern Lebanon. So those of you who are wondering what is going on in southern Lebanon, Israel has captured territory. They are conquering Lebanon. I may have slightly misunderestimated, to use the words of George W. Bush. Israel is not just attacking Hezbollah. According to Al Jazeera, Israel is capturing territory in the south of Lebanon. Israel's troops are seizing land in the south of Lebanon. They are conquering Lebanon. I did not think I would ever report that to you. Israel is conquering Lebanon. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon is falling. The Israeli state is expanding. I mean, I don't know what to say. Israel is expanding. Israel has a new part of its territory now. What do I say about that? Israel has just taken part of Lebanon. I told you it was going to be a night. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect that I, Edward R. Murrow Towell, would be taking off my glasses and reporting to you in the same sentence that Iran rejected talks to end the war and that Israel has conquered Lebanon. I mean, the second part of it's almost too surreal to believe. But yes, I, Edward R. Murrow Towell, am reporting to you live that indeed Israel has conquered at least some parts of southern Lebanon. Now I wish, in light of the severity of that sentence, I had more to say to you other than Israel has conquered parts of southern Lebanon, but that is what Al Jazeera is reporting. Now, we can listen. That, I guess, explains why the Al Jazeera Arabic reporter is very animated. Israel is kind of conquering the country she's in. I think she might want to, retreat. I think they're going to come get that part of Lebanon, too. I think they just want all of Lebanon. That's not true. They probably only want a little bit in the south, but you get my point. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to announce to you potentially the fall of Lebanon. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 paramedics have been killed and 6 injured in shelling on Nabalith in Lebanon. Ladies and gentlemen, I can report to you that there is intensive shelling. Israel is indeed conquering southern Lebanon right now. There is intensive shelling, ladies and gentlemen, in southern Lebanon. How do I know this? Because I was just watching live where I saw pictures of intensive shelling in southern Lebanon. I will show you those pictures now on Al Jazeera English. It appears that Lebanon is falling. It is March 4th, local time, 2026. The state of Lebanon, barely in existence after the Civil War, though it was, is falling to Israel. This is the day that at least some contested land in southern Lebanon has fallen to Israel. Why am I shocked that Iran? No, well, I knew Iran was never willing to negotiate, Miss Missy. I think my shock was that they didn't want to buy a reprieve in the bombing. I thought they would want a ceasefire and then they would go back to the war. I didn't think they would just say no. So here's the attack on southern Lebanon.
South, following a wave of attacks on the Lebanese capital. Earlier, Israel said it targeted a building belonging to the Palestinian armed group Islamic Jihad. In southern Lebanon, 3 paramedics were killed and 6 others injured during rescue operations following explosions. Israel's defense minister has authorized troops to take control of additional positions in the south, and at least 50 people have been killed and 335 wounded since the Israeli strikes began earlier on Monday. Well, all of this as US and Israel continue to strike Iran These that you can see here are the latest pictures. They're from the capital, Tehran. Casualties are mounting. The Red Crescent says close to 800 people have been killed since Saturday. Earlier on Tuesday, the building of Iran's Assembly of Experts was hit in the city of Qom. That's the body that chooses the new supreme leader. Well, Iran has been hitting U.S. targets in the region for...
I may have been a little bit wrong about our precision. I have to be an objective war reporter right now. That's not good. We indiscriminately carpet bombed Tehran, including their main revolutionary square. And, I don't know how to say this, but we did a good job, but we hit a few buses. We hit some cars. We caused massive carnage, and I may have to revise my statement about us not hitting civilian targets. Iran has been doing it, so I understand, but I can no longer say that, in my opinion, the U.S. is avoiding civilian targets, because it's pretty clear, we took out, like, that bus and the highway and those cars and that man. So I'm just saying, I think that whole, like, tit-for-tat thing, I think the U.S. has dropped that pretext, and they are now just shelling as well. I think on both sides, civilians are on the table, and they are being shelled. Because, we blew up that bus and those cars and those civilians. I don't really know what to tell you about that. I guess Iran should not have done that to the people of Israel. Like I said, during the Second World War, like after the Blitz, like it got really bad for Germany because London was like, stop doing this to our civilians. Germany wouldn't stop, so then they went after their civilians, and then it was brutal. I don't know. I guess all rules are out the window now because, there's no doubt in my mind we carpet bombed the middle of Tehran and just took out every living thing in the vicinity of the center of Tehran. Some people lived, but on the whole, it's apocalyptic levels of destruction. It's so bad that Al Jazeera is just pretending everything is okay, but in reality, Tehran is falling. Tehran is alive as a city. There are buildings still standing, but you have to film one specific area in order to not show just destruction on a level that's almost impossible to describe. Here's Beirut live.
Attacks in Lebanon. What information are you getting on this?
So in the last hour, there's been a number of strikes which were audible from here in Beirut. We understand that one targeted an apartment building in Mount Lebanon Governorate, so a little bit further to the south of here near a town called Al-Ma'un. It's not clear yet what the toll from that will be, but the picture that we're seeing coming in looks fairly devastating. And that is in addition to continued strikes on the southern part of the country, so a little bit further down south, near cities like Saida, closer to the Israeli border in the south. There's been more than 3 strikes that we are aware of and that have been confirmed by locals down there just this evening. And this all comes in the context of this renewed escalation, which has seen continued strikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut, which you can see behind me. There's still smoke hanging over the area. That has been the case for about 2 days now. Every time the wind blows from the south, you can smell explosives. You hear the Israeli surveillance drones circling constantly. And so there is a feeling here in Beirut tonight and for the last couple of days of civilians, it's a bit of deja vu back to the bad old days of the war in September and October, November of 2024.
And Heidi, Israel has given Iran representatives, Hezbollah, of course, in Lebanon, 24 hours to leave. Otherwise, they'll face a very drastic escalation. What do we know on that?
Yeah, so this warning was issued by the Israeli military yesterday, in fact, so we're getting quite close to that deadline, and they've said that they will strike Iranian representatives in Lebanon, wherever they may be. And so the question really is, does that include something like the Iranian embassy, any residential buildings that they might be residing in across the capital or the rest of the country? It's certainly made people nervous, and it would represent a serious escalation if indeed, diplomatic buildings were to be struck.
Okay, let's go to Tawhid Asadi, who's live for us in Tehran. Tawhid, Israel and the US have continued their attacks on Iran.
One of the only English-speaking reporters in Tehran, by the way. There's literally none left. He's one of the only ones. He speaks to the Iranian government directly.
Blasts.
Yes, indeed. Over the past few days, we have been witnessing continuation of the American and Israeli strikes, and the situation seems to be far, far from de-escalation as we see these continuations. And yesterday we saw bombardment of the Iranian capital, different places, multiple massive after sounds of explosion were heard. Of course, when it comes to downtown, we know that several locations were targeted, and of course it goes beyond the capital, as we have reports from other cities including Qom, Isfahan, Urumia, in which also explosions and missiles are being reported to be targeting different areas, specifically military centers and police stations. Yesterday, in Tehran, one of the police stations in Enqilab Square, which one of the most politically important locations of the country, was targeted. And of course, it goes beyond that to include hospitals and schools. And yesterday, we also saw the funeral for over 160 student kids in Minab, located in the southern Iran, that were killed in the initial days of these strikes. And this is just the name of the game that I can call escalation at the time being. Casualties regarding the civilians is also, there is this mounting concern in that regard. The latest report is coming from the Red Crescent yesterday, saying that 787 people were killed, and this is just an initial report. Seeing the continuation of these strikes, we can expect an increase even in that number.
And Trump earlier said there was another attack on what he said is the new leadership in Iran. What have you been able to learn on that? Have we actually even heard from the Iranians on this? Tawhid, I'm not sure if you heard me there, but the US President Donald Trump earlier saying that there was another attack, he said, on the new leadership. What have you been able to learn from that? Okay, it looks like we may have lost our connection there with our reporter in Tehran.
They lost their connection with him. Oh, that's never happened. For those of you who've been watching for 3 days, have they ever lost connection with our man in Tehran? Penny, God bless your friends in Beirut. We are praying for them, as we are praying for Dr. Jennifer Toxic's friends in let me read up. Egypt. We are praying for them as well. Anyone even close to this conflict. But I will say, we have watched the man in Tehran for, I don't know, I'd say 3 days now. He has been our only English language source of updates, and they lost him. We lost our man in Tehran. They didn't bomb him on TV, but we lost the man in Tehran. I watched his comms go down. They got to I'm telling you, America was like, listen, we've had enough of this. We're taking out the man in Tehran. I was just thinking as I walked over, I was like, Iran's pretty smart. Like, they have journalists probably around big areas, because you can't be attacking the journalists. It makes the American journalists mad. So we lost the man in Tehran. I don't know if he's coming back. He was our man in Tehran, ladies and gentlemen. He was the only English-speaking reporter left in Tehran. They got to him. They cut his comms. We lost him mid-interview. Ladies and gentlemen, they got to the man in Tehran. Yes, my good friend Mad P. I don't do a good job supporting myself. If you like this coverage, it's not like part of a wider network. It's not like I do this and I have people doing the production. It's like I watch Arabic news channels and monitor live feeds and tell you about things. If you want to support my work, there's various ways to do that. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo @ Grant-E1. There is a PayPal for our Tau friends around the world, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. I'm grateful for all of you. I forget to do these reminders, so my friend Mad P reminds me like once an hour. You can find those options pinned in the chat. If you can't see the pinned comments, I'll just drop them there. Any support goes to like getting me coffee and keeping me awake, and food and medicine and, I don't know, gas and car rentals. It's a long story. Before I started covering this, I was covering the Epstein files, and just as a quick aside on who I am, I run a public information service, but it's more just me trying to help engender cogent public discourse in the style of a public information service, such as to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, thus warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. I covered the war in 2023 after Hamas brutally attacked Israel on October 7th. But beyond my coverage of the region, I also cover the courts in Massachusetts and the regulatory agencies. I have helped to write some laws. I've done a few things in my day, exposed a couple big issues in state government. And then, started covering the criminal courts. Took a lot of lumps because I figured out Jeffrey Epstein was operating in the Stoughton, Massachusetts area. Try not to ask too many questions. It caused a lot of fallout. And then I ended up being on a crusade against prostitution. And then the girls got really mad at me. You don't understand. They were really, really mad. So anyway, I just don't like sex trafficking. And now I'm covering this war again. So you're going to meet an eclectic group of people in this chat. They all like me dearly. I like them very much. But some of them really like that I want to expose Karen Reed being framed. Some of them really like that I want to stop sex trafficking. Some of them really like that I'm interested in the coverage of the war and help you understand it. Some of them are just very baffled by my existence. All of it kind of ties together to make for a wonderful community, and I'm grateful we found each other, and I hope that even among these difficult times, this public information service is helping you to be an informed member of our democratic polity, thus making the world better and reshaping it in the image of your principles, which for me are safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. So yes, God bless all of you. You're gonna have a wonderful time meeting a very wide, eclectic group of people in chat, and I'm gonna monitor the various situations. Ladies and gentlemen, sirens sound in central Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, sirens are sounding in central Israel. Allow me to monitor now.
Brothers,
I cannot hear them on that feed. Stay with me. We should, if this is right, we are about to see a wave of retaliatory strikes from Iran. I'm very concerned for the people of Israel. Please forgive me. I was talking about something. I don't really remember what it was. Please let me put the feed on. I don't hear sirens in Tel Aviv, so it seems like central Israel. Let me check the Jerusalem live cam. Oh, God, protect the people of the holy city. Oh, no. I don't hear any sirens. I don't hear any sirens in the holy city. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I am worried, though, because Al Jazeera doesn't just report sirens. They tend to report sirens when there are sirens. So stay with me. All right, I'm going to go back to Tel Aviv. I'm going to show you the Tel Aviv Sky Live line live. So when there is activity, you will hear it first. All right, so I'm going to show you this live. Stay with me. This is a live view of the Tel Aviv skyline, ladies and gentlemen. Live view of the Tel Aviv skyline. This is the Associated Press. They censor their feed, but I am seeing reports flash across Al Jazeera that sirens are wailing. Normally, that means a wave of missiles is incoming to Israel. Tel Aviv is the main target. I'm going to keep this feed to see if that is indeed what happens. It's eerily quiet. Someone said earlier it was too quiet and there was no traffic. This is Tel Aviv right now. It is eerily quiet. There's nothing on the street. Lynn Britton, God bless you. Mark, it's great to see you. Welcome to another Massachusetts friend. Lynn, I don't want you to burden yourself, Lynn. Things are kind of hard. I woke up today, even though it was the start of the month, and I owed so much from last month. I immediately went to $0 in my bank account. I can figure it out, though. Lynn, do not burden yourself. I'll get all mad. Sometimes I just say I need help to some of the Tao friends out there, Lynn, and even just sharing the links in the chat is helpful. And then the Tao friends out there who are doing well, they're like, oh, that man, I can help him. His family abandoned him, and we can be his family. And then they help me. So, Lynn, it's more like me talking through you to them, but God bless you for asking. I probably will need some help this month, but do not burden yourself. I would feel bad. This is the Tel Aviv skyline. I'm apprehensive right now because Al Jazeera is reporting there is a wave of missiles incoming to Tel Aviv. I am telling you this is a live feed of Tel Aviv from the Associated Press. They censor it, and by censor I mean they just turn the camera when the missiles start falling. But I'm going to play this for you because I sense it's coming. And someone earlier again in the chat, Gran, it's so quiet in these videos of Tel Aviv. Like, it's so quiet. Well, yeah, like no one is on the street. They're all very worried. So, yeah, they kind of just sit there and they do not go outside. They don't move. There's no there's no birds. There's no wait a minute. There might be one car. You hear that car? Like, you hear a car, So I'm telling you, if there were any activity at all, you would hear it. It's a very sensitive camera and microphone, but there's nothing going on. I'm telling you, it's just silence. God bless you, man. You are a super tough. So what we're listening for, again, I'm nervous because Al Jazeera has sources in Iran, so when they say, flash, missiles are incoming, what they mean is, their people are telling them missiles launched from Iran, and it takes a little time to get to Israel. So I'm now sitting here worried about the people of Tel Aviv. I know this is live because I've watched this feed for 3 days. AP doesn't have commentary. They just have a guy up on a roof in Tel Aviv. They pay him to sit there all day and just monitor this camera. His job is to, when an air raid siren sounds, turn the camera. He gets paid to sit there all day. It's a dangerous job. But I've watched this feed for days, so I know exactly what's going to happen. And it comes out of nowhere, too. There's a bird. I'd do my best. Warships and attack helicopters being deployed to Cyprus for extra defense by the British. About time, Alpha Hotel, welcome to the channel. Enjoy your towel wrench. About time the British put some assets in theater. I was getting a little concerned about their resolve. Where are the Winston Churchills? Keir Starmer, I think this is an obvious statement. Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill, ladies and gentlemen. You Brits got to get your head on straight. I don't know who's British and who's not, but you British people, Keir Starmer, come on now. Come on. That's the best you could do. Give me a wartime prime minister. Don't make me come over there. I already have enough qualms with the British. The whole burning of Washington, D.C. thing. I have a long memory. Whole War of 1812 thing. Damn British people. God bless you, Lynn. You're a very kind man. Mr. Bean wants me to have a top hat. Mr. Bean, I don't have a top hat, but you can have a wrench. I don't know if that's a top hat, but, I'm very worried about Tel Aviv right now, so you will forgive me for monitoring it closely. The only thing you're hearing is you are hearing literally every sound within a 5-block radius of this specific camera in Tel Aviv. And what you're watching for is any activity in the sky. damn French and Indian War. I know. I understand, Spacey 118. The damn British. I try to be friends with them. We have the Anglo-American special relationship now. So, you know, the whole Jack and Mac thing, like, they kind of made up for it. Plus, you know, with Trident and Polaris, we control the UK's use of their nuclear weapons. It's called dual key technology. They can't fire their nuclear weapons without our approval. You know, so we kind of own them. Of course, Mr. Bean. Thank you, sir. I love the top hat. How long you should order some French toast or make some. The French toast is calling your name. Mr. Bean does seem very nice. He's a man who likes top hats. I like top hats. I'm also very nervous. You may say, but sir, you are the host. You are the commentator. You can't get nervous. Well, okay, yeah, but try like knowing the pattern to the point where you know that missiles are incoming because you know Al Jazeera has sources in Iran. So you're watching Tel Aviv live, knowing that they are capable, Iran, of striking Tel Aviv, and then you have to just wait for the loud wail to start so you can then tell people what's happening. It's a little bit like that. God protect those people. I will check. Oh, God bless the people who have been sending donations. You are so kind. If I send you a heart, it means that I am very grateful. I have to go through them one at a time. And God bless every single one of you. If you get a heart, it means I'm very grateful for you. I send hearts. I leave comments too. All right, we are watching very closely. You are monitoring, ladies and gentlemen, with me, the live skyline of Tel Aviv. And you may be saying, but we're just watching a skyline. Yeah, for a reason. Because I want to clear. If we go like 20 minutes and nothing happens, then that wave did not get through. If something happens in the next 20 minutes, then that wave did get through. Let me check Al Jazeera. Bear with me. I have not heard any sound yet, so that's a good sign. That is a good sign. Oh, God bless you. It's me, Bunny. You are so kind. God bless you. That is a dirt bike you hear in the background. I meant to reply. God bless you. It's me, Bunny. B. You and Kofi Towel have kept me going, and I am so grateful for you. God bless you, Bunny. I appreciate you. You are very kind to support Tao Channel. Bunny says in the chat, $4.99 challenge. I'll start. Smiley face. Thank you, Grant, for your hard work. Grant says to only give if you can afford to. And then Kofi got a special appearance. Kofi is Bunny's dog. He hurt his paw the other day. He's been recovering with Bunny Tal, which is good because Bunny Tal has been watching the stream, so she needed company. But she's helping Kofi Tal. Imagine if you hurt your whole leg and you were a dog. You know, you only have 4 legs, and when you hurt one, you can't really do anything else. So, you know, without Bunny Tal, Kofi would be a little bit, you know, incapacitated. So Kofi Tal is very lucky to have Bunny, and I hope he hears this. He listens to me on the TV. You'd be surprised. All the animals kind of gather around and they listen to me talk. We normally don't cover war. They really don't like the sirens, you know, so... Oh, God bless you, Miss Missy. You are very kind. Miss Missy is a very erudite commentator. God bless you, Miss Missy. Your erudite and cogent commentary is a testament to the very best of modern syntactical predispositions. I love those words. I love words. Erudite is a good word. And syntactical predispositions is a good word. Dispositions is a word. How dare you, Google? Sometimes I use words that Google doesn't believe are words, and I have to yell at the Google and tell it that, yes, like, I know what words are, Google. You don't. And then I add it to its dictionary and I yell at it. God bless you very much, Miss Missy. Your erudite cognition continues to be a testament to the very best of modern syntactical predisposition. And I wasn't reading that, I just remembered what I just said. And I turn into a Southern man sometimes. You all are going to have to deal with that. My pleasure, Miss Missy. Miss Missy says, challenge accepted, ×2. I'm keeping a very close eye on Tel Aviv. That is true. For those of you who are tuning in, I'm just keeping a very close eye on Tel Aviv right now. It is probably my top priority. I have a lot of prioritize, but this is the top one. The biggest concern, of course, is that Israel has conquered southern Lebanon. I mean, I don't really know what to say about that, though. Like, they have literally just conquered southern Lebanon. So, you know, that's kind of something we're going to have to talk about. They took new territory. That's the first time in this war territory has changed hands. So, but you are watching the livest of the live pictures of the Tel Aviv skyline. If you hear very loud warnings and beepings, that means that, you know, oh, God bless you to the people who have been supporting Little Tal. If you get a heart, that means I am very grateful for you, and it means so much to me. All right. Right now, though, I have a plan. And that is, as you are watching the Tel Aviv skyline, what is that? No, it's military footage. I am monitoring the ground. So some stuff does not get shown, okay? All right, we have an update from the CENTCOM commander. I'm going to play this. Pause, please. While we are watching that, okay, I'm going to mute that. And then I'm going to play you an update from the U.S. CENTCOM commander, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S. Central Command has issued an update in the past 30 minutes. And I'm going to play it for you. Just give me 1 second. This is in the last 30 minutes. As I mentioned, U.S. Central Command has provided the following update, and I will play it for you now. Thank you for your patience. 1 second.
Afternoon. I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of the United States Central Command. In this capacity, I lead U.S. military forces in the Middle East. I'm here to provide you an update on Operation Epic Fury on our 4th day of execution. First, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the families and teammates of the extraordinary Americans who've been killed in action. And I'd also like to extend our prayers for a speedy recovery to the wounded. Yesterday, you heard from Secretary Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Today, I'd like to give you an operational update on where we are and provide you with some key facts. By order of the President of the United States and the Secretary of War, our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. Having spent more than 36 years in the military, I could not be prouder of America's sons and daughters in uniform who are answering the call. More than 50,000 troops, 200 fighters, 2 aircraft carriers, and bombers from the United States are participating in this operation, and more capability is on the way. These forces bring a massive amount of firepower, representing the largest buildup by the U.S. in the Middle East in a generation. In the opening hours of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. Central Command forces, together with Israel, delivered overwhelming and unprecedented strikes into Iran. Many of you may remember the shock and awe strikes of 2003. The first 24 hours of this operation were nearly double the scale, and we continue with 24/7 strikes into Iran from seabed to space and cyberspace. Now, we're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions. We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us. Our B-2 bombers and B-1 bombers have executed uncontested surgical strikes against multiple missile facilities deep inside Iran. And then just last night, a B-52 bomber force struck ballistic missile and command and control posts. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman, and we will not stop. We will continue to conduct dynamic targeting operations. We're hunting Iran's last remaining mobile ballistic missile launchers to eliminate what I would characterize as their lingering launch capability. Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. To be clear, Iran is indiscriminately targeting civilians as they launch these missiles and drones. You've seen it on TV. The evidence is crystal clear and overwhelming. Having said this, we are seeing Iran's ability to hit us and our partners is declining, while our combat power, on the other hand, is building. And my overall operational assessment is that we are ahead of our game plan. Along the way, every single branch of our military is achieving unprecedented success. I'll talk about just a few of them. Our naval forces have deployed multiple waves of cruise missiles, obliterating Iranian command and control and air defense capabilities. From 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, we're squeezing Iran from the sea and have them backed into their own ports. U.S. air forces are doing what they do best, executing a high volume of airstrikes right into Iran. Operationally, the 2 most powerful air forces in the world, the U.S. and Israel, are dominating the skies of the world's largest state sponsor of terror. Our U.S. Army soldiers are defending ourselves and our partners, and in a historic first, the U.S. Army fired long-range precision strike missiles called PrSMs in combat, providing an unrivaled deep strike capability. Also for the first time, U.S. Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects. I'd like to point out these drones were originally an Iranian design. We took them back to America, made them better, and fired them right back at Iran. I just could not be prouder of our men and women in uniform, leveraging innovation to create dilemmas for the enemy. There is no adversary too determined, no mission too difficult for the great soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen that make up the most powerful military the world has ever seen. Our military objectives are crystal clear, and our people are executing an immensely complex and historic mission with relentless lethality, conviction, and professionalism. And we've just begun. But I have the utmost confidence that we, alongside our partners, will absolutely achieve our military objectives. To all our warriors, Godspeed. Thanks so much.
Well, if you didn't believe me, you now have it from the American military CENTCOM commander, ladies and gentlemen. Iran is indiscriminately shelling civilians. America this morning had sunk 10 Iranian ships. Now we've sunk 17. That's 7 ships in one day. And Iran's only operational sub has a hole in its side. Sorry, Iran. You know, I know they're kind of firing as much as they can to make it through. I think we're winning. I'm just going to say, I think U.S. Central Command is doing a really good job. Now, that does not mean Iran is not going to be able to fire some missiles I'm very concerned about tonight. But I just think overall, hearing it from the commander of Central Command, U.S. military assets are pulverizing Iran. That's the best way to put it. All right? 2,000 strikes, ladies and gentlemen. Iran has no operational navy in the Strait of Hormuz. Simply incredible. Simply incredible. Now, if you're wondering, Grant, is what we just watched on every channel? Yeah, I think the press, Al Jazeera has been on it, but we played that before Al Jazeera could even summarize it and show highlights to their audience. So I even think the Western news is going to have to start paying attention to this. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm waiting for this wave of attacks to hit. I am monitoring the webcams. I'm waiting for the cameras to move. And I will tell you what I am hearing. This tends to be the time of the night when it all gets going. And of course, this is when it tends to be the most intense. I think I may have showed this. No, this is a new footage. So I have updates from the strikes on Iran right now. I'll be able to show you that. So this is the most recent strike on Tehran. They're blacking out, even on Al Jazeera, what's happening in Tehran. They can try to do that, but I'm able to get you footage anyway. So, like, for some reason, Qatar really does not want to show you how bad it is in Tehran. I think it's because they are allowed to have people there, so they have to, like, make certain, like, deals, you know what I'm saying? But let me just show you what is happening to Tehran 2 hours ago. It's a little hard to get the footage in real time, but take a look. This is Tehran tonight. Alright, so with that footage of Iran, I'm now going to show you what is reported as a strike on the UAE consulate in Tel Aviv by Iran. I did not catch this. I don't know when exactly it happened, but this is being reported as a strike on the UAE consulate in Tel Aviv within the last hour. This is Tel Aviv. The text says March 4th, 2026 reported potential strike on UAE consulate around Tel Aviv. Again, I'm going to show you this again. This is the UAE consulate area in Tel Aviv about an hour ago. So it's really hard to track all of the hits, okay? But Tel Aviv seems to be taking a substantial amount of the hits, because that is the second or third. Like, that wasn't the same strike we saw earlier. That was one of the second or third hits. Now, if you're just tuning in and if you're trying to get orientated, it's going to be hard because there's a lot of different claims flying around. Let me show you the most recent pictures I have, like of the first wave of Iranian strikes on Tel Aviv. This was earlier tonight, okay? So this was about maybe 2 hours ago. This was the start. The 5:45 Eastern was the start of the Iranian attacks on Tel Aviv. Watch this missile. This was their early test. They get harder as the night goes on. Look at this. This is Tel Aviv about 2 hours ago. This is a different strike than the one we just watched. Why? Notice how different the explosions sound? Like, the smaller missiles are like a pop. The medium missiles are like a boom. And then wait till you see the hypersonic missiles. They haven't deployed those tonight yet. I don't understand why all of this is happening or necessary. It seems to be like just tit-for-tat escalation. Somebody bombs somebody's civilians, somebody else bombs somebody else's civilians, and they just go back and forth. And they don't fight with armies, they fight with missiles, so like they just fire them at people indiscriminately. Why? So So if you're wondering, there's like a news blackout, like a serious news blackout on what's actually, no, those are not blue flashing bombs. Those are power systems going out. A lot of the reports that I'm seeing are that Tel Aviv's air defenses are depleted. And listen, I pray for the people of Israel, but I'm hard pressed to disagree with this analysis. That I don't think Tel Aviv has enough defenses to get through tonight. They got through last night. They suffered, but this was 1 a.m. their time. It's getting close to the 0 hour when they're going to get hit with hypersonic missiles. It's always around 3:10 a.m. So between 8 and midnight our time. I'm just telling you, there are a lot of analysts. I'm not a military analyst, I'm a journalist. There are a lot of military analysts that are saying that Tel Aviv's air defenses are depleted. What you are watching is the first round of Iranian missiles on Tel Aviv raining down at 5:45 Eastern wartime 2 hours ago, okay? You are watching a slow cruise missile. It's a medium-sized missile. Easily penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome, David's Arrow, David's Sling, and Arrow 1 and 2 defenses. Easily. It didn't have to try. All it did was just go through the 2 missiles that shot up. So I do not know if the Holy City has been hit. I will check the live cam in 1 second. My point is that was the early round tonight. If Tel Aviv cannot defend itself from a cruise missile in the test round early in the night, they're going to burn, and that's very concerning. And that's why I'm so apprehensive right now. And the worst part is the news is blacking it out. So you have all these people on social media who know what's going on, especially if they have sources in the region. And then you have all these news channels trying to just ignore it. And people are starting to know, the country has figured it out. So every night they're starting to watch the raw footage at the same time. It's becoming this serious problem. The world, Americans, Israelis, no one thinks anymore that this isn't happening. We all realize that the news is hiding this from us, and now we're all concerned because we don't understand why they're hiding it from us. And every night the people of Tel Aviv are dying, and other cities in Israel, and we're just kind of left to wonder why we're sitting here, me, the people in chat, covering it, and then no, it's just because of the military blackout, it didn't happen. All these people dying, it didn't happen. We can't let the Iranians know we know it didn't happen. Well, okay, I know that it's happening. I'm mad at Iran for killing civilians. I want the people of my country to be on a war footing, and by hiding this from them, they are not prepared. There are people out there going to I want to speak generally. I'm not targeting anyone or singling anyone out. There are people in my country, as civilians die, as our troops die, who are just acting like it's a regular Tuesday or Wednesday. No, I'll go to the grocery store and, I'll go on to social media. I'm sure, someone in my high school clique is fighting, with their baby mama because, somebody did something about somebody something. They're just going about their business. And, these people, it makes me so frustrated because I know they care. I know my fellow citizens care that civilians are dying in Israel. I know that they care that our troops are dying. But if the army and the politicians and the news don't tell these people, then you got 100 million Americans who are just going about their day as if, it's another Tuesday. And they're going to be shocked when you tell them, oh yeah, we got to have a draft, we got to do this, they're going to say, what do you mean? Why didn't you tell me? And I don't blame I do blame Congress. I don't blame Mr. President Trump, who is doing his absolute best to tell people, and Secretary Rubio. They are literally imploring the press to tell people. And the press is just Secretary Rubio, didn't you use the word the instead of the word but the other day? And the secretary is oh my God, like, oh my God, our own press are like Iranian sympathizers. You could see it in his eyes. He's like, I have been up for 3 days. The troops of the American military are dying. Israeli citizens are dying. And the press, like American press, wants to ask me why I use the word but instead of the. Like in a semantic like question that I was asked. Like, they're bullshitting me. It was infuriating to watch them do it. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's only so much nonsense that you can listen to from the American press before you're like, something is not right here. Like either they're being told to like downplay it, or like, you know, like something's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, something's wrong. Like, they either like don't support it, which is irrelevant. Like, their political opinion on the war is irrelevant. Like, the American people can't make an informed decision unless you show them what is actually happening. But yes, all opinions are welcome here. Namaste. I love that word. What a nice word, namaste. Thank you for that one, Mad P. All right, stay with me. Apparently, the Iran Revolutionary Guard, per Al Jazeera Arabic, about an hour and 45 minutes, says that it has targeted a U.S. destroyer while it was refueling in the Indian Ocean. All right, I have updated footage from Shiraz in Fars province from Iran. I have removed, the person who uploaded them removed the sound to protect their source. So 26 minutes ago, I have footage from on the ground in Iran. It is from Fars, from Shiraz in Fars province in Iran, okay? So this footage I'm about to show you is from Shiraz, Fars province in Iran. All right, give me 1 second. Shiraz, Shiraz, Fars province. The sound is removed. This is the latest footage I have from on the ground in Shiraz, Fars province, Iran. So unfortunately there isn't going to be sound, but I will get it to work. Hold on. I will get it to work for you. There will be no sound, but this is the video. So the sound was removed to protect the... Oh, God bless you, Mad P. The sound was removed to protect the source here, but this is the latest pictures from Fars province in Iran of American shelling. So you can see, no doubt there's a decent amount of shelling. Right, I'm trying to get you Ifshan. So I have new pictures from Ifshan, Iran right now. Let me show you those as well. I have a lot of good sources like that speak Arabic and repost stuff from in the region in real time. So only 1% of Iranians have internet. So like what I'm getting you is incredibly hard to find. This is Ifshan, Isfahan, Iran, right now. 23 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. 23 minutes ago. 23 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. Unity, you can have a towel wrench. I know you seemed like you were kind of, anti-American, but all opinions are welcome as long as you're agreeable with the towel friends. We disagree here without being disagreeable. Okay. Oh. God bless you to the person who just sent a donation to a towel. It says on the PayPal I have to click a button or something. I will do that, I promise. God bless you for your support. The war, says Missouri L82, the war wouldn't be happening if Iran had built nukes. If Iran had built nukes. Unfortunately, they weren't as smart as or as forward-thinking as North Korea. Yeah, well, we can blame Pakistan for North Korea getting that nuke. I think you would agree. Hello, Sammy. Enjoy your towel wrench. By the way, Missouri, I used to spend some time in your state. I have spent some time in St. Louis. I also have spent some time in other areas which I won't identify to protect various peoples and places. You know, I'm just saying, I like the state of Missouri. It's a really nice place. It's very nice. You know, it's very slow pace of life. I like it out there. I'm not a Southern man. I'm actually from Boston, but you know, we could pretend I'm a Southern man. I'm not really a Southern man. My friend Lynn thinks I have a Virginian accent when I get into Southern man mode. This is the getting more serious. 1 hour ago, I have these pictures from over Haifa. Very hard to get anything from Israel as well because of the military blackout. So about 1 hour ago, these are the most recent pictures from Haifa in Israel. This is more serious. Please forgive me for trying to process the amount of information that's coming in. I don't know if we have any sound on this one either. We might not. Yeah, there is some sound, but they're inside. Wow. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. That was moving kind of fast. So this is the most recent pictures from Haifa. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe... Sometimes they strip the sound. No, they didn't strip the sound. That's just far away. These are the most recent pictures from Haifa. 1 hour ago, it is a direct hit. The missile avoided somehow all the Iron Dome defenses. It was traveling so fast. And then there's a delay because of how far away the explosion is. And then you're going to hear it maybe. So we can calculate, like you can divide by 5 from when you see the explosion to when you hear it, how far I'll do it for you. Ready? So that is an Iranian missile falling on Haifa. Haifa sends up probably 12 interceptors, maybe 6. They all miss. Like one tries to hit it, but they all miss. Now I'll tell you how far away it is. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's like 2.6 to 7 miles. So they're like 2.7 miles from impact. And you can guesstimate it because of the way sound travels. So they're like, you're seeing an explosion 2.7 miles away. Because light travels faster than sound. My point is, like, that is bad. So not only is Jerusalem, like, this is concerning. I have to report it, like, just straight. Like, I literally, even though it's just a very sad situation, I have to report it straight. That is indicia, and that is an indication, a very strong indication, that the missile defense systems in Haifa and Tel Aviv are failing, not just failing, like they can't stop the missiles from Iran. Whatever Iran is firing is like beating the... Israel has 3 missile interceptor systems. The Iron Dome is one. David Sling is another. And then Arrow 1 and 2 are the third version. All of them are failing. Either they're depleted or failing. I have one more piece of evidence that shows like this system. This is over Tel Aviv. Watch this barrage. This is from 1 hour ago, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours ago over Tel Aviv. Watch this barrage. I don't know if this does not have sound. It does not appear to have sound. Very weak sound. So one got through. That's the first video. Then I'll show you the second video. This is over Tel Aviv. I think we saw one of those hits. But yeah, I'm concerned. Like the more, I think there are more hits than even we're seeing that I can find. By the way, the only reason we're even seeing any of these hits and any of this is because I'm going on social media and grabbing footage that people are really not supposed to be uploading, and then I'm showing it because I'm not subject to a military blackout like most of the, well, like all of the Israeli channels. So it's concerning. I mean, the images are concerning, the developments are concerning. The apathy, like a lot of Americans just pretending this isn't happening, is concerning. All right, let's take a look at what's going on Al Jazeera. Let me jump live. Al Jazeera is using the word pound in their breaking news updates about how America is hitting Israel. All right, they're talking about U.S. CENTCOM. Let me check Al Jazeera Arabic. They're showing the video of how that we saw earlier of how the Israelis and Americans took out Khamenei. Let me check in on the live cam of Tel Aviv. Give me 1 second. Not seeing any recent activity. Hold on. It's about 3 a.m. So this is normally when it starts. But we haven't seen any strikes on this part of Tel Aviv in at least 2 hours. So that's a positive for people who are concerned about what's going on in Israel. As of now, I'm looking at the skyline over Tel Aviv. I'll show it to you. As of now, I have not seen an air raid there since the last round of strikes. I think other areas in Israel might be being hit, but as of now, the skyline in Tel Aviv is quiet. Of course, by saying this, I could hopefully, and I don't want to, but hopefully it will remain quiet. But this is the time. Like, I'll check the time in Israel if you don't mind. What time is it? Time Tel Aviv. It's 3:01. So this is like when it gets most concerning. Like 3:15, 3:30, for like right at the peak of night is when Iran fires its barrages. They have a pattern to this. So if they do not succeed, I will be way more comfortable telling you that Iran's capabilities, as stated by the U.S., are actually depleted if this just stays quiet through like the 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock hour. If we can make it through like 3 hours in the middle of the night in Tel Aviv without the sirens, then I will believe that we're winning this war. That's why every moment, every second is so tense. It's unbelievably tense right now. This is like a very crucial moment of the war. Perhaps one of like the most crucial moments of the war, this night. If there is no activity, now they won't show it. This is a censored feed, but they will play the air raid siren. If we can just get through the next 3 hours without any missiles activating air raid sirens in this specific area of the world, that city, I will feel a lot better about Iran, like U.S. like superiority over Iran. If like we hear a sound, I'm going to be concerned, okay? Because that will mean that Iran not only is firing at Tel Aviv, but the missiles are penetrating to the point where the air raid siren is going. This is like the window. There are 3 hours now where every minute, like it's beyond me not seeing time passing. Now it's the other way. I am so concerned that like every minute is agony. Not just because I'm concerned about the people in the paths of these missiles, but every minute that it stays quiet is like a victory. As long as it can just stay quiet in this area of Israel, in this camera, for like 3 hours, everything is okay. Not saying it's all going to be fine, but I'm telling you, like, that would be a very positive sign. Like incredibly positive. I'm checking the holy city now. Hold on.
I wanted to earn money.
Hold on, I'm checking the holy city now. No sirens in the holy city, no smoke. All very good signs. It's all quiet. Everything is quiet. A little too quiet. But quiet is good. Lebanon is not quiet. But we are not using Lebanon as the barometer because that's a separate war. The UK Maritime Trade Office has reported that there was an incident off the coast of the United Arab Emirates. The master of the ship reported the vessel struck by an unknown projectile causing damage to the steel plating. There has been no fire or water intake. All crew reported safe. Authorities are investigating. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO. Report date 3rd March 2026. Report time 2022-40. So 10:40 UTC. So recently, within the past few hours, one of the ships hanging out off the coast of UAE in that line. Remember, we saw the line backed up at the Strait of Hormuz. One of them got bombed, just sitting in that line. How do I know this? Because the UK MTO just flashed an alert about it, and that is not good. All right. Okay, I have another scene from Kermanshah in Iran. All right. Give me one more second. Yeah, no, that video was definitely fake. Is it noted? Should really, yeah, that one is noted. That one is fake. There was an actual strike at that speed, but that was not it. It didn't hit the port of so I'm reviewing a video that someone has asked on Twitter for people to review if it's fake. It was one of the strikes on Tel Aviv. It is obviously fake in hindsight, but what's interesting is it was right. The other footage that we saw in the skyline of Tel Aviv 3 hours ago did show a strike, but this was not it. I hadn't retweeted the one with the note. It is, in some sense it's eerie, but every minute that goes by without a siren in this city is a very positive sign. Iran has been threatening this city over the past hour, and there is no, at least in this part of Tel Aviv, no rockets have hit. That is a very positive sign for the people of Israel. Hopefully for American capabilities to diminish Iran's rocket fire. I'm just breathing very slowly. I'm just breathing. I'm just watching. I'm just praying at this point. Because if Iran doesn't want to give up the fight, that's fine. They don't have to, as long as we take out all their capacity. I'm going to jump forward to you now, and I'm going to take a look at what AJ Arabic is showing. Okay. Tel Aviv skyline, top right. Tehran, top left. Let's take a listen in Beirut.
الإسرائيليين بموقع
بصليات
صاروخية، وذلك ردا على الاستهدافات التي نفذها الجيش الإسرائيلي على عدد من البلدات والقرى بالجنوب اللبناني يوم أمس. هذا آخر ما صدر اليوم في هذه الساعات الأولى من هذا اليوم، وذلك إضافة إلى استهداف نفذه الجيش الإسرائيلي موقعين بجبل لبنان وذلك بمنطقة السعديات وبمنطقة أخرى أيضا، حيث يبدو أن الاستهداف كان محددا لشقتين، وذلك فيما يبدو بأنه ربما استهداف وعملية اغتيال لشخصيات لم يعلم بعد عن تفاصيل هاتين العمليتين، غير أنه ومن خلال المعطيات التي تفيد بأنه بما أنه لم يقع إنذار أو تحذير مسبق قبل تنفيذ هاتين الغارتين بمسيرات إسرائيلية، فإنه ربما وفق ما جرت العادة فإن هذه الاستهدافات ربما يكون الغاية منها هو استهداف شخصيات معينة. قد تتوضح تفاصيل هاتين العمليتين لاحقا، ولكن هذا اليوم يبدأ بهذه العمليات بعد أن كان يوم أمس قد شهد عمليات وتصعيد العمليات من الجهتين، من حزب الله من جهة ومن الطرف الإسرائيلي من جهة. وكان حزب الله قد أعلن عن عديد العمليات من خلال عدة بيانات أعلن فيها عن تنفيذ عمليات بشمال إسرائيل، بقاعدة حيفا البحرية، بكريات شمونة، بكفر شوبة، بالنبطية حيث تم هناك إسقاط مسيرة إسرائيلية، وكذلك
she is standing in Beirut. I have an update for you about Kathy Rumler, President Obama's general counsel, who had to resign from Goldman Sachs. She is being forced to testify in front of a House Congressional Committee. Now, bear with me as I obtain for you video footage, because to put it lightly, I think that there is a little bit of resistance on the part of both Al Jazeera Arabic and Al Jazeera English. Like, Al Jazeera Arabic will show the strikes in Israel, but there are a lot of strikes in Lebanon that they are not showing. I'm trying to get you them, but they're in towns that, first of all, we don't have video footage of, like a live cam. They're kind of southern Lebanon. And second of all, there's an image that I have to show you that I just found that, like, I don't even know how to describe this. One of the areas in southern Lebanon that got hit, okay, like, it was, I'll give you the exact town in 1 second. But I mean, the people of Lebanon, I know they've seen some stuff in their day, but I just want to show you this man. Okay, I just want to take a pause and just show you, like, this is just the state of the people of Lebanon and, like, how used they are to this war. This man, okay, in southern Lebanon, this is one of the cities where the activity is going on. Do you see him? You want me to zoom in on that for you? This man, his apartment complex has been bombed. It is on fire. He is just standing there with his hand on his hip, like, well, you know, this is inconvenient. I'm not kidding you. I'm really not kidding you. His apartment is on fire. He has been bombed. The man is, this is probably like 30 minutes ago. The man is standing there. His arm, his wall is gone. I just need to take a moment to describe this to you all, because I think this is kind of like a nice 5-minute, just like the surreal nature of war in a picture, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Lebanese man about 30 minutes ago. It's probably like 3 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning. He's in like a tank top, okay? He's in his jeans. He looks like he was sleeping. It's not like he's standing in rubble. It's actually on fire. This is not AI. I'm telling you, this is like, I have to zoom in to even show it. This is a real image. That man, the building is that, it's like he's right here, 20 feet away. It is on fire. It is quite literally burning. His wall is gone. He's just standing there, and he's like, well, you know, this whole thing, you know, I don't really know what to make of this. He's not trying to jump out. He's not really running from it. There's clearly a fire right there. He's kind of like, well, you know, I'm away from the fire, so I guess this is, you know, a good enough place to rest. The floor isn't really there below him, but, you know, Now, I will look for like visual like markers, whether this is like manipulated, but you know, we can zoom out and I'll show you the scene. Like, it would be kind of hard to do that. I'm not saying it's impossible, like never believe anything on the internet right away, but like it would be somewhat difficult to, like, just based on the movement, the cars, like that, it would be a little hard. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I really do believe that that man, like, it's not a hard strike, like it didn't level the building, but I really do believe that it is possible that that man is standing in a bombed building like this with his hand on his hip, kind of saying, in southern Lebanon, well, I am very confused by this fire. I'm not saying that I have confirmed it. I don't have video. I don't live there. But that does look like to be a man in line with the pixelation of the rest of the image, you know, standing while other people are kind of confused as there's fire near him. Now, again, like, I cannot tell you that that is that man. Maybe he's from a different apartment. Maybe this is just AI generated. I don't see any watermarks on it. It kind of has this like eerie like vibe to it, but like, I mean, it looks like a southern Lebanese apartment building. It looks like it has been bombed, and it looks like he is standing there like very confused. So in short, I'm not going to pass judgment on the validity of the picture because I don't have enough subject matter expertise about southern Lebanon, but you know, I'm just sharing this picture because on the off chance that it ends up being confirmed, it will go down as one of the most epic pictures of the war. God bless you, Mark. I'm going to bring us over to Al Jazeera English for the latest update from Tehran because they won't show the pictures, but I'm going to read what Mark had to say. The guy in the building just needs a cup of iced coffee to go along with the view. I love it, Mark. God bless you. We should send that man some donkeys. He will appreciate the iced coffee. Good. Yes. Hashtag donkeys for the man in the Lebanese window. We will get that man some donkeys, and thank you very much to Mark for supporting Tao channel. So, yes, hashtag the man. Well, hold on. I think you saw it literally on the screen as Mark's comment went by. It said that man needs to get some donkeys. Let me just run that back one more time. Hold on. It's too perfect. Look at that. Mark's comment here, right? Okay. Mark says that guy in the building just needs a cup of iced coffee to go along with the view. And then there is the man standing in the building. Now, we haven't confirmed this image. I do not live in southern Lebanon, so I cannot tell you, like, that is that apartment building. I'm sure of it. But, you know, let's just roll with it for now. We'll call it unconfirmed. I'm giving it a 60% on the Towel potential legitimacy scale. It's more than 50% possible. I'm not giving it like a 9 out of 10 or 90 out of 100 or anything high. I'm giving it a 60 out of 100 potential of being real. All right, so it gives me like 40% wiggle room. Either way, thank you, Mark. God bless you. All right, let us take a look at Al Jazeera English and get an update from his audio is back, ladies and gentlemen. The man in Tehran, the only person who can tell us what is happening in Tehran, because there's no internet and, you know, they're being carpet bombed. And I'm not necessarily convinced that this man is actually outside in Tehran. I think he's like in a bunker with a fake backdrop, but, you know, let's see what he has to say.
Across the country.
All right.
Oh, let's listen to the Beirut
Either side
update.
has done that. But in the most recent couple of days, after we've seen that rocket fire coming from Hezbollah, which it said was in retaliation for the killing of the supreme leader in Iran, and in order to protect Lebanon, Israel has stepped up its campaign of strikes across the country. But anytime we talk about this ceasefire, it's important to remember that it has been violated on an almost daily basis by Israel. Rights monitoring groups have documented about 11,000 instances over the last year and a half where there have been continued strikes on, drone strikes on cars and individual buildings across the country.
All right, thanks very much, Heidi Pett there in Beirut. That's in Lebanon. Let's now go to Tohed Asadi, who's live for us from Iran's capital, Tehran. Tohed, Israel and the US have continued their attacks on Iran today, and we're understanding that there's been big new blasts.
Yes, sir. This is night 4 from the initiation of the Israeli and American strikes targeting different places across the country, including here in the capital. And just very similar to other nights, we have been witnessing the continuation of these strikes. In the night, sounds of explosion were heard. Of course, yesterday, we've got heavy bombardment targeting different facilities, specifically military facilities across the Iranian capital, among which I can refer to one police station in downtown Inqilab Square, and that sounded like a very massive one indeed. And of course, this is a continuation that we see also when it comes to other cities across the country, such as Qom, Isfahan, Urumia, in which sounds of massive explosion and the effect is being reported. That is the continuation, as I told you. And of course, on the other hand, we've got the statement from Iranian IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, about the striking back and the retaliatory actions that they are talking about. For instance, they've got a statement talking about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which is another part of this already complicated story. Strategically speaking, Iran now says that it is closing, and they are saying that more than 10 oil tankers trying to approach that Strait of Hormuz, they were targeted, and that is, of course, a very complicated situation. But speaking of the country, we know that we are dealing with growing concerns about the number of casualties, specifically civilian casualties. On that, we know that over 800 people have been killed, many more injured.
And Tahir, Trump earlier said there was another attack on what he said is the new Iranian leadership. Have you been able to learn anything of what's happening in terms of this new leadership in Iran? Because so far it seems we haven't had a confirmation of this attack from there.
No, we haven't. Here is the thing. They're speaking of the leadership, politically speaking, in Iran right now. We have to keep in mind that the country is being controlled by a council of 3 people, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, as well as the head of judiciary, and of course a member from Guardian Council. This is a council, all in all, that is taking the control and leadership of the country at the time being. And of course, we are waiting for the mechanism, legal procedure to be completed to announce the new the new supreme leader of the country, something that we are waiting for a sort of announcement by the Assembly of Experts, or Majlis Khabregan in Persian. And we've got reports yesterday that one of the buildings belonging to this assembly was targeted in the city of the Qom, but the local media says this is an old building, and while it was targeted, no session related to this process was being held there, and they're not talking about the exact number of casualties, but indications from Tehran is not just showing that there has been a massive casualties in that regard. Right now, we are waiting for that important decision to be made, to be announced. There are names that we have been hearing, a couple of names about the potential replacement, potential person that could be the next supreme leader of the country. But all in all, we know that the country has faced a major blow, speaking of the leadership, from the military perspective, and that is something that we also need to keep in mind. That's a couple of very, very, very important military figures of the country, including the Chief of Staff for Armed Forces, including the Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, including the Defense Minister, including the Secretary for the Defense Council of the country, have been all confirmed to be killed, and that is part of the very complicated relationship that is out there between the political side of the country and the military side of the country, which are all creating a very complicated calculus based upon which the supreme leader is going to be appointed. All in all, we are waiting to see who is going to take that very important position.
He's a great
reporter.
Thank you very
much,
He's a great reporter.
With the latest.
Listen, I know he's in Iran. Okay, I realize that. I understand. But he's the only reason we know what's happening in Tehran. He's lying a little bit. We know that they hit that building of religious leaders. So we know he's like towing the party line. But he's the only reporter who speaks English in Tehran that can tell us anything. Like, he's at least like saying to us in like English, like, here's yes, Tehran is being bombed very hard right now. They're not showing it. Do you notice, like, they are blacking out on Al Jazeera footage of Tehran being bombed? Have you noticed that because of that, they get to have a reporter in Tehran. They're the what other station do you know right now with an English-speaking reporter in Tehran? Maybe like Al Arabia or something like that. I haven't checked. But like on the whole, there is one station with an English-speaking reporter in Tehran, and it is Al Jazeera. And the reason I think they get to have him there is because they do not show bombing of Tehran. Does that make my job really hard? Yeah. But I have different duties in the state of Qatar. I can't shit talk the state of Qatar. I really like Al Jazeera. I have a lot of colleagues that work there. Some of my journalistic heroes work there. They let them do whatever they want. They let them report how they want to report. In fact, if Al Jazeera asked me to go on and talk about this from a U.S. perspective, I would do it. I like the state of Qatar. I like Al Jazeera. What I don't like is I wouldn't wheel and deal. I'm not the state of Qatar, but I wouldn't wheel and deal with Iran. They want a guy in Tehran. To do that, you have to make certain concessions to Iran. Okay, that's a little weird, JID. I would prefer we not sexualize Towel, so I'm going to remove that comment. You can stay, but could we not sexualize me? I really like Jesus and the Bible. I would prefer not being sexualized. I mean, I haven't really had to deal with this. That was just, one thing I would request. Don't, if people want to sexualize themselves, I'm not going to stop them. But, I would really prefer, I didn't think we had to have this conversation. This is a very serious situation. I'm sorry that we have to do this. I don't know why this person said this in the comments. It's not going to show up on screen because I removed it. But in general, I would really. Oh, okay. I would really prefer we not sexualize Tao. I mean, it's war report and people are dying. And also, I'm a very religious man. So thank you for your understanding. Hashtag no sexualizing Tao. Okay, I'm just a man. Let's not sexualize Tao. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't know why that person said that. It was very disturbing. Okay, all right. Okay, moving on. All right. So I am. As I said, I'm in this difficult position where the man in Tehran is telling us, "Oh well, thank you, JIDH91." And no, they apologized. That was very nice of them. I feel better now. They said sorry. It's okay. But everyone could be forgiven. My point is though, the man in Tehran, with that aside, the man in Tehran is the only person who speaks English, and Qatar has to make concessions to get that man in there. They literally have to say to Israel or to Iran, we will not show this, this, and this if you let us have a guy in Tehran. That is why I just know it. I can't prove it, but I just know what they're doing because I know Tehran is being carpet bombed. The man on the TV in Tehran is saying, yeah, we're being bombed pretty hard right now, but they're not showing it on the Arabic TV or the English language Al Jazeera, which tells me the price of them getting a guy in Tehran is you don't get to show strikes on Tehran. There are Israeli strikes on Iraqi militants in the Al-Waiwa district of Iraq's Dalia province. I have never been there. All right. All right, let's take a listen to the update from Ramallah.
Army saying that they are starting a wide campaign.
I'm checking for footage on the
saying
ground.
that they are targeting missile launchers as well as Iranian air defense systems and other infrastructure. And earlier, we've seen the Israeli army release these statements saying that they've targeted what they call a secretive nuclear facility that has been operating since the June war. They're saying that after the war in June, that the Iranians have moved the nuclear to this site, and then that prompted the Israeli forces to strike it. This is part of what the Israelis are talking about, these strikes for now in Iran. They continue to talk about hitting Hezbollah targets inside Lebanon, as well as what we've been talking about earlier, Sarah, which is the advancement of Israeli troops inside Lebanese territory. That's not to forget that the Israeli forces has been positioning itself in areas inside Lebanon, but now the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says that that him and the Israeli Netanyahu have authorized the army to further push deeper into Lebanon, which is seen here by many as yet another attempt by Israel to try and use security as a way to occupy more lands to under that buffer or security buffer excuse. This is part of what Israel has been doing, not just in Lebanon, but also in Syria as well. This is kind of the brief that we've been given from the Israeli forces. But now let's talk a little bit about the strikes that came into Israel, Sarah, from different sides. Some came from Iran and others came from Lebanon. As far as the Israeli home front says, the Israeli forces say that they've managed to intercept one of these missiles that came from Iran, as well as saying that Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for a shooting that took place in Al-Matalla, which is in northern Israel. This is kind of the situation that we're looking at as of now.
Okay.
Wow, thanks very much.
Pause.
Ibrahim.
Pause. I have a statement from Hezbollah. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a statement from Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is the... I won't be calling anyone. I'm just listen, I have wars to cover. JID, you just hang out, all right? You learn things about the war. Be an informed American. Have a victory garden. I'm not coming to your victory garden. You hang out there, Ladies and gentlemen, I have a statement from Hezbollah. Okay, I have certain sources who post Hezbollah press releases. I'm going to read you the translation. I'm going to do my best, so bear with me. I don't actually know what they're going to say in this statement. I'm just going to read it to you. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. I have to read it to you verbatim because otherwise I'm not reading a statement. I'm just censoring it, so I have to just read it to you. I don't condone. I think this is obvious, but I do not condone or endorse anything that Hezbollah says. Quote, permission to fight has been given to those who are being fought because they were wronged. This is a statement from Hezbollah in Lebanon in the past 30 minutes. And indeed, translated by me, and indeed, Allah is competent to give them victory. They are those who have been evicted from their homes without right, only because they say, our Lord is Allah. Allah, the Most High, the Most Great, has spoken truly. In response to the criminal aggression of Israel that struck dozens of Lebanese cities and towns, including the southern suburbs of Beirut, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance, which is Hezbollah, targeted at 1:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, a gathering of enemy Israeli forces at the Al-Matalla site with a rocket barrage. And, quote, and victory is not but from Allah, the exalted in might, the wise, signed Wednesday, the 4th of March, 2026, which in the Islamic calendar is the 14th of Ramadan, 1447 AH. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a statement from the Islamic Resistance, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance, otherwise known as Hezbollah. They are confirming that at 1:20 a.m. local time, about 2 hours ago, they struck a gathering of the Israeli army forces at the Al-Matalla site with a rocket barrage. So when Hezbollah puts this out, that normally means in about an hour you are going to get footage, like professional footage of Hezbollah attacking this group, because Hezbollah is used to Israel. So if you're not familiar with Hezbollah and Israel fighting, sorry for stretching, what happens is that, like, Hezbollah doesn't just claim that they do stuff because Israel will be like, haha, Hezbollah's lying, like, that didn't happen. What Hezbollah does, and I learned this during the Israel-Gaza war after Hamas's cowardly attack on Israel on October 7th, just cowardly. I learned that what happens is, what Hezbollah will do is like bait the Israelis. Like they'll attack them with rockets, and then they'll announce they do it, and they want the Israelis to be like, no, Hezbollah did not attack us with rockets. And then what will happen is, like, Hezbollah will put a professional video out where they show the launch, they show this, like, they edit it for OPSEC, they show the launch, they show, like, a tactical video of the hit, and then they upload it to prove they did it. They, like, bait Israel all the time. Hezbollah does this all the time. They don't release the video of the hit right away. They want to embarrass the IDF. So they claim they struck, like, they'll claim they strike something with a rocket. They know they did it. They know they have footage of it. They wait for Israel to deny it, and then they release the footage. This is how Hezbollah functions. You just have to, like, know the Hezbollah, like, communications apparatus. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's how they operate. So I'm telling you, in like 2 hours, maybe 6 at the most, we're going to get footage of Hezbollah, like, striking Israeli army, like, forces with rockets. That's what Hezbollah does. They bait Israel, and then they attack them, and then they, like, upload the footage. It's like psychological warfare plus war, like real warfare. They're both real warfare, but Hezbollah is an expert in dealing with Israel. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Israel hates Hezbollah because Hezbollah is not, they're not a conventional army. They're like specifically designed, they're like a fighting force that exists only to resist Israel. Like, they're not a state. They're like a non-governmental organization. They're kind of like they're frankly a terrorist organization. They are a prescribed terrorist organization. But, like, if you ask them to describe themselves, they would say they're like, their sole purpose is to, like, insulate Lebanese territory from, like, Israel, and then also to liberate, like, Palestine. Like, Hezbollah will not stop until either they don't exist anymore as, like, an entity, or, like, Palestine is a state. And then Lebanon keeps all its territory, which means, like, Israel, by the way, is conquering Lebanese territory, like, right now. And so Hezbollah is pissed. And Hezbollah has about 200,000 missiles. This, according to my dear friend Ali Hashem, one of the foremost experts on this region of the world. According to Ali Hashem, Hezbollah has no less than, probably 200,000 missiles. And they are like 30 miles from Israel. In some places, they literally abut Israeli territory. So what Israel is doing is they're kind of marching north up the Lebanese kind of territory, and they're just taking over towns right now. I know this is happening because Al Jazeera flashed it, and they never do that, okay? All right, they never do that, okay? They just don't flash news about Israel taking territory unless they actually have taken territory, okay? All right, so satellite imagery shows that an Iranian missile did strike the Al Ayud air base in Qatar. It damaged the FPS-132 phased array radar. This is confirmed on CNN. And this radar was worth $1.1 billion. So that's a problem. All right. Stay with me. Oh, I have a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, I have footage of a strike earlier today on Tehran. It's Sefaf Square. Now, I want to remind you that Iran is targeting, like, quite literally, Iran is bombing civilians in Israel indiscriminately, okay? What I'm about to show you is not, like, it's not gratuitous, okay? I'm showing you this because what Iran is doing is wrong. So I have footage from earlier today of a strike on Sefaf Square that, like, seriously took out the Iranian Revolutionary Guard capabilities. Why am I showing you this? One, well, the Western news is just doing a bad job showing you, like, what our boys and girls are doing. I don't mean to call our soldiers boys and girls. The military calls them sons and daughters. They are younger than me. I'm, like, in my late 30s. We'll generally estimate. I know I don't look that old, but I'm in my late 30s. I'm very disabled. Anyway, the point is, like, our soldiers are being decimated, okay? And in some regard, they have been attacked. They've kind of been targeted. And the news is not showing what they're actually doing for us. So I want to show you what the Israeli and American strikes on Iran are doing. This is a strike the size of which you might not even believe it until you see it. This is a public square, I believe, in Tehran. It is called Sefaf, S-E-P-A-H Square, in Karaj. So it might actually be another city in Tehran, in Iran. Let me check this out. Karaj. It might be a neighborhood. Hold on. Karaj is a city in Iran. Let me tell you exactly where it is. Oh, it's part of Tehran. Okay, so it's a suburb of Tehran. It is actually slightly north of Tehran. It's about 2 miles north of Tehran, if that. It's a suburb, basically. Watch this strike on an Iran Revolutionary Guard gathering in the square.
میدون سپاه رو زد ترکون میدون سپاه رو زد ترکون جنگنده تو خیابون آسمون داره میزنه میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد.
The man is very happy.
میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد.
The woman is cheering it on. They're Iranian civilians cheering on the bombing of the Iran Revolutionary Guard. I'm serious. I told you, not all, like, some Iranians are happy that we're doing this. He's very happy. He's exceptionally happy. He's not mad. He's cheering it on. He's like saying, "Get him," basically. He's very happy. This is footage from maybe 6 to 10 hours ago in Tehran. No, it's right outside Tehran.
میدون سپاه رو زد ترکون
He's saying they attacked the
میدون
square.
سپاه رو زد ترکون جنگنده تو خیابون آسمون
He's describing the area that they're hitting.
میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد.
I mean, this Iranian man is very pleased that the Iran Revolutionary Guard are being bombed. Let me just put it that way. They are quite based about war in Iran, especially the civilians who like America. We like them. So this is what the Western news won't show you. This is what our boys and girls are delivering to Tehran. This was about 10 hours. I got to show you it on a delay. It's hard to get it live. But this is about... Yes, I know you are very excited, Iranian man. This is live. This is not live. This is as good as you're going to get. It's like 10 hours ago in Iran.
میدون سپاه رو زد ترکون جنگنده تو خیابون آسمون داره میزنه میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد میدون سپاه رو با ان یکی کرد.
Yeah, so that is an Iran Revolutionary Guard position too, and it's the reason I'm showing you this over and over is it really is hard to get footage out of Tehran right now. It's not for want of trying. A lot of people a lot of journos aren't even trying. I just have a lot of like colleagues in the Arabic news, and then also like, because I kind of speak a little bit of Arabic, a lot of people in the Arabic world follow me. So, like, because they follow me, when they post, like, I'll see it. Now, I didn't see this guy post this, like, when he posted it. I saw it, like, a few hours after. But needless to say, this is the highest quality footage I've seen of an American-Israeli attack on Tehran. I'm going to show you it again. I'm going to talk over it. So what you're watching is an Iran Revolutionary Guard base in Karaj, okay, Karaj, which is a suburb maybe 2 miles north of Tehran. Just it's like a big square, okay, and they carpet bombed it. And what I'm hearing from the people who posted this is that, like, the Iran Revolutionary Guard, like, suffered massive losses in this strike. They were outside. I agree. 48MD, a new Tao friend, says no nuke for Iran. President Trump is not playing. I agree. Mr. President Trump is not playing. All right, now that you have seen, ladies and gentlemen, the pure destructive power of the U.S. military, let's take a look back at what's going on the ground. All right. Oh dear God. I think this is Lebanon. Let me check. Yeah, this is Lebanon earlier. So these are Israeli strikes in the past probably 30 minutes in Beirut.
وزارة الصحة اللبنانية تقول بأن هناك
You're watching the latest pictures from Beirut.
إثر الاعتداء الإسرائيلي على عرمون والسعديات في جبل لبنان.
Yeah, I think it's southern Beirut in Lebanon. You're going to see another shell hit. Oh my God, folks, ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to believe this. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to believe the words that are just about to come out of my mouth. The picture of the man in the window was real. Ladies and gentlemen, he is on video, just hanging out. Oh my God, that's him. That is our man in the window. It was real. I can't believe it. Are you seeing this? That is the man from the window. He's just in the fire. Man, get out of there. Why are you up there? Oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the man in the window. I'm serious. He's like, what are you doing in there? Get out of there. Oh no. He was so calm, cool, and collected. Sir, you need to leave that building. Sir, that building is on fire. What are you doing up there? Oh, goodness, sir, you had a chance to run. Sir, don't go back into the fire. Oh, no. Sir, what are you doing? Oh, my God. Oh, God. What is... Oh, it was real. Oh my goodness, sir, you need to leave that apartment building. That is in southern Lebanon. Sir, you were so, oh my God, sir, why did you go back in the building? Sir, you need to leave that building. That is fire. So please, why are you collecting your belongings? Sir, oh my God, can someone please tell this man that you... Okay, listen, we've reached just unheard of levels of absurdity. First of all, I didn't believe that picture that was real of the man in the window. Not only is it real, he's casually collecting his belongings. Oh my goodness. Listen, I understand the people of Lebanon have been through a lot. But sir, your apartment is burning. Sir, you don't have a wall. What are you doing? The fire is like 4 feet from you, sir. Please leave that building. Oh my God. I cannot believe what I am seeing right now. So, first of all, Israel is conquering Lebanon, if you're just tuning in. Second of all, okay, like 20 minutes ago, we saw a picture on the screen. I'll find it for you. I didn't believe it was real. Like, I did believe it was real, but like, I was kind of incredulous about its legitimacy. I'm telling you right now that the picture is real. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on. You may be saying, Grant, this isn't that big of a deal. No, it is. No, it is. I'm telling you that this man, this man right there, he was doing so well, ladies and gentlemen. He was just calm as you like. Cool as a cucumber, cool as the underside of a pillow. He was I just have to commentate this. You don't understand. The man, look at him. He was the epitome, ladies and gentlemen, the epitome of cool, calm, and collected. He knew what to do. His building had been bombed, okay? He was just standing with his arm on the wall, his hand on his hip. He was surveying the situation. The fire was burning next to him. He generally understood the idea was to be away from the fire and then, avoid the damage. Okay, now, I just want to take you through this. By the time, it gets a little darker, the man... Just all hell has broken loose. He has abandoned his position by the window. He went from the epitome of calm, cool, and collected, and he is now, as everything is burning, just collecting his belongings. He has abandoned his safe post. The electricity has gone out in the building, which is why you can't see as well. And the man is collecting his belongings as the fire burns. That is the same man. He has just decided that, he's just going to collect his belongings. Yes, you are watching footage from southern Lebanon. We have tracked the man. Okay, we have confirmed not only is the picture real, the man is just casually collecting his belongings after his apartment was bombed. That is that same apartment. He's just casually hanging out. All right, that man's having a night.
يضع يده على الزناد واعتقد أن
Absurdity. Different angle. Same apartment, man having a night. Yeah, I think that man was actually probably a Hezbollah fighter that was like, oh, they're probably going to come get me. Oh, shit. All right, got to zoom into Lebanon. Pause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking in with live pictures from Lebanon. Give me 1 second, please. We have an alert in Lebanon. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing you live pictures from Beirut. Expect there to be large or orange, explosions.
يجرؤوا على اتخاذ هذه الخطوة، لكن الرئيس الحالي لديه هدف ولديه استراتيجية ورؤية من أجل الوصول إلى هذا الهدف، وأعتقد أن العملية ستستمر إلى حين تحييد إيران بشكل كامل.
لا أي مدى يمكن للرئيس الأمريكي أن يتحمل خاصة الحديث عن تعويض يمكن أن يدفع.
Okay, nothing yet. That is a live picture over Beirut.
The United States has the biggest, strongest military on planet Earth. The idea that
الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية تتوفر.
You're listening to an American man tell the Arabic Al Jazeera audience why the American military has the
تكلفة الضحايا بالنسبة لأمريكا في اليوم الرابع.
Oh my God. All right, translating from Arabic. Urgent, which means breaking in Arabic. Official spokesman for the Ministry of Defense in Saudi Arabia. 9 drones intercepted and destroyed immediately upon entering the kingdom's airspace. Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, quoting an official spokesman for the Ministry of Defense in Saudi Arabia, flashed on Al Jazeera Arabic as breaking. Quote, 9 drones intercepted and destroyed immediately upon entering the kingdom's airspace. This was published 8:22 p.m. Okay, you don't understand. You don't understand. You cannot attack. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. All right, taking the Beirut feed live. Ladies and gentlemen, Saudi Arabia is under attack. Someone has attacked Saudi Arabia with drones. Saudi Arabia is not to be attacked.
هي في بيروت وتحديدا باتجاه طريق الحازمية.
You are looking at a live picture over Beirut. The woman who's talking is in Beirut.
وموقع هذه الغارة التي وقعت منذ لحظات قليلة.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm rude to report
طريق
this.
الحازمية كمان
But I
مرة
believe
أخرى بانتظار تأكيدات رسمية أو ربما تبيان مزيد من التفاصيل حول هذه الغارة. ربما ما يمكن قوله حول هذه الغارة التي وقعت أنها وقعت
these are live strikes on Beirut. Please bear with me.
في جبل لبنان.
This is a live feed. Ladies and gentlemen, those are strikes on Beirut. You are witnessing them live.
قلنا قبل قليل بأن هذه
She is saying that those are live pictures. She's explaining the context.
غالبا ما يكون الهدف منها هو استهداف واغتيال شخصية أو شخصيات معينة في انتظار تبيان كما قلنا مزيد من التفاصيل حول ما وقع حول الموقع المحدد لهذه الغارة التي نؤكد مجددا بأنها وقعت خارج الضاحية.
There are bombs falling on Beirut. That's the point.
منذ قليل كان موقعها حسب بشكل أولي حسب ما يبدو من الموقع الذي سقطت فيه بأنها.
Ladies and gentlemen, explosions heard at the U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, Saudi Arabia is under attack by Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what I thought they were attacking Tel Aviv. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm monitoring multiple fronts right now, but this news about Saudi Arabia, I did not expect it. I thought they were going to attack Tel Aviv.
منطقة السعديات في جبل لبنان وأشرت أيضا ميساء بأن كل هذه الغارات تمت دون توجيه.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am monitoring an active situation in Saudi Arabia. Okay?
بالفعل محمد هذا عنوان الغارات والعمليات التي حصلت منذ منتصف هذه الليلة أي منذ الساعات الأولى لفجر هذا اليوم. نحن نتحدث عن 4 غارات إلى حد الآن 2 في السعديات وفي عرمون
Okay, I have a statement for you from the people who attacked the U.S. base in Iraq.
هاتين الغارتين استشهاد 6 أشخاص وإصابة 8 آخرين. أيضا نتحدث.
All right, there's a lot happening right now. This Saudi Arabian situation is at the top of my concern right now. The U.S. base in Saudi Arabia has been hit. Saudi Arabia has announced that at least 9 drones, like you don't understand, the other day when Saudi Arabia's Aramco facilities were hit, like basically Iran said they didn't do it. They blamed Israel. I'm now telling you that what I'm seeing breaking across my wires right now, in Arabic first, which means it's real, it's on Al Jazeera breaking, is that Saudi Arabia has been hit. Our bases in Saudi Arabia have been hit. I am also seeing a very disturbing report that our destroyer is on fire. Please pause. There is a lot. I can't believe they're attacking Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is very upset at Iran. They're fighting a proxy war in Yemen. Saudi Arabia supports the Yemen National Council, which is like 2 different factions that support Saudi Arabia and want to run Yemen. They control the south. In the north of Yemen are the Iranian-backed Ansar al-Houthis. The Houthis call themselves like the government of Yemen, but Yemen doesn't really have a government. Saudi Arabia and Iran don't really fight directly. When Aramco, the Saudi Arabian oil company, got bombed 2 days ago or a day ago, Iran was like, no, bro, we didn't do it. Okay, now in the last 30 minutes, I'm telling you, the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense said they were attacked. You don't understand. You can't be attacking Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is they're like the schoolyard bully of the Middle East. You really don't want to mess with them. All right, I have a statement from for you from the entity that attacked the American base in Iraq. Let me read it to you, okay? It's in Arabic. I will translate it. It's translated on your screen. I have to read this verbatim. I don't like that I have to do this, but I can't censor it. So, quoting. This is from... It appears that this is from the Islamic resistance in Iraq, the Guardians of Blood faction. Quote, "In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. and there is for you in legal retribution saving of life. O you people of understanding, so that you may become righteous. Al-Baqarah 179. Quote, in adherence to our religious duty and in retribution for the blood of Wali of Allah, the Imam, the leader, the martyred Sayyid commander Ali al-Husseini al-Khamenei, and in repulsion of the aggression that led to the martyrdom of a group of the brave Iraqi resistance youths, quote, our Mujahideen heroes carried out today, Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, an attack with a swarm of drones targeting a hotel in Erbil used by the American forces as a residence for their soldiers. Quote, and Allah is the ally of the believers and their helpers. Stop. That's the end of the statement. Yes, this stream is live now. It is great to see you, Anne-Marie Harrison. Welcome to the channel. Not only is it live, but like now you are here in the TV talk to you. So, yes, thank you for joining us, Anne-Marie. You're probably confused as to why the man on the TV is talking to you directly, but do you have any pets? I can talk to them. Okay, so this is quite a problem. I have the statement from the Saudi Ministry of Defense. Okay, I have the actual Arabic statement from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense. Okay, I'm going to show it to you on your screen right now. Give me 1 second, please. This is a statement from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, translated from Arabic, the original is this. Translated, quote, the official spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense. Interception, quote, interception and destruction of 9 drones immediately upon their entry into the kingdom's airspace. Stop. So Saudi Arabia is under attack. How do I know that? Well, I just proved it to you. This is the result of one of Israel's strikes in Lebanon.
Hey, معباية عالم كل البناية معباية عالم. Hey, معباية عالم كل البناية معباية عالم. Hey, معباية عالم كل البناية معباية عالم.
So, very serious shelling by Israel in Lebanon right now. I mean, that's just a brutal strike. Again, reporting from relatively accurate, Arab sources, that there is shelling of the American base right now in Saudi Arabia. The second report I have, now this is from the Iran Revolutionary Guard. Do not take it as fact. I don't, they're 40%. They mostly just put shit out there. But this is a quote, okay? Quote, Iran's Revolutionary Guard reports a successful missile strike on a U.S. destroyer and refueling ship 650 kilometers deep into the Indian Ocean using Ghadar 380 and Talalia missiles. The operation reportedly left both vessels with, quote, extensive fires visible across the horizon. Please wait for confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, on this. Please do not take anything the enemy says at face value. I repeat, please do not take what Iran says at face value until you see a picture. But I am reporting initially that Iran is claiming a successful strike on a U.S. destroyer 650 kilometers deep in the Indian Ocean. I will follow up as I am able with more information. Do not take anything from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard at face value. Lynn, you drive home safe, my dear friend. We will be here ready for you. God bless you. Thank you for sharing the donation links in the chat. Lynn is a dear friend of mine. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just past 9 p.m. here in Boston. It is 9 p.m. Eastern War Time in the United States. In Israel, it is just past 4 in the morning in Tel Aviv. The heaviest shelling at the moment is in Lebanon. We have breaking reports. I am trying to confirm them that U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia are under attack, ladies and gentlemen. I am waiting to confirm this. It is very serious, that development. If U.S. bases indeed in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have been attacked. Saudi Arabia, of course, after 2019, shifted its geopolitical alliance from a more Iraq, Syria, orientated axis to, of course, an Israeli-friendly axis, culminating in the Abrams Accord under President Trump being signed in 2019. This has a lot to do with Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, the current Crown Prince designate and next king of Saudi Arabia, winning the designation of Crown Prince away from Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ, who was under the Wahhabist faction of Islam that was run from Kandahar in Pakistan by the bin Laden family for decades, ladies and gentlemen. I can report to you, yes, indeed, I am able to report to you that Saudi Arabia, which is now friendly with Israel and hostile to Iran, is indeed under attack when the Iranians shell, and remember, MBS, this is his first true test outside of the war in Yemen. Saudi Arabia does not come under attack. When Aramco, the Saudi Arabian oil company, the national company, came under attack a day ago, Iran disclaimed responsibility and threw its hands up in the air and said, no, we were not responsible for that. Now, in the last 30 minutes, there are reports confirmed by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that 9 drones entered their airspace. There are also reports, although they remain unconfirmed, they are provisional, that the U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia have come under Iranian attack. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am monitoring the situation. Quote from How Long 1248, I'm tired, boss. Mostly I'm tired of people being ugly to one another. We pray for the innocents. We pray for our soldiers, the American soldiers in the field, and those of our allies. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect at 9:05 p.m. Eastern wartime on this Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, to be reporting to you that American bases in Saudi Arabia may potentially be subject to Iranian attack. This is not what I expected. I thought we were going to be talking about Tel Aviv or potentially other Israeli cities. I expected the missiles to rain down on Beirut and Qatar and Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the UAE. I expected them to rain down on Bahrain. I expected them to rain down on Kuwait. I expected them to rain down on Tehran and Oman and the Strait of Hormuz. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect them to rain down on the U.S. bases in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There is only so much that one man can anticipate, and that was not on my radar. And that should tell you something. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm monitoring a number of different active situations. Let's take a listen to the latest English update from Heidi Pett in Lebanon, live on the ground in Beirut. Heidi, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of information, we heard and felt the most recent one, which was about 5 minutes ago, very strongly. It was in the suburb of Hazmia, which is technically just outside Dahia, so the southern suburbs of Beirut, indicating an expansion in the sort of geographic spread of Israeli strikes on the capital. We won't know for some time exactly what the target was or what the casualties will be of that one, but I can hear sirens in the background, and there is smoke once again drifting over Beirut. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning here, and there was no warning for this strike, suggesting that it was potentially an assassination strike, as opposed to, you know, these warnings that have been issued on a rolling basis, these forced evacuation orders for citizens across Lebanon in the southern suburbs of Beirut, and also across the southern area closer to the border of Israel. And just in the last 10 minutes, actually, we have seen another one of those warnings issued by the Israeli military to more than 10 villages in the south of Lebanon. And that means that the total number of those warnings is now well over 100 for the last 48 hours. The other update that we have is that a strike about 2 hours ago, again, not that far from here in Beirut, 20 kilometres south on the village of Aramoun. The Lebanese Ministry of Health has given an updated casualty figure on that. 6 people were killed and 8 were injured in an Israeli strike on a residential apartment building.
Right, and Heidi, when we look at southern Lebanon, we have heard that the Israeli Defense Minister has given orders to expand its ground presence. That's beyond the existing 5 positions that it already holds inside southern Lebanon. Is there any indication whether Israel is attempting to widen its buffer zone at all or take territory? Is there concern even in Lebanon on this?
There is a great deal of concern in Lebanon about this, given the incursion by Israeli troops into some further territory just this morning, and that was confirmed by UNIFIL, which is the UN peacekeeping force that's been stationed in southern Lebanon for a long time now. They confirmed that Israeli troops did make an incursion, or a further incursion, I should say, because they do already hold 5 positions inside Lebanon, but they then retreated this morning. The obvious concern is whether that will continue or whether those incursions will be made more permanent. And part of the fear about that comes from the nature of some of these forced evacuation warnings. When you plot them on a map, it does indicate a buffer zone about 5 kilometres into southern Lebanon. And that is the area that the Israeli military has told Lebanese civilians to vacate already.
Right, and Israel, I understand, has given a deadline that's already nearing. It was a 24-hour deadline for what it called Iran representatives in Lebanon to leave the country. Who is it referring to, and what will happen if they don't do so?
So there's long been speculation here in Lebanon that since the assassination of the leaders of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, and many of the other senior figures during the war of the autumn in 2024, that actually there has been more direction and leadership from the IRGC, from Iran, and more members inside the country. So it's possible that it's directed at them, but it could be directed at, any Iranian figures inside the country, people inside the consulate or, diplomats of any kind. And so what Israel has said is that, yes, they have 24 hours to exit the country. That is nearly up. And they've said then that if they haven't left, they'll target them wherever they find them.
All right, thanks very much, Heidi Pett there in Beirut. And let's go now to Tehran, where Tawhid Asadi is live for us. Tawhid, Israel
live from Tehran.
And the US have continued their attacks on Iran today. We're hearing that there's been a recent blast.
There is this massive sound of explosion being heard across the country. Here in the capital, we were able to hear sounds of massive explosion. The after sounds of massive explosion is being heard from the day one, from the initiation of these strikes, and that is the reality on the ground. And of course, we've got the Red Crescent earlier yesterday coming out with reports about the number of casualties in that regard. The latest number, according to the Red Crescent, is 787 people being killed. But seeing the continuation of these strikes, we can rest assured that that number can, of course, increase in that regard. Also, we know that the area and the scope of these strikes is not just limited to the Iranian capital, but according to this report that we have, at least in 153 cities across the Iranian country, we have been witnessing the continuation of these strikes, and that is running the risk of further casualties down the road. And of course, it is not just the military headquarters or actually the political centers that are being targeted, but also the civilian areas, including hospitals and schools, which we have reports that they have been targeted. That is on the one hand. And then on the other hand, we've got statements from IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, about the next rounds of strikes, the retaliatory strikes that Iran is going through. And of course, one important strategic development over the past few days on that, of course, we've got this recent statement by IRGC, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and now they're saying that it's not possible for any oil tanker or any other ship to go through or pass through this passage, and that is adding another layer of escalation into this already complicated situation. IRGC also coming out to say that they are continuing the strikes. On this latest statement, they say that the ground forces of IRGC has just entered the battlefield with 3 operations, including 230 drones, as well as the Navy operations against the American ships by IRGC. This is something that we hear from them, and that is taking place despite the very fact that a considerable number of top military officials of the country, in addition to the supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, were all killed, and that is creating a sort of question mark about the structural strengths of this military body inside the country.
All right, and Trump earlier said there was another attack on what he called the new leadership. Have you been able to verify any of this from the Iranian authorities?
Well, based on the very recent reports that we have from the local media inside the country, they're saying that one building that belongs to actually the Majlis Khobregan, or the Assembly of Experts, which is in charge of appointing the new supreme leader of the country, was targeted in the city of Qom. And they're saying that this is an old building. While it was attacked, there was no meeting in that regard being held in that building. And of course, speaking of the very mechanisms, legally speaking, constitutionally speaking, for our viewers, we know that right now the country is being controlled by a council of 3 people: Iranian president, head of judiciary, and 1 member from the Guardian Council. These are people who are right now taking charge of the control of the country for what they call an interim council of leadership, and that's just something for a very short period of time. Iranian officials are saying that the process has been started by the Assembly of Experts. They are working on making the decision for appointing the new supreme leaders. We know that there are several names that we hear from time to time about the potential people who take that office, but it goes without saying that seeing the dynamisms of the political structure in Iran, that is perhaps the most important decision to be made for the years down the road. And speaking of the previous years, of course, this is very important, seeing the actually authority, the power, and the amount of control that this important position has inside the country on the one hand, and on the other, that person is critically important in that whether it's going to be a shift, paradigmatic one, when it comes to this dichotomy of pragmatism and ideology inside the country. All in all, people are following to see who is going to take that important seat, and that is happening under a critical situation while the country is facing the continuous waves of the Israeli and American strikes.
All right, thank you for that. That is one of the only English language reporters in Iran. He's a little biased, but at least he's there. Now, I have a statement for you from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Health. It is very sad. I'm sorry I have to read this. Now, the full statement is not translated, but I'm just going to translate it for you. It's going to take me like a decent amount of time. So this is a statement from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Health in the past hour, okay? The official spokesman for the Ministry of Health, Dr. Abdullah Al-Sanad, okay? I'm translating what's on your screen. It's an official account of the Kuwaiti Ministry of Health. I'm sorry to have to read this. Quote, injury of a young girl following the fall of shrapnel in a residential area in the capital governorate and her passing due to her injuries despite resuscitation attempts. Quote, the official spokesman for the Ministry of Health, Dr. Abdullah Al-Sanad, stated that the Amiri Hospital received, through emergency medical services, an injury case of an 11-year-old girl, a resident of the country, following the fall of shrapnel in a residential area in the capital governorate. He explained that the medical emergency teams began dealing with the case in the field immediately upon receiving the report, as resuscitation was carried out in the ambulance while transferring the child to the hospital. Resuscitation attempts continued upon her arrival at the Amiri Hospital for nearly half an hour, but she passed away due to the injury. He indicated that 4 family members, including the child's mother, are currently undergoing medical evaluation and have been placed under observation in the hospital to ensure their safety and monitor their health condition. The Ministry of Health extends its sincere condolences and deepest sympathy to the family of the child, praying to God Almighty to cover her with His vast mercy, to inspire her family with penance and solace, and to grant the injured a speedy recovery. I am very sorry to report that Iran has killed a child in Kuwait. Ladies and gentlemen, the nation of Kuwait mourns, as in the last hour it was announced that Iran, these monsters, have taken the life of a small child. This is not debatable. This is not one of those, oh, did someone fire a missile and was it one side or the other? No. Iran's missile caused shrapnel to fall and kill a young girl in Kuwait. We pray for her family. We pray for the people of Kuwait. Ladies and gentlemen, having to announce any casualties of war is a tragedy. Having to announce the death of a young girl in Kuwait because Iran killed her with shrapnel is horrifying. I'm sorry to have to report this to you right now, but I'm telling you I have translated this message verbatim for you, and Iran has killed a young girl in Kuwait because they shot missiles at our military and one of them caused shrapnel to fall and kill a child. So, you know, I'm very upset. I am very upset. I am very upset. These monsters, they claim they're trying to attack military targets. You just listen to that man in Tehran trying to tell you about how the Iran Revolutionary Guard was targeting these military targets. Nope. Nope. They killed a young girl in Kuwait. She has passed away. I am sure she is not the first child to die in this war, but she is certainly the first life to be lost that drew a statement from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Health. And the Kuwaiti people mourn tonight as the first victim of the war in their country is not a military soldier or an armed combatant, but a small child who was at home with her family and died at the hands of the Iranian regime. So I hope that, you know, commander or whoever fired that or whatever, drone or missile, feels good about themselves tonight, because they didn't kill a soldier of some enemy. They didn't kill some armed combatant or a fighter pilot. They didn't damage a radar. They killed a young child. And the nation of Kuwait mourns. Kuwait is not a very big place, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure it has a big population. Its population is probably smaller than, I mean, to be honest, it's probably smaller than Massachusetts. Let me give you the... No, it's bigger. Kuwait has a population that's about 1 million people bigger than the Massachusetts. All right, so I'm going to listen. We have a statement from the Iran Revolutionary Guard on the Strait of Hormuz. I'm going to play for you now. This is coming across the wires in the past minute. Please bear with me. It is incredibly horrifying and sad. God bless the people of Kuwait. May God protect them. I have a statement regarding the Strait of Hormuz from the Iran Revolutionary
about
Guard.
The situation in the Strait of Hormuz. It says the ground forces of the Revolutionary Guards entered the field of war with hostile America and the criminal Zionist regime with 3 simultaneous operations and by firing 230 offensive drones. After Iran declared a traffic ban in the Strait of Hormuz, it is impossible for oil, commercial and fishing vessels to pass through this passage More than 10 oil tankers who did not pay attention to these warnings have been hit by various projectiles. An American destroyer, while refueling from an American tanker 650 kilometers off the coast of Iran in the Indian Ocean, was hit by Qadr 380 and Talaieh missiles of the IRGC Navy. Now, let's go over to John Hendren, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. Now, John, the Senate will be voting on the Iran War Powers Resolution tomorrow. Can you...
Okay, I need to listen to that again, sorry.
To these 30 offensive revenant about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. It says the ground forces of the Revolutionary Guards entered the field of war with hostile America and the criminal Zionist regime with 3 simultaneous operations and by firing 230 offensive drones. After Iran declared a traffic ban in the Strait of Hormuz, it is impossible for oil, commercial and fishing vessels to pass through this passage. More than 10 oil tankers who did not pay attention to these warnings have been hit by various projectiles. An American destroyer, while refueling from an American tanker 650 kilometers off the coast of Iran in the Indian Ocean, was hit by Qadr 380 and Talaieh missiles of IRGC Navy. Now, let's go over to John Hendren, who's live for us.
Wow, so did you catch that? Iran is saying they've bombed 10 ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and further, Iran is saying they did hit our ship. Oh my word. Alright, bear with me. Bear with me. I am trying to confirm if our ship has actually been hit. I have more footage for you of the strikes on Lebanon, but you will forgive me as I check on Tel Aviv and also our ships. Okay? No attacks on Tel Aviv in the past hour. Oh, the feed has ended. Hold on. I have to go find the new Tel Aviv feed now. I have the new feed, I think. Yeah, let me check if there's any attacks on Tel Aviv. Alright. I'm checking the past hour in Tel Aviv. It's the easiest way to do it is to just see if they move the camera. Alright, Tel Aviv seems quiet. Like unusually quiet. In a good way. Okay? In a good way. But the Tel Aviv skyline is quiet. Alright? I can report, at least in this part of Tel Aviv, the skyline is quiet. Almost too quiet. I'm going to show you the most recent attacks on Lebanon. I'll show you those now. The Saudi Arabian attack, it's going to take me a second. Okay, I don't watch Saudi Arabian news, so I'll try. I've never done it before, and we'll see. We'll just watch Saudi Arabian news together. Okay, have you ever wanted to do that? Watch Saudi Arabian news with me to figure out if our soldiers are being attacked? I didn't plan on that. We're going to do it anyway. Alright, I have footage for you of the latest attacks on Beirut. It's below the presidential palace. Alright? So this is the latest footage from Lebanon Jets. Please give them a follow. They're a great account for following the war in Lebanon. If you have family there, he lives overseeing Lebanon and he films the planes. He loves planes. Like, he doesn't care about the war. I'm sure he's very worried about the war, but he lives to film planes. He can't film his planes right now, so. And those are contrails over Beirut from fighter planes or an Israeli drone, more likely. So that is the latest scenes over Beirut. Let me show you the latest warnings over Israel. Give me 1 second while I upload the map. This is from our dear Tau friends, Standing Stones. All right, we will be here for you, Miss Missy, when you come back. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Here is the most recent alerts in Israel. Tel Aviv has basically been under rocket fire all night. We have not seen on the camera we've been watching air raids, but that does not mean other areas are not under threat. Okay, the most recent alerts are coming in. I'm going to read you them in the Upper Galilee. Okay, and then mostly the Upper Galilee, which is, I think, around here. Could be wrong, though. Now, bear with me as I check for what else is going on. Oh, I have video. That's the same strike that we're looking at we just saw pictures of. But you're looking at a live alert map in Israel, so the night is not over. They're almost through the night. They need to get through like 1 or 2 more hours. If Tel Aviv can get through 1 or 2 more hours, then they might make it through the night. Hold on one sec. So as of right now, there are no sirens, which is good. All right, I have the moment of impact on Beirut. This is the strike that just happened. There was it was basically, they're calling it a massacre. There appears to be at least 4 dead. I think it was a strike on a Hezbollah commander. I'm going to show you it now. I won't show you the ground scenes. The ground scenes are pretty bad. This is the moment of impact. This was minutes ago, probably about 30 minutes ago in Lebanon. It was an assassination strike. No warning was given. This was the Hasmaya area of Beirut 30 minutes ago. The next thing I have for you is PMF headquarters in Iraq. I have footage of an attack. All right, Lebanon is about to be targeted like very intensely. I'm going to show you this one more time. This is minutes ago. I'll show you the result now. I'll show you the result of the strike. It's really brutal. Hold on one second. Oh my word. Alright, I'll show you the result. One sec. This is the result of the strike. So you just saw that missile fall from the ground. I have footage. This is in Beirut. Okay, so Israel is being shelled right now, but it is not this footage. This is, just so you understand, this is the attack that you just saw on Beirut. This is the ground. This is the ground of that attack.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
He's saying God is great.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Oh, just decimation.
Allahu Akbar.
Oh my goodness.
Allahu Akbar.
Oh my goodness. They're fighting about filming. Oh my word. Oh my word. It's flattened. You are looking at live pictures about 30 minutes ago on the ground in Beirut. I mean, Israel is just decimated. Whatever that was, it's a hotel. I mean, that is just, they brutalized it. It's gone.
Allahu Akbar.
This is the most recent pictures from Beirut right now. About 15 minutes ago on the ground in Beirut.
Allahu Akbar. 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 زياد هل بيننا المصابي هي الضربة الله أكبر لا الزلمة بتاعنا يبارك
Okay, I have new waves of missiles over Tel Aviv. All right, pause. All right, there's a lot. Okay. And we're not seeing everything that's happening right now. This is a lot. Like, they're not showing what's actually happening in Tel Aviv. I don't know how. Here's what's actually happening over Tel Aviv. This is 25 minutes ago over Tel Aviv. I was able to get this. It was not easy. They're not showing us everything on the cameras right now. Hold on 1 second, please. This is the most recent video I've been able to get over Tel Aviv. 1 second. And I'm trying to get it full screen for you. Alright, so this is the most recent video I have over. If you're tuning in for updates about Israel and you're concerned, this is what I have. This is about 25 minutes ago. Those are Palestinians cheering. This is the most recent footage I have over Tel Aviv. It's about 25 minutes ago. It's not even showing on some of the cameras, but this is about 25 minutes ago. Yep, our incomings right now. This is over Tel Aviv about 15 minutes ago. It's the best I can do. Oh no, not those missiles. The cluster missiles. This is the best I can do because it's hard to follow on the cams. They're not even showing a lot of this. So these are the most recent pictures over Tel Aviv. It's the best I'm able to do with the blackout. They're actually from Palestine. I can't tell exactly which area of the territories they're from, but it's Palestinians cheering. And so this is heading towards Tel Aviv about 20 minutes ago, maybe 30. So that's the best I can do for you based on available information. It's a little hard because, again, they're not showing on the cams. Like, it's not hitting central Tel Aviv, but they are like flying right now, and I'm trying to track them for you. Okay, I have another angle. There are definitely there's a wave coming right now. I have the pictures for you, but only on social media. I can't get it on the live cam, but there is a wave over Tel Aviv right now. I told you it was coming. It's about 4:30 in the morning in Tel Aviv. 1 sec. It's about 4:30 in the morning. It's still dark. I told you they had to make it through to daytime and they'd be all right. This is what I'm seeing right now over Palestine 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago over Palestine. So that's heading towards Tel Aviv. And these are in the occupied territories. So, like, you're seeing the missile kind of going up above Tel Aviv. It's going to come back down. So I'm doing my best to keep you up to date. Alright, I have another angle of it. It should be, like, it's literally about to land. A lot of footage flying right now. It's not on the cams yet, which I don't know where it's going to hit. I just can't tell. Like, it's too ambiguous. Here's more footage of it. It is an Iranian missile. It is over Jericho. It is heading towards Israel. This is the other angle I got. Same missile, different angle. Just minutes ago, over Tel Aviv. It's actually over Jericho, but I don't have any images of any sirens on the hard cam, so we're going to have to stick with this. Twitter's having a little issues, but I'm doing my best. It's also video like from occupied Palestine, so it's not the best quality. It's not horrible, but it's probably like 480p at best. And it's really struggling to load. But you saw it. I mean, you had to watch it a frame at a time because it's struggling. There's no sound either. But that's it. I mean, that's the same missile. It's about 2 minutes ago. All right? That is over Jericho 2 minutes ago. All right? So stick with me. I'm trying very hard. The Kuwaiti army is mad.
على منطقة الدخان يتصاعد من
I'm waiting for the impact right now. I'm waiting for the impact. I'm just waiting. I mean, I'm monitoring this. I'm seeing it happen in real time. I'm just waiting to see the impact and where it's going to hit. All right, let's see if Al Jazeera has an update for us. Oh, goodness. They are definitely showing the impact of the war. My name is Greg Smith-Ellis, and I am attempting in real time to monitor for you the impact of multiple fronts. The Saudi Arabian situation is what I really need an update on, but I don't have great Saudi Arabian sources. I mean, I'm just going to be, as always, direct with you. Like, I have sources in Lebanon, like, not sources. I follow people who are in Lebanon. I follow people who are in, like, a little bit of Yemen. I follow people who, like, cover Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Israel. Like, I don't follow people who cover Saudi Arabia. So let me see if I can find you some. So give me a second. Let's check Al Arabia, all right? Let's try Al Arabia. I've never actually watched Saudi Arabian coverage. I just haven't had like a reason to. So we're going to check out Al Arabia English, all right? I'm going to take a look at that now. I don't know much about Al Arabia English, but we'll check it out. They have a lot of money. Their website's very nice. I'm loading it now. It's very high quality. I really don't need that high quality. But you only broadcast in 1080p? No, thank you. They must have some very wealthy people that watch their channel, because I don't need 1080p. You don't even have a live channel? I have to watch it on your website in 1080p? That's very incredibly annoying. Let me see if I can work around this. Alright. I might have to actually try to make this load. I'm going to do it. I'm going to figure out a way to make it work. I wish they would not do this. They must have some very rich people that watch this. Alright, here we go. They are not showing anything useful. I'm checking the Arabic version. Hold on. The English version. Oh, yeah. Arabic has something.
كان هناك حالة صدمة عامة في الشارع البحريني.
Alright, so this is Saudi Arabian TV.
لما تشن علينا هذه الحرب عندما نتطلع لبنيات سكنية لبنى تحتية لفنادق كل هذه طبعا شكلت حالة من الصدمة في الشارع البحريني. في المقابل هناك يعني كان لنقل حالة من الفوضى في مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي تم التعامل معها وفق القوانين.
نعم شكرا جزيلا لك. كنت معنا من المنامة مراسلة العربية تمام أبو صافي.
I don't recognize that city actually. Could be Saudi Arabia.
أكدت 5 مصادر لرويترز أن إدارة الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب تخطط لعقد اجتماع مع كبار المسؤولين التنفيذيين في أكبر شركات إنتاج الأسلحة في البيت الأبيض يوم الجمعة لمناقشة تسريع إنتاج الأسلحة في وقت يعمل فيه البنتاغون على
I mean, I appreciate the Saudi Arabian coverage, but you know, it's not very useful. Like, I prefer live streams. There's our man in the window again. I prefer live coverage, and that was not what I wanted. Alright, bear with me. I'm going live on the AJ Arabic again. I am trying to monitor. It is very hard based on the current realities of this. The sun is about to rise. So if this wave is all intercepted and the sun rises, they will have made it. Israel will have made it, at least without like active sirens wailing through Tel Aviv on camera through the night. All right, I have an update for you from Iran. That's not a very useful video. It's pretty useful, but it's not what I need to see. We might. I mean, this is. I'm not willing to make the call, but like we haven't seen any hypersonic missile strikes. There are sirens sounding right now in southern Israel. Okay, so it seems like that might be why we're not seeing it on the Tel Aviv cam. But stay with me. Stay with me. It's surprisingly difficult when Al Jazeera isn't actually showing it. So it looks like they're targeting the Negev right now. Southern Israel is where the most recent sirens were sounding. And we do not have any cameras down there, but if I see any updates at all, I will let you know. So Israel, the IDF has announced that air missile defense systems are intercepting that wave that we just saw. It's literally happening now, but the Tel Aviv live cam, they don't have it. All right, so I'll show you the AJ Arabic cam. They have only Tel Aviv in the top right. Okay. Oh, I do have some footage from north of Tehran, like right now. Very intense shelling, so I'll show you that. It's, again, like Al Jazeera doesn't actually show, they're showing the Beirut attack right now, but they don't actually, that's the after effect of the attack on Beirut. We already saw footage from the ground of that strike. So we're a little ahead of Al Jazeera Arabic, which I'm kind of proud of. Like, you know, I know, like, not many people will be like, Grant, like, that is an accomplishment. But for me as a journalist, being ahead of Al Jazeera Arabic is actually kind of impressive. Like, they actually speak Arabic. I'm a guy in Boston, and I had footage for you on this screen before AJ Arabic did of the Beirut attack. Why? Because there are citizens in Lebanon I follow who posted it faster than Al Jazeera could get footage. All right, this is footage right now. This is Karaj. Let me flip it for you because it's not orientated right. This is Karaj, Iran. I'm going to flip it so you can see the correct orientation. Watch this in real time. Watch this. You ready for this? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me rotate it. No, wrong way. How about this way? Yep, that's the right way. How about that? Okay, so she posted it with a broken orientation, but I think I can fix it. 1 second. Okay, so this is what the video should look like. She didn't post it right, so even on Twitter you'd be like turning it sideways. But this is the most recent attack this morning on the northern suburb of Tehran by U.S. forces. And I had to turn that sideways because she posted it wrong, but this is the correct, so this is the correct video. Quite a delay in the explosion, but this is real footage. The most recent I could get north of Tehran. Those are our boys. You can see the trail. You can see I had to flip the footage though because she filmed it the wrong way. My mouse isn't even oriented right. That's the trail from the jet that dropped the bomb. So if you were wondering what it's like to live in Iran right now, it's probably just a lot of that, just a lot of that over and over. Now, if you're wondering, like, why do we go for, like, a magical adventure there? Well, the only way I could get that to show the right way was by literally flipping this video to show the correct way. She didn't orientate it right, so I turned it for you. Like, I have a video editing, like, it's a custom broadcast software, and so I just use it to, like, flip the video. All right, let me show you the scenes in Beirut. That's, like, it's very concerning. So we had it first, obviously. I showed you this already, but you're going to see Al Jazeera Arabic's footage from the attack on Beirut. It just happened about 30 minutes ago. Their footage is a little better than the citizens, but there you go.
As you can see, very silent, guys. As you can see.
Oh, want to see Dubai right now? Very creepy. So you're seeing footage of the aftermath of the Israeli strike on a hotel in Lebanon. It seems to be Hezbollah positions. I'm also going to show you now footage from Dubai. It is almost eerie. I don't know if you've ever seen Dubai normally. It's normally like a very bustling, kind of like active place, lots of planes. Listen to Dubai right now. Like the people have just evacuated Dubai. One second.
Very silent, guys. As you can see, no one is there outside. Even that side that was in Dubai Mall and the fountain. But today, even one person, nobody's there. The road is silent and the sky.
That's the best I could do for you. It's quiet.
As you can see, no one is there outside. Even that side that was in Dubai Mall and the fountain. But today, even one person, nobody's there. The road is silent and the sky is dark. Very silent, guys.
Wow.
As you can see, no one is there outside. Even that side that was in Dubai Mall and the fountain. But today, even one person, nobody's there.
Dubai's done. Look at it. It's beautiful, but it's gone. I mean, well, who would want to be there right now? It's a war zone. It's completely empty. Just completely empty. I'll take you back to Al Jazeera. I'm trying to monitor this, but Al Jazeera is mostly concerned with the missile that fell in Beirut. I am more concerned with like the sun rising in Israel, and it appears to be that it's going to happen. Like they've made it very close. The southern Israel is being shelled, but there were no massive strikes on Tel Aviv, at least captured on camera. And it's almost morning, which could mean that the Iran's like actually almost out of missiles. I'm telling you. Oh my word. All right, so I have another video of Tehran. If we really have done this, if there are no missiles that fall on Tel Aviv beyond the initial wave, Iran's capacity, we might be getting there. I'm telling you, I watched all night last night. I watched it all play out. As of right now, I'm concerned about Saudi Arabia. It's hard to get information about what's going on in there, but Tel Aviv has basically made it through the night. There has not been, Iran might be at the end of its, capacity. I'm not calling it yet. I'm not calling it. I'm not calling it by any means. All right? But I'm telling you, last night was way, way worse. I agree. I think it was his Airness who said that. We saw a lot worse at this moment last night. That's why I was so nervous a few hours ago, because I was worried we were going to see a repeat. We haven't seen it. I'm watching it right now. We have not seen it. And, I can't monitor all the cities at once. Maybe Iran is targeting Saudi Arabia instead of Israel, because we don't have live feeds of Saudi Arabia. However, there has not been anything like last night. All right. I'm not saying it's not happening right now. It may well be happening, but it's not on the live feed in Tel Aviv like it was last night. All right. It's almost shocking. I mean, I'm seeing the sunrise over Tel Aviv in the top right. I'm seeing the light, which means they didn't get any through wave. They didn't get. That would be incredibly awesome, because it would mean either they're attacking. Well, there's two options. Okay, we're not ruling anything in or out. One option is they're attacking other countries, Saudi Arabia. The other option is they don't have enough missiles to continue what they did last night. I mean, everything is on the table right now. I also don't have webcams or any footage of southern Israel, so I can't rule in or out. Okay, can't rule it in or out. Stay with me. Stay with me. Okay, I think that was earlier tonight. Hold on. I think that was earlier tonight. Yeah. I know what is happening. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it took me an hour. I'm sorry it took me so long. I found out what is happening. I found out. Yeah, I did it. I did it. That's why you watch Towel Stream. I kept looking. I said, I am going to tell the people who watch this feed what is going on, because there's something that doesn't make sense. I did it. I found the answer for you. That is why they call me Tao. I'm a Tao, you're all Taos. Now look, I told you there was something that was making my spidey sense tingle. I just want to tell you. I know, Mr. Sweeney, Mrs. Sweeney, God bless you. It's good to see both of you. Something was making my spidey sense tingle. Do you know why? Because I said, these people have a lot of weapons. They're not just not firing. Something is wrong. Okay, I'll show you where they were firing. It took me a very long time to find it. They were firing on Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. I also can't confirm that, okay? I cannot confirm that. But I did hear, all right? Now, it's not noted, okay? But I did hear from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, okay, that 9 drones were intercepted. Can I confirm that that's Saudi Arabia? No. You know why? Because I've never been to Riyadh. That's what I'm saying. Take everything about Saudi Arabia for the next 3 hours with a grain of salt, because I do not report on Saudi Arabia. However, as I've said, the initial reports that the confirmed report for an hour ago is that from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is that they intercepted 9 drones entering their territory. Why is that a big deal? 24 hours ago, when Aramco, the Saudi Arabian national oil company, was hit, Iran was like, we didn't do that because Iran didn't want that smoke. I'm translating it into the English parlance. Iran didn't want the fight with Saudi Arabia. Tonight, I know that 9 drones invaded Saudi Arabian airspace because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that they were shut down. Can I confirm to you that image we just saw is Saudi Arabia? No. 1, because I'm not from Saudi Arabia. 2, because I don't have a lot of sources there. I don't follow Saudi Arabian news. 3, just because it's up and hasn't been noted doesn't mean that it is Saudi Arabia. So until I get more videos from Saudi Arabia confirming that there are strikes, take it with a grain of salt. Take everything about Saudi Arabia on here with a grain of salt, because I do not cover Saudi Arabia. All right? That's my initial point. All right? With that said, I absolutely would not doubt it. Would not doubt it for a second that because of what was reported by the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that 9 drones were intercepted, that there is an attack. Okay. It's really Beirut that is suffering the most right now. And I also would like to find out... I actually have another video of bombing for you in Tehran. I also would like to find out about this situation with the ship in the Indian Ocean. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard are claiming a hit on an American destroyer. I have not actually been able to confirm that, so... but what I will show you is some, I believe, B-2 Stratoforce bombers from Tehran earlier. I don't know. I believe this is the same footage we saw about an hour ago, just not cut up. The other version kind of made the strikes clearer. Here's the actual full playthrough. I believe this is the northern suburb of Tehran. The original footage I saw had it labeled. And then this was probably 3 hours ago because it's daytime there now. Apparently we've decided to use B-52 Stratoforce bombers, so you can take a look at them. Tehran, maybe 4 hours ago. I think those might actually be Stratoforce bombers. Kind of does look like them, the way they line up. But I don't know a lot about that type of bomber. This is the most recent footage of Tehran I could find. Sorry, what? I realized I was muted. Mute fixed. Watching what's happening in Tehran and then watching how it's being presented by the Arabic media in particular, I mean, I just want to show you, if you look at Al Jazeera Arabics in particular, presentation of Tehran right now, like I'm telling you, that is not what Tehran looks like. You see that top left box? That it's not just this like peaceful scene where everything is okay. They're trying to give that impression, and I am telling you right now that that is just not. That's why I played you that video. That is just not what's happening in Tehran. All right? Whoa. Wait a minute. Huh. Alright, so this Saudi Arabian situation, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get you the information on it, but here's a radar picture, as of yet unconfirmed, that kind of does lead me to believe there might be some active conflict in Saudi Arabia. So it does say it was from yesterday, which is a little outdated. Alright? It's from Planet Labs, cited as the source. I'm not necessarily sure, because it was March 3rd, that I believe this is accurate. But it does, I mean, they could have hit them yesterday. It does seem to indicate damage to a Saudi Arabian base. This is the Prince Sultan Air Base, okay? It does seem to indicate damage. But because it's from yesterday and I don't know enough about Saudi Arabia, I'm going to undo the repost. My point is, there's something going on in Saudi Arabia involving Iran. I'm doing my best to report on it, but as someone who is used to covering Israel, let me show you the seeds out of Beirut. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. There's a reporter on the ground in Beirut, and there's incredibly heavy shelling right now. Please pause.
في لبنان منذ
Let's take a look.
الساعات الأولى لصباح هذا اليوم.
بالفعل محمد، هي تطورات متسارعة في منتصف هذه الليلة. كنا نتحدث عن هدوء حذر هنا بالمنطقة في محيط الضاحية الجنوبية ببيروت، ولكن تسارعت الاستهدافات. نتحدث عن حصيلة أولية هي 4 غارات إسرائيلية، كان 3 منها هنا في بيروت في جنوب بيروت في الحازمية، وأيضا غارتين في منطقتين في جبل لبنان. نتحدث عن منطقة عرمون والسعديات، وكانت وزارة الصحة قد أعلنت عن حصيلة هاتين الغارتين، وهما حصيلتها 6 شهداء و8 مصابون. ونتحدث عن ربما نسق استثنائي لهذه الغارات، باعتبار أن جميعها حصل وتم دون إنذارات مسبقة، بما يؤكد وما يشير ربما إلى أن الهدف من وراءها كان اغتيال شخصيات. في انتظار مزيد التوضيحات ومزيد المعطيات حول الغارة التي حصلت بطريق الحازمية جنوب بيروت. نتحدث أيضا عن الغارة التي وقعت في بعلبك، في مدينة بعلبك شرق لبنان. هذه الغارة التي أعلنت وزارة الصحة عن سقوط 4 شهداء وعدد من الجرحى فيها. أيضا نتحدث عن انذار للجيش الإسرائيلي بإخلاء 16 قرية تمهيدا لقصفها بالجنوب اللبناني. ونتحدث أيضا عن قصف الجيش الإسرائيلي لقريتين بالجنوب اللبناني، كفر تبنيت وأرنون. وأيضا حزب الله كان قد أصدر بلاغا تحدث فيه عن عملية نفذها واستهدفت مجموعة من جنود الجيش الإسرائيلي في منطقة المطلي. كل هذا هو حصيلة هذا اليوم، ونحن ما زلنا في الساعات الأولى من فجر هذا اليوم، بما ينذر ربما بأنه سيكون يوم طويل ويوم صعب، ويوم يتم فيه تصعيد العمليات العسكرية بين الطرفين، بين حزب الله وبين الطرف الإسرائيلي، علما أن اليوم السابق أيضا كان قد شهد حالة من التصعيد الواسع بين العمليات التي نفذها حزب الله والتي تمركزت في مناطق شمال إسرائيل، وأيضا بين العمليات وبين الغارات والاستهدافات التي نفذها الجيش الإسرائيلي، والتي كان عنوانها الأبرز هو مناطق الجنوب اللبناني التي تمركزت فيها أغلب الغارات الإسرائيلية ليوم أمس. وكما قلنا يبدو أن هذا اليوم أيضا ستتواصل فيه التصعيد أو العمليات المتصاعدة بين الطرفين، ونحن في الساعات الأولى من فجر هذا اليوم ونتحدث عن 4 غارات إسرائيلية استهدفت لبنان بمناطق مختلفة.
وبالتأكيد الحديث عن مجموعة أيضا من البلدات والقرى اللبنانية التي طلب الجيش الإسرائيلي سكانها بمغادرتها بمسافة كيلومتر واحد.
All right, so she made it through without a strike, but that Lebanon was struck. I watched the bombs burning behind her. Let's get an update from Washington.
Chambers, as well as the leaders of the intelligence committees, were briefed just about a week ago. They weren't impressed then, and authorities say that they're not hearing anything different from what the smaller group heard a week ago. This is Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat from the state of Connecticut.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have. But I also am no more clear on what the priorities are going to be of the administration going forward.
Rosalind, the president has really talked up what the U.S. has accomplished in degrading Iran's abilities thus far, and particularly their navy. But he says that the third wave of attacks will be the biggest to come. Do we have any clue as to what exactly this may entail?
We don't have any indication of what that could be, given that CENTCOM, which is the part of the U.S. military that is responsible for military operations around the Middle East, has already indicated more than 2,000 strikes on Iranian targets, more than 50,000 U.S. forces already deployed to the region, and more possibly coming as well to augment that personnel on the ground, as it were. But whether or not they're going to get into the specifics of actually deploying ground forces, the administration doesn't want to rule that out, but it also does not want to ruin the element of surprise by describing what exactly this new third wave of attacks on Iranian targets would entail.
All right, Rosalind, thank you. Joining us now from Washington is Brent Sadler. He's a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation and a former Navy officer. Brent, thank you so much for your time today. You have said that regime change is in the best interest of the Iranian people.
Okay, so I believe I have... First of all, I did not know that Senator Blumenthal said that they thought that he thinks troops are going to have to go on the ground. This is news to me. Second of all, I have footage over Lebanon that is, for some of you, going to be very surprising. This is a Delilah missile that I believe they used to strike that hotel. Give me 1 second to bring it up for you. A Delilah missile, I mean, I've never seen it fired. I've heard about it. It's from Israel. Okay, so this is what I think struck Lebanon now. Okay, I'm going to bring it up for you. That's, I think, a Delilah missile. Let me tell you a little bit about it. Like, unlike so I'm reading from Wikipedia because I'm not going to try to just do this from memory. Unlike a typical cruise missile, which is locked onto a pre-programmed target prior to launch, the Delilah missile's unique feature, as stated by the manufacturer is being able to loiter and surveil an area before a remote weapon systems officer, usually from the launching fighter aircraft, identifies the specific target. So it's like loitering above Beirut and then it fires a missile. So that's a missile firing a missile. That's the Delilah missile firing a missile. Okay, so that's actually a very unique piece of footage. So the strike in Lebanon that you just saw, something called a Delilah missile. Okay, a Delilah missile, again, I'm annotating for you because you won't understand, and I didn't understand because I've only heard of this technology, I've never seen it. Like, a Delilah missile is not a hypersonic missile. It's a missile that fires another missile, basically. So this was the strike on Lebanon. That's the actual Delilah, like, main body missile. You see how it's like, kind of, there's this like orbital ring around it for like a very substantial amount of the sky. It's orbiting. Like, the point of the missile is to just sit there and then find its target. Then watch, it's going to fire a projectile like down, and then that's what makes the strike. Now that's what is kind of unique about it, and this is what I believe hit the Hezbollah position in Lebanon. That's what hit the hotel. It is a Delilah strike. So if you're kind of trying to categorize all this, you're going to see a bunch of stuff that is very classified. Not classified, but just it's military tech, so you wouldn't exactly see it on the news normally, especially a strike with it. But if you're into like military tech, yeah, I've never seen that missile in the field before. That's a Delilah missile that struck it was a very serious strike. The damage that caused, like, it took out, I believe, one of the leaders in Hezbollah that was communicating with Iran. But yeah, you are not going to see, now that, like, I know, like, some of the vets will probably have an appreciation of like a missile firing a missile, but that doesn't mean like your eyes, like, as a human, like, to us that just looks like almost like an impossible image, like a missile with a halo around it. Like, what exactly like is going on? But then when you actually think operationally what it is, think of it as like a surveillance missile with a missile on it that it can fire. So it's a remote drone that is a missile that is like hovering. It's making a point. Like, it's not trying to hide itself. It's making a point that it's up there. And then it just kind of like hangs, right? It almost like, it's like letting you know it's there. Like, it's like, I'm not really sure it needs to have that halo thing. I don't know enough about the tech. It's probably very classified. Oh, hold on. Someone asked about the impact of the strike. Now, we're a couple miles away. Let me assure you that although I have never actually seen that weapon fired, let me show you the impact of it on the ground, okay? First of all, that's a picture of the impact, but that doesn't really do it justice, okay? Let me show you the actual result of the impact. Like, let me show you let me show you the actual on the ground impact of that strike. So I know a lot of you, I know it's a little bit difficult because it's so far away, but this will bring it closer to home. That Delilah missile did this.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
No, driver, Israel's saying they got a top Quds Force commander who was the liaison to Iran.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
In short, like, don't mess with Israel. That is one missile. They took that whole hotel out with a missile from a missile.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Israeli Red Crescent said, Lebanese Ministry of Health said 6 casualties so far, at least. Yeah. So that was the result of the Delilah. So I'll let it play one more time. But I know it didn't look that impressive from 5 miles away. But let me show you one more time what that missile did to downtown Beirut. And the reports from Israel are that this strike killed a top Quds Force commander. The Quds Force is like Hezbollah. It's like a liaison between Hezbollah and Iran. That's the best I can explain it to you. So like they took out the like top liaison in Lebanon between the IRGC and Iran and Hezbollah in one strike.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
You nailed it, Mad World.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. زياد هل بيننا نصابت هي الضربة؟ الله أكبر. لا الزلمة تعال تبارك
So, yeah, I don't think so. I'm trying to. There's a bunch of stuff I have to parse together that is happening like very fast. I need to understand. So, first of all, I really need to understand why Senator Blumenthal, who got a briefing like 2 hours ago. By the way, if you're wondering, why did we see Secretary Rubio go in and then why did it take like 3 hours for people to come out? Each part of the briefing started probably at like 5. Each part of the briefing is an hour and a half. So like they went till 7:30 probably or 7 with the Senate, and now they're going to go into the House, the U.S. Secretary of State, maybe a few other secretaries. I don't know if the Secretary of War is there. And they will explain to Congress like why this is happening. And then what Secretary Blumenthal said was he saw evidence that we might have to commit ground forces to Iran. So that is what made me concerned. Like there are a lot of things that are just on my radar. The situation in Saudi Arabia, like we have about 3 hours and 40 minutes left on this stream for the night. The situation in Saudi Arabia, like I hope I can get some answers for you within the next, 2 hours, because the sun is going to start rising like right now. But the best I think you can hope for tonight is like we find out in the morning that Tel Aviv, like when Trey Yinks wakes up, we find out that Tel Aviv was shelled in an initial wave, but that Iran did not attack Tel Aviv like successfully after that. That would be great news. It would honestly mean that either Tehran is like reducing its capacity to fire or they've picked someone to target other than Israel overnight. Both options are positive. The first one's better than the second one. Let me see what has happened in the last 10 minutes. Let's check in with Al Jazeera English. I'm a little bit worried about the shelling of the positions in Lebanon. They don't have anyone covering it right now, but there is an Al Jazeera reporter. There's actually 2 Al Jazeera reporters in like Beirut. One of them was live 10 minutes ago, and it was very clear there was bombing. The Al Jazeera Arabic reporter in Beirut hasn't been live in like 20 minutes. So I'm just kind of like pulling the footage that they're not showing and showing you what's actually happened. Showing you what's actually happening. Okay, so I can confirm that the imagery looks accurate and that some of the American assets, according to the New York Times, some of the American assets in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, I said that twice, were damaged, okay? I'll show you the pictures in 1 second. We got a live report from Ramallah. One second.
Israel has been stepping up their attacks on Iran. What more do we know about the targets?
Well, they're saying that the Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says that the army is starting a broad wave in Iran, saying that the targets are the missile launchers, the Iranian air defense systems, as well as infrastructure. This is as far as we know from the Israeli forces and what their hits are. Usually they announce them after they're finished with the job, let's say. And we've seen them boasting about this attack that took place on Tuesday. They say that the Israeli forces have hit a place that is secretive and underground, where the Iranian regime has moved nuclear facilities and scientists to an underground location where after it was hit, the original location was hit in Iran during the June war. So it's really, they did not elaborate further.
All right, NBC. So lawmakers coming out of this meeting, here's what they've leaked. Per NBC, translated through Al Jazeera Arabic, U.S. officials inform lawmakers, so Rubio, the Secretary of State, that the strikes on Iran in the coming days will be devastating. Okay, so if you are sitting around thinking, all right, like this seems to be ramping up, but in a bad way for Iran, like, yes, I think we actually are planning on taking down the entire country of Iran. Okay, literally, quite literally. All right, let's go back to Ramallah.
All right, let's go over to Tawhid Asadi, who's standing by for us in Tehran. So, Tawhid, with
live
these
from
latest
Tehran
strikes,
right now,
what are you seeing where you are? And I wonder, just on the ground in the capital, where are people finding shelter? Are things still open? Can you still get supplies there?
Only English reporter in Tehran.
Speaking of the latest developments, we know that so far we have very recent reports about the continuation of the Israeli and American strikes across the Iranian territory, and it goes without saying that this is day 5 of these strikes that we have been witnessing. And according to the latest, we've got the Karaj and other cities in Al-Bors, which is a province neighboring the Iranian capital. Reports are saying that it's taking place, it's going on indeed. And of course, the latest also comes from the Red Crescent, based upon which we know that at least 787 people have been killed, and there are also more people. With respect to this continuation of Israeli and American strikes. On the other hand, we know that the IRGC, Revolutionary Guards, are also saying that their strikes, their retaliatory actions is still going on, and on that we've got the latest waves from that. We know that missiles have been fired from Iranian territories, targeting both U.S. military bases and Israeli territories, and that is the escalation.
All right, I'm sorry, I have to break in as news reporter, Tal. Listen, this is quickly getting like beyond my ability to relay to you. Breaking Al Jazeera Arabic. We don't have pictures of it yet, so I literally have to become like war reporter. I'm literally becoming who was the man there during the Blitz? Oh my goodness, I'm getting tired. WW2 reporter. London Blitz. It was a very famous report. Edward Murrow. Edward R. Murrow. Call me Edward R. Murrow, Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, your honorable, I suppose, and loyal host, have the following to communicate to you. It is a flash from the Ministry of Defense in Saudi Arabia 15 minutes ago. Interception of and destruction of 2 cruise missiles in Jazan. Ladies and gentlemen, Saudi Arabia is literally being brought into the war by Iran. It started a few days ago. Now the territory is under active shelling. I am telling you, I have to turn into Edward R. Murrow, Towel. You're lucky we're not just on the radio. You're not sitting by your sets and listening to me talk, only you have my face at least. I do not have images for you from Saudi Arabia, but I'm telling you, Saudi Arabia is under attack from Iran, and that's why everything is so quiet. Saudi Arabia is under attack from Iran. How do I know this? because I'm reporting to you right now that that Al Jazeera Arabic is reporting directly. I'm telling you what they're saying. There are interception and destruction of 2 cruise missiles in Jazayan, and that is via the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense. There is an active war in Saudi Arabia with Iran. I don't know what to tell you. I can't believe I'm even reporting it. I'm shocked. We'll go back to the man in Tehran, but this man's got to be like freaking out. The country he's in is about to go to war with. They're literally bombing Saudi Arabia. Dude, Tehran is already being carpet bombed by Israel and America. How many more countries do you want to be carpet bombed by? How can you do this to Saudi Arabia? I don't have images yet. I promise I will at some point later today, either before this stream ends, we have 3.5 hours together, or tomorrow morning, we're going to have these images. I'm telling you right now, I know what I'm reading. I am reading a valid report. This is a flash on the wire from Al Jazeera Arabic. I know it is true. I'm telling you it's from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense. It's one of these things where, like, since we are actually entering a hot war that is, like, expanding by the day, you have to kind of rely on, like, we're going to slowly degrade in the quality of information because the fog of war is blanketing the world. You have to somewhat rely on my ability to read information in Arabic from sources that I know are legitimate and then relay it to you. It's going to quickly become that, at least for the time being, until Saudi Arabia stabilizes its involvement in the conflict. Maybe this will be a flash in the pan, but my spidey towel senses are tingling and telling me that we are running into a serious problem with Saudi Arabia's influence in the region having shifted in 2019 to side with Israel. Iran does not want Saudi Arabia in the war. It is a massive country with massive resources and massive wealth. There is a hit. Now, let us talk about a little bit of the history of Saudi Arabia and Iran. If you wouldn't mind me giving you a little bit of an education, you can call me Professor Towel. Thank you, 12th Son of Israel, nominating me for the Edward R. Murrow. You're all very kind. You can write to the Pulitzer Committee. You just write them a letter and be like, listen, I don't know if there is a category for a man single-handedly just doing the job of every television network, but we should give this man that award. They're going to be like, that's not a thing. He's a guy on YouTube. You're going to be like, no, he's not. No, you don't understand. He single-handedly runs an entire news desk dedicated to the war and actually does it. He's the only one who understands what's going on, really. Who does this? The news has given up. Even Al Jazeera has somewhat given up. He's gotten to the point where he's showing us videos on the ground in Lebanon in Arabic before Al Jazeera can put them up on the screen. We should just give him an award. And they'll be like, no, we shouldn't. And I don't really want an award, but if you're going to nominate me, I mean, I'm honored. I'm humbled. I think they're going to be baffled. The Pulitzer Committee won't know what to do. I've always wanted a Pulitzer. You don't understand. Like, I know some people want to own the Denver Broncos, and some people want to own the Dallas Cowboys. Some people want to own Greenland. Some people want to make Clerk Margaret from Norfolk Superior Court in Massachusetts the Secretary of Commerce. That might be me. I might also want to own Greenland. But I'm really just a simple man. I just want one Pulitzer, just so I can kind of wave it around at the journalistic establishment and be like, ha, see? Now, what's next? They're never going to give me it because they know I would get up there and troll the ever-loving hell out of them. I'm telling you, the journalistic establishment. I got in a fight with the New York Times. You don't understand. I broke the Kathy Rumler story, not the Kathy Rumler and Epstein story. That was out there. I broke the Kathy Rumler on February 5th, 2026. I broke the story that, and you can ask the people who watch this stream, I single-handedly broke the story that Kathy Rumler told Jeffrey Epstein on January 18th, 2015, that Kathy Rumler received the CIA's agency medal from Director John Brennan just 3 months after she left the White House. Now, over the next week, a series of stories from the Epstein files. Kathy Rummler, of course, was President Obama's White House counsel until the fall of 2014, when she failed to become Attorney General due to what it turns out were a number of conflagrating scandals, including a $10 million payment, it would turn out ex post facto, from the Rothschild family, middleman through Jeffrey Epstein, so the Rothschilds could settle a tax bill with the DOJ for $45 million instead of $80 million plus. So, in short, ladies and gentlemen, between February 5th and February 12th of 2026, the number of stories that ran in the press about Kathy Rummler, originating going back again to my reporting on the Epstein files, led to Ms. Rummler resigning from her position as the top lawyer at Goldman Sachs. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, just 3 hours ago, it was announced by the Wall Street Journal that Ms. Rummler is going to be brought in front of Congress. While reporting on that story and a number of other stories, including the ties between Jeffrey Epstein, the Stoughton Police Explorers Program in Massachusetts, the Sandra Birchmore case, a ring of cops, including Robert Devine and others, I had a man literally break into my house during live stream in the middle of this. It was sometime between the 5th of February and the 12th of February of this year. Break into my house. You can ask the people in chat. They'll tell you about it. Come up to my door, ladies and gentlemen, behind me, and knock on my door in a private home, in like an office within the home that is through 5 doors, and say, I want to have a man-to-man with you. I banished him, ladies and gentlemen. I banished that man. If you don't believe me, I'll play it for you. I banished him from my room. And then, after covering those stories, I moved on to the war. I also covered the Rumsey Hall School in Connecticut and the David Brock connection and the Mayflower Inn connection. And this is, at the same time, covering various government regulatory hearings. And then, once the war ramped up, I went live for 24 hours straight, slept for 12 hours, woke up again, did 12 more hours, slept for 12 hours, and now we're in the middle of the fourth segment I'm doing, if you want to count them in 12-hour blocks, over the course of a 5-day, what is now a 5-day war. So, I don't know, I wish other journalists would kind of step up. I'm kind of, doing my best here, but I feel like I'm carrying a lot on my shoulders. I appreciate all of your support, and I'm grateful for it. I have a mind, my body might be broken. I'm going to dedicate it to trying to provide you as much information as I can, but we're really pushing it to the limits when I'm getting the videos from the ground in Lebanon before Al Jazeera Arabic is airing them. At that point, what do you want to call me? Al Jazeera towel? We should just have me on the news channels if I'm actually pulling that off. I don't want to bloviate here, but we got to think about how we're disseminating news if one man with a YouTube channel is getting on the ground footage in Arabic and it's being shown to you before Al Jazeera Arabic, who are supposed to be the experts in what's going on in Lebanon, can show it to you. Not to mention all the other shit that's going on. So in short, a Pulitzer would be cool, but more I just want my colleagues to take some of this burden off my shoulders. I don't mind, but I just feel if we're going to have me lifting this many, or juggling this many things at the same time, maybe I should be in political office. I think it's fine to be educating you all in a public information service, but I think we should harness my sort of skills for something to the benefit of the United States of America, which maybe this is. It kind of feels like my vocation at the moment, but I don't know. You've all seen my mind on full display and my capabilities. You all figure out what I should do. I'll just kind of, do what you all, the polity of my country, think I should do. Back to the man from Tehran, please.
That we are witnessing at the time being.
All right, Tauhid, keep us posted. Let's bring in Ali Hashim. He's reported extensively from Iran, joining us now to unpack the latest developments. So, Ali, the Assembly of Experts building in Iran has...
Oh, wait, this is my friend Ali Hashim. Hold on, wait a minute. This is my friend Ali Hashim. Did you know I know? Ali follows me on Twitter, and Zina Kador follows me on Twitter. A lot of really good journalists follow me, and I feel very honored by that. It is really a personal honor. So let me just tell you, this is Ali Hashim. I have to record this because it's important to me that Ali get his clips up there on social media because he is the foremost expert on Iran. So I got to go mute, and you're just going to listen to Mr. Ali Hashim deliver for you a wonderful explication of the ongoing developments, and then I'll talk again after he's done talking. And I'll tell you about how brilliant Mr. Ali Hashim is, who I am honored to call a colleague. The fact that him and Ms. Zina Kador follow me on social media, you don't understand. It's the highest and most distinguished honor a towel can receive. For people who are the predominant experts in this field to follow me on social media, it is a very humbling experience. Now I have to go quiet. Give me 1 second.
Hit. Al Hashimi's reported extensively from
at the time being.
All right, Tawhid, keep us posted. Let's bring in Ali Hashim. He's reported extensively from Iran, joining us now to unpack the latest developments. So, Ali, the Assembly of Experts building in Iran has been hit, and I wonder, how do you expect this will impact the selection of a new supreme leader?
Well, first of all, the building that was hit is one of the buildings of the Assembly of Experts in Qom, in the city of Qom. So it's not the main headquarters. However, it's clear that this is being anticipated, and that's why the experts already, and they're clerics, most of them, high-ranking clerics, had their meetings, it seems, in an unconventional way.
Underground somewhere?
No. Through probably a kind of an online virtual
Zoom, perhaps.
Well, I don't know what's the,
maybe not Zoom, but something like that.
Protocol. What's the program? But yeah, actually, they did it online.
Wow.
And it seems they did some kind of simulation. This is what Fast News Agency is saying, and they are getting closer to choose a successor to Ali Khamenei. Of course, there are several candidates, and probably after the funeral that will start on Wednesday and will continue Thursday till Friday, where he'll be taken to the city of Mashhad, and he will be buried there at the tomb of the 8th Shia Imam Ali bin Musa Rida.
Realistically, when the new supreme leader is chosen, how difficult is it going to be for Iran to actually keep that person safe?
Well, this is a big question, because even now with the candidates there and the attack today that could have killed all the experts, if they were there, it's not guaranteed. They would have to take a lot of precautions, and given the experience with Hezbollah, which is a movement and it's not a state, in 2024 when the Israelis killed Hassan Nasrallah on the 27th of September and then killed his successor in just like a week. So yeah, this is something that the Israelis might do, or the Americans might do.
Speaking of Lebanon, do you think that the United States expected, when they attacked Iran, do you think that they expected Israel to then go and put boots on the ground inside of Lebanon and carry out the kind of bombing campaign that we've seen thus far?
Well, the fact that Israel has been already bombing in Lebanon for the past few months, since the ceasefire with Hezbollah, but with Hezbollah launching rockets towards Israel, it became kind of obvious that Hezbollah decided to join the war alongside Iran. And Israel had the plans. The plans were there to attack Hezbollah and to get into Lebanon. So I think it's just part of this war that is taking different perspective and different dimensions. The emergence of Hezbollah in Lebanon and probably soon the Houthis in Yemen is part of the Iranian strategy in making this war wider and much more horizontal.
You know the country very well. I wonder, how likely is it that Israel will try to occupy a substantial portion of Lebanese territory?
Well, they're not hiding this, and they've said it yesterday that they are going to attempt to get more territories without Lebanon, inside Lebanon. They've already issued several warnings to people to forcibly leave their villages, their towns, their cities towards the north. What Israel might be right now planning is to take the area close to the Litani River, which is like roughly around 1,000 kilometers of Lebanon's 10,000 kilometers.
Quickly, Ali, do you think that this is only possible because of how weakened Hezbollah has become throughout the course of the last 2+ years?
Well, we need to see how Hezbollah is going to perform. Hezbollah started this attacks a couple of days ago, and today Hezbollah attacked Israel. Hezbollah issued around 13 statements attacking 4 or 5 Merkava tanks, launching rockets towards Israel, launching drones towards Israel. So I think we can't underestimate what Hezbollah has been doing over the past month. So it might be a different situation.
We appreciate your expertise and insight, Ali. Thank you. I'm Scott McLean. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. As the conflict widens in the region, Israel has carried out new airstrikes across Lebanon. The latest attack hit the Hazmia area of Beirut, that's close to the presidential palace, and the defense ministry. Earlier, Israel said it targeted a building belonging to the Palestinian armed group Islamic Jihad. U.S. congressional Democrats say the Trump administration's justification for attacking Iran are falling short. The Senate will vote on the Iran War Powers Resolution on Wednesday. Casualties are mounting in Iran. The Red Crescent.
So I had a bit of a question, in my opinion, of all this. Everything is up in the air until I know what's going on in Saudi Arabia. Furthermore, I didn't get a congressional briefing today, but Senator Blumenthal did. And Senator Blumenthal came out of the briefing and said he thinks our ground troops are going to have to go in. All right, hold on. We got to listen to what's going on in Lebanon. Sorry.
Area near the presidential palace. Heidi Pett is with us from Beirut. So, Heidi, what more do we know about this strike?
So we know now that this strike was on a hotel called the Comfort Hotel in Beirut. And as you mentioned, much closer to the center of the city, about 700 meters from the presidential palace, not so far from the Ministry of Defense building either. And in fact, very close to us here. And that marks a departure because for the last couple of days, the strikes on Beirut have been concentrated in an area called Dahya, which is the southern suburbs, which is a traditionally Shia area and has had some Hezbollah supporters living there, which is why the Israeli military has said that they've been targeting that area. But this strike is outside of that. It's much closer to the city centre on this hotel, and you might be getting some picture in very soon. You'll see the destruction of the lobby, the sign of the hotel just kind of lying haphazardly on the ground. The mayor or the municipal leader of the Babda area, which is where this strike is located within, has told local Lebanese press that there are a number of dead and injured. We don't have confirmation yet on exactly how many that is, but it has been an extraordinarily rough night across the country. We've had confirmation of killed and injured in an airstrike on a residential building in the city of Baalbek in the east of the country. And the Lebanese Ministry of Health has also confirmed that 6 people were killed and 8 were injured in strikes on the villages of Aramoun and Sadiyat as well.
Yeah, we're seeing these pictures of the damage, pretty dramatic to say the least. Heidi, in the last day or two, Hezbollah has called the Lebanese government, quote, impotent in the face of the brutal Zionist enemy. And I wonder if there's a broader point here about the weakened state of the Lebanese government. Is it in a position to do much to combat Israeli troops who are now on its territory?
I mean, this has always been an issue for Lebanon, and these issues date back to the history of the civil war in this country, where you had various armed factions. And as part of the end of that war, most of those factions gave up their weapons, except for Hezbollah, who were allowed to keep them specifically to confront the threat of Israeli aggression coming from the south of the country. Now, there has been, plans afoot by the Lebanese Prime Minister, who's still fairly new in the job, and his parliamentary bloc, hoping to implement this ceasefire agreement that was made in November 2024 and eventually disarm Hezbollah. But the dramatic news in the last couple of days actually is this declaration by the Lebanese Prime Minister that the military and security activities of Hezbollah, he deemed them to be illegal. He has outlawed them. It's signaling this move towards making Hezbollah a purely political party rather than an armed group.
Yeah, we will continue to watch the situation there closely in Lebanon. Heidi, please keep us posted. In the meantime, Iran has been hitting U.S. targets in the region for a 4th night. This was Dubai, where a drone strike hit the U.S. consulate there. It caused a fire, which authorities say was quickly contained. There were no reports of any injuries. Let's head over, though, to Axel here in Doha. Axel, I'll ask you about that in a second, but first, I understand that here in Qatar, there was a missile or a drone strike. Perhaps you can clarify on the Al Udeid air base here, the U.S. base here in Qatar. What do we know?
Well, Scott, we actually got a confirmation from Qatar's defense ministry regarding the large bombs, loud bombs that we heard earlier on Tuesday. What we understand from that press release is that 2 ballistic missiles were fired from Iran at Qatar, and Qatar's defense forces, they managed to intercept one of them, but the other one made a landfall at Al Udeid military base. Just a quick reminder, that's the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East that hosts thousands of U.S. personnel there. But we understand from that statement that the ministry put out there, they said that there were no casualties, but at the same time, we don't know. They say there is no assessment of the damage.
So, Axel, we saw the pictures a moment ago of the consulate being hit in Dubai. I think it was yesterday, the day before, where there was also some damage done to the embassy, U.S. embassy in Riyadh. It seems like we're seeing a pattern here. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Scott, that attack actually took place overnight, but we also got a clarification from Dubai authorities. They confirmed that attack. They confirmed that it's what they called a drone-related incident, and then it took place at the U.S. consulate in Dubai. What we understand from that statement is that the fire was contained. The emergency teams responded immediately, and that additionally, we got a confirmation also from U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio, who said that the attack itself targeted a parking lot inside the premises, and according to his statement, all American staff, they are accounted for, nobody is missing, and nobody was hurt in that attack. But also now, as we're speaking, we're also getting a report that's confirmed by the Saudi Defense Ministry. They say that 2 cruise missiles were intercepted and destroyed over the city Al-Kharj. Well, that city is south of the capital, Riyadh. It's very significant because it's a home to one of the most important air bases. The Prince Sultan Air Base is there, and it hosts as well U.S. personnel and aircrafts at that particular location.
Well, as we have been talking about with...
All right. So 2 very important updates. That's as much as I can get you from Lebanon and Doha. I want to say a special thank you to 12 Son of Israel for all of their support, and God bless you. You are a wonderful human, and your energy and knowledge and vibes come through in your camaraderie with your fellow chatters, and also in your compassion towards Tao, and I am very grateful. And also, I would be remiss if I did not say to Neo Mortal Girl a special thank you, because Neo Mortal Girl sent their first, not only their first ever super sticker on a chat in the stream, they sent their first ever super sticker of any kind or super chat, and it's an adorable emoji with a wonderful wig and the number 1, and I am very grateful. Neo Mortal Girl, as you may know, is an erudite member of the chat who always provides commentary and comments and discussion that I find to be insightful. So don't you ever worry about donating. The ways to best support this stream are not monetarily, but I will let you know if I ever need that kind of help. There are people out there who may not comment, but they hear me and then they just help. The way to make my heart sing is to benefit from the information on this stream, become a Cogent member of the Wada Polity, and then utilize that informed standing to manifest your autonomy and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. If you are doing that, I promise you my heart is singing. I do need to live, and I'll tell you if things get bad, we can collectively keep me alive. But, just you learning makes me a very happy Tal. That is how I live up to my Tal Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, my greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively. Now, I am just so grateful. So I am so glad I got to say that. And, yeah. Matt P was like, I wish I could type Black Rain. Well, I'm typing, I'm talking, I'm multitoweling. Some people call it multitasking. I call it multitoweling.
It is going to have to find you.
All right, I'm keeping you updated. Listen. Oh goodness. All right. The shelling in Beirut is just continuing into the day. This is not ideal. It's possible there was this girl, and she might have been some kind of princess. Listen, she was from Lebanon. I didn't date a lot of people, and I didn't really know her. I knew her for a little bit. My point is, I have a special connection to the people of Lebanon. This girl, she was very nice. She was very beautiful. She spoke French and Arabic, and she was very smart. And I really, she was the apple of my eye. And, I fell out of touch with her. But when I was just a young washcloth, as I was adventuring through the world, there were the girls at the nightclubs in Univ at Oxford. They were interesting. They were like physicists and shit, though. So I didn't really speak their language. They would be like, let's talk about physics. And I would be like, I don't really understand physics. They were like very beautiful, but I didn't understand physics. Now, the Lebanese girl, she was a princess. She was very smart. And I didn't really understand everything that she would talk about, but she liked macaroons, and I have a dear affinity for the Lebanese people as a result, and I am concerned about their well-being. And, I don't talk to her anymore, but she was just very nice. And I also want to say God bless you to Anne-Marie for your support, Anne-Marie Harrison. It was so nice to see you come in to chat earlier, and I am so grateful for your support. Thank you very much. But if you're wondering why no, Missouri, good guess. No, this was just a very nice girl, and she taught me a lot about Lebanon and the Civil War, and I am concerned. So allow me to bring you over to Al Jazeera Arabic and show you the latest pictures out of Lebanon.
تبعت في هذا الإطار.
This is daytime bombing of Beirut, which is concerning.
قد تضعف النظام، ولكن تغيير النظام يعتمد على نقاط أخرى.
But the Lebanese are very
أبرزها
nice
متعلق بالشعب الإيراني. إلى أي مدى تعتقد بأن نتنياهو أعد العدة أو
How about them apples? Antonio says, yes, I
المتغيرات
did.
التي قد تؤدي إلى تحقيق هدفه.
هو في الواقع
Okay, these are live scenes over Beirut.
حتى إحباط في وسائل الإعلام الإسرائيلية، لأن كل السلوك الأمريكي الإسرائيلي حتى اللحظة لم يفضي إلى
اسمح لي فقط دكتور محمد على المقاطعة، اسمح لي فقط نشاهد فقط هذه الصور من الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت، والتي تظهر تصاعد أعمدة الدخان من منطقة يبدو أنها استهدفت قبل قليل فقط. تأتي هذا في إطار مجموعة من الغارات فعليا التي استهدفت مناطق مختلفة من لبنان خلال هذه الساعات الأخيرة. نتحدث عن بعلبك، عن جبل لبنان، في منطقة طيب في جبل لبنان وفي طريق الحازمية تحديدا خلال الساعات الماضية، ومنطقة عرمون أيضا التي تعرضت لقصف خلال هذه الليلة. وأعود إليك سيد محمد هلسة لفهم هذه النظرية الإسرائيلية التي يبني عليها نتنياهو أهدافه.
كنت أقول بأن هنالك تنبه في إسرائيل، بل نوع من الإحباط حتى اللحظة في وسائل الإعلام الإسرائيلية، من أن الإشارات التي كانوا يسعون إلى رؤيتها من حيث خلق الظروف لخروج المجتمع الإيراني أو المعارضة الإيرانية لم تحدث حتى اللحظة. لكن يعني هم لا ينتظرون هذه الظروف أو هذه المشاهد حتى تتخلق إنجاز التعبير، بل يسعون إلى خلقها وفقها أو خلق الظروف التي تسمح بخلقها، لا يقفون مكتوفي الأيدي أمامها. ولذلك جزء مما يقول الإعلام الإسرائيلي والسياسيون الإسرائيلي هو أن إسرائيل تسعى في كل سلوكها العسكري إلى أن توفر المناخ لخروج مثل هذه المظاهرات والاحتجاجات التي يعني يدفعون باتجاهها. يقولون بأن هنالك سلوك إسرائيلي معلن وهناك سلوك إسرائيلي خفي، هنالك إجراءات تتخذها إسرائيل مع الولايات المتحدة لرؤية هذا الأمر، بل يشيرون إلى عامل زمني، يقولون عليكم أن تنتظروا قليلا سنبدأ برؤية هذه الاحتجاجات تظهر. لا أدري إن كان هذا في محاولة يعني مواساة الذات باتجاه رؤية مثل هذه المشاهد، أم أنه يعني فعلا هنالك إجراءات تتخذها إسرائيل وأجهزة الاستخبارات الإسرائيلية الأمريكية في داخل إيران أو مع حدود
عن اغتيال كاميرات الشوارع في طهران
بعد الغدر الأمريكي في مرتين.
تلك العملية بحسب
Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Fixed mute. Okay, so what I was saying is that daytime bombing raids in Saudi Arabia are not, in Beirut are not ideal. I was actually very concerned by the pictures I was seeing a few minutes ago. When you see that smoke rising during the day, it means that, oh, no, I fixed it. Sorry about the delay. You see my comments about 10 seconds before the mute fixes. What you were seeing there is daytime bombing raids in Beirut. I didn't catch any of the actual bombs falling, but when you see the smoke, it's not from the night before. It's an active bombing raid. So that's what when you start seeing daytime bombing raids of anything, it's like a concern. It means it's like more serious than like a tit-for-tat offensive. They're actually shelling during the day, so that's why I immediately was focusing on Beirut. I'm trying to get information about Saudi Arabia because that seems to be like what's going to develop over the next 12 hours. I'm trying. I have like maybe 3 hours left with you. It's coming up on 11 p.m. Eastern wartime here in the United States out of Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. To reset you, there are the three things I'm going to try to update you on before the end of the night. One, the situation in Tel Aviv. There was at least one wave of attacks circa 5:45 p.m. Eastern wartime, so I don't know, about 1 to 2 a.m. Israeli time on Wednesday. Okay, it's still Tuesday in the U.S. That wave was successful. There was one strike on Tel Aviv in the initial wave that did get through. However, after that point, it was pretty calm throughout the night in Israel. All of us, I think, watching were a little bit confused as to why there was this lull in sort of the bombing on Israel. There was strikes by Hezbollah, the Iranian proxy group in the south of Lebanon. There were strikes by Hezbollah on Israeli positions, but it wasn't like we saw yesterday night. We saw a level of destruction in Tel Aviv that, I mean, it's tough to really conceptualize what happened last night, other than to tell you, like, hypersonic missiles were striking Tel Aviv, and it was very obvious that the damage was very bad. Tonight, there was this odd lull. I don't think I'm the only one who thought it was odd. It was almost an eerie lull in the raids on Tel Aviv, which, of course, I mean, any reasonable person would come to one of three conclusions, or one of two. If you watch the stream in the beginning, you'll see I started like poking around, thinking about what this could be. The first thing I thought was that Iran's missile capabilities were degraded, which is a pretty reasonable thing to think under the conditions that Tehran is facing. But what it turned out to be, I'm pretty sure, but I have not been able to confirm, is Saudi Arabia is being attacked by Iran. So what happened was Iran seems to have pulled its assets out of the fight in Israel for the night, and they began firing at Saudi Arabia, which is just, if you know anything about the dynamics there in the history of Saudi Arabia and Iran going back to 79, what happened was in 53, when the U.S.-backed Shah took over Iran, it kind of represented the end of the Persian dynasty. And those people who had money that went way back, I'm oversimplifying. Those people had money that went way back. And so they kind of went to Pakistan, specifically Kandahar, and they were represented by the Bin Laden family. And those people plotted a revolution for 20 years, okay? Between 53 and 79, the Wahhabist faction of Islam wanted to overthrow the Western-backed Shah of Iran. In 1975, the Western-backed Shah of Iran made some agricultural reforms that kind of made him susceptible to being overthrown. It specifically had to do with how food was distributed from Iranian farms to supermarkets. It may sound odd, but it's a very unique form of food distribution that they had in Iran in the 70s. They still have it. It's this very strange form of bazaar, B-A-Z-A-A-R, or market. And it's the way the commodities flow, the way the actual agriculture flows is very truly agrarian. It's very local, hyper focused on community. And the Shah tried to commercialize the agricultural industry. I'm overgeneralizing here. That caused a certain amount of civil discontent. And in 1978, the Shah kind of sealed his fate by assassinating a political ally of the exiled leader Ayatollah Khomeini. Now, Ayatollah Khomeini was living in either Lebanon or France or something like that. But when his buddy got assassinated in 78, he kind of flew back because the people took to the streets and overthrew the Shah. And then there was the Iranian Revolution. Now, the Iranian Revolution was not students being taken hostage in Tehran. The Iranian Revolution was that was the biggest CIA base in the Arab world in Tehran in 79. That was the Iranian Revolution, the revolutionaries taking over the country and then storming our CIA base, taking all of our classified documents. Think the WikiLeaks of the pre-internet age. They didn't just copy and paste them. They broke in, took the shredded documents from the floor, brought them to school children and were hey, school kids, have you ever thought, wouldn't it be really interesting if we gave you these pieces of shredded paper and you put them back together? Well, the school kids did that. The Iranians copied those documents by hand and then mailed them out to different countries, causing the CIA's operatives in China and Southeast Asia to be compromised, setting American intelligence gathering back 50 years. Now, jumping forward a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, to 1979, the fallout of the Iranian Revolution, beyond just the biggest CIA base in the Middle East being compromised, America's intelligence gathering being set back 50 years, the takeover of the Iranian state by a militant faction of Wahhabist Islam actually operated out of Kandahar, Pakistan, with the Bin Laden family as frontmen. No, that wasn't the biggest consequence. The biggest consequence was simultaneous to that in Saudi Arabia, which was, of course, and still is run by the House of Saud. In Saudi Arabia, a group of armed militants, also backed by the Wahhabist faction of Islam, went into Mecca. Now, Mecca is a very holy place for Islam because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which we say out of respect to our Muslim friends, because they, when they say Jesus on their stations, when they will call Jesus a prophet, he is the most quoted prophet in the Quran, in fact, they will say peace be upon Jesus. So when we say the Prophet Muhammad, out of respect, reciprocally, we say peace be upon him. Okay, that's what we do reciprocally. Now, in Mecca, there is a black cube, okay? So the black cube is very important in Islam because it's the site of what's called the Hajj pilgrimage. So Mecca is a very holy place. And you, when you go to Mecca, you pilgrimage there and you like do your very sacred worship and you walk in a circle around the black cube and then you get to the middle and you touch the black cube and it's a very sacred thing. Inside the black cube, I'm pretty sure it's the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was out in the desert and he came upon the black cube. And I don't know if the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, brought the black cube to Mecca or if they built Mecca around the black cube. I think, I do not know this as well as I know the Bible. I'm very sorry. But I think what happened was Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, you really do have to say that every time. I think it was the black cube was brought like from the desert to Mecca, or the black cube was just in Mecca and they built Mecca around the black cube. But the point is, the black cube is very, very important. Now, these armed militants from the Wahhabist faction of Islam stormed the Black Cube in 1979. And basically, I'm summarizing the events. Basically, they said it was either King Fayed at the time or King Faisal. I think it was King Fayed, F-A-H-D. They said to King Fayed, you have to give us shadow control of your state, us being the Wahhabist faction of Islam, or we will do to you what we did to Iran. We will overthrow Saudi Arabia, and we've shown we can do it, unless you allow us to tell you who can be the crown prince designate. Now, there are a lot of princes in the House of Saud, but the crown prince designate is the person who's determined by the king to be the next ruler of Saudi Arabia. Okay, that's called the crown prince designate. Now, here's what happened, okay? The king of Saudi Arabia said, okay, I think in the best interest of Saudi Arabia, I should tell you that I will do that. So the king of Saudi Arabia in 1979 agreed to this kind of pact deal with the devil, if you want to say, where the Saudi Arabian monarchy agreed to, before any crown prince would be designated, send that person up to Kandahar, Pakistan, where that person would meet with the Bin Laden family, who were, again, the representatives of the Wahhabist faction of Islam, and that family, in turn, would determine if the Saudi Arabian king could designate that person as the crown prince designate of Saudi Arabia. So do you see how the fate of Saudi Arabia and Iran became inexorably intertwined in 1979? Yes. So now let's yada 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 everything that happened between 1979 and 2017. I know that's a lot of yada yada yadaing, but bro, I gotta do a little jumping around. So in 2017, okay, the crown prince designate at the time in Saudi Arabia was Mohammed bin Zayed. You can call him MBZ. Now, there's some other stuff that happened from the 80s until 2017, mostly involving this weapons trafficker named Adnan Khashoggi. And then also, I just want to make a historical note for the record. That man, Adnan Khashoggi, stole my damn paintings. He stole the paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in 1990. It's unrelated to any of this. I just want to complain about that. He was a weapons trafficker. He was like the 1980s version of Epstein. Anyway, interestingly enough, Ghislaine Maxwell's father died on Adnan Khashoggi's old boat. They also used to name their sex trafficking boats after their youngest daughters, which is creepy as all hell, just for the record. Anyway, so the Sultanate of Brunei and all these dudes, bro, they had some weird inclinations in the 80s, but they also were running the world for all intents and purposes, and part of the way they were running the world was through Saudi Arabia. Okay, now jump forward to 2017 and you got this very entrenched network of and you're not going to believe this sentence, but it's true, Jeffrey Epstein, Western Intelligence, Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ, and a bunch of like anti-Israel countries, like, and I know you're not going to believe this, trust me, I didn't believe it either, but it's actually true. You got to look into kibbutzes in the 90s involving Epstein and Maxwell, and you got to kind of have connections in the Mossad. I don't have time to explain. I don't know anyone in the Mossad. I don't know what the Mossad is. My point is, you kind of got to like understand that Epstein did not like the Mossad, and like they kind of didn't like him, and it has to do with the 90s and kibbutzes. But anyway, so there was this geopolitical constellation in 2017 where like Saudi Arabia and Iran were on the same side with Syria and like a bunch of other anti-Israel countries in the Middle East. It's complicated. I don't really have time to explain who in 2017 was anti-Israel or pro-Israel. Like Jordan was pro-Israel, like Lebanon was half pro-Israel and half anti-Israel, depending on if you're talking about the government of Lebanon and the prime minister or Hezbollah. And frankly, the government of Lebanon's not really a government. So my point is, though, like after the Egyptian revolution and sort of the color revolutions in Tunis and whatnot in 2011 and onward, you could argue Israel had kind of like mitigated the influence of a number of the hostile states in the region. But the big like allies against Israel in 2017 were Saudi Arabia under the Wahhabis, whose proxy was MBZ, like Jeffrey Epstein. Don't ask. Please don't ask. He was, for some reason, involved in the Saudi Arabian civil war that I'm about to tell you about. And then the Iranians and the Syrians under Bashar al-Assad before he got overthrown by the Russians. All right. That was basically the axis that was against Israel in 2017. Like Iraq, kinda, but like we had taken them over. Afghanistan, kinda, but only really the rebels in areas that weren't controlled by the U.S. I don't have time to explain the geopolitical realities of Iraq and Afghanistan between like 2001 and 2017. Just kind of like understand who's like, in 2017 for our purposes, try to understand like who was pro-Israel, who was anti-Israel in the Arab world. Okay, so again, the fate of Iran and Saudi Arabia inexorably intertwined, but they kind of diverge in between 2017 and 2019. Why? Because the crown prince designate in Saudi Arabia in 2017 was Mohammed bin Zayed. By 2019, I'm going to yada yada this too. It's very complicated. Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, took over the kingdom of Saudi Arabia in an internal coup. There was a lot of stuff that happened. Just understand it culminated in 2019 in like Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ, and a bunch of other crown princes getting like thrown into the Four Seasons in Riyadh and locked in there. It also involved Adnan Khashoggi. Remember that guy, the arms dealer I told you, who was the Epstein of the 80s? It also involved his son getting cut up with a bone saw in the Saudi consulate in Ankara, Turkey, which really pissed off the Turks. Anyway, setting aside President Erdogan's like incredulity, which really I'm hard pressed to like sympathize with President Erdogan because, you know, he's kind of a strong man. He's not really like the Turkmenistan guy. It could be worse. Turkmenistan's a little out there, but like Erdogan's kind of a dictator. Sorry, President Erdogan, your people beat protesters in like 2017 on the streets of DC, bro. I'm never going to forget that. You could meet me 20 years from now and be like, what the hell, man? Bro, like that's the United States. You want to do that in your country and deal with the side effects, that's fine. President Erdogan, don't be beating protesters on the streets of Washington, D.C., or I'm going to talk to you about it 20 years later. I don't forget these things. So anyway, Turkey gets mad at Saudi Arabia because they cut up Adnan Khashoggi's son, Jamal Khashoggi, in the Turkish consulate, the Saudi Arabian consulate in Ankara with a bone saw. MBS was kind of like getting revenge. Don't feel too bad for Khashoggi. He wasn't no journalist. That man was like part of the evil circles. I'm not kidding you. He was Epstein's friend. Bro, they were doing bad things to the children. Do not feel sympathy for Jamal Khashoggi. I can't say like MBS is like a saint, but bro, I would hang out with MBS. I would chill with him, you know. I wouldn't have chilled with anyone who was associated with Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi, Jeffrey Epstein, or otherwise. But MBS, bro, he took down those bastards. I would have hung out with him. I do think Epstein and Bannon tried to lobby MBS to keep themselves alive politically and literally. That plan did not work. MBS was like, nah, bro, you sided with MBZ. I'm taking you all down. And that's why Jeffrey Epstein got arrested in 2019, because Mohammed bin Salman won the Saudi Arabian civil war. It also caused a fundamental geopolitical realignment in the Middle East, whereupon, under President Donald Trump, Mr. President himself, the Abrams Accord were signed in 2019, whereupon Saudi Arabia shifted its geopolitical strategic alignment away from the anti-Israel axis and instead started working directly as an ally to Israel and welcoming the president's presence of further U.S. troops and other troops in the region. In fact, Saudi Arabia has become a key U.S. ally under the leadership of Mohammed bin Salman, and in fact, I'm pretty sure it was in fact the old Saudi Arabian leadership under the Wahhabist influence who were actually running Iran that was responsible for 9/11. That's an entirely another story, but just know the old Saudi Arabia before Mohammed bin Salman did 9/11, and then like Mohammed bin Salman came in and just kind of like, you know, ruin lives, and then everyone who did 9/11 is gone now. So when you find out that Saudi Arabia did 9/11, please don't be mad at Mohammed bin Salman. He didn't really do anything wrong. He actually took out all the people who did bad things. But for the purposes of our historical explication here, it is incredibly important that you understand, for a while, the fates of Saudi Arabia and Iran were intertwined. But after the Saudi Arabian civil war, culminating in Mohammed bin Salman taking over the Crown Prince designate position of Saudi Arabia, Iran and Saudi Arabia became very, very, very much hostile towards each other, which has in turn now culminated over the past 12 hours, well, in particular the past 3 hours, in Iranian strikes on Saudi Arabia. Now, you might be saying, I heard, Grant, that the Aramco facilities belonging to the Saudi Arabian state were hit yesterday by Iran. No, they were hit, the Aramco facilities that, by the way, just one plant produces 7% of the world's oil that belongs to Aramco. That facility was hit. Iran disclaimed responsibility for that and blamed Israel. Okay, 2 hours ago, the American consulate in Riyadh was struck. American bases in Riyadh were struck. And then Riyadh started announcing that they were being, Saudi Arabia, through the Ministry of Defense, started announcing that they were being struck with cruise missiles and drones. Now, is that a full enough explication of the geopolitical orientation of the current developments in Iran and Saudi Arabia and why I am so concerned? I didn't quite get into the technological capabilities of Saudi Arabia, like as a military entity, but just be aware, bro, Gulf War I, Gulf War II, every military conflict, like either Saudi Arabia is like helping, allowing us to use their airspace. They don't necessarily like get involved. They might have sent some fighter planes during the first few waves of Gulf War I in 92 before the mother of all press conferences during the initial air war to attain superiority over Baghdad, but that was mostly about liberating Kuwait. We wanted to send a little bit of a message to the advanced, like Saddam, like high-ranking fighters in Iraq, but like we weren't really trying to topple them in 92. Saudi Arabia just helped us send a little bit of a message, a wink and a nod, if you know what I'm saying. You know what is going to be bad, though? If Saudi Arabia enters any war, because Saudi Arabia is like for the money behind the throne. Saudi Arabia is like when you like flash dollars at like a club, they throw fucking hundreds and they're like, you peasant. Like, who do you think you are? I'm using this by analogy. Like, they wipe, like, their noses after dinner with cocaine and $100 bills. Like, a Ferrari to them is a fucking Chevy. They don't care about anything. They are ruthless, and they will just strike you. Ask the Houthis what it's like to go to war with Saudi Arabia. Dude, I am shocked. Like, the Houthis actually impressed me because they are alive. They have survived fighting a war with Saudi Arabia, although Saudi Arabia doesn't really strike them only once or twice. Most of the time, Saudi Arabia will just let the Yemen National Council do it because Saudi Arabia doesn't want the smoke, bro. They really didn't want the smoke from Iran. They'd rather not deal with it, bro. Saudi Arabia is like a money-based country. They're not trying to fucking flex their air force on you. They'll do it, but like, dude, they generate money. That's what they do. They're fucking money. Like, have you been to Saudi Arabia? Dude, you could pave the streets with fucking $100 bills and they'd be like, yeah, you know, that was kind of like a dent in our budget, but like we can make up for that. Like, let's sell like a few oil fields. We'll be all right. So, yeah, the point is the fate of Iran and Saudi Arabia was inexorably intertwined way before 1979, as an erudite commentator pointed out in the chat. But, like, for our geopolitical purposes, you really got to understand, like, the developments between 1979 through to 2017, through to 2019, and then through to now. Like, there's a lot of, like, stuff that also, I'm not calling it stuff. To understand where we're at in this moment in time in history, with Saudi Arabia and Iran attacking each other, you also then have to understand, like, what happened in the lead up to, like, after the Abrams Accord and Saudi Arabia sided with Israel. What happened during the Gaza war? Like, do you understand how difficult of a position it is to be Saudi Arabian leadership while Israel is bombing Gaza? Like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, dude, they were in a very difficult position that whole time. So there's this, like, very intense legacy. Like, it's not a legacy. Like, think of them as like people with history. You know, like, they're like, imagine your, like, drama group in, like, on social media, you know, like, imagine that, like, small group of people that only talk about each other and only, like, a few thousand people read it because it's, like, just the same shit over and over. Okay, imagine if they were countries, right? So they all, like, oh yeah, like, that's the dude who was on the Twitter space, or, like, that's the dude who was on, like, they know each other. They have, like, to anthropomorphize these countries, they have, like, history, bro. Like, they literally, like, think of each other as, like, cliques, and these cliques, like, shift around in allegiances, and, like, they're like, oh, like, you're friends with Jane today? Like, well, you weren't friends with Jane yesterday. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, it's like that, but with armies and, like, negotiations of conflicts, and they kind of, like, meet all the time. Like, they meet through, like, different associations. They meet because they, like, mediate different conflicts. So, like, the interplay between, like, Israel, Iran, Hezbollah, the Palestinians, Islamic Jihad, like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, the Houthis, Oman, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait. It's this, like, very delicate, like, social dance where, like, sometimes they want to sit at each other's tables. Sometimes they just, like, turn their backs on each other and pretend they don't exist. Other times they, like, throw shit at each other, like, in the dining hall. Like, you kind of just have to watch them. Like, if you don't watch them very closely, like, and they, like, very manipulative, like, they're very rich, they, like, live fast and hard. Like, they don't really care. Like, if you're not as smart as them, they don't even want to fucking talk to you. It's like that. Like, they're very pompous, and they're very, like, it's our fucking arena. Like, shut up. Like, we'll make the call. That's how they approach, like, all of this. You have to just understand how these states think. They're kind of like people, like, they're like high schoolers with access to militaries, okay? That's the best way I can explain it to you. And they're very factionalized, but they, like, shift all the time. Like, if Bobby Sue doesn't, like, comb, like, Jenny's hair the right way, or, like, she, like, says this about her boyfriend, then, like, Jenny Sue's going to remember that for, like, 5 years and be like, bro, I remember when you did that. Like, now I see, like, you're exposed. I'm going to, like, beat you while you're down. That's kind of what it's like. So you got to understand this overlapping, like, sort of flow. You got to understand who's in charge of what country, why they have beef with certain other states, like, why personalities within the hierarchy either like or don't like each other, who's actually in charge of a given state at a given point in time. Like, are they in charge of the weapons or the political component? Is the state, like, actually a cohesive entity? Is it a bunch of tribes? Does it have a factional government? Is it in a civil war? These are all the things you're kind of understanding when you're looking at the geopolitical orientation of these countries in the Gulf states. But you're also looking at it at snapshots. Like, the Saudi Arabia in 2017 is not Saudi Arabia in 2019. So my point with that is the evolution of the relationship was strained by the Gaza conflict after Hamas brutally attacked Israel on October 7, 2023. Like, all these relationships got really, really pushed to the edge. They were already intense because of Hamas. Like, Hamas just like makes the Middle East like tough. I understand it's really Palestine, but Hamas for like decades has caused problems. Like Mossad used to go like assassinate Hamas leaders in the UAE, and like the UAE would be like, how dare you like assassinate a guy in our hotel? Like it caused a lot of problems. But the point is more that after the attack on Israel on October 7th, it kind of like put the Gulf states in a position where they didn't want the smoke with the Palestinian like resistance movement, which is different than the Iranian like axis. The Palestinian resistance movement is broader. The Iranian axis, it's kind of like socialism and communism. Not like all like communists are socialists, but not all socialists are communists. Okay, very similar here. Like all Iranian militants are supportive of the Palestinian resistance movement. Not all supporters of the Palestinian resistance movement are supporters of the Iranian like militias. Okay, does that make sense? All right. In turn, what you have in like the Gaza conflict is a straining of the relationship because the Saudi Arabian states can't like go too hard, and Saudi Arabia, etc., can't go too hard on Israel, its new friend, under the Abrams Accord, but they also can't alienate their domestic population by like making it look like they don't care about the Palestinians. All right. Now, flash forward to now. Like Saudi Arabia, all like it will be completely like no holds bar because Saudi Arabia like has no allegiance to Iran. It has an allegiance to Palestine, but not Iran right now. So there's nothing to stop Saudi Arabia from just unleashing absolute hell on Iran, which is why I don't really understand the developments in the last 2 hours in light of everything I've just told you about why exactly Iran is bombing Saudi Arabia. It's literally crazy. So thank you for listening. I know that that is a substantial amount of information. Now, I know a lot of you are like, Grant, you've told us some of this, so like I was ready for that. But I am like absolutely flabbergasted at your ability to literally take 50 years of history and just kind of like play it like a song with your words. Well, yeah, that's where I'm at my best. I do like covering the developments in the war for you, but it exhausts me. It really does. Like, it takes a lot out of me to, like, constantly be looking at war footage. Where I thrive, like, intellectually is analysis of the geopolitical developments that led to the different actors in the conflict making various decisions. That's my wheelhouse. You throw that up, and it doesn't matter what era of history you're talking, what country, what leadership, what government, when. I love that. I could do that all day. Prince of Wales every day. God bless you, Prince of Wales. Don't worry. We are just 2 hours and 30 minutes from the end of today's stream. From me sleeping. Oh, please. This is easy work. Please. Don't make me Prince of Wales. I'm going to do it just for Prince of Wales. Let me do my parlor trick for you. So, shall we do it? James K. Polk. Let's do the U.S. presidents in order, starting right before Lincoln. Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Chester A. Arthur, Garfield, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How's that? 10 hours in, if I can still recite the presidents in order, dating back to before Lincoln, we're doing just fine. I got all the energy in the world. Astrology sounds like a wonderful subject to learn. Neonatal girl, neomortal girl. Does your towel son? He can be an honorary towel. Do they want to learn about the order of the U.S. presidents as well, so they can memorize every single Supreme Court justice ever appointed? Free plus tax is like, I honestly wouldn't know if you were right or not. Well, you know, sometimes you just got to kind of go with the flow, just like see what Towel's saying. I think I got most of those right, though. I think most of you who know the president will be like, yeah, he was nailing that. Dude, he was going pretty fast for 10 hours live, 9.5 hours live, but I followed most of those presidents, and I'm pretty sure he was right, which is true. I think we have an image of Riyadh, actually, now on Saudi Arabia Arabic. Saudi Arabia, Al Jazeera Arabic. You can see how tired I'm getting. Wait, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if this is live or not. Please hold. Please hold. I have pictures for you. I have missiles for you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Grant Smith Ellis, and I have missiles for you. If you paid attention to that lecture and there's actually an air war in Saudi Arabia, you will have benefited. Ladies and gentlemen, I have pictures of missiles for you incoming right now. These are about 5 minutes ago.
خاصة في مدينة بيت شامش التي تقع على الغرب من مدينة القدس، وهذه المدينة تصدرت عناوين الأخبار الإسرائيلية مؤخرا لأن هنالك صواريخ قد سقطت فيها، وهو ما تسبب أيضا بمقتل عدد من الإسرائيليين. منى
فاطمة خميسي، فيما يتعلق أيضا في الجبهة الشمالية في إسرائيل، كيف يعني تتحضر هذه الجبهة خاصة وأنه كان بالأمس حديث عن بداية تغول الإسرائيلي في
Oh my word, hold please. Oh my word. Oh, those shells are falling fast. Oh God. What is this? Might be Beirut. Sorry, I can't tell what the angle is. I need the actual angle. I think it's Beirut. I cannot tell what this is. It would. Does anyone know what this says up in the top right? I don't read Arabic. I only speak a little bit of it. I'm trying to understand what these are pictures of.
لقوات الجيش على هذه الجبهة سواء لتعزيز الحدود مع سوريا.
So it would be very helpful if anyone who speaks Arabic. So I don't speak. I kind of understand Arabic. That does not mean I actually know what she's saying. I only can speak like 1 out of every 10 words. I do my best. I really do. I speak English and Spanish. It is very important. I think this is. Oh my God! It's impossible to tell. It looks like Beirut. But that's the most recent missile activity. I'm trying to rule out it being Riyadh. Let me check in with Al Jazeera English Beirut about 20 minutes ago. There is a lot going on
there and these latest strikes in Beirut. Can you give us a sense of the geography, where these took place and why they are out of the ordinary?
Strikes towards Jerusalem. I will check right now. Thank you very much. It could be Jerusalem. It could be.
Yeah, of course. So dawn is breaking here in Beirut after a very difficult night. There were multiple strikes overnight. The latest one was about 2 hours ago at 4 o'clock in the morning, not very far from here, actually. So what is unusual about this strike, as opposed to the others that we have seen over the last 48 hours, which were concentrated in the southern suburbs in an area called Dahia, which has been traditionally a Shia area and has been a source of support for Hezbollah, which is why the Israeli military has said that it is targeting, weapons storage and members of the leadership there. This strike occurred outside that area. It's actually in an area called Babda or Hazmia, sort of on the border between the two of them. And there was no warning given for this strike. It was on a hotel called the Comfort Hotel, and you can see pictures of the damage. It seems like a fairly targeted strike on one floor of the hotel, and that combined with the fact that there was no warning and it happened in the middle of the night indicates that it was probably an attempted assassination. We've spoken to sources in a hospital nearby. They've told us that at least 4 people have been brought in injured, but at this stage we don't have any official confirmation as to the total number of injured or dead. But what this will do is sort of escalate concerns among people in Lebanon, which is something that we also saw during the war in 2024. People were afraid to take in the displaced from areas like Dahia and southern Lebanon because they were worried that if the Israeli military was targeting members of Hezbollah, that they then took in their hotels or apartment buildings. And so people started refusing to rent their apartment buildings, refusing to rent hotel rooms. And I'm already hearing about that kind of tension on the streets of the capital again.
Yeah, certainly understandable. So, Heidi, let me ask you about the forced evacuation orders. I mentioned some of them for 16 different villages. They are also in effect for Tyre and Sidon, two larger city centers. And I wonder what this tells us about Israel's plans and whether Israeli ground troops who are now on Lebanese soil, I wonder if they're facing any resistance from the Lebanese army.
So what we know about the Israeli ground incursion is that they advanced into further areas of Lebanese territory yesterday morning. That's in addition to the 5 strategic sites that they call them that they have actually occupied since the ceasefire deal in November 2024. But they made a further incursion yesterday morning, and then sources within UNIFIL indicated that they actually did retreat.
Okay, the situation in Saudi Arabia is very real. This situation in Saudi Arabia is very real. The U.S. Embassy in Riyadh announced within the last 56 minutes there's a detection of ongoing threats of Iranian missiles and drone strikes targeting areas in Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm for you what was first reported on this feed. I did my best. I was a responsible Edward R. Murrow towel. I did my absolute best to try to slowly ramp up. I didn't jump in and say right away. I said I don't have confirmation. I'm now telling you the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, not just the Saudi Ministry of Defense, but the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh is evacuating non-essential personnel. They are saying that there are drone strikes and missiles targeting Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you right now that this is very bad, that this is quite bad, okay? The scenes you're looking at is from Lebanon this morning on your screen, but the more important news, what I'm telling you, is that the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh is evacuating non-essential personnel and has confirmed that Saudi Arabia is under active missile attack by Israel. I don't know if I can express, every night, okay, I push myself to the limit, trying to find the tone to appropriately match what is going on. I am going to run out of voice stressing tones for the severity of this situation. I'm going to have to start just I'm going to have to get a siren, okay? And I'm going to have to start blaring it when there's a big problem. I don't really know how to use my voice to effectively indicate the intensity of this situation. I mean, I suppose I could just start banging things, or I could get an air raid siren, but I'm not really sure if that's appropriate. I think what I'm going to do is just use the stress of the syllables of the words that I decide to say in order to indicate to you the severity of this situation. Again, every night it's severe. We are in an active war. There are people dying constantly. It is horrifying. Our troops are dying. Our civilians of our allies are dying. Our allied soldiers are dying. Every night we're going to have a lot of sad things. I need to do my best to explain to you that you are going to see things during war. And I know a lot of you didn't follow the Israeli-Gaza war closely. Had you would have learned that you will see people die by the thousands, and the world will just keep going the next day. You're going to start seeing people die by the tens of thousands, if not more. The world is going to keep going. You're going to have to be able to process mass death every day, every single day. And then you're going to be like, I can't believe that just happened. And then we're going to move on to the next day, and something even more absurd is going to happen. Not even absurd, more horrifying, more distressing, more apocalyptic. I cannot, in enough of a stressed tone, tell you what it means that the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh and the Saudi Ministry of Defense are saying that there are missiles being shot at Saudi Arabia. It is almost incredible. The sentence should almost not be said. Lebanon, okay, that is horrifying. But that is a conflict that has been raging for a long time between Lebanon, especially Hezbollah, and Israel. I'm telling you, Hezbollah exists to, attack Israel. I'm shocked at the scale of the attacks. I am not shocked that they are fighting. They've been fighting forever. They have a UN resolution about southern Lebanon, 1701. I am absolutely dumbfounded that I am reporting to you from official, not even speculation, literally official American embassy sources, that the Saudi Arabian mainland is being bombed by Iran. Truly. It is about to strike midnight, Eastern War Time, heading into the 4th of March, 2026. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a war correspondent now. I have taken it upon myself. Once I got videos from the ground in Beirut overnight in Arabic before Al Jazeera Arabic could air them, I decided that I'm going to declare myself a war correspondent. Not in theater. I'm disabled. I would collapse. I'm just declaring myself a war correspondent. That's it. I'm followed by Ali and Zena. I'm declaring myself a war correspondent. Not in theater. I'm not going. I would collapse. I would just like to tell you that this situation, even for Edward R. Murrow Towell, war correspondent, is too much. I mean, it's not too much. I'm going to report it to you. But I know a lot about the history of Saudi Arabia and Iran. I'm probably one of, at least in my field, probably among professors, I'm not the top of the top. There are some professors who could blow me away in their knowledge of Iran and Saudi Arabia. Probably they're more likely to know one of the two. I bet there are some who know both. The point is, out of journalists in the English-speaking world, there's probably 5 of us in America, if that, who could tell you the geopolitical history of Iran and Saudi Arabia. There are a lot of analysts who could do it. A lot of professors can do it. But journalists aren't really well-versed in the history of Saudi Arabia and Lebanon and Israel and Iran. It's just not really what Western journalism is about. Some people do it. Some print journalists do it. It's getting rare, though. It's getting very rare. Outside, though, of America, it's more common. You've heard me sing the praises of Ali Hashim, of Zena Kador. They are the subject matter experts, but bro, they have been working for Al Jazeera for longer than I've been alive, basically. They have a combined 85 years reporting experience in war theaters. They have this knowledge, but I'm just telling you, I'm just uniquely positioned specifically to analyze a Saudi Arabian and Iranian conflict. I'm just telling you, as that person, I am stunned. I have been horrified over the past few days about the level of attacks and death. I've been horrified about the censorship, the military blackouts, the unwillingness of my congressional leaders to declare war, the apathy of the polity, the people who don't understand what is happening. My fellow Americans just kind of being oh, well, let's go play volleyball. No, bro, no, you need to be growing a victory garden. Or something. I don't fucking know. Go become Rosie the Riveter. Whatever the fuck. Open a baseball league. I don't know. Do something. Alright? That has just baffled me. Tonight, no. I cannot believe from an analytical, non-emotional perspective that I'm reporting to you is seriously actually saying the words that Iran is attacking Saudi Arabia. I'm not really sure if folks understand the impact of this. Saudi Arabia is not Bahrain. Saudi Arabia is not Qatar. Saudi Arabia is not the United Arab Emirates. Saudi Arabia is not Kuwait. Saudi Arabia is not Lebanon. Saudi Arabia is not Oman. Saudi Arabia is not Yemen. It's technically half of Yemen. We're not going into the Yemeni civil war right now. I don't have time. The point is, Saudi Arabia is the largest country in the Middle East, outside of Iran. It is the wealthiest country in that entire region. It has so much power, it's almost undescribable. And Iran is deciding to go to war with them. It's absurd. And by the way, Jerusalem was hit. I'm so sorry to report it. I'm gonna show you the video right now. The Holy City has been hit. The Holy City has been hit at least by shrapnel, if not also by a strike. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry to report this. I don't know why Iran is striking the Holy City. It's like they don't care. They should not be doing this. I'm going to show you the footage. And this is the most recent footage from on the ground in Jerusalem. They're not even showing it. They're not even showing it on Al Jazeera. I think they showed a little bit of it, but they cut away. This is the hit on Jerusalem 15 minutes ago. 1 second.
Go! Go on! בואו! בואו לפה, כנסו, יואו! עצור, בואו לפה. צמדו לכם, בואו לפה! יואו, בואו לפה. עמוד, עצרו, עמדו, בואו לפה, גבר, צמד שליחים, בואו אליי, בואו. אור, צמד. בירושלים. הכל טוב, תירגעו. עצרו, תירגעו. כנסו, בואו לשם, בואו, כנסו, רוצו לקירור. יור, יא צמבן! 1, 2, יור! בואו נגיש טרור, בואו! בואו לפה.
They're striking Jerusalem in the daytime.
Go עוד! בואו לפה, בואו! בואו לפה, כנסו, יור! עצור, בואו לפה. צמדו לכם, אור! בואו לפה!
No, this is bad. Folks, we were wrong. I was wrong. I totally was wrong. Listen, I miscalculated. I'm sorry. I told you if we saw daylight, I would be feeling better. I was wrong. I want to apologize to all of you right now. I was wrong. I'm a pretty good analyst, all right? Iran totally mind-effed me tonight. 100%. Bro, they caught me 100% lacking. I've watched every minute of this. Even when I sleep, I wake up and I get caught up immediately. Bro, oh my God. They just... Alright. Okay, those of you who are just tuning in or waking up, or maybe you've been watching, do you understand what is happening? Iran, oh my God. It's an actual war. They're actually using tactics. Do you understand why I'm so concerned? Okay? I really thought we had him. I swear to God. To my God, I am not lying to you at all. 1 hour ago, when the sun was rising over Tel Aviv, okay, I was saying to myself, all right, just a few more hours. If we can just get through a few more hours, and Tel Aviv doesn't have sirens, and I didn't think Jerusalem was going to get hit, of course. All I was thinking to myself was, for the love of God, please, let's just get to morning time. There was nothing as bad as the night before over Tel Aviv tonight. Please. And I should have known. I was counting my proverbial chickens before they had hatched. because I was even saying to myself, like, I'm hedging here, like I'm not going to just jump to it, but if we can get to the morning and that those cities are not like being like attacked again like last night, I'm going to feel a lot more confident. But immediately I hedged and said, but wait a minute, they could also be attacked. Iran could be attacking somewhere else. Okay, what Iran just did, I want to take you through it if you did not see the past few hours. Remember, it is morning time in the Middle East now, okay? What Iran did was they totally like are using complex battlefield tactics. At 5:45 p.m. Eastern War Time, okay? So maybe like 5 to 6 hours ago, Iran launched one wave of attacks at Tel Aviv. Some of the missiles got through. Then there was an eerie period of silence other than 1 or 2 rocket attacks and then a bunch of volleys from Hezbollah into northern Israel. But there was just a period of silence for like 3 hours where, like, oddly, like Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, like there wasn't really strikes. Out of nowhere, the news starts hitting from official Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense sources maybe an hour or two ago that Saudi Arabia is being struck, including potentially the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Riyadh, okay? Immediately after that, sun rises in Tel Aviv, okay? Still, no activity, things are calm. Until 15 minutes ago, maybe closer to 30, when these scenes happen in the Holy City, Beit Sherin, same place that was hit the other day. This is about 30 minutes ago. I'll try to get you more footage. Iran lulled Israel into complacency, but hit them with attacks from Hezbollah, attacked Saudi Arabia, waited for the sun to rise on Jerusalem, and then started bombing Israel again. They're using advanced middle battlefield tactics. They are operationally active. This is my worst fear. That's why I'm upset. Not upset, that's why I'm concerned. I went from thinking maybe we had knocked out their capabilities to now me telling you they're attacking Saudi Arabia and bombing Jerusalem. Not just bombing Jerusalem, those were multiple hits.
עצרו, תירגעו. כנסו, בואו נשמה, בואו, כנסו, רוצו לקירור. קירור, יא צמבן. אחד, שתיים, קירור, בואו נגיש טרור, בואו.
Oh my god. Those were at least 4 strikes.
Go! עוד! בואו לפה, בואו. בואו לפה, כנסו, יו! עצור, בואו לפה. צמדו לקיר, בואו לפה! בואו לפה! עמוד, עצרו, עמדו, בואו לפה, גבר, צבע ש...
Alright, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. So, yeah, I was wrong, driver. Driver, I was wrong. You don't have to rub it in. I was wrong. I took no pleasure. You should take no pleasure in me being wrong. We should all want peace. There is no one here who should want the war to continue. So it's not a happy thing that I was wrong about the war if Iran's capabilities were knocked out, heading towards like less violence. I want there to be peace. Okay, I like Jesus. Okay, some people might not. I do not like war. I do not mind cheering on the people who like are protecting my freedoms, who are dying for my country. I'm cheering them on. But like, I'm not cheering on the war or death. I would like peace. I would truly like this to end. So when I was celebrating, not even celebrating, hoping earlier, praying that Iran had reduced capabilities, that was because I wanted peace, driver. Okay, and I think we all should want that. I just want to make that clear. I know, driver. I know. I'm just saying. I don't think either of us would object, whatever side we may be on, to peace. Okay? Even if it came by way of a reduced Iranian capability to launch missiles, however it comes about. Peace. Trust me, the American people would love peace. It's the problem is, like, the Iranian government. It's not even the Iranian people. It's the Iranian government. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get you some more footage right now over Jerusalem. All right. I'm going to show. Let me just get you the Jerusalem cam. I'm sorry to have to do this. I hate when they attack the holy city. You don't understand. It makes me really mad. I know. Jerusalem is being shelled and rioted. Jerusalem and rioted, ladies and gentlemen. Jerusalem and rioted. The hardest part is going to be to cover Saudi because no one thought this was going to happen. No one had cameras in Saudi. No one thought Iran was going to attack Saudi. I'm going to grab you the Jerusalem feed now. All right, Al Jazeera doesn't even have the Jerusalem feed. Give me 1 second. I can't believe this is happening. It's somehow getting worse every day. Every day. All right, I'm going to get you the Jerusalem sky cam. Hold on. All right, hold on. All right. Let's see what we got. Oh, God. I'm literally afraid to click this. All right, here it comes. It's quiet now. Let me run it back a few minutes. Hold on, please. I'm looking at the skyline footage. They may not have the right angle. Hold on. That's the birds of Jerusalem you hear. Too quiet. I don't think this is the right angle. Because I just saw those attacks on Jerusalem. Alright. That live cam is doing us no good. I have to actually go get you footage of Jerusalem. Hold tight for me. I will find it myself. Alright, yes, so it's not, maybe it's because it's a little bit like south of Jerusalem, but yes, like it is in Jerusalem and they are hitting. It's just not being recorded on that specific camera I had. Hold on 1 second. Alright, so this is the shelling of Jerusalem now. I'm trying to get you a little... Oh, so it was about 45 minutes ago. Maybe it was just earlier in the footage. Hold on. I might have to go back a little bit more. Let me check around like 55 minutes. Hold on. I really don't hear anything though. Oh, maybe that's it. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Hold, please. Alright, this was the attack on Jerusalem. It was exactly minutes ago, so it was at exactly 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it. This was the attack on Jerusalem. You're going to see a missile launch in a second here on the left. That was the first wave. That was the first wave. Oh. Oh, wow. That is wild, 845 Bear. On the holy city. Oh my word. So that was what appeared to be the first wave about 50 minutes ago. And let's see if we can find any more waves. Hold on one second. Just checking the footage from about 20 minutes ago. Oh yeah, I got a second wave, I think. Might be a cloud, though. Yeah, just a cloud. What's that over there? Does seem to be smoke. But I only caught one barrage, which was about 50 minutes ago. On this camera, I did not get anything more recent than that. Okay? So the most recent one I caught on this, the Jerusalem cam, was 50 minutes ago. Yeah, some definitely hit. I'm a little bit worried. I didn't see further hits directly in the center of Jerusalem or any launches after that 50 minutes ago, but let's go back to Al Jazeera Arabic. I am concerned that they are, obviously, like if they're firing missiles on Jerusalem, that is itself concerning. So, just give me 1 second here.
أم لا كل هذا إلى
حد
غير متوفر.
I'm trying to get footage of Saudi Arabia. I think
يعطي أكثر تفاصيل عن هذه العملية أو أي أضرار تسببت بها أو إن كانت هنالك خسائر أم لا. كل هذا إلى حد اللحظة غير متوفر ونحن في انتظار بيان رسمي من السلطات العراقية. يذكر أن نفس المنطقة تقريبا استهدفت بمسيرة وصفتها السلطات العراقية يوم أمس في بيان بأنها صغيرة الحجم بعد ظهر يوم أمس وتم اعتراضها في منطقة بعيدة نسبيا عن المطار ولم تتسبب في أي أضرار وفق بيان للسلطات الأمنية العراقية. يذكر أيضا أن كانت هنالك هجمات أخرى في مناطق أخرى خلال الليلة الماضية هنا في العراق حيث تم استهداف لفصيل تابع لكتائب حزب الله العراقي في القائم غربي العراق بهجوم جوي لم يسفر عن خسائر، بالإضافة إلى استهداف آخر في ديالى حيث تم ضرب مزرعة تابعة لعصائب أهل الحق فيها مقار لهذه العصائب وفيها أيضا مخازن وفق ما أكدته مصادر، ولكن أيضا هذه العملية لم تخلف أضرارا فقط عملية بشرية فقط أضرار مادية في المنطقة التي تم ضربها. كما تم أيضا ضرب منطقة جرف النصر خلال اليوم الماضي مرات
نشاهدها على الشاشة
مرة
الآن
أخرى. نعم.
تظهر الدخان يتصاعد من مركز الدعم اللوجستي الأمريكي في القرب من مطار بغداد. إذن أو هذه لحظة الانفجار على ما يبدو والدخان يتصاعد جراء مركز الدعم اللوجستي بمسيرة كما كنت قد ذكرت سابقا. إذن نشاهد هذه الصور من هناك.
Let's check in with Zena Kador in Lebanon. 1 second.
Critical condition. The aim that Israel's end game really is with Hezbollah claiming
Zena's losing her voice.
The death toll this appreciation or
in the south is standing by for us. Qatar here because of course we are used to seeing strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but I understand
I do these recordings a certain way. Hold on.
It is not where Hezbollah supporters live. Behind me, the colors of the morning. Of course,
she's live.
Now, in another sub-area, also another strike and similar morning, which was
literally live on the ground from the strike. Hold on.
Orders, we have
a single vote.
DC, Qatar's capital, Doha, and Beirut, where Zena Hodder is standing by. DC, Qatar's capital, Doha, and Beirut, where Zena Hodder is standing by for us. So, Zena, we have been seeing these first evacuation orders. We have also been seeing these strikes. Can you show us where you are? And maybe also just explain to our viewers the geography here, because, of course, we are used to seeing strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but I understand you are not there. And this is something a little bit different. What do you know?
Well, the latest conflict between Israel and Hezbollah is escalating. There is no front line, and there is no mediation or diplomatic effort to end it. We are in Hazmiye. This is a suburb of Beirut. It's not considered a Hezbollah stronghold where Hezbollah supporters live. Behind me, the Comfort Hotel, which was targeted by an Israeli strike in the early hours of the morning. Now, this appears to be a targeted strike, an assassination. Of course, we cannot independently confirm that, but we've seen similar attacks in the past when there's no prior warning and when there is a specific target hit. Now, we saw a similar attack also in the early hours of the morning in another suburb of Beirut, Amun, also outside Hezbollah's area of influence. The death toll is only climbing. There was also another strike in Baalbek. So really in the past 48 hours, since the early hours of Monday morning, since Hezbollah launched rockets across the border in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, Israel has only intensified and escalated its attacks. Hezbollah too escalating attacks, claiming more than 10 attacks in the past 24 hours, reaching deep inside Israel, with Hezbollah claiming that it targeted a naval base in Israel's third largest city, Haifa. So, this is only escalating, and there's been no statement by any foreign envoy to try to intervene, to try to mediate an end to the conflict, which is raising a lot of concern in Lebanon that the aim, that Israel's endgame really is for Hezbollah to surrender its arms, to agree to disarm. But so far, there's no indication that the group is ready or willing to do so.
Zaina, I just want to ask you about the pictures that we're seeing there and the state of that building. It looks to me, again, it's hard for me to tell on my monitor, but that only 2 floors were actually affected here. So can you give us a sense of how much of the building was actually impacted by this strike? And do we have numbers on how many people were injured?
Well, yes, as you can see, a very specific strike targeting one floor. We've been speaking to the Lebanese army soldiers who are here. They're saying that there were 5 people, 4 people were wounded, 1 in critical condition. They did not level the building. So we've seen this time and time again. Usually when there's a strike like this, the Israeli army has information about the presence of somebody they want to kill, to go after Hezbollah members across the country. They've done this before. In late 2024, 8 weeks of a massive aerial bombardment, an aerial campaign, not just targeting Hezbollah strongholds. Back in late 2024, we saw similar attacks like this in the heart of Beirut, in Beirut city center. So, this is a clear message. And there's something else we'd like to point out. Hotels like this usually house people who are displaced, those who have the means to pay for hotel rooms. So after something like this happens, hotels will stop admitting or allowing people to stay in their accommodation, which makes more pressure on the tens of thousands of people who are now seeking shelter.
Yeah, certainly a difficult situation there as you see people coming out of the building carrying the belongings that they have with them. Zaina Hodor, please keep us posted. Great reporting. So that is the view from Lebanon. We want to zoom out there, show you the wider picture. The U.S. and Israeli assault on Iran is showing really no signs of slowing down. Mohammed Val reports now from the capital, Tehran.
It appears safe in Iran. From the capital, Tehran, to the cities of Qum and Isfahan, joint U.S. and Israel strikes are hitting densely populated areas, leaving widespread destruction and mass casualties. In the city of Qum, the building of Iran's Assembly of Experts was hit. That's the body that chooses the new supreme leader. In the capital, Tehran, 2 hospitals were evacuated with medical equipment left covered in dust and debris. A deserted school was also struck with books and desks left damaged. Iran says more than 150 cities have been hit nationwide in hundreds of attacks since Saturday. Among the earliest victims of this war are some of the youngest. Around 170 people were killed when a strike hit a girls' school on Saturday. Most of the victims were children. Forensic teams are working to identify the remains.
Look carefully at these ruins. This is a school that has been bombed with the missiles of the Zionist regime. People, look, this is a school, not a military site for anyone to claim it was a military area.
One by one, caskets draped with the Iranian flag are carried by grieving loved ones. A procession moves through a community overcome with grief as they bury a generation too young to understand the conflict that ended their young lives. Iran has launched retaliatory strikes around the region targeting bases and oil facilities, although Tehran denies targeting civilian sites. As plumes of smoke billow here in Tehran and around the country, it appears there is no end in sight to the escalating conflict. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
All right, let's go to Tawhid Asadi, who's with us live from Tehran. So, Tawhid, the U.S., the Israelis, they say that they are hitting Iran hard. What kind of evidence are you seeing of that? Are you seeing evidence of that in Tehran? And do we know more about what kind of targets they're going after?
Well, actually, now it is day 5 since the initiation of a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeting different locations across the country. And over the past few hours, we were able to hear these massive aftersound of explosion here in the capital, while receiving reports about further blasts taking place in different cities such as Karaj and Isfahan. All in all, yesterday we got the report from the Red Crescent of the country saying that 153 cities were targeted, leaving more than 700 people killed and many more injured. And of course, this is a sort of initial report. Knowing the fact that we are dealing with this continuous nature of these strikes, we can rest assured that as a matter of misfortune, these civilian fatalities may be increasing sooner or later. And of course, on the other hand, we've got the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard of the country, coming out to say that they continue to strike back and the trajectory of their retaliatory actions is underway. Last night, we've got 2-3 statements from IRGC. First, they said that the ground force part of that Revolutionary Guards entered the battlefield with 3 operations in which 230 drones were engaged. Also, they were talking about a Navy operation targeting U.S. military ships. And this is not it. And there is this significant, strategically important statement that we also heard from him. And of course, it is both regionally and at a global scale important, which is related to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, something that is being discussed in different aspects these days. And they said on that regard that IRGC has decided to close this. This is something that not new, but still we know that the impact is globally significant. And they also said that it is right now impossible for any ships to go through this passage. And also they mentioned that more than 10 oil tankers were targeted when they denied the announcement by Iranian side to close the Strait of Hormuz, approaching that. All in all, what I can say is that in Iran, in Tehran, I see no sign of de-escalation. And right now, escalation is name of the game.
All right, Tawhid, for us there in Tehran, thank you. Let's go over to Roslyn Jordan now, who's in Washington, D.C. So, Roslyn, when this war began, the Gang of Eight, which I understand is a bipartisan group, was sort of briefed on this, but the wider Congress was not. There is legislation now to try to basically force the administration to get consent from Congress to continue with this war. Is that legislation likely to pass?
It's possible. It's not likely, given that Republicans control both the Senate and the House of Representatives by slim majorities. But certainly both of the resolutions, both the Senate and the House resolutions, would get pretty much all Democratic support. They would need Republican support in order to pass it, but if they wanted to survive a presidential veto, they would need to get 2/3 of both chambers to vote for the war power resolution. So that brings the probability down to probably zero at this point. Now, that does not mean that congressional Republicans, who by and large have been supportive of the president's decision to launch this air war on Iran, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't want to come back later and debate more substantial legislation, more that really deals with the duration, the funding, the scope of the U.S. military operation, if it seems that this is going to go on for more than 3 or 4 weeks. That is now becoming more apparent, including among some who otherwise would have been fully supportive of this conflict in the first place. But trying to just deal with the resolutions that are going to be coming up, the Senate's version on Wednesday, possibly the House version on Thursday, that probably won't be enough to stop the Trump administration from continuing this military operation.
So, Rosalind, the president has talked about the successes of, I guess, the first and second wave of attacks on Iran that he's calling them. He says the third wave, is going to be the biggest yet to come. Do we have any clues about what this may entail?
Well, one thing that Donald Trump has not done is actually tip his hand on what targets might be in the military's focus, what equipment the military might be using to take out those targets. But he did talk about the regional response while he was in the Oval Office on Tuesday. This is the U.S. President, Donald Trump.
We've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them.
Now, there's one other question. The president has suggested in the last 24 hours that there is an infinite supply of armaments or weapons that the U.S. military can use to conduct this war. Well, that's not the case. And if there's any indication that the supply is finite, well, there are now reports suggesting that the administration is preparing a $50 billion supplemental budget just to buy weapons for this military operation. That is something that, of course, would need congressional approval in order for the U.S., for the executive branch to be able to buy additional missiles, ammunition, what have you.
All right, we'll be watching closely. Rosalind Jordan for us there in D.C. Thank you. Well, the top U.S. commander for the Middle East.
All right, they are blacking out this Saudi Arabian incident. Here's what I got. It's really hard to get anything on the Saudi Arabian developments. I imagine, so by the way, it is past 12 a.m. We have about an hour and 30 minutes left on this stream. I do 12-hour segments. I can't do more than that. It makes me too tired the next day. If you're watching this Public Information Service, we've just hit hour 10. It's about 12:30 a.m. on the East Coast at wartime. It's morning time in Tel Aviv and morning time in Iran. So the time in Tel Aviv is 7:23 a.m. Wednesday, March 4th. The time in Tehran is 8:53 a.m. Wednesday, March 4th. It is currently 12:23 a.m. Eastern Wartime in Boston. There is a very serious situation developing in Saudi Arabia. I will show you the best footage that I can get for you right now. It's not even on Al Jazeera yet, but it's all right. I'll show it to you. If you want to support this stream, by the way, my dear friend Mad P keeps reminding me. God bless you, dear friend. I did see they said Rubio said they were going to unleash Chang. I thought that was a very odd statement. But we have another hour and a half to go in this live coverage. If you like it, if you like what you're seeing, if you want to support this stream, you can do so. There are different ways to donate. You can donate on Cash App, $, Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. This is a one-man operation. I speak somewhat Arabic. I know a little bit about this conflict. If you like what you're seeing, you want to help me with expenses. There's a lot going on. I won't get into the details. It's complicated. I'm on the spectrum. Obviously, I'm physically disabled. disabled. That's why I can sit for so long. It helps me like not think about the pain that I'm in physically. The point is, if you want to help this channel, if you want to support this stream, if you like what you're seeing, if you want to see this continue and you feel it's a useful service and you have the means, please do not burden yourself if you don't have the means, or if it would take food away from you or your family or from people you're trying to help or our veterans or any other important segments of society. But if you have the means and you want to help me and you want to see more of the efforts to educate, inform, and entertain the public in the service of engendering cogent public discourse and warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide, or if you're just baffled that I can stay cogent for this many hours in a row with no co-host while simultaneously getting you live footage and raw footage from the ground before Al Jazeera gets it, and clipping and summarizing and getting tweets out, and you just, think it's a good thing to do, well, you can donate, all right? You don't have to by any means, but it's a good way to support. There are no sponsors. There's no merch. There's no hierarchy telling me that I have to, answer to someone because they bought, ad slots so they don't like what I'm talking about. No, it's just you donate if you like it, and God bless you if you do. I appreciate your support of this public information service. Let us continue right along, speaking of that, with raw footage from Saudi Arabia. It's the best I can do. I've worked very hard to find this. It's not exactly like flying out there. Okay, first I will show you the strike on a U.S. base in Baghdad. This is within the last hour. It was claimed by the Iraqi resistance. This is a U.S. drone strike, an Iranian allied drone strike on a U.S. base in Baghdad. One more time. I do have better footage of this. Here's footage from Tehran this morning within the last hour. Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong button. Give me 1 second. This is footage of Tehran this morning. Tehran, Iran. They are under a cloud, to put it lightly. A U.S. cloud. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. cloud. These are the latest pictures from Tehran, Iran. Downtown Tehran is under a cloud. Latest pictures, as I said, from Tehran, Iran. Now, you may be hearing about this Saudi Arabian activity. Here's what I got for you, all right? This is what I was able to do. Oh, and God bless the 4 soldiers who have passed away, have been at least the identified soldiers who have passed away. One of whom, God rest her soul, was Sergeant First Class Nicole Amor, A-M-O-R, Amor of White Bear Lake. She was one of 4 soldiers killed in Kuwait on Sunday in a friendly fire incident. She had a husband named Joey, and she leaves behind 2 children. She is a hero. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the face of an American hero. May Sergeant First Class Nicole Amor of White Bear Lake rest in peace. She died honorably in the service of her country over the skies of Kuwait in a friendly fire incident, and may she rest in peace, and God rest her soul. There was a delay in the naming of the U.S. personnel killed in Kuwait, killed in action in Kuwait on Sunday, while their families were notified. And you are looking at one of the heroic U.S. Service members who was killed in action in the war on Sunday. So do not tell me that this conflict is not impacting lives. Do not tell me that this conflict is not a war. Do not tell me that this is not an important moment in history, because I'm telling you that our soldiers are falling in the service of your freedoms if you are an American, and it is your duty to live up to that standard when you are called upon to serve. Here is another impact. This is a drone impact on the, here's the drone. It's an Iranian drone. That's the same explosion you just saw from a different angle. That is the Iranian drone. It's going to dive bomb into a U.S. position in Iraq. Okay, that's a U.S. base in the background. What you are seeing from about 30 minutes ago, this is real footage. This is a U.S. base in Iraq taking a direct strike, and that is the Iranian drone. No, excuse me, pause. That was a different strike. The strike I just showed you, it says Iraq, so I got thrown off. The strike I showed you 30 seconds ago was a strike on a U.S. position in Iraq. This is an Iranian drone striking Bahrain, a U.S. base in Bahrain. So this is just within the past 20 minutes. This is another one of our heroes. Who I believe was killed in action. This is Captain Cody Kirk, Cody Cork, K-H-O-R-K, a resident of Lakeland, Florida, who enlisted as a 13P multiple launch rocket system fire direction specialist in the National Guard, commissioned as a military police officer in the Army Reserve in 2014, deployed in Saudi Arabia in 2018, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba in 2021, and Poland in 2024. May God rest his soul, if he indeed was one of the fallen. Here's the latest result of the U.S. airstrikes this morning on Tehran. I'm trying to do the best I can to report as much as I can. More early morning footage from Tehran. Pictures and early morning footage from Tehran. Just lots of fighter jets. This was the announcement from the Saudi Ministry of Defense about ongoing interceptions. And then here it is, the footage that was very hard to get. That is an Iranian drone flying over Saudi Arabia 45 minutes ago, Wednesday morning. That is an Arabian drone, an Iranian drone flying over Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, 40 minutes ago, Wednesday. That is an Iranian drone flying unopposed over the skies of Saudi Arabia. And yes, it is incredibly hard to get information about what's going on in Saudi Arabia. There is an active conflict, there's no doubt about that, with the U.S. and Iran. And Saudi Arabia. I'm trying to get footage, but it's happening now. So let me see what I got. I believe he is in Saudi Arabia. Okay, so please hold.
عموما بأن إسرائيل تخوض حرب ناجحة وبأن إسرائيل تحقق أهدافها في الداخل الإيراني وبأنه بعد سلسلة الاغتيالات الطويلة إسرائيل الآن ماضية قدما في القضاء ليس فقط على البرنامج النووي التي تحدثت بأنها قضت على غالبيته في المرة السابقة إنما القضاء على مشروع الصواريخ.
He might not be in Saudi Arabia. Hold on one second. Might have an AJ English report on Saudi Arabia.
What are the implications for the region and for relations between Gulf states and Iran? And what about Gulf nations' alliances?
Qatar. No, that was the attack on Qatar. All right, I'm doing my best. I am doing my best, ladies and gentlemen, to get you updates on this Saudi Arabian situation. I realize the embassy is flashing alerts, like, constantly. So, I'm doing I'm doing as good as I can to get you footage from inside Saudi Arabia, but it's just not my area of expertise. The Bahrain strike is definitely confirmed. That was on the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet area in Bahrain. And then there was also the strike on the U.S. Army base in Iraq. So it is a very active morning in the Middle East, like a very active morning. And yes, I am doing my best. I am doing my best. I am getting tired though, but we have about an hour and a half left in the stream. God bless all of you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. I'm doing, it's frustrating, Beirut, oh, by the way, Beirut is being struck right now, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. It's just frustrating that no one is covering the Saudi Arabian situation. It's very serious, and they are just not covering it. So I'm as a single towel, doing my best to obtain for you Saudi Arabian images, but it's really hard.
وهذا بيان جديد سيد عماد عواد يصدر عن الجيش الإسرائيلي الآن في هذا العاجل، يقول قصفنا عشرات مراكز قيادة النظام الإيراني والأمن الداخلي وقيادة البسيج. إذن بيان جديد عن الجيش الإسرائيلي يتحدث عن قصفه لعشرات مراكز قيادة النظام الإيراني والأمن الداخلي وقيادة البسيج. وأنتقل إلى ضيفنا من طهران دكتور عماد بشناس رئيس نقابة مراكز الدراسات في إيران. طبعا وأبدأ معك من هذا البيان الأخير الذي يتحدث فيه الجيش عن قصفه لعشرات مراكز قيادة النظام الإيراني والأمن الداخلي وقيادة البسيج. يتكرر هذا النمط من الضربات، كيف يؤثر ذلك في إيران؟
تحياتي لك
Okay, that is not what I wanted to hear. I'm keeping a very close eye on the bottom screen there, which is Lebanon, but what I really want is Saudi Arabia. So I'm doing my best, but Saudi Arabia is surprisingly it's surprisingly a country that doesn't have a lot of like live coverage, at least in the worlds that I'm in. So let me look Saudi Arabian. Let's see Al Arabia. Let's see if I can get like someone who actually like covers Saudi Arabia. Let's try Al Arabia. No promises here. I did watch them earlier in the night. Their English language channel was not even like doing news. So let's see if they've changed up. No. Let's see what their Arabic language station is doing.
إليه وبالتالي فإن الجمهوريين بشكل عام يدعمون الرئيس ترامب والديمقراطيون يعارضونه. طبعا هناك بعض الأعضاء في الحزبين غيروا مواقفهم، وطالما أن حزب الرئيس ترامب
So they have slightly better live feeds. This is Al Arabia. 1 second. One second. I will bring it up for you on the screen. This is Al Arabia. All right. So they have decent like feeds, but I don't necessarily know what that city is up in the middle. That's Beirut, but I'm not sure what the other footage is. So this is a Saudi Arabian channel, but it's not going to do us very good. It really is not going to do us very much good because they don't have live feeds of Saudi Arabia. And also you need a certain degree of expertise. However, I can continue to monitor social media for videos on the ground in Saudi Arabia. We have about an hour and 20 minutes left in the stream. We'll take it till about 2 o'clock. Now, I am concerned, and that's not smoke. That is, they're not understanding. That was a missile interceptor launch. just an incredible amount of information flying around, and I will do my best to keep you informed.
إنذار عاجل مرة أخرى باستهداف أحد المباني في هذه.
And I realize I'm saying, like, the reason I'm getting, like, I'm hesitant is every other place that that I've covered in this war, Lebanon, Tehran, Israel, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, the videos kind of come out and there's like a certain set of people that cover them. I've never had to actually process Saudi Arabia getting attacked. All right, I'll continue watching this as I look.
الإسرائيلية؟
شوفي إذا ما كان يعني أهداف التي نتكلم عنها لا أستطيع عد يعني لما أعد عدد الغارات التي قامت بها إسرائيل، ولكن إذا كانت الأهداف المقصود منها استهداف المباني السكنية والمدارس والمستشفيات والمساجد والأماكن العامة، نعم هم استهدفوا العديد من الأهداف، لربما يصل أكثر من 2000 هدف في هذا السياق، ولكن الأهداف التي ممكن أن تؤذي النظام الإيراني أو القوات المسلحة الإيرانية لا، هذا العمليات هذه كانت فاشلة في إيذاء القوات المسلحة الإيرانية أولا. ثانيا، بالنسبة لمنصات إطلاق الصواريخ، الإيرانيين نشروا أكثر من 25,000 منصة كاذبة مثل ما يقولون، نوع من البلاستيك، يعني يصنعون منصات من البلاستيك وينشروها في البلاد. والأمريكي والإسرائيلي لأن أنظمة رادارهم تم قصفها وتدميرها عمليا، هم فقط عبر الأقمار الصناعية يقومون بكشف وجود هذه المنصات ويستهدفونها. عمليا أستطيع أن أقول لك 90% من المنصات التي تم استهدافها، لا أقول 100%، هي هذه المنصات البلاستيكية، ليست المنصات الأصلية. الإيرانيين نقلوا المنصات الأصلية إلى تحت الأرض ويتم إطلاق الصواريخ من تحت الأرض، لا يتم حتى عدا عن بعض المنصات التي تحتاج تكون على الكاميونات ويحتاجون إلى نقلها إلى خارج القاعدة. باقي المنصات تطلق الصواريخ من تحت الأرض، لم تعد هناك منصات على الأرض لكي يراها الأمريكي والإسرائيلي ويستهدفونها. وخير دليل على ذلك أن الصواريخ الإيرانية ما زالت تنهال على إسرائيل وعلى القواعد الأمريكية ولم يستطيعوا إيقافها لحد اللحظة.
Other than that one video of the drone, there may not actually be videos out of Saudi Arabia yet. I have one video that people think is people think there is a video of a building from Saudi Arabia on fire, but I haven't been able to independently confirm it. The reason why it is a big deal, if Saudi Arabia is involved in the conflict, I mean, it just changes the scope of the interactions. I sense it's going to be 2 or 3 hours before I can actually get you some confirmation. But that is exactly why I'm looking at this live.
And we see that there is a shared region that
switch over to AJ English for a second while I continue
so to try to mix the
I sense
pieces
I'm
across
about an hour
the Gulf
and a half ahead
from the Iranian side is not helpful. We need calm. We need to come to peace. To your question on escalation, it seems to be the case. The Iranians are following a scorched earth strategy. They want everyone to go down with them. But look, it's not our war in the Gulf, and they need to realize this. And by them focusing on the Gulf states, at times even more than Israel and the US, does not bode well for the relationships. Now, on the issue of diplomacy, look, we never gave up on diplomacy. And we will go full force on the diplomacy if need be. There is a new leadership in Iran today. We need to understand what kind of power structures are evolving. There is a decentralized command structure, so it could be that some of those attacks have been assigned even before the death of Khamenei. We need some calm, and we need to trickle down into the roots of the issues. This is illegal on all counts.
Abdulaziz, I know you want to jump in. I'm going to let you, but first I just want to ask you, what is the feeling currently in Saudi Arabia and other GCC states, from what you know, about what potential action perhaps should be taken against Iran going forward?
In my opinion, I think this is the million-dollar question that I think a lot of the analysts have been asked in the past 2 days. You know, what is the threshold that will render some sort of measures to enter into an offensive reaction to or against Iran? And in my opinion, I think there is just no clear threshold. In my opinion, I think what is happening is a gradual process of maintaining restraint and then kind of gradually climbing the ladder of offensive, I would say, offensive defense, or probably forward defense here. Let me use an Iranian term. So what I would anticipate is the following. The duration of the war, alongside the intensity of the Iranian strikes on these infrastructures, will depend how far and how fast the escalation will up the ladder will be. In my opinion, I think the biggest weapon that we have in the Gulf states is restraint. We are, I think, clearly the most level-headed, most clear-eyed, and I think most disciplined leaders in the region. And I think what they don't want to do is they don't want to make a bad situation even worse. But this is, let me just say this, restraint does not necessarily mean passivity. And so if this continues, this will then lead into a situation that people will not want to join. Now, what is this situation? People are now saying, well, maybe the use and the facilitation of American bases, so they could use them against Iran. In my estimation, I won't think so. Not.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I am going to use the fact that there is going to be at least an hour lag before we get footage from Saudi Arabia to go to bed. I think an extra hour of sleep will do me well today. Here's why. I'm looking at the number of siren alerts and I see them going down, but I'm looking at the scope of the conflict and I am seeing where this is going. Yes, I realize a statement from the Saudi Ministry of Defense is confirmation that Iran is flying drones and shooting missiles into Saudi Arabia, but it's going to take an hour or two. There is a very active conflict in Saudi Arabia right now. It is like a whole new dimension of the war, and I need to figure out if Iran is either reducing in its capabilities or launching a new front of the war, and I need to sleep. So that's what we're going to do. Neo Mortal Girl, God bless you. I appreciate every single one of you. Tiwu, I will get some sleep. 12th Son of Israel, the legacy you blow. I appreciate you. John Q. Public was here. How Long was here. Sarah was here. Mad P was here the entire time. Sarah, it was great to see you. Missouri 82, great to meet you as a new friend. I'm sorry I was getting a little tired. Miss Missy, thank you for being here as well. How's Long as well. God bless you. Anna Permo, you as well. Appreciate you. And our new friend there, Unity 7 to 7. I'm going to say my appreciate. Mr. Monk's understudy came by. Thank you. God bless you. Driver, thank you for stopping by. I'm going to use the time to rest up. The more strength I have for tomorrow, the better. Look at all you Tao friends being very kind. I'm so appreciative of all you. I didn't get to see everything that you were posting, but I'm grateful. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I will. Hold on, Pete. Pete, yeah, Now, some of you have never met him before, but we have a channel mascot. He is a stuffed Pete Bunny. Now, you might say, why is your news channel mascot a stuffed Pete Bunny? It's a long story. I don't have time to explain. But, Bunny was here earlier, and I think Mr. Monk's understudy. I don't know who made a request to see Pete Bunny, but this is him. He just sits on like a shelf. Most of the time, he doesn't really hang out with me. He hates communists. So sometimes if somebody requests him at the very end, I bring him over. You all can get to meet him. He's a very nice anti-communist Pete Bunny tail. He's kind of the channel's mascot. He doesn't show up very often. He's baffled by the whole war. He's very sad about it. He's confused why we're not fighting the communists. I told him, they're kind of communists. He told me he didn't believe me. So, he knows the difference between a communist and an Iranian, I guess. The point is, yes, hello, Noel. It is Pete Bunny Tail. He is the channel mascot. So anyway, it was great to see so many of you on TAL's Public Information Service. I will be back with you for more coverage of the ongoing Iran-U.S. war tomorrow. The reason why we're pausing now is that you can go look at the Saudi Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. You will see very clearly that there is, an active situation in Saudi Arabia with drones and attacks and cruise missiles fired by Iran. It's a very complicated series of developments, and instead of waiting for footage to come out and then going to bed right as the footage is coming out, I'm going to sleep now, and then when we do our catch-up tomorrow at around whatever time we start the stream together, 2 Eastern or so, I'm sure I'll have lots to tell you about Saudi Arabia. So, if you've watched this stream before, Anne-Marie Harrison, God bless you as well, and Maritime Slave, God bless you, and Mayor Curie Star, it was great to see you. Noel True Crime, and 12th Son of Israel, of course, and John Q. Public. I appreciate all of you. Chinatown K9, God bless you. If you've been here before, even though it's almost 1 a.m. Eastern, I still like to end the stream the same way every day. If you learned something here, if you benefited from this stream, found camaraderie here during a tough time, there's a way you can pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen. There is a way you can do so indeed, and that is to look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness in the world today. It can be something, especially these days, as simple as donating to our homeless veterans. I'm an American TAL. There should not be one veteran in the United States homeless against their will. And if there is, we have failed as a society. They want to go live in the woods. We're not going to stop them. They get survival skills, but not against their will. Not homeless against their will. That's what I say. Now, Pete Bunny's not an animal. He's a stuffed Pete Bunny. But what if you like our furry friends? What if you got a dog, a cat? What if you just like animals, I know you are not an animal, Pete Bunny. You are a Pete Bunny. He gets really mad when I call him an animal. But anyway, my point is you can donate to animal shelters run by veterans. You can help veterans. You can help animals. It's wonderful. Now, what if you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans? That's okay. You can donate to an animal shelter in general. It's a great way to help out furry friends. Now, if you're over in the UK and watching, you might want to donate to The Big Issue. That's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness, and it's something I certainly recommend you do consider. Now, it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. In that way, I believe it's possible we can live up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thus change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. I believe it's possible because of you all, ladies and gentlemen, and may those small acts of service and kindness ripple outwards and bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. God bless each and every one of you. I'm going to go rest up. Thank you so much to all of you for your support. 11 hours in. I think maybe 1 extra hour of rest for Towel will do me well tonight. Pete Bunny Towel can go hang out on his nightstand where he likes to rest. He has a blanket. He doesn't really use it because he sits on a nightstand, but he's a Pete Bunny Towel. I'm exhausted. I know our troops are exhausted. There's no room or time to be tired in days like this. With a new front potentially opening on the war, and after 11 hours straight of coverage, with ongoing attacks in Beirut, with bombs falling in Jerusalem, with the people of the world, the innocents of the world in harm's way, I begrudgingly will bid you adieu. May God protect the soldiers of the United States. May God protect our allies along with the citizens and civilians in harm's way. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for being with me today. Please be well. And, I don't know, Revelyn, if there are kittens. I don't have any kittens, but if you're looking to adopt a kitten, maybe there are some in Boston. You can come back tomorrow and ask me about that. I don't really know. I'm a little bit tired. Either way, God bless you all. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being with me today. Towel Friends on the X, you get a few minutes at the end, so you know Towel Friends on the YouTube get a few minutes. You get a few minutes at the beginning, so you know Towel Friends on the YouTube get a few minutes at the end. Be well, Towel Friends on the X. Until tomorrow, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Find more from me. Join the chat. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless our service members. Towel Friends on the YouTube, I'm tired. I am going to go get some sleep. Peace to all is right. Standing Stones, thank you so much for watching. I'm so glad I saw your name pop up. Get some rest. My dear friend, we'll have to find time for coffee soon. I am so grateful, despite the intensity of this conflict, that we have been with each other to discuss the developments, and I will see you again tomorrow. Until then, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless all of you. May God protect the soldiers of the United States, and may God bless these United States of America that I love so dearly. Good night, Towel Friends.